In the spring of the 15th year of the apocalypse, in the capital city, at the residence of the Duke of Dingbei, red silk hung high, and lanterns were brightly lit. After a day of festivities, the Duke's residence finally fell silent. The servants quickly cleaned up after the banquet, while the slightly weary steward, Fu Bo, quietly directed them, worried that someone might accidentally break something and ruin such a good day. The main character of today, the newly married princess of the Duke's residence, Su Wanqing, the daughter of the Prime Minister's family, sat in the bridal chamber, staring blankly with vacant eyes. After a while, Su Wanqing finally sorted through her memories and confirmed one thing: she had traveled to another world. She had read many novels, but this was her first experience with time travel. However, she was alive and in a place without zombies or mutated plants, which made Su Wanqing very satisfied. Although she had traveled into the body of a pitiful girl who was not favored and often mistreated, she was now married and as a noble princess. As a woman who had never even been in a relationship, she had suddenly become a bride. Although the original owner's memories suggested her husband might be somewhat defective, she didn't mind. With food, drink, a house, and money, she truly didn't care if her husband could perform in bed. Feeling the space still intact, with supplies undamaged, and her wood-based powers still usable, she noticed the various crystal cores piled high in her space. It was clear that her powers would improve soon enough. Su Wanqing was satisfied and pleased with this time travel. As for the original owner, Su Wanqing had arrived at the moment of her death, inheriting her memories and body.
So,
from now on, she would be the original owner. Although the original owner's situation had not been good, since she was here, everything had to start anew. While Su Wanqing was lost in thought, footsteps and the sweet voices of maids outside pulled her back to reality. The wooden door creaked open, and a man dressed in a matching bright red wedding gown entered. The intricate designs of mountains, rivers, and auspicious clouds on his attire highlighted his nobility. He was tall and slender, with a nearly enchanting face, but wore a cold and aloof expression. Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned, thinking what to do. This man matched her taste. If she could see him every day, she felt she would be a happy, carefree person. Lu Shaoqing walked steadily, his gaze sweeping over the bride sitting by the bed, revealing an unreadable emotion in his eyes. He walked straight to the fine yellow rosewood round table and sat down. Mo Huai outside casually closed the door and waved away the matchmaker and maids, standing guard nearby to prevent anyone from approaching. Su Wanqing looked at Lu Shaoqing, waiting for him to speak first, because she was too lazy to talk. She had lived a tiring life in her past, so she wanted to say as little as possible in this life. Lu Shaoqing caught her gaze and slightly raised his beautiful eyes, saying, "Miss Su, what do you think of this marriage?" Su Wanqing's small face was full of confusion. She thought, what's going on? He brought her back to his residence and now asks her opinion? Whether sitting, lying, or standing, it was all tiring. "Your Highness, we have already married today. Asking me, the bride, such a question on our wedding night seems inappropriate." Her response was far from what Lu Shaoqing had imagined. There were no tears or cries, and he couldn't help but glance at Su Wanqing, his eyes finally showing a hint of emotion, though it was barely noticeable. His expression remained unchanged as his cold voice spoke again. "I apologize, but I currently have no plans to take a wife. This marriage was granted by the Emperor, and I dare not refuse. I fear it may inconvenience you, Miss Su, but since you are in the Duke's residence, you will not lack any honor." Lu Shaoqing was the last remaining heir of the Lu family. He went to war at 12, became famous at 15, was granted a title at 17, and defeated the enemy at 19, but was severely injured and could no longer fight. There were some hidden rumors that the Duke of Dingbei had suffered an injury that might affect his marital life. Since returning to the capital 3 years ago, even the dogs in the Duke's residence were male, let alone maids or concubines. Rumors about Lu Shaoqing grew more outrageous, and recently, it was said that the Duke of Dingbei could no longer perform. Not long after, More rumors spread that due to this, he had become moody, and any woman who approached him would be choked to death. It was also said that he had developed a twisted preference for gentle-looking men. During that time, families with daughters of marriageable age avoided Liu Shaoqing. To silence the gossip and appease the soldiers stationed in the north, the emperor ordered Liu Shaoqing to marry the prime minister's daughter, setting the wedding date for 10 days later. Before Liu Shaoqing could refuse, officials from the Ministry of Rites had already arrived at the duke's residence to handle the wedding arrangements. Liu Shaoqing. Silence was golden. Su Wanqing smiled gently, her smile bright and warm, carrying a sense of nonchalance. If your highness feels I am being wronged, let me share my thoughts, and I believe you will agree. From today onward, we will be a couple in name only. I will shield you from outside rumors, and you will provide me with a stable place and daily necessities. We will not disturb each other in our daily lives. If you have someone you like in the future, we can divorce, and I will not occupy the position of princess, ensuring you are not put in a difficult position. Before that, we can close the door and live our own lives. How does that sound? Liu Shaoqing's beautiful face finally showed a hint of change, looking at Su Wanqing with curiosity. Miss Su seems quite different from the rumors. Is it true that you are, as the world says, unable to perform, or do you prefer men? Su Wanqing spoke lightly, with a hint of gossip, while Liu Shaoqing nearly bit his tongue in shock. He doubted his ears. How could there be such a woman in the world? Simply audacious. After a moment, Liu Shaoqing regained his voice. I hope the princess keeps her word. I have official business to attend to, so I won't disturb your rest. Liu Shaoqing quickly stood up, his long legs hidden beneath the red robe, and he stepped out of the room. Mo Huai outside, hearing the commotion, came forward and closed the door again, not casting a single glance inside. Having long legs is impressive, huh? He doesn't even think to send some food over. No wonder he's a single dog. Su Wanqing realized her mistake. She was now his nominal princess, and they were both no longer single. Forget it. This princess is magnanimous and won't argue with a twisted young man. In Su Wanqing's eyes, Liu Shaoqing was just a very awkward young man. If it weren't for his good looks, she wouldn't even bother with him. There were only a few plates of dry snacks on the table, which looked unappetizing. Once she confirmed there were no other people around, Su Wanqing took out some wontons and steamed buns from her space and began to eat. This body had been malnourished for a long time, so she needed to eat lightly for a few days to nourish her stomach. Once her health improved, she could eat whatever she wanted. Su Wanqing always felt lucky. Her original world had been in a post-apocalyptic state for over a decade. Fortunately, she had gained a space from an ancient jade 3 days before the zombie outbreak, along with awakening her mutated wood powers. Sensing the rapid changes in plants, and drawing on her years of reading novels, Su Wanqing realized something was wrong. She began hoarding supplies, spending her millions to stockpile enough food and daily necessities for a lifetime in her space. During the early days of the zombie outbreak, she went out alone to gather supplies and met comrades who fought alongside her. Together, they formed a base, improved its infrastructure, and occasionally went out to clear zombies and battle mutated plants. For over a decade, Su Wanqing had not taken a single day off. At first, she pushed herself to grow and improve her strength, but later, she found herself at the forefront, entangled in many matters, losing her personal time. Rest became a luxury. Su Wanqing was struck by the self-detonation of a level 7 mutated beast during a battle, and when she woke up, she found herself in this historical dynasty, the Apocalypse Dynasty. She became the daughter of the Prime Minister and the newly married princess of the Duke of Dingbei, Su Wanqing. The original owner's mother was the legitimate wife of Prime Minister Su, who died during childbirth. When the original owner was 3, her stepmother, Wang, entered the household, leaving her a neglected child in the back courtyard. With the help of her mother's maid, Su, she grew up but faced difficulties. Su died one snowy night. Su Wanqing replayed the short life of the original owner in her mind while finishing the small steamed buns and wontons on the table. She used her weak powers to check this fragile body and stopped when she felt her energy was almost gone. The original owner had suffered from long-term abuse, often going hungry and cold, leaving her with many hidden ailments. However, Su Wanqing's wood-based powers had healing abilities, and it wouldn't take long to fully heal. Once her energy was spent and her thoughts were racing from just arriving in this world, Su Wanqing didn't even want to move her fingers. She walked slowly to the intricately designed big bed, kicked off her shoes, and climbed in. Finally, she could sleep peacefully without zombies, mutated plants, or endless tasks. Su Wanqing closed her eyes happily, exhaling deeply, feeling that even breathing was wonderful. No matter how loud the thunder or rain outside, she wouldn't be going out to look. In this life, no one could make her work hard. She wanted to be a lazy fish and catch up on all the sleep she missed in her last life. As dawn broke, someone knocked loudly on the door. "Miss, it's time to get up and wash up. You need to go to the palace to give thanks today," came the sharp voice of Xiao Tsui. Although she was a servant, her tone was full of arrogance, showing no respect for the person inside. Woken by the noise, Su Wanqing felt a flash of anger in her eyes, quickly hidden as she reminded herself that this was not the apocalypse and she couldn't kill people casually. The voice reminded her of its owner, Xiao Tsui, the only maid who accompanied the original owner. Xiao Tsui was originally a second-class maid in the Wang family. When the original owner got married, the Wang family gave Xiao Tsui to her, supposedly to serve her but actually to monitor her and control her life. When Xiao Tsui didn't get a response for a long time, she barged in and snapped, "Do you really think you're the princess? Making me wait outside for so long. Are you dead?" Seeing this in her memories was one thing, but experiencing it was another. Su Wanqing admired how the original owner had endured for so many years. Even a common maid dared to speak to her like this, showing how tough her life had been. The original owner had chosen to endure, but Su Wanqing would not. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked up to Xiao Tsui with a smile, slapping her face. "You know I'm the princess, yet you dare to be so disrespectful. Who gave you the courage?" Xiao Tsui was shocked and pointed at Su Wanqing. You. "I'm the lady's maid.
How dare you hit me?"
"The lady won't let you off easily." Su Wanqing slapped her a few more times and said, "This is the Duke of Dingbei's residence. Which lady do you serve? Lady Wang?"
"What?"
"The Prime Minister's wife has her hands in the Duke's affairs, sending a maid to teach the Duke's wife a lesson? I will be sure to ask the Emperor and the Empress how the Prime Minister's wife got such power to interfere with me, the princess." Xiao Tsui, not only dizzy from the slaps but also terrified by Su Wanqing's words, trembled. If the Emperor and Empress learned about the original owner's life in the residence, and that she was sent to monitor her, the lady would only face a few scoldings, but Xiao Tsui and her family would face dire consequences. Now, Xiao Tsui was no longer arrogant. She shook her head repeatedly, tears and snot all over her face, crying, "Miss Snow, Your Highness, please spare me. I only followed the lady's orders. I didn't mean to trouble you. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Get up and fetch water for me to wash. Didn't you say we were going to the palace?" Su Wanqing was too lazy to deal with her and turned to have her sent back to the Prime Minister's residence, where Lady Wang would take care of her. She was not the original owner, who would soften at a few tears. Yes, I'll go get water right away." Xiao Tsui hurriedly went to fetch water to serve Su Wanqing. After Su Wanqing was ready and secretly ate 2 warm buns, she went to the front courtyard. Lu Shaoqing was clearly waiting for her. Today, Su Wanqing wore a beautiful green princess outfit, her delicate face lightly made up, making her look like a peach blossom, with cherry-red lips and sparkling eyes full of life. Lu Shaoqing's gaze flickered, thinking that the old fox had indeed raised a good daughter. He looked at her with more curiosity. Su Wanqing was different from the girls in the capital. She had a calmness that came from experience, yet she was lively and charming, not at all weak like the other girls. At only 18, she exuded a sense of tranquility, as if nothing could pique her interest, making her seem carefree and easygoing. Years later, When Lu Shaoqing recalled this moment, he would still remember how Su Wanqing walked toward him in the morning light, her smile faint yet exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps it was then that a small crack opened in his heart, allowing her unique light to shine through. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Su Wanqing said lightly. "No worries, the timing is just right. Let's go," Lu Shaoqing replied, stepping out first. The carriage was already prepared, waiting outside. Lu Shaoqing stepped aside to let Su Wanqing in before following her inside. Mo Huai was the coachman today, and Xiao Cue was left in the residence to avoid any unnecessary trouble that Su Wanqing would have to deal with. Once they were settled, Mo Huai drove the carriage slowly forward. Though they were already husband and wife, this was only their second meeting, and the atmosphere in the carriage was momentarily awkward. Lu Shaoqing took out a food box from a compartment and said, "Have a snack. We don't know when we'll be able to leave the palace." "Thank you." Su Wanqing had eaten 2 buns, but seeing the beautiful and fragrant pastries, she couldn't resist taking a piece. Sweet and soft, it matched her taste perfectly. Her space had a preservation function, so the food was just as fresh as when she put it in. However, she hadn't had freshly made pastries in over 10 years, making her feel a bit complicated. Seeing that she liked it, Lu Shaoqing pushed the food box closer to her. Su Wanqing glanced at him. Not only was he handsome, but he also had a thoughtful nature. She concluded that he was someone she could get along with. When they arrived at the palace gate, the carriage stopped. They got out, and the guards, knowing that the Duke of Dingbei was entering the palace, greeted them properly before letting them in. If it had been the pre-apocalypse Su Wanqing, she would have praised the palace's exquisite architecture and grandeur. But having experienced the apocalypse, she instinctively began to observe her surroundings, silently noting the complex paths within the palace. After walking for about half an hour, they reached the Chengqian Hall. A young eunuch waiting outside quickly approached them and bowed. "I greet the Duke of Dingbei and the Duchess. The Emperor has ordered that you go directly to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace." "Has the Emperor already gone to the Empress Dowager's palace?" Lu Shaoqing asked. "Yes, Your Highness. The Emperor went to the Empress Dowager right after court, and he should be arriving soon," the eunuch replied. "Understood," Lu Shaoqing said, taking Su Wanqing's hand and heading toward the Sinang Palace. Su Wanqing couldn't help but complain in her heart. If they wanted us to go to the Empress Dowager, they should have said so earlier instead of waiting until we got here to redirect us. That dog Emperor is really something. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Shaoqing beside her, thinking, it seems this loyal general isn't favored by the Emperor. I hope it doesn't turn out like in the novels, with some kind of family confiscation or exile. I really don't want to move. The reason she made such a request last night was simply that Su Wanqing was too lazy to move. Staying in the Duke's residence was much better. No need to work hard, someone to serve her, and no complicated family dynamics. Most importantly, she didn't have to find a new place to live or deal with the back and forth of social relationships. In this life, she just wanted to be a lazy fish. When the two arrived at Sinang Palace, they could faintly hear laughter inside. The palace maid guarding the entrance slightly bowed and turned to announce their arrival. "Greetings to the King of Dingbei and the Princess of Dingbei. His Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress are already waiting inside. Please follow the maid into the palace." The maid who came to greet them was a senior maid beside the Empress Dowager. While her words seemed fine, Su Wanqing could sense the underlying meaning. Wasn't she implying they were late? If she said it directly, Su Wanqing would surely respond that they had arrived early. Once they entered the inner hall, they saw a room full of people. Besides the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress, there were 4 beautifully dressed women, who were likely the Emperor's 4 concubines. Su Wanqing lowered her eyes slightly and obediently followed Lu Shaoqing. Aside from the 3 most powerful figures, she could recognize the others by their clothing, but she didn't know anyone else, so she just followed Lu Shaoqing. "We, your humble servants, pay our respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress," The two stepped forward and bowed together.
Rise.
The king of Dingbei has finally married, and I have fulfilled my promise to General Liu, the emperor said with a smile, raising his hand to signal them to stand, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Thank you, your majesty, they replied in unison. Please sit. There are no strict rules here. This is the princess of Dingbei's first time in the palace, so there's no need to be overly formal, the Empress Dowager said warmly from her seat, her smile kind and gentle, like a benevolent elder looking at them. Thank you, Empress Dowager. The two bowed again and exchanged polite greetings with the four concubines before sitting on the stools brought by the maids. Su Wanqing had learned the proper etiquette before her wedding from the palace's teaching matron. However, since the original owner had been disheartened, she hadn't learned very well, so Su Wanqing's manners were not quite standard. But everyone present was perceptive, and with the Emperor and Empress Dowager there, no one would be rude enough to make sarcastic remarks. Su Wanqing did her best to play the role of a timid and ignorant fool, sitting silently and blankly. However, since they were there to express gratitude, it was impossible not to attract attention. The glances directed at her were mostly disdainful and mocking. The emperor nodded inwardly, thinking that Prime Minister Su had done well this time. A dull woman like her, with only beauty and no impact on his plans, was just fine. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes were downcast, and she couldn't see the disdainful looks thrown her way. All she could think about was whether she could take a nap. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager spoke. The daughters of the Su family are indeed all stunning. The princess of Dingbei looks virtuous and well-mannered. In the future, the Dingbei Palace will be entrusted to you. You should quickly help the palace grow. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes internally, stood up, and bowed, saying, Thank you for your kind words, Empress Dowager. I understand. The Empress Dowager's smile faded slightly, seeming dissatisfied with her response, but she said nothing more and graciously gifted Su Wanqing a set of ruby jewelry. Su Wanqing thanked her again. Before she could sit down, the Empress spoke lightly. Not long ago, I received some fine shoe brocade that matches the Princess of Dingbei perfectly. You should take it back and make a few outfits. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Su Wanqing smiled in gratitude, constantly reminding herself that this was ancient times, and she just needed to show respect and accept the gifts. She couldn't afford to offend anyone. It would be troublesome. And she hated trouble. Fine just this once. In the future, whoever wants to enter the palace can do so. She would just pretend to be sick and stay home. The emperor also smiled and rewarded them with a pair of jade rui, saying some grandiose words that Su Wanqing found meaningless. She and Liu Shaoqing respectfully bowed and thanked him. Su Wanqing thought they could wrap things up now. They had said what needed to be said and received their gifts. Surely the emperor, busy with state affairs, wouldn't have time to chat with them for long. But then the four concubines next to them put on their most sincere professional smiles and began to engage in mutual flattery. They discussed various topics, from how the Empress Dowager looked well today to what outfits they would wear at the emperor's birthday banquet in spring. Even though Su Wanqing maintained her blank expression, they pulled her into their compliments. They praised the Princess of Dingbei for her beauty, virtue, kindness, and talents, saying that all the women in the capital should follow her example. Shuanqing. When did this happen? Why was she unaware? Liu Shaoqing sipped tea to hide his nearly breaking expression. Su Wanqing couldn't understand what was happening. Although she didn't know much about history or the rules of the ancient court, she could guess that it was inappropriate for the emperor's concubines to be present during the new princess's court visit. Shouldn't they have avoided the situation? What was the emperor really up to? Was he sick? Was this meant to humiliate the king of Dingbei? Or to humiliate her, the newly appointed princess of Dingbei? Su Wanqing, who only knew about fighting, couldn't comprehend their thought processes, so she decided to stop thinking and continue to sit there, acting as a background figure. The atmosphere in the hall was harmonious, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. If Su Wanqing hadn't been sensitive to smells, she might not have noticed. After all, the scent of the makeup worn by these women was overwhelming. She couldn't understand how the emperor could stand it. Lu Shaoqing's expression remained unchanged, only responding with a word or two when the emperor addressed him. After a long while, it seemed everyone finally grew tired of talking. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling them to leave. The emperor stood up first, performed the customary bow, and then led everyone out of the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. The emperor was headed back to the Hall of Political Affairs, and everyone bowed to take their leave, dispersing. On the way, Su Wanqing asked in confusion, "What does the emperor mean by having a group of concubines sit with us for so long?" The empress usually speaks little. In past banquets, the 4 concubines handled various affairs. Today is the first day of the month, so they should have gone to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and happened to run into us, Lu Shaoqing explained. Su Wanqing nodded but still felt puzzled, not noticing that Lu Shaoqing's expression was growing worse. Suddenly, while she was still pondering, Su Wanqing felt a weight on her body. She looked and saw Lu Shaoqing's face pale, veins bulging on his forehead, large beads of sweat rolling down, and he was collapsing onto her. "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Should I call a doctor?" Su Wanqing asked. "It's nothing. Just help me out of the palace and back home," Lu Shaoqing said, enduring intense pain, his lips already devoid of color, as if those few words took all his strength. Seeing this, Su Wanqing quickly supported him and hurried toward the palace gate. Fortunately, they were not far from the gate, and Mo Huai, waiting outside, spotted them from a distance and rushed over. "Your Highness," Mo Huai saw Lu Shaoqing's condition and immediately understood that the poison in his body had flared up. Without a word, he picked him up and ran toward the carriage. Su Wanqing hurried after them, thinking she couldn't be that unlucky to become a widow right after crossing over. It was a pity for his handsome face and his cold, ethereal demeanor. Should she save him? It was truly a dilemma. Once in the carriage, Lu Shaoqing finally passed out, but his body continued to tremble, and his face grew even paler. Even in unconsciousness, he was enduring severe pain. "Princess, please take care of the king. We will return to the residence immediately. We have the medicine prepared by Dr. Xie for him," Mo Huai said hurriedly, cracking the whip in the air. The horses, hearing the sound, began to gallop quickly. "What happened to your highness? We were just at the palace gate. Why didn't we call a doctor from the palace?" Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask. "Our king has been poisoned. The palace doctors have no solution. Only Dr. Xie's medicine can suppress the poison in his body," Mo Huai briefly explained, focusing on driving the carriage. Su Wanqing saw that Lu Shaoqing looked extremely pained and wondered when the poison had flared up. He hadn't said a word until he had no strength left and leaned on her. She held Lu Shaoqing's hand, and an unusual energy entered his body. Within a minute, she was so frightened that she pulled her hand back. Wow, his body is so severely damaged. His organs are almost black. Even when not poisoned, he must be in constant pain. Surviving this means he's either the main character or a cockroach. Impressive, Su Wanqing muttered. The 3 of them settled Lu Shaoqing down. Uncle Fu watched him for a while, and seeing Lu Shaoqing's breathing gradually stabilize, he wiped away the tears at the corner of his eye and turned to Su Wanqing with a bow. "Old servant greets the princess. I am the housekeeper, Chen Fu. Since the princess entered the residence, you have become the lady of the Wang Fu. I dare to speak a few words." Uncle Fu looked at Su Wanqing with a hint of hope. When she nodded, he continued, "Our prince lost his parents at a young age and has no siblings to rely on. He has to guard against hidden dangers every day, which is why he always wears a cold expression. 3 years ago, the prince was ambushed on the battlefield. The arrow that struck him was smeared with deadly poison from the western regions. Fortunately, Dr. Xie was nearby gathering herbs and saved his life. However, the poison in the prince's body cannot be removed. For the past 3 years, he has suffered from its torment. Each time the poison flares up, his condition worsens. The prince knows his time is short and did not want to burden the princess, which is why he stayed in the study last night. Please forgive him and do not be angry with him. Just now, Manhwa has given him medicine to suppress the poison. Today, I ask the princess to take care of the prince. Manhwa, Yun, and I will take turns guarding outside. If the princess needs anything, please just let us know. After a pause, he added, the prince may be in a deep sleep for the next few days, so the princess need not worry too much.
Suwaning listened, a bit dazed.
They had clearly decided to rely on her. Not only had they taken her bed, but they were also playing the emotional card. She was to take care of someone who had just said he wanted to distance himself from her? Fine. She was the princess, and in their eyes, it was indeed her duty to care for Lu Shaoqing in this situation. They didn't see her as an outsider. Su Wanqing didn't know whether to sympathize with Lu Shaoqing or herself. She silently nodded in agreement, realizing she had no choice unless she left right now. Before she could say anything else, the three of them respectfully bowed to her and left, closing the door behind them. Su Wanqing thought they are quite polite. Well, she was the princess and everything she ate and drank came from the Wangfu. Watching Lu Shaoqing sleep wouldn't tire her out. If she got tired, she could sleep too. Once Uncle Fu and the others left, their respectful demeanor disappeared immediately. They split up and skillfully searched the Wangfu inside and out, ensuring it was safe. Manhwa stood guard outside Su Wanqing's room. Yun adjusted the defenses of the hidden guards, and Uncle Fu kept an eye on the servants to ensure no spies had infiltrated. In short, with the prince unconscious, the Wangfu was directly taken over by these three, ensuring not even a fly could enter. Su Wanqing walked to the bedside and looked at the pale, unconscious Lu Shaoqing. She sighed quietly. Such a handsome face shouldn't die like this. It would be a real shame. She needed to ensure her own survival too. A thread of special power entered Lu Shaoqing's body. With the medicine suppression, the poison seemed to have calmed down, but it was actually on the verge of collapse. If she didn't act, he might not last long. However, her current powers were still too weak to remove all the toxins and damage in his body at once. Su Wanqing quickly took out a crystal core from her space and sat cross-legged beside the bed to absorb it. With her experience from her past life and enough crystal cores to absorb, her power level quickly broke through to level 2. Still not enough. One by one, she absorbed the crystal cores, and the energy in her body grew denser. Finally, her bottleneck was broken, and her power reached level 3. After stabilizing her power, she stopped absorbing more cores and felt her body become incredibly light and comfortable. With the breakthrough, her physical strength increased significantly, and all hidden ailments in her body were repaired. If it weren't for the poor foundation of this body, her strength could have risen even further. Su Wanqing looked at Lu Shaoqing, whose complexion was becoming less pale. She extended her power into his body, helping to dissolve the toxins and repair his severely damaged meridians. After a quarter of an hour, she withdrew her hand. I didn't expect the poison to be so stubborn. Even level 3 powers can't completely resolve it. However, he is no longer in danger. With a few more treatments, or once my powers reach level 4, he can be completely cured. In her past life, the Power Center categorized abilities from level 1 to 9. Levels 1 to 3 are low tier, 4 to 6 are mid tier, and 7 to 9 are high tier. There might be even higher levels, but no one had ever broken through them. This system remained until her death. Lu Shaoqing on the bed had regained some color and was breathing steadily, looking like he could wake up at any moment. At that moment, a wave of hunger hit Su Wanqing. She hugged her stomach, feeling a bit wronged. In her past life, she had never neglected her stomach, but after 2 days here, she hadn't had a proper meal. Lu Shaoqing, I am your savior. When you wake up, treat me well. I want all the delicacies and feasts. Don't be stingy with me. Otherwise, I won't help you with the remaining poison. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at the door interrupted Su Wanqing's grand speech. She quickly tidied her hair and cleared her throat.
Come in.
Princess, how is the prince? I've had someone prepare lunch. Would you like to eat first? Uncle Fu entered, his eyes glancing at Lu Shaoqing on the bed. Uncle Fu, The prince's condition has stabilized a lot. You can come over and take a look. I'm also hungry. Should I eat outside or in the room? Su Wanqing asked. Thank you for taking care of the prince. It's good that he's fine. If the princess is tired, I can have someone bring the food to the room. I will guard the prince this afternoon, and you can rest. I'm not tired. Just have someone bring the food over. I'll keep watch this afternoon. All right, I'll go arrange that. Please wait a moment. Uncle Fu respectfully said before turning to leave. Before long, a servant and a maid entered with a tray, bringing dishes like sweet and sour ribs, emerald 8 treasure duck, wine-steamed young chicken, steamed mandarin fish, treasure bags, spicy lotus root, ginseng stewed pigeon, and several exquisite desserts. Princess, the kitchen didn't know your taste, so they prepared their best dishes today. If there's anything you don't like, please let me know, and I'll have them make something else, Uncle Fu said respectfully after introducing the dishes. Uncle Fu, you don't need to be so polite. I'm not picky. These are already great, but is there something else? Su Wanqing noticed Uncle Fu seemed to have more to say, and asked, Princess, according to custom, you should return to your family tomorrow. Given the prince's condition, he won't be able to accompany you back. However, I have prepared a list of gifts for you to review. If you're not satisfied, I can change it, he said, pulling out a prepared list from his sleeve and handing it to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing took the list and saw the items on it, thinking, how could such good things be given to that worthless father of hers? Absolutely not. So she smiled and said, Uncle Fu, my dowry should still be in the storeroom, right? Yes, it's in the small storeroom in your courtyard, and no one has touched it, Uncle Fu replied. Tomorrow, have someone return it to the Su residence intact as a return gift. Also, send back my maid, Xiao Chui, who came with me to the palace. I can't afford such a maid. As for me and the prince, just say he's unwell and needs my close care, so I won't be going back, Su Wanqing said, handing the list back to Uncle Fu. She had received the original owner's memories and knew that the Wang family had prepared a dowry that seemed grand, but was actually worth less than 200 taels of silver, which was quite troublesome for her. She had learned about the useless items in her dowry from overhearing a conversation between Wang and her daughter, Su Qingyue, before the wedding. Uncle Fu, as the housekeeper, knew that the princess was not favored in the Xiang residence, but he didn't know what her life was like there. However, now that the prince was unconscious, the princess was the master of the Wang Fu, and whatever she said would be followed. Yes, princess. Is there anything else you need? Uncle Fu asked after thinking. No, just keep these items safe. They belonged to the Wang Fu, and as Su Wanqing slept, she was unaware that on the other side of the large bed, Lu Shaoqing suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, sleeping very restlessly. Lu Shaoqing sat up abruptly, startling Su Wanqing awake. She opened her eyes to find his bloodthirsty gaze filled with killing intent. Mo Huai, who was waiting outside, heard the commotion and rushed in anxiously. Your Highness, you're awake. That's great. Are you all right? He asked the last part cautiously, knowing that the prince usually fell into a deep sleep for at least 3 days after being poisoned, and would remain weak for several days after waking. This time, he had only slept for half a day and was already exuding a strong aura of killing intent. Mo Huai felt a chill in his heart. Lu Shaoqing looked at the person before him, feeling the real texture of the blanket in his hands. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, the overwhelming killing intent had been well concealed. I am fine. Where are Fu Bo and Mo Yun? Lu Shaoqing's voice trembled slightly, but it was hard to detect unless one listened closely. Fu Bo is handling the arrangements for the princess's return tomorrow. Mo Yun is patrolling outside the palace. Mo Yu and Mo Feng have been sent on a mission and have not returned yet, Mo Huai replied. Immediately send a message for Mo Yu and Mo Feng to return. Go call Fu Bo and Mo Yun and wait for me in the study, Lu Shaoqing said, his gaze towards Mo Huai softening, though his tone carried a hint of urgency. Mo Huai did not dare to delay, quickly bowed in response, and left. As soon as Mo Huai closed the door behind him, the room fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkwardly strange. Lu Shaoqing lowered his gaze, a storm brewing inside him. Vivid, brutal scenes flashed through his mind. Everything felt so real, not a dream. He was certain he had experienced it all. So, had he returned?
But why?
Did the memories of these past 2 days feel different? Unless. With this thought, Lu Shaoqing slowly raised his head to look at Su Wanqing, a hint of barely noticeable killing intent flickering in his eyes. Su Wanqing, naturally perceptive, noticed it but did not care. With a smile, she leaned back against the bed. Want to kill me? That depends on whether the Northern King has the ability to do so. The way Lu Shaoqing had reacted upon waking and the way he looked at her now were completely different from before his coma. If she were still the original her, she might have been confused, but after experiencing the rebirth and having developed keen observation skills and reflexes during her years in the apocalypse, she was certain that Lu Shaoqing was not quite right. Perhaps, like her body, he had also changed fundamentally. Lu Shaoqing was secretly shocked. This person was certainly not the weak princess who should have died long ago. Her keen perception was something even the most skilled observer, Mo Yun, could not achieve. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Who are you?" "Where is my princess?" Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow and replied, "Believe it or not, I am your princess. I am not pretending, nor was I sent by anyone." Lu Shaoqing was momentarily confused. His mind was in turmoil, making it hard to concentrate, but Su Wanqing did not seem to be lying. Could it be that he, like her, had died and returned? Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Su Wanqing continued, "As we agreed last night, I just want to live quietly in the back courtyard of the palace. I do not wish to get involved in anything, and you can rest assured about that. Since I am the Northern King's princess, I will not do anything harmful to the palace. I mean what I say. It's up to you whether you believe it. If you are still the person I agreed with last night, if not, and if he had other ambitions or purposes, she wouldn't mind causing some trouble, changing her living situation, or killing him directly." Su Wanqing considered which option would be more beneficial for her, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Lu Shaoqing, already in a confused state, was suddenly shocked by Su Wanqing's last remark. The woman before him seemed weak, yet her presence was so commanding that it drew his attention, exuding a heavy sense of pressure, like a female warrior who had survived countless battles, dangerous, yet beautiful. Strangely, Lu Shaoqing felt she was like him, cold, proud, and lonely, but without hatred in her eyes. After a moment, Lu Shaoqing slowly spoke, "It seems I cannot allow the princess to stay safely in the palace. If you are willing, you can come with me. I will ensure your safety." Lu Shaoqing followed his instincts and chose to trust the person before him. He had already sent people to investigate Su Wanqing's life in the Su family. If they divorced now, not only would the emperor react, but Prime Minister Su would definitely not let his daughter live. He instinctively felt that Su Wanqing, as a woman, needed protection.
Su Wanqing.
Who would protect whom was still uncertain. Hearing this, Su Wanqing frowned and asked, "Is the emperor no longer able to tolerate you? Is he going to seize the Northern King's palace?" Wasn't that how it was written in the novels she had read? When a prince or general gained too much power, the emperor wanted to eliminate them without taking the blame, so he would find excuses of treason to seize their homes and exile them. As the Northern King's princess, would she also be exiled? Could she still escape now? Lu Shaoqing rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. His princess was truly brave, saying whatever came to mind. Now he was even more certain that she was not the weak young lady from the Prime Minister's residence who had been oppressed for years. He cleared his throat and said, "Not exactly. In 3 days, there will be news of war from the border. The emperor has ordered me to lead troops into battle." Lu Shaoqing did not want to say more. 1. Because such unbelievable matters were not something he would easily share with others, and 2. Because she was a woman, and he feared it might frighten her.
Su Wanqing.
Would I be scared? I could scare you to death with just a word. How do you know about the events in 3 days?
Could it be?
You are not just reborn, but have time traveled. If she hadn't helped Lu Shaoqing purge the poison from his body, he might not have woken up in 3 days. Even if he did wake up, he would be too weak to lead troops into battle. The emperor must have lost his mind or wanted him dead. Lu Shaoqing's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Su Wanqing in shock. Even now, he could hardly believe he had returned, yet she knew. How did she know? Could it be she was also? Could it be that you are too? Lu Shaoqing didn't even realize the urgency and tremor in his voice. He desperately wanted to know if he had truly returned, that it wasn't just a dream. Su Wanqing confirmed that he had indeed been reborn. I am not. To be precise, I am not from your era. I traveled here from a world thousands of years in the future, and the original owner of this body was already dead when I arrived. Also, I am not a monster or a ghost. I am just like you, a human, only we live in different times or perhaps different dimensions, Su Wanqing said frankly. Since he already knew her secret, and they were now bound together, revealing it would make many future matters easier. If she didn't say it, he probably wouldn't share details about what would happen in the future. Then Su Wanqing briefly explained what time travel was. No matter how strong Lu Shaoqing's heart was, it took him a while to accept what had happened to both of them. Now, he could be completely sure that Su Wanqing was not working for the emperor, nor was she a spy sent by anyone.
No wonder.
Last time when I entered the bridal chamber, she had already lost her breath. The emperor summoned me to the palace that night, making me kneel in the imperial study for a whole hour before letting me go. Later, I learned that a faint incense was burning in the study that night. It was harmless to ordinary people, but could trigger the poison in my body. After Mo Huai took me out of the palace, I fell into a coma. 3 days later, news of enemy activity came from the border. Before I could wake up, the emperor ordered me to lead troops into battle. Mo Huai and Mo Yun fought desperately to escort me to the border, but we were met with rejection at the city gates. By then, I was already at my limit, unable to even stand, watching helplessly as Mo Huai and the others were shot dead by arrows from within the city. Mo Feng and Mo Yu died avenging us, surrounded by the city guards and barbarian cavalry. In his previous life, Lu Shaoqing had woken up while they were on their way to the border. They had originally planned to reach the border in half a month by speeding up their journey, but they encountered a rare earthquake along the way. They survived against all odds, making it through the earthquake zone to the border. When Lu Shaoqing regained consciousness, he found himself in the emperor's hall of diligence. He overheard a conversation between the emperor and the crown prince, confirming many of his suspicions. 3 years ago, he was ambushed from behind by the leader of the emperor's shadow guards, who was ordered to kill him as the war was about to end. Fortunately, he survived thanks to Dr. Xia. After being shot, the chaos allowed him to escape, as Mo Huai and the others were too busy saving him to pursue the enemy. In the 3 years since returning to the capital, the emperor had not acted against him again, partly due to fear of his reputation in the military and the Lu family army behind him. Additionally, he was severely poisoned and could not use his internal power, so keeping him alive helped maintain balance in the court. During this time, rumors about him grew in the capital. The emperor felt it was time to eliminate him, but the Duke of Beiping's residence was like an iron fortress, making it impossible for even the most skilled shadow guard to infiltrate. Thus, they devised a plan to let his poison act up. Previously, the crown prince had secretly colluded with the barbarian prince Wu Mu, sending news of the war to the borders. The emperor ordered Lu Shaoqing to go to battle, where they could not only kill him but also draw out the Lu family army, loyal only to him, to eliminate them all at once. This way, the emperor would rid himself of a major threat, and the barbarian forces would lose a formidable general. Even though Lu Shaoqing had already figured out these matters, hearing them confirmed made his blood boil and his spirit unstable. It was shocking that a ruler and a crown prince would conspire with foreign enemies. With such leaders, the entire dynasty was bound to be doomed. His grandfather, father, and uncles all died in battle, and the Lu family had served the royal family for generations, only to be met with suspicion and jealousy. He was aware of the emperor's wariness towards the Lu family, but as a member of the family, he had been taught since childhood by his grandfather and father not to oppose the royal family. Unexpectedly, his repeated concessions only intensified the emperor's suspicions. Lu Shaoqing trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he wanted to rush forward and strangle that tyrant, but his body couldn't touch anything, no matter how exhausted he was. Not wanting to stay in the capital, Lu Shaoqing drifted aimlessly, losing track of time, perhaps a month, or maybe 6 months, or a year. The cries of children on the roadside snapped him back to reality. Looking around, he saw people everywhere, looking like skeletons, their faces pale and waxy, lying haphazardly. He floated past, hearing many shouting for water and children crying out, "Hungry! This is a refugee crisis." Lu Shaoqing moved quickly, witnessing cracked earth, yellowing leaves, and dried-up rivers. From that day on, he began to pay attention to time, 3 years of severe drought. Then came 6 months of continuous heavy rain, turning the south into a vast ocean while the north faced flash floods. Before people could catch their breath, temperatures plummeted overnight, and heavy snow covered the land. Only 1 in 10 of the surviving citizens remained, leading to the complete collapse of the dynasty and chaos across the land. When Lu Shaoqing opened his eyes again, he saw red curtains and the sleepy face of Su Wanqing. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion or a dream. He had grown accustomed to floating in the air, and the sudden real sensation beneath him left him dazed. Seeing someone he thought was dead made his already confused mind even more bewildered. After Mo pulled him back to reality, he gradually regained his ability to think. When Su Wanqing heard that the world was about to face various natural disasters, she sighed in frustration. Why was it so hard to just relax? Was she cursed to face disasters everywhere? Scenes from her past life, filled with zombies, mutated plants, and battles with humans, flashed in her mind. This place, though lacking zombies and mutated creatures, would still be another apocalypse. Su Wanqing collapsed onto the bed, thinking, let it all be destroyed. She didn't want to try anymore. It was too hard. Don't worry, I will be here. This time we will all survive, Lu Shaoqing said. Even if he couldn't find the antidote in the end, he would prepare a safe retreat for those around him and the Lu family army, gathering enough supplies to ensure their survival. Su Wanqing shook her head and sighed heavily before saying, "How much supplies can you prepare in such a short time?" Drought means high temperatures, making food preservation extremely difficult. Then there will be heavy rains, extreme cold, and wars. The demand for food will only increase. Moreover, we have to avoid the emperor's eyes and ears. In this situation, how can you be sure how much supplies can safely reach the north? Lu Shaoqing fell silent. These were indeed problems. But there would always be a solution. He planned to have Mo and Mo Feng lead the Lu family army to gather supplies from various places, which was better than having nothing like in his past life. He immediately began to think of solutions and various arrangements. "I have a way, but it depends on whether you are willing to believe me," Su Wanqing said as she sat up. Although dying was easy, she still wanted to live. This was a dynasty where power reigned supreme. Both she and Lu Shaoqing had secrets. If they worked together well, she would have a much easier life than in her past. Lu Shaoqing thought for a moment and decided to trust her. Whether from their time together or their recent conversation, Su Wanqing had a way of putting him at ease and making him instinctively trust her. So he said, "I naturally trust the princess. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shared my past life. What plan do you have? And is my early awakening due to you?" Though Lu Shaoqing had just been reborn, he still possessed the ability to think and analyze. He sensed the changes in his body. Besides Su Wanqing, no one else could have awakened him early. Su Wanqing smiled lightly, pleased with his understanding. She briefly explained her origins and some modern matters, showing him her space and her wood-based abilities. If she hadn't helped him with the poison, she could have easily hidden her powers. But since she had already revealed them, she had no regrets and no need to hide. "See? My space can store supplies. Whatever goes in looks the same when taken out," Su Wanqing said, noticing Lu Shaoqing's dazed expression, which made her smile. She unconsciously moved a bit closer. A faint fragrance wafted into Lu Shaoqing's nose. The girl's bright, clear eyes sparkled, her long lashes curled, and her delicate nose stood out. Her full, red lips glistened, radiating endless allure. Her hair was slightly messy from just waking up, adding a touch of lazy beauty to her appearance. At that moment, her eyes lacked the usual vigilance and coldness, resembling a fairy who had suddenly entered his world. Lu Shaoqing's heart skipped a beat, his usually stern face softened, and the hidden hostility within him seemed to calm. He had never been this close to a woman in either of his lives, and the proximity left him feeling awkward. He quickly turned his head to hide his flustered expression, but his reddening ears betrayed his thoughts. Su Wanqing, focused on showcasing her space, didn't notice. Lu Shaoqing forced himself to calm down, not only because of the excitement in his heart but also due to Su Wanqing's displayed abilities. If he hadn't experienced something similar himself, he might truly doubt the existence of divine beings in this world. From now on, you must not show your abilities to anyone else. If those with ill intentions find out, such a miraculous power will surely attract their envy, and all sorts of schemes will follow. Moreover, there are countless capable people in this world. We must not be careless. But you don't need to worry too much. With me around, I will ensure your safety.
And thank you.
Lu Shaoqing spoke seriously, his words revealing a concern he wasn't even aware of. Lu Shaoqing knew that without Su Wanqing, even if he could be reborn, he wouldn't be able to do much. Ultimately, death awaited him. It was she who saved him, allowing him to see a glimmer of light in an endless abyss. Su Wanqing felt she was going crazy. The way the man looked at her inexplicably made her heart race. Since her parents passed away in her previous life, she had lived alone. When the apocalypse began, she trained hard to ensure no one would dare to provoke her. Later, when she had comrades fighting alongside her, she still charged to the front, and everyone got used to that side of her. No one ever thought she could get tired or want to hide and rest sometimes. Su Wanqing had prepared to kill him immediately if he had any bad intentions, but it seemed that overly handsome face was saved. Now that she had chosen Lu Shaoqing as an ally, telling him was also to ensure he would cover for her in the future. In this era where imperial power reigned supreme, Lu Shaoqing had his own influence, which could save her a lot of trouble. Of course, if he had other thoughts in the future, she wouldn't hold back either. Being good-looking wouldn't matter. Su Wanqing's thoughts twisted and turned, but it was just a matter of a few breaths as she firmly suppressed her rebellious heart and smiled slightly. Of course, I'm not foolish. I won't tell anyone else besides you, and I also have the ability to protect myself. Once my powers improve, I can completely eliminate the poison in your body, and you can live like a normal person without suffering daily from excruciating pain. It seemed something in Lu Shaoqing's heart broke through the surface, adding vitality to his dim life, and he revealed his first smile after waking up. The whole room seemed to brighten a little as he sincerely said, "Thank you, princess. Is there anything you want? I will do my best to get it for you." Su Wanqing's heart, which she had just managed to calm, started racing again. Why was he smiling for no reason? She cleared her throat to hide her fluster. Next, we will face various natural disasters, so we need to prepare enough supplies to give me more security. Besides, don't you have 5,000 troops from the Lu family? That's enough for at least 5 years' worth of supplies for 5,000 people. I don't know how much you'll need. You can calculate that. I'll just be in charge of keeping it safe. Letting Lu Shaoqing handle everything meant once everything was ready, she could relax. Although it was a bit troublesome to be with them, just thinking about being a mobile warehouse in the future without having to struggle at the front made her feel happy. By the way, didn't you say you encountered an earthquake shortly after leaving the capital? How much longer until it happens, and where is the epicenter? Su Wanqing adjusted her expression and asked. The earthquake will occur in 7 days. In my previous life, when I received the imperial decree to leave the capital, I was weak, so our journey was slow. After 7 days, we had just entered Liang County when the earthquake struck before we could even enter the city. Lu Shaoqing recalled the scene when they entered the city after the earthquake. The entire county had turned into ruins, countless citizens were injured or dead, and the cries of despair echoed everywhere, a scene he would never forget. Then we need to prepare supplies quickly and speed up our journey after leaving the capital to pass through the earthquake's epicenter as soon as possible, Su Wanqing said. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. You should rest for a bit. I'll take you out tonight, Lu Shaoqing replied, quickly getting dressed and heading to the study. Su Wanqing decided not to sleep anymore. She casually gathered her hair and began searching for her clothes. The modern clothes in her space, except for her underwear, couldn't be worn here. There were no women in the royal residence, so she had to prepare her own clothes and shoes. The dowry prepared by the Wang family was packed in boxes, hidden from view to prevent tampering, but her clothes were out in the open. The Wang family still cared about their reputation, using only the finest fabrics. Su Wanqing walked to a redwood box in the corner, the only item brought into the bridal chamber with her. Inside were 4 sets of clothes for each season, 5 pairs of shoes and socks, and only 2 sets of undergarments. Each outfit was soft to the touch and in colors suitable for her age. Su Wanqing stored the box in her space. She turned around and began to carefully examine the room she had stayed in for a night. It seemed the Dingbei Wang residence was quite wealthy. She slept on a beautifully carved bed, adorned with vivid cloud patterns, and even the headboard was inlaid with fine gemstones. The decorations in the room were exquisite and elegant, clearly carved from high-quality jade and emerald. The paintings on the walls were detailed and lifelike. Today, the Empress Dowager had rewarded her with a complete set of headpieces. The Empress had given her 5 bolts of shoe brocade, and the Emperor had gifted her a pair of jade rui, which Fu Bo had already placed in her room, now arranged on a row of low tables against the wall. After inspecting them, Su Wanqing stored them all in her space. In addition to these, the wardrobe also contained several sets of Lu Shaoqing's clothes, which Fu Bo had likely placed there in advance. She planned to store the wardrobe and the large bed she liked when she left. Just as she finished looking around, Fu Bo arrived with the keys to the storeroom. Su Wanqing accepted the keys, inquired about the storeroom's location, and let Fu Bo get back to work. She decided to explore the residence herself. The Dingbei Wang residence couldn't be described as luxurious, but it exuded wealth. Yes, just wealth. Su Wanqing admitted she was shallow, but only money and abundant resources could give her a sense of security. As she walked through a uniquely designed corridor, she was amazed by a large artificial lake. Truly, wealthy people were something else. She thought the beautifully designed pavilions were already extravagant, but it turned out her perspective was limited. It was still late April, yet several lotus flowers had already revealed their pink buds in the lake. The sunlight sparkled on the water's surface, surrounded by artificial hills and lush bamboo. With the beautiful weather today, it was truly breathtaking.
Ah, Su Wanqing Said.
What a shame such a beautiful scene would be abandoned by its owner. She decided to take the surrounding rocks and hills with her when she left. If she had time, she could also dig up the bamboo forest and replant it later. Silently giving herself a thumbs up, she thought she was a diligent and frugal person. Once she reached this point, Su Wanqing didn't want to walk any further. She feared she wouldn't be able to control herself from wanting to immediately store anything beautiful she saw. They still had to stay here for 2 more days, and with so many people around, if they suddenly saw so many things disappear, it would surely cause a commotion. She decided to wait until they left to collect them. Just as she returned to the courtyard, Fu Bo came to invite her to the front yard for dinner. Su Wanqing turned to follow Fu Bo when a familiar voice interrupted her. "Princess, let me accompany you. I can help serve you and the prince during the meal." Su Wanqing turned to see the maid Xiaotsue, whom she had forgotten. Dressed in a green pleated skirt with embroidered peony flowers at the cuffs and collar, her fair face was lightly made up, making her look charming yet slightly seductive. If it weren't for her poor impression of Xiaotsue, she would have wanted to compliment her beauty. "Oh, you want to serve me? Then you better be careful. If you make me unhappy, I might not hold back," Su Wanqing said lightly, with a smile. Her words made Xiaotsue's hair stand on end. She suddenly recalled how Su Wanqing had gripped her neck that morning, and she took a step back in fear, looking at her in terror. Are you scared now? Do you still want to follow me? Su Wanqing asked casually, as if discussing the pleasant weather. Xiao Tsue wanted to say she wouldn't follow, but she didn't dare defy the princess's orders. Moreover, Su Wanqing had just married into the Wang residence and had no one to rely on. She certainly wouldn't dare to be too reckless in front of the prince. So, gathering her courage, she said, "Serving the princess is my duty. How could I be afraid? Please don't dislike me. I will serve you wholeheartedly." Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow. Her smile on a cool spring night. Two shadows silently moved through the deserted streets. Outside a mansion in Yongmen Alley, Su Wanqing looked around and, seeing no one, jumped into the courtyard, followed closely by Lu Shaoqing. They had come to the residence of the Minister of Revenue, Lu Jingxian. Lu Shaoqing had long been stationed at the border, and half of the military supplies sent by the court ended up in Lu Jingxuan's pockets. Most of the time, Lu Shaoqing used his own money to support the soldiers at the frontier. Just because he didn't care before didn't mean he was unaware of their secret actions. He simply didn't want to stir trouble. The Lu family was already in a precarious position, and he didn't want to add to the burden of shame for his grandfather and father. Now the loyal Lu Shaoqing was gone. This time, he would no longer hold back. No one would trample on him anymore. They put on plastic cartoon masks collected by Su Wanqing in her past life. To avoid alarming anyone, they quickly used sleeping gas to knock out everyone in the mansion, including Lu Jingxian, who was in the study with his concubine. The two worked perfectly together, and after successfully incapacitating everyone, they began to empty the entire Lu residence. They first entered Lu Jingxuan's study. Su Wanqing was curious and wanted to take a look, but Lu Shaoqing covered her eyes and told her to wait outside. He went in and covered the two with clothes before allowing Su Wanqing to enter and collect items. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes. Had she never seen anything like this before? If she hadn't been so busy in her past life, she could have joined them in watching films from the island. However, the Minister of Revenue was indeed a greedy man. Everything in the study was a priceless treasure. The paintings and calligraphy on the walls were clearly not ordinary items, and the low tables, desks, and couches were all made of precious wood. Su Wanqing didn't miss a single thing, collecting everything into her space. Lu Jingxian and his concubine could only lie on the cold floor. Turning to a row of bookshelves against the wall, they discovered a hidden passage behind them, just wide enough for a person to pass through. They exchanged glances, and Lu Shaoqing went in first. Inside, the sight nearly blinded Su Wanqing. Gold, silver, and jewels materialized before her eyes. Various gold and silver jewelry filled 15 large boxes, all open, likely to satisfy Lu Jingxuan's peculiar tastes. There were 30 boxes of silver ingots weighing 10 taels each and 20 boxes of 5-tael gold ingots. Su Wanqing collected everything without leaving a single piece behind. Next, they raided the various storerooms in the Lu residence, filled with rare treasures, gold, silver, ginseng, and other valuable items, leaving Su Wanqing dazzled. She decided not to look anymore and just collected everything into her space. Lu Shaoqing went from being surprised by her collecting to getting used to it, throwing her many appreciative glances. They moved through the front yard, backyard, kitchen, and even collected the chickens, ducks, fish, and shrimp from the water tank, as well as the grains from the granary and horses from the stable. Anything that could fit into her space was taken. With Su Wanqing's wood-based abilities to search, they ensured that not a single coin would be found in the Lu residence. As they left, Su Wanqing suddenly felt she might have been too ruthless, but before she could speak, Lu Shaoqing took her in another direction. "Since your space can hold so much, let's visit the prince's residence, the Minister of Rights Wang's house, and the residence of Minister Chen from the cabinet. I also know the location of the Internal Affairs Minister's private residence. We might be short on time, but if you're tired, we can visit the last few places tomorrow night." Su Wanqing's smile widened as she listened, appreciating that Lu Shaoqing was not a narrow-minded person. "You missed one place, the Su residence, my family home. Shouldn't we pay a visit there? Su Wanqing said mischievously, like a cat that had stolen a fish. She couldn't possibly be tired. With the supplies in hand, she felt energized. They exchanged silent smiles, understanding each other's thoughts without needing words. As night deepened, the sleeping nobles had no idea that many wealthy families in the capital were being emptied that night. In some cases, the women's clothing in the backyards remained, while in worse cases, only their undergarments were left. In the early hours, to save time, Su Wanqing took out a two-wheeled electric scooter, and with Lu Shaoqing, they roamed from one mansion to another, thoroughly cleaning out those places. They gathered a large amount of gold, silver, silk, rare treasures, and antiques, countless medicinal herbs and spices, enough rice, flour, oil, chicken, duck, and meat to feed over 1,000 people for 2 to 3 months. The total amount of silver notes added up to over 500,000 taels. Finally, they arrived at the Su residence, the original owner's family home. Su Chongxiang and Wang Shi were indeed a perfect match. Both liked to hide gold under their beds and silver notes in hidden compartments by their beds. Su Wanqing found everything easily. What could she say about them? Could they not be a bit more clever? What surprised them was discovering 2 underground rooms of over 1,000 square feet in the Su residence, filled to the brim with unhulled rice, high-quality wheat, various beans, lard, vegetable oil, cured meats, and brightly colored dried vegetables, as well as boxes of bird's nest, sea cucumber, and abalone. Moreover, the visible food supplies in the Su residence were more than double those in other mansions. Now, all of it was in Su Wanqing's space. How could Su Chongxiang stockpile so much food? Did he know something in advance? Su Wanqing wondered aloud. Most noble families in the capital had many members, and with maids and servants, there were at least 100 people, so stockpiling food wasn't unusual. But the Su residents had hoarded so much easily preserved food in such a secret underground room, which was quite intriguing. Who knows? We both have such strange encounters. Perhaps others do too. Tomorrow, let the secret guards investigate if there have been any unusual happenings in the Su residence recently. Hurry and put everything into your space. Dawn is approaching, and we need to get back, Lu Shaoqing said. Su Wanqing nodded and quickly stored everything away, ensuring that not a single grain of rice could be found in the Su residence. She also found the dowry left for her by her mother in the storage room of Wang Shi's courtyard. Suddenly, Su Wanqing felt a surge of excitement. Wang Shi and her daughter Su Qingyue had bullied the original owner for over 10 years, and the original owner had never been free of injuries. After the original owner's wet nurse passed away, she lived worse than an ordinary maid in the minister's residence. Having taken on the original owner's memories, Su Wanqing felt the same resentment. How could she endure this? This grudge must be avenged, and since they would soon leave the capital, they might not meet again. It was better to settle the score now. Su Wanqing first went to Su Qingyue's courtyard, which had already been emptied. She directly entered Su Qingyue's room, collecting various rare items and 5 large boxes of jewelry from the dressing table, along with unworn clothes and shoes from the cabinet. She discarded the worn ones. She also happily accepted over 2,000 taels of silver notes hidden in a box by Su Qingyue. Su Qingyue slept soundly on the bed, with a little maid guarding her side. The effects of the sleeping gas had not worn off yet, and she was deeply asleep. Su Wanqing took out a so-called permanent red marker and drew all over Su Qingyue's smooth face. When Su Qingyue woke up and saw her face tomorrow, she would surely be shocked. Then, she took out a bottle containing a powder made from a mutated plant. Once this powder touched the skin, it would cause unbearable itching. If one could resist scratching, the itch would gradually fade after 3 days. But if one scratched and damaged the skin, the pain would multiply. Even after 10 days, the affected areas would not only scar but also retain toxins, causing more itching and pain with the slightest touch. After finishing, Su Wanqing hurriedly told Lu Shaoqing, "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to send a little gift to my dear stepmother. I'll be back soon." As she spoke, she rode off on the electric scooter. Lu Shaoqing wanted to tell her to slow down, but the words caught in his throat. In less than 10 minutes, Su Wanqing returned, smiling. Okay, let's hurry back. It's almost dawn. Next time, don't ride so fast. I'll wait for you, Lu Shaoqing said gently. What he didn't say was that during the time Su Wanqing was gone, he had gone to Su Chongxiang's room and drawn a very realistic turtle on his face. When the two returned home, dawn was approaching. Su Wanqing was not tired but was struggling to keep her eyes open due to sleepiness. She randomly grabbed a few snacks and, half asleep, walked toward the bed, saying, "Take all the silver notes to buy supplies. Don't buy everything in the capital. Send people to purchase in the prefectures we pass through so we can collect them along the way. Also, don't just buy food. Get herbs, salt, cloth, cotton, charcoal, meat, and so on. Okay, I will arrange everything. You just need to collect it when the time comes. You haven't slept all night. You should rest first. I'll handle some matters in the study," Lu Shaoqing said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he watched her struggle with fatigue while worrying about supplies. In her past life, how much had she gone through to make such a fragile woman so strong and knowledgeable? The zombies and mutated plants she had dealt with, and the many who had died at her hands, were all crying out in despair. If you call that female demon weak, what are you thinking?
Su Wanqing.
I'm weak. How would I know? Aren't you tired? Don't you want to sleep for a bit before dealing with things? Su Wanqing said softly, half lying on the bed. She looked so obedient and had a hint of natural charm. Her almond eyes glistened with sleepiness, and her pretty face showed a look of confusion as she gazed at Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing could hear his own heartbeat, and his fingers clenched involuntarily under his sleeves. He struggled to maintain his composure, but his face slightly flushed. After a moment, he finally found his voice. "You should rest first. I'll take a short nap in the study after I finish my work." Without waiting for Su Wanqing to respond, he strode out, moving even faster than when he left the bridal chamber last night.
Su Wanqing blinked in confusion.
What was wrong with him? Then she remembered they were about to set off and had many things to handle, so she tilted her head and fell asleep. Before drifting off, she thought to herself that partnering with him was a good decision. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had time to sleep. Su Wanqing woke up at just the right time. Uncle Fu was instructing people to prepare lunch and was about to call her when she smelled the food and came over. "Princess." "Greetings, Princess." Uncle Fu and the kitchen staff hurriedly bowed when they saw Su Wanqing approach. Su Wanqing waved her hand. No need for formalities. "Where is the prince? Have you rested well, Princess?" Before Uncle Fu could answer, Lu Shaoqing entered through a side door connected to the main hall, looking as if he hadn't lost any sleep. "Not bad. Let's eat. I'm a bit hungry," Su Wanqing said with a slight smile. As they reached the table, Su Wanqing looked at the spread of various dishes, different from last night, and nearly drooled. Having experienced the apocalypse, she had a strong obsession with food. Now that they faced various natural disasters ahead, that obsession grew even deeper. "Lu Shaoqing, can you ask the cooks to make more dishes? I can store them in my space, and we can eat together when it's inconvenient to cook on the road." It wasn't greed. The cooks were just that good. Even a simple mushroom chicken porridge was at a banquet level, flavorful and aromatic. The crystal shrimp dumplings were juicy and delicious, nearly making her swallow her tongue. Then there was the drunken fish and honey-glazed roast duck, her absolute favorites. Su Wanqing silently calculated how likely it would be to run away with a chef if Lu Shaoqing gave her too much work in the future. If Lu Shaoqing knew she thought this way, he would surely send guards to keep the royal chef safe. "Don't worry, I've already arranged it. The kitchen has made a batch of buns and pastries, which are in the next courtyard. After we finish eating, we'll collect them. The kitchen is still busy making various snacks, and they'll start preparing hot dishes in the afternoon. We'll store them while they're still warm. Also, Mo Huai has already bought a batch of food supplies. We need to collect them. The storage is almost full." Neither of them noticed how casual their conversation had become. Lu Shaoqing had unconsciously switched from referring to himself as this Prince Tuai, as if they were a long-time married couple, understanding each other's plans with just a glance. Such speed? But be careful. I think someone is watching us outside the palace, Su Wanqing said, swallowing a piece of sweet and sour ribs, her expression serious. In fact, she had sensed it yesterday, but since those people didn't seem hostile, she didn't bother with them. Even though Lu Shaoqing had witnessed her using her powers to detoxify herself, he was still amazed by her extraordinary ability to perceive everything around her without any internal energy. Complex emotions surged within him. He was not just an ordinary person. After experiencing his past life, he knew the brutality and bloodlust within him. Just after waking up, he almost lost control, wanting to rush into the imperial city and kill everyone inside, dragging them all to hell. It was she who seemed to possess some kind of magic, calming his overwhelming hatred and pulling him back from the brink of madness. Such a person made him want to get closer. To possess her. Lu Shaoqing's thoughts raced, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Those people are from the emperor. He knows I was poisoned and has been sending people to watch the movements of the palace. Manhwa and the others are safer outside, and they've disguised themselves while buying supplies. They will be very careful not to attract anyone's attention. That's good. Do we have enough silver notes? Should I take out some gold and silver to buy more supplies? Not for now. This afternoon when we go to the warehouse, you can take out some antiques and paintings. Those items aren't very useful just sitting there, and we can exchange them for more silver in the capital, which will be enough for buying supplies. Okay, don't forget the seeds. Once the disasters pass, we can't rely on the food in my space forever. We need to start planting. Oh, and I almost forgot about the materials for building houses. I don't know what's needed here, so have someone prepare it. We need to reinforce the houses before the blizzard, so we can't skimp on building materials. Got it, I'll follow your instructions. As they spoke, lunch was finished. They first went to the courtyard Lu Shaoqing mentioned, collecting the buns and pastries that filled 3 rooms into her space. Then Lu Shaoqing led her out of the palace, through a secret passage. The exit of the secret passage was in a very ordinary courtyard. They then entered another secret passage from a different room in that courtyard. After about a quarter of an hour, they reached the end of the passage. Lu Shaoqing slowly pushed open the wooden board above, checking for any abnormalities before leading Su Wanqing out. Where is this? How many secret passages have you dug? Su Wanqing looked around, seeing it was like a backyard of a residence. This is one of the warehouses for storing supplies within the city. When the Lu family army was stationed at the border, many important supplies were transported through these places. Lu Shaoqing spoke casually, but Su Wanqing sensed the weight behind his words. A general needed supplies but had to gather them in such a way. She found it hard to express the mixed feelings in her heart. Seeing her silent, Lu Shaoqing led her toward the large warehouse ahead. Manhwa has already moved the people here. We'll collect the supplies and then go to another location. Lu Shaoqing opened the warehouse door, revealing supplies piled up to the entrance, all neatly arranged bags and boxes. Half of these bags contain fine rice and half rough rice, totaling 120,000 jin. The boxes are filled with cured meat, dried vegetables, and spices, totaling 30,000 jin, along with 10,000 jin of lard, which should be inside, blocked by the bags. Su Wanqing stepped forward to collect the items, and soon the warehouse was completely emptied into her space. Is there more? Su Wanqing asked after finishing. Yes, next door. There were 50,000 rolls of cloth, 20,000 jin of cotton, 80,000 jin of charcoal, 50,000 jin of various herbs, 30,000 rolls of waterproof cloth, 20,000 jin of slaughtered chicken, duck, goose, and pork, and 10,000 jin of fresh vegetables like cabbage, green beans, pumpkins, greens, and radishes. The variety and quantity were much, but Su Wanqing understood that in ancient times, finding fresh vegetables in spring was already quite good. Once they left the capital, these items might not even be available. There was also a warehouse filled with miscellaneous items, from large water tanks and boxes to small writing supplies. Almost everything needed for daily life could be found in this warehouse. As Su Wanqing collected the items, she marveled at how meticulous Lu Shaoqing was, a prince and general who thought of such everyday necessities. Lu Shaoqing was determined to make his wife happy. Next, they visited several similar warehouses, collecting food supplies similar to those from the first two warehouses before returning to the palace through the secret passage one afternoon. Su Wanqing spent her time collecting countless types of dry food, pickles, sauces, and various dishes and soups. She lost count of how much she had gathered. At first, everything was served in delicate bowls and plates, but later it was just wooden basins and buckets. She wanted to go to the kitchen to see how many people were making all this food, and how they worked so quickly. If Su Wanqing could stand up and walk a few steps to the kitchen, she would see the cooks working in an orderly and fast manner, washing vegetables, chopping, kneading dough, and cooking, with one person wishing they could split into many to get it all done. After dinner, Lu Shaoqing took Su Wanqing to collect items from the entire royal residence. Su Wanqing deeply suspected that the Dog Emperor wanted to kill Lu Shaoqing to take over the Lu family's wealth. The sight of so much gold almost blinded her. Who keeps gold like this? A total of 70,000 taels. They were incredibly rich. Seeing her greedy expression, Lu Shaoqing smiled and said slowly, "Everything in the royal residence belongs to the princess. In the future, these will also be her private property." Su Wanqing quickly turned her head, her eyes shining brightly, and gave Lu Shaoqing a heartfelt smile. This person was easy to get along with. In addition to the 3 huge warehouses in the residence, she didn't miss any of the paintings, decorations, tables, and chairs in the various courtyards. She even had the large fish tank in the backyard moved. She left the artificial lake alone for now, afraid of startling the people in the residence. When she left, she planned to take the water from the lake, which surely contained many fish and shrimp. While the two were happily collecting supplies in the royal residence, they had no idea that the capital was in chaos because of their actions the night before. Perhaps it was already expected, but who cared? During the morning court session, Prime Minister Su, Minister Liu, and many officials submitted reports claiming their residences had been emptied overnight. The emperor, sitting at the head, thought to himself that these old men were exaggerating. Who could empty so many residences in one night? They probably just lost some valuables. It was getting ridiculous. They didn't even think before speaking. At that moment, the crown prince also stood up. "Father, my palace outside the city was also robbed. The reports say even the tables and chairs are gone, leaving only an empty house." The hall erupted in discussions, filled with noise. The emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, was stunned, then furious. He immediately ordered the imperial guards to seal off the royal city and capture the thieves. At the Su residence, Prime Minister Su woke up feeling something was off. He felt cold and sneezed, only to realize his blanket was missing and the room was empty. "Come here," Prime Minister Su shouted angrily outside. The guard lying outside jumped up and rushed in. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the expression on his master's face and sat down in shock, feeling like his life had lost its light. Madame Wang and Su Qingyue were awakened by itching. Their first reaction was to call for help. The maid on night watch was woken up and, before she could apologize, saw the large red characters on their faces, awkwardly written as, "Ugly monster, old witch." The maid trembled in fear, thinking they were finished, and that the lady would surely kill her, possibly dragging her family down too. Madame Wang and Su Qingyue noticed the maid's expression and shouted for someone to quickly call a doctor. They were itching all over, a sensation that felt like it was coming from beneath their skin, and no matter how much they scratched, it wouldn't stop. The two were desperate, nearly losing their voices from shouting. Soon, the doctor they called couldn't find the cause and prescribed some anti-itch ointment, but it was useless. Unable to bear it any longer, they scratched vigorously, their delicate skin quickly becoming raw, with dark red blood seeping from the wounds. Seeing this, the wet nurse beside Madame Wang gritted her teeth and had them tied up to prevent them from scratching their faces. She also sent someone to the palace gate to wait for the prime minister to come out and immediately handed him a note to request the palace doctor to treat Madame Wang and her daughter. Before the court session ended, the imperial guards had already sealed off the royal city, searching house by house, including the residences of the officials who reported theft. When the leader of the Imperial Guard saw the homes led by Minister Liu, he was speechless, finding them cleaner than newly built houses. "Are we going out again tonight, help?" Even such a simple night outfit looked good on him, perfectly matching her annoying taste. Su Wanqing felt a bit paranoid. Otherwise, why did she keep feeling like the person across from her was tempting her? "Yes, there's one last place to go," Lu Shaoqing said in a deep, rich voice. Su Wanqing pinched herself lightly as a punishment for her infatuation, secretly reminding herself to stay alert. She responded absent-mindedly and hurried to change clothes. Behind her, Lu Shaoqing smiled meaningfully, thinking, "So she likes this side of me." When Su Wanqing came out in her new outfit, she returned to her casual demeanor. Lu Shaoqing led her to an inconspicuous courtyard in the backyard, entering a small room next to the main house. He pressed a spot on the wall, and a dull rumbling sound echoed as a hidden door slowly opened. Su Wanqing had seen many such hidden doors in the afternoon, so she wasn't curious this time and followed Lu Shaoqing inside. This secret passage was particularly long, with faint lights on the walls, enough to see the path ahead. Su Wanqing estimated they walked for nearly an hour before reaching the end of the passage. They emerged from a dry well into a desolate area, with the outline of a palace visible in the distance, but it was all dark. Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask, "Where is this?" "The palace, the cold palace," Lu Shaoqing replied. Su Wanqing was surprised for a moment, realizing he had dug a secret passage into the palace. Excitement followed as she thought about how they had emptied half of the wealthy residences in the capital last night. Were they going to empty the palace tonight too? She liked that idea. With Su Wanqing's abilities to scout, they easily avoided various patrolling guards, maids, and eunuchs. Lu Shaoqing was very familiar with the palace layout and quickly led her to the Emperor's Hall of Governance. They waited for a suitable opportunity to sneak in without alarming the guards and eunuchs outside. Once inside, they felt less cautious. Lu Shaoqing scattered some sleeping powder, and the people inside fell unconscious. To save time, Su Wanqing started collecting items the moment she entered, leaving everything she passed empty. She was slightly behind Lu Shaoqing, and when she entered the main hall, she found him staring intensely at the unconscious emperor, radiating a terrifying killing intent as if he wanted to skin him alive. Hatred and murderous intent filled the hall. Lu Shaoqing's mind was flooded with memories from before and after his death in his past life. Heaven was unfair. Was he wrong? Was the Liu family wrong? Were his grandfather and father wrong?
Why?
The Liu family had served loyally for generations, never harboring thoughts of rebellion. What they received in return were schemes and ruthless tactics. Hatred. So much hatred. Why did they get to be high and mighty, living in luxury? Lu Shaoqing's eyes turned red, his hands clenched tightly. He wanted to kill this arrogant tyrant immediately, to take revenge for himself, for the Liu family, for the Liu army. Suddenly, his sleeve was gently tugged, snapping him back to reality. Turning to see a slightly worried face, Lu Shaoqing's killing intent deflated like a punctured balloon, vanishing into thin air. He forced a smile, his voice slightly hoarse. "I'm fine." Su Wanqing wanted to say something but held back. This wasn't her familiar world. Here, the emperor's power was supreme, and his life affected the safety of the people. Although various disasters might occur later, she didn't want to bring calamity upon them prematurely. Lu Shaoqing's smile widened a bit as he shook his head at her. "He's still useful. No need for me to do it myself." Saying this, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, poured out some pills, and walked over to the emperor, pinching his jaw to feed him the medicine. Doesn't he like using poison? Let him experience the effects of poison himself. Is the dosage enough? I have more here. Their voices echoed simultaneously, both seeing the same smile in each other's eyes. They couldn't kill him, but collecting some interest was certainly possible. The heart-corroding pill would take effect on the full moon each month, causing unbearable pain, as if 1,000 knives were stabbing the heart. The bones would ache with countless sharp pains, and without an antidote, he would bleed to death from his 7 orifices within 3 years. After leaving the Hall of Diligence, the two quickly headed to the private treasury of the Dog Emperor. The national treasury was off-limits, but the private treasury was a must, along with those of the Empress, the Dowager Empress, and the 4 favored concubines. Su Wanqing didn't forget that Lu Shaoqing had been poisoned, and these people had all contributed to that. Truly, those at the top of the pyramid were impressive. Su Wanqing felt her hands were not enough. In recent years, the kingdom of Tianqi had been prosperous, and the private treasuries of these palace bigwigs were overflowing with wealth. There were countless rare herbs and top-quality ingredients, silks, satins, pearls, and agates, dazzling Su Wanqing. After collecting the treasures from these individuals and their chambers, Lu Shaoqing, the living map, led Su Wanqing to the imperial kitchen. The palace had an abundance of good things, with countless vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat delivered from various places. There were also oranges, pomegranates, fragrant pears, apples, dates, longans, lotus seeds, bananas, cherries, plums, and more, offered by foreign countries and vassal kings. High-quality fragrant rice, flour, spices, meats, and charcoal all went into Su Wanqing's space. They then visited the Imperial Medical Institute, moving all the herbs and the cabinets used for storing them into the space. Finally, they headed straight to the East Palace, where the Dog Prince kept most of his private property. The two skillfully knocked out all the guards in the East Palace, and then Su Wanqing quickly emptied the entire palace. Even the ornamental flowers and plants in the courtyard were not spared. Su Wanqing had always done well in this regard, leaving no trace for the enemy. Lu Shaoqing was not so gentle with the Dog Prince. He broke one of his legs and one of his arms, then fed him a heart-eating pill, tossing the once proud prince into the cold hall like a dead dog. The moon was bright, and the stars were few, with a gentle breeze. The two calmly avoided patrolling guards and returned to the manor through a secret passage. They moved quickly that night, and since they didn't go far, they returned to the manor just as the hour of the pig arrived. Su Wanqing stretched widely, kicked off her shoes, and climbed into bed. Lu Shaoqing also took off his outer clothes and approached the bed. Startled, Su Wanqing instantly woke up. "What are you doing?" "It's only just past the hour of the pig." "Of course, I'm resting," Lu Shaoqing said casually. "But you can't get into my bed. Didn't we agree not to disturb each other? Go back to your own room." Su Wanqing felt her words were clumsy. What was wrong with him? Why did he suddenly want to sleep with her? Did he have any improper thoughts about her? Lu Shaoqing sighed, looking serious and slightly wronged, his eyes filled with a touch of pity as he gazed at Su Wanqing. "For me, that was in a past life. In this life, you saved me and have never left my side. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer my devotion."
Oh.
Oh my. Su Wanqing blinked her large, sparkling eyes in disbelief. This person was crossing the line, and she had evidence, but she didn't want to bring it up. What does offering devotion mean? Can someone explain? She felt anxious, very anxious. That's too fast. We just met, right? We don't know each other well yet. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. You don't need to take it to heart.
Su Wanqing swallowed hard.
Was she saying the right thing? Was he confessing? Was she rejecting him? Someone save this child. This question was too difficult. The child couldn't answer. Does the princess not want to take responsibility? When I woke up, we were lying on the same bed, and we've already had a wedding ceremony. We are truly husband and wife. If you mind what I said that night, you can punish me however you like. However, I must explain that I was severely poisoned and near death, which is why I said such things. I hope you don't take it to heart. I genuinely want to be with you for life, as a couple. Do you prefer me to call you Wanqing or Aching? I think Aching is nice. Can I call you that from now on? Su Wanqing didn't remember how she lay down or how she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes in the morning, it was already bright outside. But she felt something was off. She was sprawled on Lu Shaoqing like an octopus. Help, help. She clearly remembered that they had each slept under their own blanket, so why was she lying on him? Embarrassment and urgency overwhelmed her. She gently moved her body. but the person beneath her didn't stir. Su Wanqing began to sneakily shift her limbs, including the particularly disobedient leg resting on Lu Shaoqing's stomach. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice came from above. "Aching, did you sleep well?" Su Wanqing wanted to disappear on the spot. This was what it meant to be caught in an embarrassing situation. She quickly withdrew her hands and feet and sat up, only to see Lu Shaoqing's bright eyes, showing no sign of just waking up. So infuriating. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she said, "I'm fine. Now that I'm awake, let's hurry up. We have a lot to do today." Lu Shaoqing didn't expose her and smiled as he got up, saying, "All right." They had plenty of time ahead of them.
It was a very busy day.
They repeated yesterday's route, emptying 15 large warehouses. Besides the various supplies from yesterday, most of today's goods were grains, meats, and a whole warehouse full of fish, shrimp, and dried seafood. Su Wanqing also took out a batch of unmarked gold and silver jewelry, jade, agate, and antique paintings, leaving them in the warehouse for Manhwa and the others to exchange for gold and silver. Then they waited for the kitchen to prepare various dried foods and dishes. Once a batch was ready, Su Wanqing would collect it, occasionally helping the cooks taste the dishes to ensure the seasoning was right, so she could provide an answer if anyone asked her later. Just after lunch, the manor sent over large and small bundles and boxes, filling the front yard to the brim. Curious, Su Wanqing went to take a look. Hadn't they collected everything? Why were they sending things to the manor directly? Lu Shaoqing was standing in the corridor, watching as the delivery people arranged the boxes. Uncle Fu was responsible for counting the items and checking the accounts. Seeing her approach, Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but smile. "Aching, come see. These are clothes and shoes made to your measurements. Let me know if you like them. If not, we can have them remade later. I've already arranged for the embroiderers to go." Su Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. She had originally planned to prepare clothes for herself, but she had forgotten in the busyness of the past few days. She didn't expect him to prepare so many for her. Also, he asked her not to be so clingy. "Are all these really for me?" "This is too much," Su Wanqing exclaimed. "Not too much. I only prepared 50 sets for each season, plus some special occasion outfits, capes, and shoes. It just looks like a lot when they're all together. If there are new styles in the future, I'll have more made for you," Lu Shaoqing said with a warm smile, sunlight streaming behind him, making him seem to glow.
Su Wanqing.
"Big shot, you're right about everything." After the servants carried all the boxes into Su Wanqing's courtyard, Lu Shaoqing dismissed everyone. Once he confirmed no one was around, Su Wanqing stored everything in her space. Suddenly realizing these clothes were all for her, she wondered about Lu Shaoqing's own.
She seemed to have forgotten to ask.
Before she could dwell on it for long, another batch arrived before dark. This time, most of it was bedding, quilts, sheets, canopies, mosquito nets, pillows, and pillowcases, each exquisitely embroidered and made of soft, smooth silk. The remaining half was various jewelry and hair accessories prepared for her. Su Wanqing picked up a jade hairpin and then glanced at a pair of gold earrings inlaid with rubies, a translucent jade bracelet, and a beautifully crafted ring with green gemstones, along with a complete set of gilded and jade hair accessories, all luxurious and noble. Su Wanqing fell deeply into these sweet temptations, unable to extricate herself. What she had stored in her space couldn't compare to these at all. And only a small portion was Lu Shaoqing's clothing and daily necessities. All right then. She had been careless. Night changed the world's colors. Lu Shaoqing climbed onto Su Wanqing's bed again, as if it were natural. His voice was like a charming spirit. "Aching, good night. If you feel cold tonight, you can hug me. I'm warm."
Su Wanqing
seemed truly enchanted, nodding blankly. Stop, that nodding was impossible. She was the leader of the first base in Yun province. How could she be easily swayed? Humph. Angry and unhappy. She quickly lay down, tucked herself in, turned to the wall, and went to sleep. Lu Shaoqing silently smiled, slowly closing his eyes, unsure if he was really asleep or waiting for something. In the palace, the imperial study, The Tianqi Emperor sat on the dragon throne with a dark expression. His terrifying gaze made even the chief eunuch hesitate to approach. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to breathe. Chief eunuch Qinwei recalled the scene from that morning when he entered the palace to serve, and he still felt a chill. Who would have thought that in the grand palace, overnight, the emperor's diligent hall, imperial study, and treasury were all completely looted, with everyone inside, including the Tianqi emperor lying on the floor, unconscious. The imperial physician rushed in to examine the emperor, diagnosing him with only a common sleeping drug. The head of the imperial hospital, skilled in medicine, treated the emperor, and soon he woke up. But before anyone could relax, the empress, the old maid from the Empress Dowager's palace, and the emperor's 4 favored concubines all knelt outside the hall, all for the same reason. Their homes had been robbed. Then, one piece of news after another came in. The crown prince was attacked, the East Palace was robbed, and the crown prince remained unconscious. The imperial kitchen was robbed, including the nearby storage kitchen, all emptied. The imperial hospital was robbed, leaving only dust on the cabinets. The imperial garden was robbed, and all kinds of rare flowers and trees disappeared, including the emperor's favorite koi fish. Su Wanqing merely passed by, truly just passing by. Upon hearing the bad news, the emperor felt a surge of anger and nearly fainted again. Fortunately, the head of the hospital was nearby, helping him recover. Everyone hurried to the East Palace to check on the crown prince, completely unaware that the emperor was poisoned. The heart-eating pill was peculiar in that the severe poison could only be detected when it flared up monthly. Even the most skilled old imperial physicians found it hard to identify symptoms of poisoning. As expected, the head of the imperial hospital did not discover the emperor's poisoning, and the physician treating the crown prince also missed it, focusing solely on the crown prince's broken limbs, leading to a conclusion that left everyone silent. The crown prince might not walk again. The emperor rubbed his temples, slumped in a temporary ornate chair moved from another palace, his mind racing with the names of everyone in the court, but he had no clue who had the ability to empty half the palace overnight. It must be the same group that robbed the minister's residence the night before. Unfortunately, he hadn't paid much attention at the time, only assigning people to investigate, never expecting the thief would be so bold as to rob the palace. Lu Shaoqing's face flashed through the emperor's mind countless times. Could it be him? Only he had such capability. If it weren't for wanting to draw out the Lu family army hiding behind him, he would have found an excuse to kill him long ago. But then he recalled that Lu Shaoqing was suffering from severe poison. According to the Dark Guard's reports, Lu Shaoqing had not yet awakened, and no one had entered or exited his residence. The Lu family army had not approached the imperial city, so it couldn't be him. Then who could it be? With the crown prince in trouble, who would benefit the most? That day, everyone in the palace felt anxious, fearing even the slightest mistake would lead to trouble. The first to suffer was the commander of the imperial guards. The Tianqi emperor ordered him to be punished with 10 strikes and executed several eunuchs on duty last night. He demanded that the imperial guards and the Dali temple solve the case within 10 days and catch the thieves. No one believed that a couple of people could empty half the imperial city overnight. It had to be a gang. Otherwise, how could so many things disappear in one night? Time passed. The dawn light slowly emerged from the clouds. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the Dingbei Wangfu was knocked loudly. They're here, they're here. The gatekeeper hurried to open the door, feeling quite displeased. Who dared to knock on the Dingbei Wangfu like this? Upon opening the door, dozens of imperial guards surrounded the entrance, each with serious expressions. The gatekeeper immediately put on a smile and politely asked the leading eunuch what was the matter, but he thought to himself, this atmosphere looks wrong. Could it be? The imperial guards, who hadn't rested well for 2 days, had to accompany the eunuch to deliver the edict early in the morning. Their eyelids were heavy, yet they had to pretend to be alert. Earning money was hard, and the food was terrible. Sigh. Sudden war in the northern region quickly summoned Dingbei Wang to receive the edict. The speaker was Eunuch Wang, who stood beside Chief Eunuch Chenwei, adept at reading people's expressions, exuding an air of nobility. To the gatekeeper, it felt somewhat inappropriate. The gatekeeper hurriedly smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, eunuch," then turned to report inside. 15 minutes later, Lu Shaoqing, pale and weak, was supported by Su Wanqing and Mo Huai as he came out to receive the edict, trembling, with Fu Bai and a few servants waiting in the hall. There was no choice. The Dingbei Wangfu had only these people left. With dwindling numbers, the last remaining heir didn't look good either. It was a pity for the newly arrived princess, who looked like a beauty. One wondered who would benefit from her in the future. Eunuch Wang glanced at everyone, feeling disdainful. He held his head high, thinking that although he was a eunuch, nobles in the capital still treated him with respect. No one dared to offend him easily. What of the prince? Today, he would still have to kneel at his feet. Humph. Eunuch Wang cleared his throat and said, "Dingbei Wang, kneel to receive the edict." Everyone looked at him, their expressions unclear, almost causing Eunuch Wang to falter. The next moment, a guard beside Dingbei Wang said, "Our lord is unwell. Eunuch, please quickly deliver the edict. If our lord faints from holding on, he won't be able to receive it." Upon hearing this, Eunuch Wang looked at the expressions of everyone in the hall and felt a bit intimidated. He had said he shouldn't come today. Others might not dare to offend him easily, but he also didn't want to offend anyone, especially a prince who had fought on the battlefield. Reluctantly, he opened the edict and hastily read, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Urgent reports from the border, northern enemies invading, specially dispatched Dingbei Wang to set out immediately to resolve the border crisis and protect the people's safety. Thus decreed. Subject receives the edict." Lu Shaoqing seemed to use all his strength to utter a few words, then dramatically fainted. Panic ensued among those nearby. Some supported him, some held his arms, some lifted his legs, and suddenly everyone rushed into the inner courtyard, leaving Eunuch Wang and the imperial guards behind, exchanging glances. Had the edict been received or not? Eunuch Wang looked at the bright edict in his hand, feeling conflicted. Outside the Duke of Dingbei's residence, a crowd gathered, bustling and curious about the tall imperial guards at the gate, speculating about what had happened. At that moment, a large and plain carriage slowly stopped in front of the residence. The driver, Mo Yun, jumped down without saying a word and tried to enter the gate, but was stopped by curious onlookers. "Hey, aren't you a guard by the Duke's side? Is something wrong in the residence? Why are you in such a carriage?" "I've seen the Duke's carriages, and this isn't one of them." With a worried expression, Mo Yun replied, "Robbers are rampant. The other day, the residence was robbed, and nothing was left. This morning, our Duke received an imperial decree stating there is war at the border, and the Emperor ordered him to go to battle. But our Duke's health."
Sigh.
"I bought this carriage by pawning the Duke's jade pendant. He can't ride a horse for now, so we'll have to rely on this carriage for the journey." "What? There's war at the border again? It must be those northern barbarians. 3 years ago, the Duke defeated them decisively. Why are they causing trouble again? These robbers are too bold to even steal from the Duke's residence. The Duke is a good man." "That's right. I heard the Duke was seriously injured in that battle 3 years ago. He hasn't fully recovered, has he? I don't know. I wonder how many troops the Duke will take to battle this time. We must drive those northern barbarians back. When is the Duke leaving? We should send him off." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "The Duke is coming out." Everyone turned to see Duke Lu Shaoqing being carried out on a stretcher by the servants. Mo Yun, who had been answering questions from the crowd, quickly stepped forward. "Duke!" Mo Yun called urgently. The crowd watched as the servants carefully placed the semi-conscious Duke onto the carriage, and the Duchess entered the carriage and lowered the curtain, blocking the crowd's view. What happened to the Duke? Did his injury relapse? Why would the Emperor order the Duke to go to battle when he is in this state? The people following the carriage are servants from the residence, right? I've seen the steward and gatekeeper, but why are there no soldiers? When will the supplies depart? As they spoke, the crowd fell silent. They were all locals of the capital and had seen enough over the years to understand that the emperor was sending Duke Dingbei to the border alone. They thought of the once invincible war god Duke, now setting out with only 40 or 50 old and injured soldiers from his residence, along with 2 carts carrying just some clothes and a couple of bags of grain. Some couldn't hold back their tears, and occasional sobs echoed through the crowd. After that day, rumors spread among the citizens of the capital, lamenting for the young general and feeling cold for the loyal minister. Some even whispered that the northern barbarians' invasion was due to collusion with someone in the court, aiming to make the duke's family disappear completely. When the group reached the city gate, due to the robberies, the imperial guards had already taken control and were conducting thorough inspections. After a quarter of an hour, seeing that there was nothing valuable in the carriage or the 2 carts, the guards fell silent, respectfully bowing to let them pass through the gate. Once outside the city, Su Wanqing kicked the reclining Lu Shaoqing. "Get up, we're out of the city now." She was beginning to suspect that he had a dual personality. One moment he was cold and decisive, and the next he was acting. Everyone in the residence was quite the actor. If she hadn't known in advance, she might have believed it. Lu Shaoqing looked at her with a hint of grievance, sitting up and saying, "Qing, I'm still a patient. My health isn't good yet." Su Wanqing ignored him, half reclining in the carriage, taking the spot where Lu Shaoqing had been lying. The carriage looked plain on the outside but was spacious and comfortable inside, with hidden compartments on both sides. She opened one and took out some dried fruit to eat, then casually said, "Once my ability levels up, I can remove all your poison. Don't worry, it won't take long." "Thank you, Qing. But there's no need to rush. I can suppress the remaining poison with my internal energy." "Your health comes first," Lu Shaoqing said, both curious about her ability and worried that overusing it might harm her. "As my ability improves, my physical condition will also get better. Do you want to try?" "You might not be my match now," Su Wanqing said with a smile, causing Lu Shaoqing to momentarily lose his focus. Suddenly, Lu Shaoqing leaned closer to Su Wanqing, smiling charmingly. "Then you must protect me in the future." Su Wanqing was startled by his sudden closeness and his suggestive words, wanting to retreat, but finding the carriage wall behind her. "Why are you getting so close?" "I never said I wouldn't protect you." They were already partners, and she naturally wanted to protect everyone in the team, as long as they didn't betray her. "That's what you said. I will always stay by your side, and won't let you suffer too much." Su Wanqing felt something was off about his words, but Lu Shaoqing's smile was too charming, and she foolishly nodded. Years later, whenever she recalled this moment, Su Wanqing wished she could travel back in time and wake herself up. After Lu Shaoqing's group left the city, the commander of the Imperial Guards rushed into the Duke of Dingbei's residence with a team. The emperor had planned to raid Lu Shaoqing's home after he left. Since he was young, the emperor had valued the duke's residence greatly. Every time there was a victory at the border, treasures were sent in like a flowing river. These items were all priceless treasures, perfect for filling his own coffers. However, the duke's residence had reported a theft the day before. The emperor's face darkened with anger, and he trembled slightly. He didn't believe that nothing was left behind, and even suspected Lu Shaoqing of being a thief crying out to catch a thief. That was why he sent so many imperial guards to issue a decree, forcing Lu Shaoqing without time to prepare. Once he confirmed Lu Shaoqing had left the capital, the guards would take over the duke's residence and conduct a thorough search. The imperial guards burst into various courtyards of the residence like bandits, forcefully pushing open doors and windows, with crashing sounds echoing everywhere, but all they found were empty rooms. The courtyards were also deserted. The original corridors, pavilions, rockeries, artificial lakes, and bamboo groves in the back courtyard had all turned into ruins, making it impossible to recognize their former state. Due to the duke's poor health, all the servants had followed him on the road, but clearly, there had been people living in the residence that morning, and now there was not a trace of life. The commander of the Imperial Guards was dumbfounded, hardly believing his eyes. He didn't know whether to admire the robbers' ruthless methods or to sympathize with the duke. This place was likely the most severely affected among all the robbed residences. Suddenly, He felt he should be worried for himself. There were no traces left at the crime scenes, and how could he investigate? Such robbers were beyond his capability to catch. How would he explain this to the emperor? If he could find some valuables in the duke's residence today, it might ease the emperor's anger a bit. But now, everything was over. A wave of fear and regret washed over him, nearly making him lose his balance, but fortunately, a subordinate beside him caught him. "Sir, what should we do? Will the emperor blame us?" Another imperial guard asked cautiously. Everyone turned to look at the commander. The commander suddenly felt short of breath, as if someone was choking him, and he collapsed to the ground. Outside the city, on the winding path, Lu Shaoqing and his group rode swiftly towards Liang County, which was several dozen miles away from the capital. In 7 days, Liang City would experience a rare earthquake that would affect a wide area. They needed to hurry to collect supplies that their secret guards had purchased in advance, and then leave quickly. The earthquake's impact was extensive. In his previous life, after the tremors subsided, Mo Huai and Mo Yun had taken Lu Shaoqing through mountain paths to avoid the worst-hit areas. At that time, Lu Shaoqing was weak and often asleep, only aware that the furthest impact was near Sifang City. So, they had to reach Sifang City within 7 days to be temporarily safe. 1 day later, Su Wanqing and the others arrived at the city gate of Liang. To avoid attracting attention, Uncle Fu took the guards and servants to a small village outside the city to settle down. Lu Shaoqing, Su Wanqing, Mo Huai, and Mo Yun changed into ordinary farmers' cotton clothes and concealed their appearances, joining the line of pedestrians entering the city. Once inside, Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing found an inn to stay in, while Mo Huai and Mo Yun went to meet the secret guards who had arrived earlier to handle the supplies. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing chose a relatively clean inn, declined the waiter's enthusiastic recommendations, closed the door, and Su Wanqing collapsed onto a stool.
"I'm exhausted."
"If I didn't have to collect supplies along the way, I would have driven you all here. It would have been more comfortable and faster," Su Wanqing said, pulling out a bottle of soda and taking a big sip to refresh herself. "I'll ask Mo Huai to add more padding to the carriage, so it won't be so bumpy for you," Lu Shaoqing replied. Su Wanqing waved her hand. "No need. If it's too thick, I'll just sink into it. It won't help much, and it'll be uncomfortable. I'll rest well when we get to the place you mentioned. By the way, do you want to try our soda?" She handed Lu Shaoqing another bottle. Lu Shaoqing took it, recalling how she opened it. With a little force, the cap popped off, and he felt curious about her world, and who had come up with such clever ideas. He took a sip, his expression unchanged, but his eyes brightened slightly, and then he took another big gulp. "Do you like it? I have plenty here, enough for us to drink for a lifetime." In her previous life, she had stockpiled enough supplies for herself, and later collected many more from stores and warehouses. Taking care of him was no problem, but supporting the army behind him would be a bit challenging. So, she was serious about stockpiling. Lu Shaoqing was unexpectedly pleased by her use of "we," and his expression softened. "All right, a Qing has given me so much that I can never repay her in this life. The only way to repay a Qing's kindness is to devote myself to her in this life and the next."
Shuwanking
was teasing him again. Just as the atmosphere became flirtatious, a knock on the door interrupted them. Lu Shaoqing's face darkened immediately, but he still got up to open the door. Su Wanqing behind him felt a bit gleeful, thinking he deserved it for being so unserious all the time. Outside, Mo Huai saw his master's dark expression and the cold aura around him, feeling a shiver inside. Was he interrupting at the wrong time? But since the master had opened the door, he could only brace himself and speak. "Young master, Dark 7 has contacted us. The locations are spread throughout the city. Do you want to set out now?" The supply purchases in Liang City were handled by Dark 7, and they had just filled 8 large warehouses yesterday, not expecting the master to arrive today. Lu Shaoqing didn't answer immediately. He turned to look at Su Wanqing, asking for her opinion. Su Wanqing didn't want to move, really didn't want to move, but even a lazy person had to work. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Lead the way. Lu Shaoqing spoke to Mo Huai only after she stood up. Mo Huai respectfully gestured and then led the way for the two. He and Mo Yun had privately wondered why their prince had seemed different since waking up from the poison. It was as if he knew many things in advance. The food supplies they had handled over the past few days were enough for the Lu family army to eat and drink for 4 to 5 years, along with a large amount of medicine and other daily necessities. If they didn't know the prince wasn't interested in that position, they might have suspected he was planning a rebellion. The most puzzling part was where all those supplies were going, as if they had vanished into thin air. But they didn't ask and would never ask. The prince was their master, and they only needed to be loyal and follow his orders to get things done. As for the princess, she was recognized by the prince, so she would naturally be their lady in the future. The two behind didn't know the thoughts swirling in Mo Huai's mind and were busy observing the various shops along the street. This was Su Wanqing's first time shopping in ancient times, and everything seemed new to her. Passing by a stall selling peach crisps, Su Wanqing couldn't help but stop and ask, "Ma'am, how much are these peach crisps?" The woman smiled brightly at the customer.
20 yen per pound.
"Would you like to weigh some, madam?" From what they had learned in the past few days, rough rice was 8 yen per pound, fine rice was 15 yen, flour was 12 yen, and salt was 30 yen. Overall, the prices were moderate, neither high nor low. Even so, these peach crisps were not something an average poor family could afford. No matter the era, where there are poor people, there are rich people, each living their own way. Su Wanqing wouldn't resent the rich or overly sympathize with anyone. As long as they didn't provoke her, they could all coexist peacefully. Seeing the woman's cheerful smile, Su Wanqing also smiled and said, "All right, I'll take a pound to try." After all, she was now considered wealthy, which was quite amusing. "Okay, madam, just a moment. I'll wrap it up for you." The woman quickly wrapped 8 pieces of peach crisps in oiled paper and weighed them, saying with a smile, "Exactly 1 pound.
Here you go, madam."
Lu Shaoqing reached out to take the oiled paper package and handed a piece of peach crisp to Su Wanqing. Mo Huai, always perceptive, immediately pulled out 20 copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to the woman. Su Wanqing smiled as she took a bite, her eyes sparkling. She didn't expect these peach crisps to be even better than the ones Uncle Fu had bought in the capital. She took another bite, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel, clearly enjoying it. Seeing this, Lu Shaoqing almost reached out to pinch her smooth little face, but had to hold back, considering they were outside. "Ma'am, please wrap up the rest. We'll take them all." Lu Shaoqing turned and said. The woman instantly beamed, nodding eagerly, and quickly wrapped up the remaining peach crisps. "Sir and madam, since you're buying so much, I'll give you this basket as a gift. It'll be easier to carry the peach crisps in it." "Thank you very much, ma'am," Su Wanqing replied with a smile. Mo Huai paid again, and the three prepared to leave. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them. Everyone turned to see several burly men chasing a woman. The woman looked very disheveled, her clothes torn, hair messy, and she was gasping for breath as she ran, clearly about to be caught by the group behind her. "Madam, save me." Everyone thought the girl was about to be captured, but she suddenly seemed to see a lifeline and ran desperately towards Su Wanqing.
"Shubankin."
"Do I look like someone who would save her?" Lu Shaoqing quickly pulled Su Wanqing into his arms, and they both stepped back 2 paces to avoid the girl's outstretched hand. Seeing this, the girl knelt down immediately. "Please, young master and madam, save me. I'm willing to tell you a secret as a reward. Not a promise of servitude." Su Wanqing blinked and looked at Lu Shaoqing. "You're more shameless than this girl. Please, madam, help me." The girl, dressed in dusty men's clothes, had a dirty face and messy hair, looking both pitiful and desperate. Before Su Wanqing could respond, several strong men rushed over, shouting angrily, "I advise you to mind your own business. Our master is the county magistrate. If you know what's good for you, get lost." "Mo Huai, go and bite them," Su Wanqing said, stepping back to make room, eager to watch the commotion. Mo Huai felt offended, but she was a princess, so it was no big deal. The girl quickly stood up and hid behind Su Wanqing and the others. Seeing this, the big man glared at them and swung his knife towards Su Wanqing. Mo Huai, who had been protecting Lu Shaoqing, was skilled in combat. Without drawing her sword, she blocked the attack, forcing the man to retreat repeatedly.
Who are you?
We are from the magistrate's office. It's best if you don't interfere, the man said, his arms shaking from the impact, showing signs of retreat. However, the girl could not fall into their hands, or their master would surely kill them. What do we care who you are? If you know what's good for you, get lost. My sword won't care who you work for, Mo Huai replied. Su Wanqing, watching the scene, thought they should just fight instead of talking. Seeing the little woman enjoying the show, Lu Shaoqing found it amusing and unconsciously held Su Wanqing's small hand. Her hand was so soft and delicate that it made Lu Wangya, who had never held a woman's hand before, feel a bit flustered. Su Wanqing thought, this person is really a prince. He can't be some rogue, can he? The big man didn't want to back down but realized he couldn't win, so the situation became tense. Mo Huai sneered, stepped forward with her sword drawn, and said, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me. She was about to swing her sword. The men quickly retreated, shouting threats as they pushed through the crowd and ran away. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, madam. I can't repay your kindness, the girl said, bowing 3 times so quickly that Su Wanqing couldn't stop her. At that moment, someone in the crowd said, you should leave quickly. You can't afford to mess with the magistrate's office. Hurry, the old woman selling pastries added sympathetically. Young man, you look like you're from out of town. Take your wife and go. You can't afford to offend the magistrate. Madam, the magistrate must follow the law. He can't just arrest people on the street, Su Wanqing replied with a smile. The old woman said nothing more, just shook her head and began packing up her stall to leave quickly, hoping to avoid any trouble. The crowd dispersed quickly, leaving only Su Wanqing, Lu Shaoqing, and the girl. Mo Huai led them through winding paths to a small courtyard where the secret guard stayed. Su Wanqing, Lu Shaoqing, and the girl entered the main room while Mo Huai closed the door and stood guard outside. Please sit and tell me what happened with the iron mine, Su Wanqing said. She didn't want to get involved, but the girl, kneeling and crying, whispered, there's an iron mine in the mountains outside the city. Though her voice was soft, Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing heard her clearly. That was why they decided to help. The girl looked at them, seemingly resolute, and suddenly knelt down again. Sir, madam, if I tell you this, it might bring trouble to you. But my father and brother are trapped in the mountains. Please help them. After saying this, she bowed repeatedly and then collapsed to the ground, crying. Stop crying and tell me what happened, Su Wanqing said, helping the girl up. As a modern person, she wasn't used to people kneeling so easily. The girl knew it was inappropriate, but she had nothing to offer and could only plead with these 2 nobles, hoping they would save her father and brother. She was willing to serve them for life in gratitude. Once her emotions calmed, she slowly began to speak. Her family was from Jiangning County in Izhou, and her name was Lin Taohua. Her brother, Lin Hongyuan, was a scholar who suddenly wanted to study at the best academy in the capital. After much consideration, their father decided the whole family should go to the capital to take care of him. However, as they reached Liang, they encountered a group of mountain bandits who didn't rob them but captured strong men. Lin Taohua's mother, sister-in-law, and her young nephew were killed on the spot. To make travel easier, Lin Taohua had been wearing men's clothes and was also captured by the bandits. After being taken to the mountain, they were held for 2 days before being brought to a valley to work with others. At first, they didn't know why they were digging stones, but later learned they were mining iron. The others were also captured by the bandits. They were terrified because mining iron was a serious crime. Before they could find a chance to escape, Lin Taohua was recognized as a girl. Thinking she was doomed, she was taken down the mountain by a bandit who found her somewhat attractive. Lin Taohua was shocked to find out that the person she was taken to see was the county magistrate of Liang. She realized the magistrate was in league with the bandits and had to pretend to comply. After being taken to the back courtyard for grooming, she took advantage of the maid's inattention, knocked her out, and escaped through the back door. But before she could get far, someone chased after her, and she soon ran into Su Wanqing and the others on the street. "Do you remember where the iron mine is?" Lu Shaoqing asked.
"Ido."
"I've loved wandering in the mountains since I was young. I can remember any mountain I've walked on," Lin Taohua replied earnestly. After thinking for a moment, Lu Shaoqing instructed Mo Huai to take Lin Taohua to rest. Lin Taohua looked intently at Su Wanqing, wanting to say something but only managed a slight bow before following Mo Huai out. Su Wanqing smiled slightly. She was not the annoying type, which was nice. "Ah Qing, I need you to accompany me to the magistrate's office again," Lu Shaoqing said. "Humph, we have to go back into the mountains. Why do I feel like I've made a bad deal? Is it too late to run now?" Lu Shaoqing seemed to sense her thoughts and spoke with a hint of urgency. "Ah Qing, I know this journey has been hard for you. Once we reach the northern border, you can live as you wish." To Su Wanqing, his expression seemed like he was switching between a cold, unfeeling prince and a cute, naive puppy. But unfortunately, her mind and mouth were not in sync. "Don't worry, since I said I would go to the northern border with you, I won't change my mind easily. Besides, your poison hasn't been cured yet," Lu Shaoqing let out a quiet sigh, wiping sweat from his forehead. It was another clear night with a bright moon and few stars. In the county magistrate's office, the magistrate, Chu Tings, was so angry that he smashed the intricately carved inkstone on the large man standing at the lower end of the room. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools. How long has it been? You can't even find one person. You're a bunch of good-for-nothings."
Que t'engskirstangrilly.
If it weren't for the fact that he needed people right now, he would have loved to eliminate this group of incompetents. The large man, Chu 12, took the hit, and the fine ink spilled onto his clothes, quickly dripping onto the floor and creating dark stains. Chu 12 was the leader of the group that had chased after Lin Taohua today. He was an orphan from outside the city, taken in by the magistrate at the age of 5. He was taught to read and fight, but unfortunately, his skills were only average. Among the 100 people he trained with, he managed to reach only the 12th position. When Chu 12 saw Lin Taohua at the mine today, he thought her appearance would please the magistrate, so he brought her down from the mountain to win his favor. However, he never expected Lin Taohua to knock out her guard and escape. If it weren't for those 3 people he encountered, he would have surely brought her back. But that person's skills were too strong. With just one move, he realized that even if all 5 of them teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. He wanted to go back and call for help, thinking they couldn't escape the county, but by the time he gathered people and searched the city, he couldn't find any trace of Lin Taohua or the 3 individuals. Now, facing Chu Ting's anger, Chu 12 didn't dare to say a word. If an ordinary woman had escaped, it would be one thing, but this woman had been to the mine, and he feared she might leak information that could cause trouble for the magistrate. Chu Tings looked at Chu 12's face, which usually only flattered him, and couldn't help but throw more things at him. "Get out. Go find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to," Chu Tings shouted, collapsing into his chair in frustration. Chu 12 endured the pain from the hit on his shoulder and bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord. Don't worry. I will find her." Once Chu 12 left, Chu Tings rubbed his temples, worried about how he would explain things to the prime minister if something went wrong.
"Who is it?"
Chu Ting sat up, looking towards the window. Disguised, Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing no longer hid and jumped in through the window.
"Who are you?" "Guards."
Chu Ting shouted first, then called for help. But the guards outside didn't respond at all. "Don't waste your breath, County Magistrate. I heard you're planning a rebellion, and you've prepared weapons," Su Wanqing said casually as she walked around the study. "You, don't speak nonsense. I am loyal to the court. How can you slander me? You are the ones who rescued my maid today?" Chu Tings tried to remain calm. "She's your maid? County Magistrate, you really know how to lie. She doesn't look like your maid to me. Su Wanqing replied sharply, causing Lu Shaoqing to almost lose his composure at her bluntness. Before they left, Mo Huai and Mo Yun hadn't recognized them and nearly drew their swords. He took a deep breath, holding back the urge to wash his unexplainable face. It was simply too ugly to behold.
Shubankin.
Just basic tactics, no need to thank me. You, how dare you? Who are you, and what do you want? Chu Ting's was so angry that his eyes bulged. He was used to the layered meanings in official language. No one had ever been so bold and direct. In nearly 20 years of being an official, no one had dared to accuse him of lying like this.
Shubankin.
That's because you didn't meet me sooner. You don't need to know who we are. Tell us about your backer. We're curious about what he wants, Lu Shaoqing said calmly. I don't understand what you're talking about. What backer? Chu Ting's turned to look at the door, noticing that there was still no movement outside. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. Su Wanqing hid one hand behind her back, and a syringe appeared in her hand. She approached Chu Ting's, ignoring his struggles, and jabbed the syringe into his arm. What are you doing? I'm an official of the court. Let go of me. What is that? Let go. Chu Ting struggled as Su Wanqing injected the drug into his body. The drug was a nerve-paralyzing agent developed by an underground lab after the apocalypse. It could quickly numb a person's nerves, and once the effect took place, the person would answer truthfully to any questions. However, this drug could cause varying degrees of mental damage to the user, with the mildest effect rendering them foolish. It was banned by major bases, but due to its effectiveness, it was still popular in secret. Su Wanqing had obtained this drug from supplies after a battle, and it was perfect for someone like Chu Ting's. In just a few breaths, Chu Ting's eyes glazed over, and he slumped to the ground. All right, ask away. The drug lasts only half an hour, Su Wanqing said, putting the syringe away and clapping her hands. What was that thing you just used? Why is it transparent? Is it a sedative? Can we be sure he's telling the truth? Lu Shaoqing asked curiously, but with his ugly face, Su Wanqing found it hard to look at him. I told you to ask him, not me. I'll explain that thing later. Right now, whatever you ask him, he will answer truthfully.
Oh. Shubankin.
What to do if the man is a bit foolish?
Urgent.
Lu Shaoqing turned back to the man on the ground, instantly regaining his cold demeanor. Chu Ting's, how long have you been mining iron? Have you forged weapons? Who is your backer? We've been mining iron for 3 years. The weapons are stored on another mountain not far from the mine. I'm following the orders of the Prime Minister to serve the current prince. Chu Ting's replied like a robot, his eyes vacant, answering questions without thought. This time, it was Su Wanqing who was stunned. Was it her father, Prime Minister Su? She looked at Lu Shaoqing, her eyes questioning. Lu Shaoqing nodded slightly, confirming her thoughts. Lu Shaoqing continued. What are you making weapons for? Have you shipped any out? Where did they go? I don't know. 2 years ago, a batch was shipped out, and the people responsible for the transport were sent by the Prime Minister. I don't know where the weapons went. Everything made in the last 2 years is still in the mountains, Chu Ting's answered mechanically. Draw the exact location of the armory and the terrain map of the mine.
Yes.
Chu Ting stood up and began to draw with a pen from the table. After obtaining the map, the two immediately emptied the magistrate's office. In the backyard, Su Wanqing found a dozen young women locked up. They were all ragged and injured. After asking, she learned they had been captured by the magistrate's people for his amusement. On the outside, they looked decent, but inside, they're perverts. You all should leave quickly. If you have nowhere to go, head north. It's cold there, but it might help you survive. Su Wanqing released the women, giving each a few pieces of jewelry as travel money, considering it compensation for their suffering. Thank you, young master. Thank you. We have no way to repay you.
Stop.
Just leave quickly. Not mentioning us would be enough repayment, Su Wanqing said, now dressed as a man and with a significant change in her appearance, looking like a refined scholar. She was sensitive to this phrase now. Every time she heard it, she immediately thought of Lu Shaoqing's incredibly charming face, saying he would dedicate himself to her. It was simply too terrifying. After collecting a large amount of gold and silver from the county magistrate's office, the two found 4 huge underground chambers filled with a lot of rice, flour, oil, spices, dried vegetables, and cured meats. The types of food stored here were very similar to what they had collected from the Su family's basement, but there was more than double the amount here. After Su Wanqing gathered all the supplies, they returned to Chu Ting's study to ask him why he had hoarded so much food. Unfortunately, when they got back, Chu Ting's had turned into a fool, drooling and laughing foolishly. They had no choice but to return to their temporary lodging, calling on Mo Huai, Mo Yun, and 10 dark guards who had arrived earlier to head into the mountains overnight. The mountain forest at night was even livelier than during the day, filled with the sounds of insects, animal calls, and the rustling of leaves in the wind, creating a unique symphony. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing led the way, as it was easy to get lost in the night forest. They carefully studied the map and compared it with the one drawn by Lin Taohua, confirming their direction before moving quickly with the group. Mo Huai and Mo Yun followed closely behind, both amazed. They knew the prince could suppress the poison in his body, but why was the princess, who was supposed to be a young lady of the Su family, moving faster than them? She clearly had no internal strength. Despite their amazement, they dared not be distracted. Their masters were too impressive, and they were struggling to keep up. Su Wanqing was actually using her wood-based ability to navigate through the forest, which felt like paradise to her. The rich wood energy loosened the barriers in her body from level 2 to level 3. After an hour, they reached a ravine marked by Chu Ting's as the place for making and storing weapons. At that moment, there was only a faint light in the ravine, making it seem lonely and eerie in the dark. Mo Huai and Mo Yun each led a team to sneak in, quickly knocking out the guards in one smooth motion. Soon, Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing saw the signal from Mo Huai and Mo Yun. As they entered, Mo Huai reported, "Master, Madam, there are still over 30 people inside who were captured to make weapons. How should we handle them? Ask them where they are from and record it carefully. Those who wish to go home should be given some silver for travel. For those with nowhere to go, if they are willing, arrange for someone to take them to the northern border and tell them that anyone who wants to go is free and will receive monthly wages," Lu Shaoqing instructed. "Understood. I will arrange it right away," Mo Huai replied. Mo Yun checked the surroundings to ensure there were no remaining guards and then spoke to the group of blacksmiths. He confirmed that the number of guards matched the number they had knocked out before taking position at the entrance. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing entered the cave, where weapons were made. Inside, there were dozens of large caves dug out, filled to the brim with various weapons made over the past 2 years, each cave resembling a small mountain of weapons. In the farthest cave, there were various tools for forging weapons, including furnaces, coal, and some unrefined iron ore. Su Wanqing wasted no time and stored all the swords, spears, bows, arrows, and forging tools from the dozens of caves into her space, ensuring that when those people woke up tomorrow, not even a piece of coal would be left. Everyone who had come up the mountain stayed outside, unaware of what was happening inside the cave. When Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing emerged, Mo Huai and Mo Yun respectfully approached them. "Master, Madam, how did it go?" Lu Shaoqing asked. "Half of the blacksmiths are willing to go with us to the northern border. The rest have been recorded. They all have families and wouldn't dare speak of what happened here," Mo Huai replied. Mo Yun, "Take those people down the mountain." Mo Huai, "Erase our traces. My wife and I will head to the mine, and you can catch up later," Lu Shaoqing instructed. "Yes," both Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied in unison. The mine was not far from there. This time, it was just the two of them. Su Wanqing used her abilities to their fullest, and in less than 15 minutes, they arrived near the mine. By this time, the sky was beginning to brighten. Smoke was already rising from the mine, and a burly man was shouting at a few others, "Move faster. We need to eat and then get back to work." Around them, There were at least 40 or 50 people waiting for their meal, and about 20 guards were lazily resting on stones. Su Wanqing looked around and tugged at Lu Shaoqing's sleeve, signaling him to go to the hillside. After they quietly approached, Su Wanqing asked Lu Shaoqing for 2 bags of sleeping powder. She had good stuff in her space, and a little would go a long way. Ordinary sleeping powder would suffice for these people. They were positioned at the upwind side, where the cool morning breeze occasionally blew through the mountains. Su Wanqing poured the sleeping powder onto the large leaves of a vine and used her abilities to make the vine grow quickly, inching closer to the group. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, lifting the dry grass and leaves from the ground, mixing with the 2 bags of sleeping powder and heading toward the group. The people seemed accustomed to the occasional mountain breeze and paid no attention, either focused or numb, staring at the steaming porridge in the large pot. Before long, someone began to feel dizzy and collapsed. The crowd finally reacted, looking toward the sound, but before they could approach, one after another, they fell down. One guard noticed something was wrong and shouted, "Someone's here." But before he could finish, he too fainted. Su Wanqing stood up. "All done, let's go." Lu Shaoqing witnessed her control over the vine, making it grow rapidly, and was left speechless in shock. Is this her ability? Simply breathtaking. And yet, it made one's heart race with excitement. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Mo Huai and the others will be here soon," Su Wanqing said, leading the way down. As she passed the man who had wanted to shout, she kicked him to ensure he was completely unconscious before heading toward the area they had been digging. Lu Shaoqing quickly followed, keeping an eye out for anyone else nearby. Su Wanqing walked deeper, with piles of already mined iron ore lining the paths. She casually stored them in her space. At the innermost part, there were many large and small pits, and close to the back, yellowish stones were visible. There's still quite a bit of ore here. I'll send more people over. We can stay here for another 2 days at most, and mine as much as we can, Lu Shaoqing said as he approached. Having seen iron mines in the northern border, he could tell there was still a good amount of ore here. Su Wanqing smiled playfully and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. I can directly collect the top layer, but not the bottom. However, I've already stored quite a bit of weapons and iron ore, which should be enough for you." With her hand on a stone, she focused her mind, and the iron ore was pulled into her space. She then touched each exposed stone, feeling exhausted and sitting down to catch her breath. This body was still too weak. Just one night without sleep and doing some work left her so tired. It seemed she needed to quickly enhance her abilities. She had no idea what the future world would be like. Lu Shaoqing hadn't expected this was possible. Seeing her panting, his guilt and concern grew. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to work so hard. "Aching, thank you. Lu Shaoqing, will never let you down in this life." The man's expression was extremely serious, as if he were declaring the most important thing to the world, sacred and sincere. When Mo Huai and a few shadow guards arrived, they saw their master gently carrying the princess down from the mine. Mo Huai rubbed his eyes, almost thinking he was mistaken. Is this really their serious and composed master? The shadow guards. Did we just witness something we shouldn't have? Su Wanqing, happily perched on Lu Shaoqing's back, waved at Mo Huai. "Mo Huai, see if any of those people are Lin Taohua's family. Bring them down the mountain as a reward for her telling us the news." "Yes, my lady." At that moment, Mo Huai felt even more certain of Su Wanqing's importance in his heart. From now on, her orders could take precedence over the prince's. Lu Shaoqing. "Yes, not bad." Leaving the matters here to Mo Huai, Su Wanqing nestled against his warm, broad back and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, they had already returned to their temporary lodging. "Are you hungry? I had someone prepare food," Lu Shaoqing said gently when he saw her awake. "Yes, I'm starving after running all night. You should rest after we eat. Okay, let's eat together." Su Wanqing felt something strange about his words but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Dazed, she let him lead her to the main room. Seeing the prepared dishes on the table, all her worries vanished. Nothing is more important than eating. After they finished their meal, Mo Huai came in to report that Lin Taohua and her family were waiting in the courtyard to thank them for saving their lives. Su Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "Let them in." While she sipped tea, Mo Huai brought them in. Lin's father, Lin Hongyuan, and Lin Taohua all knelt before them, bowing 3 times. Lin's father then said, "Thank you for saving my family. We are willing to serve you for life in gratitude." Lu Shaoqing raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "As far as I know, both you and your eldest son have scholarly titles. If you serve me, you will have no connection to the official world. Besides, we have already gotten what we wanted, so we are even." Lin's father shook his head. "Without your help, we would have died soon. What good are titles then? We believe in repaying kindness, and our family prides itself on being learned. We cannot be ungrateful. We hope you will allow it," Lin Hongyuan and Lin Taohua said in unison. After speaking, they bowed again. Su Wanqing felt a strange sense of ritual, their movements perfectly synchronized as if trained. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Shaoqing thought she was choking and gently patted her back. "Take your time." "Do you want some water?" Su Wanqing quickly stopped coughing. "I'm fine. You can continue." The 3 below watched eagerly. Lu Shaoqing turned to them again. "You can stand and speak. Does Lin Gongzi feel the same?" After thanking him, they stood up. Lin Hongyuan performed a scholar's bow and said earnestly, "What my father said is what I think. If we don't repay a life-saving grace, what is the point of being educated?" Lu Shaoqing nodded slightly. "You can leave now. Mo Huai will arrange things for you. We will leave Liang for the northern border tomorrow. If you have any second thoughts, feel free to speak up." They bowed again and said in unison, "Thank you, my lord." Their firm tones showed their determination. Liang City is a crucial route to the capital, bustling with merchants. Although the wealthy families here cannot compare to those in the capital, they are certainly better off than those in other states. Consequently, the city is rich in various goods and prices are slightly lower than in the capital. In just a few days, Enqi and the others gathered a large amount of supplies: 100,000 pounds of rice and flour, 150,000 pounds of brown rice, 50,000 pounds of lard, 30,000 pounds of vegetable oil, 80,000 bolts of fabric, 50,000 pounds of cotton, over 5,000 sets of ready-made cotton clothing, and more than 20,000 pounds of medicinal herbs, the largest quantity available in the city's pharmacies. They also collected over 70,000 pounds of chicken, duck, and pork, 30,000 pounds of fish and shrimp, and 50,000 pounds of dried seafood. They gathered 50,000 pounds of various dried vegetables and pickled goods. They collected over 80,000 tons of charcoal, including high-quality silver silk charcoal, fruitwood charcoal, and black charcoal. Various daily necessities, like pots, bowls, farming tools, and sewing supplies, filled a warehouse of over 500 square meters. Lu Shaoqing, Su Wanqing, and Mo Huai disguised themselves, frequently changing their clothes, and only finished collecting everything just before dark. Of course, each time they collected supplies, Mo Huai stood guard outside. What the two didn't know was that Mo Huai had already imagined all sorts of supernatural explanations and couldn't figure out how his masters managed to take so many things. But on the surface, he maintained an expression of indifference, pretending he was not curious at all. Seeing his expression, Su Wanqing mischievously asked, "Mo Huai, do you want to know where all the things went?" Mo Huai panicked and shook his head. "No, my lady is not a monster." Su Wanqing. Lu Shaoqing.
Montag Huai, wanting to die.
In the capital, at the Prime Minister's residence. Prime Minister Su looked at the message from the shadow guards and nearly spat out blood, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If news of the iron mine leaked, it would be a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. They had already lost a significant amount of grain and wealth due to theft in the residence, causing dissatisfaction from above. And now, Prime Minister Su forced himself to calm down. The situation in Liang was unclear, and he couldn't panic. After a moment of thought, he called for a trusted aide to immediately go to Liang to check the situation and confirm whether the iron mine and armory had been exposed. Then he changed into a gray robe, left the house through a back door, and walked several streets to the back door of a residence. Seeing no one around, he knocked on the wooden door. After a moment, the door opened, and Prime Minister Su slipped inside. The next morning, 3 simple carriages sped along the winding official road, followed by a group of 50 or 60 horsemen. Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing sat in the first carriage, and today, the lazy fish was surprisingly active. She held a green crystal core in each hand, quickly absorbing the energy within. One dull crystal core after another was replaced, and finally, the already loose barrier was broken. Su Wanqing's aura surged, and after a while, it gradually returned to calm. When Su Wanqing opened her eyes, she saw Lu Shaoqing looking at her with a mix of worry and curiosity. She smiled and said, "Your poison has been completely cleared." Lu Shaoqing smiled warmly, extending his hand. "Thank you, Qing." Su Wanqing took his hand, her abilities flowing through him, gradually dissolving the toxins in his body while repairing the damaged meridians. Half an hour later, Su Wanqing withdrew her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, "All done.
You can feel it now.
I'll help you repair your meridians 2 more times, and your skills may improve further." Lu Shaoqing felt a lightness and comfort in his body that he hadn't experienced in a long time. When he circulated his internal energy, there was no pain in his meridians. Suddenly, he pulled Su Wanqing into a tight embrace.
Su Wanqing.
This, is so moving, stay calm. But he was holding her too tightly. Let go, I can't breathe. Only then did Lu Shaoqing realize his mistake and quickly released her. Qing, thank you. Thank you for pulling me out of the abyss. Thank you for giving me a new life. Thank you for allowing me to live like a normal person. At noon, a group of people found a flat area on the edge of the forest to rest. With so many of them, they had to manage their own food and drinks. Uncle Fu directed everyone to unload 3 large pots from the cart and started a fire to cook. Lin Taohong's family sat in the second cart. After getting off, they immediately went to help. Lin's father and Lin Honyuan couldn't cook, so they gathered firewood nearby. Lin Taohua went to assist the cook. She often cooked for her family at home, and while she couldn't match a royal chef's skills, her home-cooked meals were quite good. Su Wanqing had just upgraded her abilities and felt incredibly relaxed, so she also got off the cart to stretch. Seeing a group busy with the fire, she didn't approach. Instead, she noticed Mo Huai returning with several people carrying water buckets and asked, "Mo Huai, where did you get this water?" "Madam, there's a stream about 100 meters into the forest. The water looked clear, so I brought some back for everyone to cook," Mo Huai replied with a smile. Su Wanqing waved her hand, looking towards the forest. "Okay, I understand. You all go back to work. Wanna go?" Lu Shaoqing suddenly approached and asked. "Yes, the water storage in the space is limited. Please keep an eye out for water sources along the way." "All right, I'll take you to the forest now." They greeted Uncle Fu, who nodded, acknowledging their plan and reminding them to be safe before returning to his tasks. The forest connected to the mountains behind them, and the stream was at the foot of the mountain. The riverbed was about 7 or 8 meters wide, with clear, rushing water that seemed deep. To save time, Lu Shaoqing used his lightness skill to carry Su Wanqing upstream quickly. After about 15 minutes, they reached a waterfall surrounded by dense forest, with no signs of animals or humans nearby. This waterfall should be the source. "Let's stop here," Su Wanqing indicated for Lu Shaoqing to set her down. They walked to the base of the waterfall. Su Wanqing dipped her hand into the water, and with a thought, the water quickly flowed into her space. In an instant, a large funnel shape formed around her hand, drawing all the surrounding water towards her. Feeling tired from squatting, Su Wanqing sat down on the ground. She focused on her space and saw the water she collected wrapped in a force, gathered in a corner. She could enter her space, but in her past life, she avoided it to escape detection by mental ability users. Over time, she got used to not going in. Living things could also be stored in her space, but once inside, they would be immobilized, only to return to their original state when released, lively as before. They stayed there for an hour, and the water level in the stream dropped significantly before preparing to head back. Upon returning to their resting spot, Uncle Fu, Mo Huai, and Mo Yun rushed over, and Lin Taohua's family stepped forward, looking concerned. Young master, madam, are you all right? You've been gone so long, and everyone was worried, Uncle Fu said, his gaze almost inspecting Lu Shaoqing for injuries. Su Wanqing, being the lady, only received a quick glance, but the concern was the same. Uncle Fu, we're fine. The scenery in the mountains is beautiful, so we stayed a bit longer. No need to worry, Lu Shaoqing replied. That's good to hear. By the way, I've saved some food for you. Young master, madam, eat before we continue our journey, Uncle Fu said. Bring the food to the cart. We'll eat on the road. We need to speed up. We should rest in Taiping Town tonight and reach Xifang City by tomorrow evening, Lu Shaoqing ordered. Understood, the group replied respectfully. Su Wanqing didn't expect that even a small town along the way would have Lu Shaoqing sending people to buy supplies. Although not as much as in Liang City, this place was close to the river, rich in aquatic products. They collected a total of 200,000 jin of various fish and shrimp, making Su Wanqing very happy. That night, the two went to the nearest freshwater lake and enjoyed the gentle breeze by the water. Perhaps the moonlight was too beautiful that night. Perhaps someone had ulterior motives. In the morning, as they returned to the inn, Lu Shaoqing wore a satisfied smile, looking quite smug. Su Wanqing's lips were slightly swollen, and she looked annoyed. Mo Huai saw them return and respectfully approached. Young master, everything is ready. We can leave after breakfast. He sensed a strange atmosphere between the two. Madam, why are your lips swollen? Did a mosquito bite you? I'll have someone get some ointment, Mo Yun said seriously, about to turn when Su Wanqing stopped him. No need. Just a big mosquito bite. It will heal soon. No ointment needed. After saying that, she shot a fierce glare at the instigator and went upstairs, her footsteps heavy as if she wanted to crush someone. Master. Mo Yun looked at his master, confused about what was wrong with the lady. Mo Huai's gaze flickered, trying to control his expression, silently cursing Mo Yun for being so clueless. Lu Shaoqing could barely contain his smile, feeling good as he said, It's fine. Let everyone eat breakfast quickly and have the inn prepare more dry food, jerky, and water. We won't rest at noon and will hurry on. Yes, Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied in unison. The evening breeze was pleasant, and the forest on both sides was lush and green. The sunset cast a gentle glow on the girl leaning out of the cart window, illuminating her figure and making her look like a celestial being from the heavens, making it hard to look directly at her. One couldn't help but want to steal another glance. A group of rough-looking men hiding in the bushes stared wide-eyed, amazed that such a beautiful woman existed. One of the men drooled, excitedly shaking the leader. Big brother, a beauty. I've never seen such a beauty. Let's go and take her back to the mountains. The leader slapped him. Fool. Can't you see the riders below are all straight-backed, their sleeves billowing? They're either soldiers or skilled fighters. Do you want to get us killed? But big brother, that woman is just too beautiful. If we could take her back. Before he could finish, the leader slapped him again. Women, women. All you think about is women. You'll end up dead because of them. Get back up the mountain. We can't mess with these people. The group of bandits, thinking they were well hidden, turned to leave, some muttering about the missed opportunity, feeling they had wasted their time. The group passing below had already noticed the commotion but was in a hurry, so as long as the bandits kept their distance, they had no intention of helping the emperor deal with them. Finally, the cart entered the city, just before the gates closed. Uncle Fu and the others went to find a nearby village to rest. In Xifang City, known as the land of fish and rice, the area is rich in resources and the people live comfortably. If it weren't for her past life and witnessing it firsthand, and if she hadn't truly experienced the apocalypse, it would be hard to believe that such a peaceful and prosperous scene would soon vanish. Su Wanqing held a osmanthus cake in one hand and a rolling donkey in the other, while behind her, Lu Shaoqing and Mo Huai, Mo Yun had their hands full as well. Suddenly, Su Wanqing spotted someone selling peaches ahead. The round, plump peaches were stacked high, showing off their pink bellies, looking adorable and delicious. She quickly ran over, surprised to see peaches for sale in May. What about other fruits? Old man, how much are your peaches? Miss, they are 15 won per pound. These are the first batch of peaches this year, big and sweet. Among all the fruits, Su Wanqing loved peaches the most, second only to watermelons. Without hesitation, she said, Old man, how many do you have? I'll take them all. Miss, really all of them? I'll pack them up and weigh them for you, though the old man asked. His hands were already swiftly packing the peaches. At that moment, Lu Shaoqing approached and, seeing how much Su Wanqing liked them, said, Old man, do you have any ripe peaches at home? We'll take them all, and I'll send someone to help you pick them. The old man, with his gray hair and weathered face, was excited to hear they wanted all the peaches from his home. His eyes sparkled as he smiled and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, kind sir. I have over 10 acres of peaches at home, most of which are ripe. I'll give you a good price. Great. Thank you, old man. Please send these peaches to Xinghua Alley with my guard, and he will help you pick more. Lu Shaoqing said, knowing Mo Huai and Mo Yun would ensure the old man wouldn't lose out. All right. Lu Shaoqing took a peach, placed everything he was holding on the old man's cart, and instructed Mo Huai and Mo Yun to return to their temporary lodging, while he sent someone to pick more peaches. Lu Shaoqing carefully wiped the fuzz off the peach with his handkerchief and handed it to Su Wanqing. Try it and see if it's sweet. If you like it, we can stay here a couple more days and have Mo Huai buy all the peaches. Su Wanqing smiled as she took it and took a bite. It's really sweet. It felt like they were in love. In ancient times, there was no air pollution, and the moon shone brightly at night. It was a perfect time for mischief. According to a report from Manhwa, who arrived early, Xifang City had 3 major powers controlling food, textiles, tea, and porcelain, while another focused on shipping and land transport, seemingly without a clear direction but tightly grasping the city's lifeline. These 3 families were the Chen, Wang, and Bai families, all with deep ties to the capital, maintaining control over this crucial transportation hub and expanding their businesses. Unfortunately, some people are never satisfied. The Wang family, controlling food and clothing, and the Bai family, focused on freight, were secretly involved in shady dealings. The Bai family even controlled the salt trade in Xifang City, colluding with the county magistrate to make a lot of ill-gotten gains. The Wang family's downfall came from the current head, Wang Wanjin, who was a notorious scoundrel, known for abducting women and committing murder in the streets. However, since he was the only son of the previous head, the family fell into his hands. Wang Wanjin wasn't entirely foolish. Although the Wang family's business hadn't expanded in years, they still held a firm grip on the food supply in Xifang City. Tonight, Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing planned to clear out the Wang and Bai families, as well as the magistrate's office. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. After dinner, they checked the time and couldn't wait to set off as soon as it was the hour of the pig. The same operation, the same process. However, the Bai family's treasures were abundant, and the Wang family's grains and oils were piled high, making their work quite exhausting. Su Wanqing was tired. Lu Shaoqing said, Don't worry, I'll give you a massage when we get back. Coincidentally, they learned about 5 large warehouses where the Wang family stored rice, containing at least 1 million pounds of grain. There was also a cold storage for the Bai family salt, enough to feed the entire city for 3 years, possibly even 5 if they saved. Lu Shaoqing said, My dear, you'll have to work hard again. Sigh, Su Wanqing thought, making the already heavy workload even harder. Why don't you guys switch to another vehicle? You keep using mine, so tired. After finishing the grain and salt storage, they still had to visit the magistrate's office. So exhausting. What on earth does a magistrate need to hide so many weapons for? And a whole warehouse of fine salt? What are they planning? To save you and your family from execution, we'll safeguard these items and the treasures in your secret room. No need to thank us. They had completed their work and were about to head back when Lu Shaoqing suddenly thought of the Bai family's dock. There must be more warehouses there, and they could take the cargo ships too, which might still have goods on them. Su Wanqing thought, Can't we just rest? I'm so tired. Lu Xiaoqing replied. My dear, just a hug when we get back. Get lost. The dock was quiet at midnight, and the two of them, dressed in black night gear, blended perfectly with the darkness. The Bai family's warehouses had special markings, and since they had visited many times, they recognized them. However, the area was vast, and searching one by one would take all night. They needed to find someone to inquire again. This method proved to be much faster. This area was almost entirely owned by the Bai family, with only a few warehouses at the edge used for temporary storage, and they were all empty now. Su Wanqing angrily hit the person they were asking for information. What do you mean? Are we those kinds of people? Even if there were things inside, we can't take them. They belong to someone else. She hit too hard and the person fainted. Forget it, time to work. They opened one warehouse filled to the brim with cotton. Another one was packed with various thick cotton fabrics. The third was neatly stacked with tea leaves. The fourth contained high-quality charcoal, all neatly arranged in wooden boxes. The fifth, the 10th. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. The Bai family must be taught a lesson. I'm so exhausted. After finishing the last warehouse, Lu Xiaoqing had already cleared the 5 cargo ships near the dock. On the beach, with the evening breeze, they lay in rows, just a bit disorganized. Su Wanqing, feeling uneasy, used her powers to scan the surroundings again, as the ships were too obvious parked outside. After confirming there were no awake living beings nearby, she used her last bit of strength to store the 5 large ships in her space. Then she looked at Lu Xiaoqing with a resentful expression. My dear, it's my fault for making you work so hard. Let me carry you back, okay? Come on, hop on. He half squatted in front of her, ready for her to climb onto his back. Don't make me work late at night again. Staying up late will make me old. Never, my dear. You're the most beautiful in the world. Smooth talker. Would you like to try some? Pervert. Since you said so, I will do as you wish when we get back. Get lost. The night was almost over. They still had a long journey ahead, both beneath their feet and in the distance. Su Wanqing was awakened by the noise in the yard. Lu Xiaoqing, who was sitting by the window handling some matters, quickly walked over when he saw she was awake. I didn't mean to wake you. It's just the soldiers searching for thieves. It's fine, go back to sleep for a bit. Su Wanqing rubbed her cheeks sleepily, stretched, and finally spoke. Why aren't you asleep? What time is it? Then I'll keep you company while you sleep some more. Saying this, he quickly lay down on the bed and pulled her tightly into his arms, grinning mischievously. You're being unreasonable again. I'm not sleeping anymore. Get up. Su Wanqing truly felt helpless against him. He had become more and more outrageous since that night she rested on his shoulder and he took advantage of the moment to kiss her. Now, he was always trying to take advantage of her, wanting hugs at every turn. It was really hard to refuse. He only kept pushing because he knew she was soft-hearted. Yes, that's right. It definitely wasn't that she liked him.
No.
She just appreciated his looks. As they were being affectionate, they heard Mo Huai's voice from outside. Young master, I have something to report. Su Wanqing hurriedly sat up, feeling embarrassed as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Lu Xiaoqing, with a dark expression, got out of bed to open the door, feeling extremely angry. He hoped it was something important. Otherwise, he would send this person back to the Shadow Guard camp for a month of extra training.
Bang!
The door swung open, and Mo Huai suddenly felt a cold wind hit him, making him shiver. He looked up to see his master's dark face and immediately understood something, wanting to step back. But it seemed it was already too late.
Speak.
The word hit him hard. Though the tone was calm, Mo Huai could hear the gritted teeth behind it. He suddenly had a reckless thought. Could it be that the master was unsatisfied? Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Lu Xiaoqing gritted his teeth and said, What is it?
Speak.
Mo Huai quickly suppressed that dangerously foolish thought and cupped his hands, saying, Young master, we went back with old man Li yesterday to pick peaches and accidentally found a horse farm on the mountain. From our investigation, it seems this farm was secretly set up by Prime Minister Su. The farm raises warhorses, and there are at least a few thousand of them. Mo Huai and Mo Yun had been investigating there until midnight and returned to report only after the city gates opened half an hour ago due to the recent bandit activity. Little did they know they had interrupted their master's good plans. Mo Huai secretly glanced at the sky. It was almost noon. His master had really good energy. He just hoped his master's body could handle it. Sigh, another day of worrying about the master. Lu Xiaoqing. Thank you. After lunch, Mo Huai took the two masters on another round through the city. This time, they gathered slightly more supplies than they did in Liang City, enough for over 10,000 people to eat and drink for 3 to 5 years. After collecting the supplies, the three changed their appearances to look like ordinary farmers. Everyone else had already left the city in batches, and the atmosphere in the city might be tense for the next few days, so they decided not to join the crowd. To avoid attracting the attention of the city guards, they walked out of the city instead of taking a carriage. Mo Huai, have you figured out what kind of monster I am? Su Wanqing suddenly asked with a bright smile. Mo Huai stumbled, almost tripping over himself, and laughed awkwardly. My lord, madam, I was wrong. You are a fairy from the heavens. How could you be a monster?
Hee hee.
Oh, really? I think you know too much, and might want to silence me.
Montag Huai. This.
Young master, save me. Lu Xiaoqing. I don't have such foolish subordinates. As the three joked, they reached the city gate, where the guards were conducting strict inspections. They had only a piece of cloth, half a bag of grain, and a fish, claiming they were visiting their sick in-laws. Mo Huai secretly slipped 20 copper coins to the questioning soldier, and the three were able to leave the city smoothly. They walked leisurely toward Old Man Li's village. Fu Bo stood at the village entrance, constantly looking out. Yesterday, he received a message from the shadow guards asking him to help gather ripe fruits from nearby villages because the princess liked to eat them. Fu Bo didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately arranged for people to help, even sending 2 cooks to pick peaches. Knowing that the prince and princess were coming to this small village today, he had prepared 2 small courtyards early and waited here to see them as soon as they arrived. And now he finally spotted them. Seeing the 3 walking toward him, Fu Bo smiled warmly and went to greet them. Master, madam, you've worked hard on the road. I've already cleaned the courtyard, so you can rest as soon as you arrive. Su Wanqing smiled and said, Fu Bo, we're not tired. How long have you been here? It's windy at the village entrance. Next time, just wait inside. Also, please don't refer to yourself as an old servant anymore. Since she arrived, Fu Bo was the first person to show her kindness, and she genuinely liked this old man. Every time she saw him, she felt very warm. I'm still in good health. This little wind doesn't bother me. Let's go back quickly. I had Old Qin prepare the dishes you like. Old Qin was the royal chef that Su Wanqing wanted to take away. Like Fu Bo, he was also an old servant of the palace. When he heard that the princess liked his cooking, he almost pulled his hair out, racking his brain to come up with new recipes for her. That's great. I haven't had Uncle Qin's cooking in days. Just thinking about it makes me a bit hungry. Let's hurry. That night, the moon was hidden behind clouds. In the farmhouse where Lu Xiaoqing and the others were staying. I'm not going, I want to sleep tonight. Su Wanqing said stubbornly, covering herself with the blanket and closing her eyes, pretending to sleep. Wife, the horse farm on the mountain has at least a few thousand warhorses, and there's a pure white foal that would be perfect for you. How about we catch it for you to ride? Lu Xiaoqing tried to persuade her. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoqing took off his outer clothes, got into bed, and went to sleep. Fine, if his wife said not to go, then he wouldn't. He reached out and pulled the little woman who was curled up in the blanket into his arms, kissing her forehead. Good night, my wife. Though he wanted to do something, he knew it wasn't the right time yet. As long as she didn't push him away, it meant she had feelings for him. Su Wanqing secretly opened one eye and saw that he had really closed his eyes, causing her lips to curve up slightly. She adjusted to a comfortable position and closed her eyes peacefully. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Wanqing woke up in Lu Shaoqing's arms. As their eyes met, the air suddenly filled with a hint of intimacy. The faint fragrance from her body reached his nose, and he felt her slender, soft waist beneath his hand. The man's breathing grew heavier. Su Wanqing wanted to escape, but a pair of large hands held her tightly in place, and the man's gaze deepened. Her lips were covered, soft and gentle. In the next moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. Su Wanqing's lips were even more swollen than last time, and she was really angry. That man took advantage of her while she was still groggy from sleep. She was even more upset with herself for not resisting. She couldn't really be falling for that man, could she? That would be... No, she couldn't think about it anymore. She used her powers to reduce the swelling of her lips. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to go out today. Just as Su Wanqing finished getting ready, Lu Shaoqing came in with a tray. "Wife, are you hungry? Come and have breakfast." Su Wanqing snorted through her nose and turned away, not wanting to look at him. Lu Shaoqing knew he had messed up. He gently coaxed, "Wife, I was wrong. I specially asked Uncle Qin to make your favorite brown sugar cake, crystal shrimp dumplings, golden silk shao mai, oil mushroom vegetable hearts, fried tofu, and chicken silk bird's nest porridge. Please don't be angry, okay?" Su Wanqing's eyes had already spotted the delicious breakfast on the table, and her mouth started watering. Fine, for the sake of all this good food, she reluctantly decided to eat. After the meal, Mo Huai reported that all the ripe peaches from the nearby village had been bought, along with a small amount of plums, fragrant pears, apples, and some vegetables. They also bought 50 saplings of each type of fruit tree, and they had acquired quite a few seeds from the farmers. After being lazy for a night, Su Wanqing decided to start working today. If nothing unexpected happened, the earthquake Lu Shaoqing mentioned would occur tomorrow. So today, she had to gather all the supplies here, including the horse farm on that mountain. Those were war horses secretly raised by her father, which must be valuable. Since she found them, she couldn't let them go. Su Wanqing went next door to store the saplings and seeds in her space. There were over 5,000 pounds of fruit and nearly 2,000 pounds of vegetables piled in the yard. With so many people in the village, if someone stumbled in and saw all the fruits and vegetables gone, she'd have to waste time explaining. It was better to collect these at night. They would leave the village tomorrow. Next, she planned to go up the mountain. Mo Yun and his team had already found several springs on the mountain. She decided to spend the whole day there collecting spring water. This village was backed by a range of rolling mountains, dense with forests, and the mountaintops were mostly open, providing enough space to raise war horses. The four of them, Mo Huai and Mo Yun, brought hunting tools. They just needed to take their masters to the springs and could then move freely. Half an hour later, they arrived at a mountain wall. There was a spring about the size of a water barrel at the foot of the mountain, with water flowing gently. A large pond had formed around it, clear and deep, where fish could be seen swimming. Although the water in the pond couldn't be drunk directly, it could be used for washing clothes, watering plants, or boiled for drinking. The water flowing directly from the spring was drinkable, and Su Wanqing stored it separately. Lu Shaoqing waved for Mo Huai and Mo Yun to leave. With just the two of them left, Su Wanqing began collecting water into her space. Throughout the day, they changed locations 5 times, and her space was filled with a large amount of water for daily use and drinking. However, there were too many people to feed, and Su Wanqing wasn't sure if it would be enough. Fortunately, they could still find more water along the way, and by the time they reached the northern border, it should be sufficient. As dusk fell, Mo Huai and Mo Yun led them deeper into the forest. When they arrived at the horse farm, an hour had passed. This was a mountaintop, open and surrounded by tall trees that blocked the view. Since they were deep in the mountains, it was rare for anyone to venture this far. But Mo Huai and Mo Yun were not ordinary people. They were following Lu Shaoqing's orders to find water sources in the mountains and discovered traces of people riding horses. After investigating, they found the horse farm. There were over 30 grooms caring for the war horses and a manager. It was still early evening, and their living quarters were brightly lit and noisy. likely gambling. Mo Huai and Mo Yun were already familiar with the process. With everyone gathered together, it was easier for them to act. After learning that Mo Huai had said something foolish in front of their master, Mo Yun no longer dared to be curious. They just needed to follow their master and avoid being seen.
They were quite skilled at this.
Once they succeeded, they signaled Lu Shaoqing and waited in the house for him to call them down the mountain. Su Wanqing smiled. Your subordinates are quite sensible, wife. You and I are one. You are also their master. This man really knows how to charm her. But she was feeling a bit moved. The two of them circled the stable, and Su Wanqing stored all the warhorses in her space, also noting their numbers. 3,010 horses. 3,000 were ordinary warhorses, and the remaining 10 were excellent, well-proportioned and shiny. The pure white colt Lu Shaoqing mentioned was among them. This trip was definitely fruitful. Next, they collected a storeroom full of fodder and various grains and beans, enough to feed the horses for over half a month. They couldn't just gather food supplies. They needed to prepare plenty of fodder for the animals, too. There had been a drought for at least 2 years, followed by heavy rains and then severe cold. They didn't know how long the cold would last, so they needed to stock enough fodder for 5 years. Su Wanqing also planned to store some poultry and livestock in her space to raise after the disasters passed, but now she felt it was better to gather less, since there was so much to prepare. When Mo Huai and Mo Yun came out, they dared not look around and walked straight down the mountain. Su Wanqing chuckled. Should I show them directly? In her past life, many awakened people had space abilities after the apocalypse, and she never made her comrades avoid her while gathering supplies. If she didn't say anything, she was afraid Mo Huai and Mo Yun would overthink and stress themselves out. Lu Shaoqing was silent for a moment. Actually, whether to say it now was no longer important. Mo Huai and Mo Yun had followed them so many times. They probably already had their answers. Do you have any medicine that can control people's thoughts? Something that makes them unable to reveal their secrets? That way, even if they see it, we won't have to worry about it leaking. If there was, he could take one too. Su Wanqing didn't expect him to ask that. This man really made it hard for her not to be moved. Everything was prioritized around her. He always considered her feelings. Lu Shaoqing, I agree to date you. The girl's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, and her bright smile left Lu Shaoqing momentarily stunned. He asked blankly, what does it mean to date? Dating means we become lovers first, try to get to know each other, and if it feels right, we can decide that the other is the one we want to spend our lives with, and then we can get married. In her past life, Su Wanqing had never dated and didn't know what it felt like. She had always been the man among women, unsure if what she said was right. But she was very sure. She liked him. In fact, she had known it for a long time, hadn't she? Lu Shaoqing seemed to have turned on a switch in his body and tightly embraced the person in front of him. Their cheerful laughter echoed through the mountains. Mo Huai and Mo Yun, who were almost halfway down the mountain, exchanged glances. Their master was
happy.
Crazy? Why are there so many mice? Mo Huai asked in confusion. On their way down the mountain, the four of them saw many mice fleeing in all directions, along with snakes hidden in the grass. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing exchanged glances, both realizing this was a sign of an impending earthquake, and said in unison, hurry down the mountain. Yes, Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied at the same time, quickening their pace. Su Wanqing looked back at the dense swarm of mice behind them, mixed with many fast-moving dark shapes. They were about to catch up. Su Wanqing stopped, waved her hand, and the grass and branches on the path quickly grew and intertwined, forming a green wall that blocked some of the mice and snakes. The fleeing snakes and mice were acting purely on instinct, with no ability to think. When the path was blocked, countless snakes and mice became trapped, quickly piling up on the other side of the green wall, and soon began to fight each other. Ah Qing, hurry up. Seeing Su Wanqing stop, Lu Shaoqing turned back to pull her along. Mo Huai and Mo Yun heard the commotion and also turned around, saying in unison, young master, madam. But when the three of them saw the rapidly growing grass and trees forming a wall taller than a person, They stared in shock.
This.
Hurry up, my ability level is too low to hold them back for long, Su Wanqing quickly said, pulling Lu Shaoqing to run down the mountain. Mo Huai and Mo Yun were still stunned, but their bodies moved faster than their minds, quickly following. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Lu Shaoqing said quickly, Mo Huai, Mo Yun, inform the villagers about the snakes and mice coming down the mountain. Everyone needs to hide. Yes, the two responded and set off. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing returned to the courtyard where they were staying. They split up, with Lu Shaoqing waking up Uncle Fu and the others, while Su Wanqing went to gather the fruits and vegetables in the courtyard into her space. Uncle Fu, Uncle Qin, and the others were awakened and hurriedly dressed to bring everything inside the courtyard. They then checked every corner of the room, sealing up any gaps or holes with whatever they could find. The dark guards were all mobilized to help wake up the villagers. After collecting everything, Su Wanqing stored their cart and all the horses in her space, knowing that leaving them outside would mean certain death from the panicking snakes and mice. Seeing that Uncle Fu and the others had already gathered the other items, she pulled Lu Shaoqing back inside. Madam, are you and the young master all right? Uncle Fu asked with concern as they entered.
Oui, Refine, Uncle Fu.
Have you checked the house?
Su Wanqing replied.
Uncle Fu nodded. Everything has been checked. The mouse holes and wall cracks have all been sealed. You can rest easy, young master and madam. Good. Everyone needs to be careful. Hold weapons in hand, and if any snakes or mice get inside, kill them all, Su Wanqing continued. If anyone gets bitten, they must come to me immediately. Yes, Uncle Fu replied respectfully. After she finished speaking, Lu Shaoqing said, Ah Qing, you should rest in the house for a while. I'll go check outside. The people in the manor are capable, so don't worry too much. Su Wanqing grabbed his hand, her eyes shining. Be careful and come back with Mo Huai and the others. Okay. Lu Shaoqing squeezed her hand and stepped outside. Once he left, Su Wanqing looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, have everyone pack up. Once the mice and snakes pass, we will leave here. Yes, madam. Outside, in the small mountain village, some people were rudely awakened in the middle of the night and came out grumbling. But the one knocking had already moved on to the next house. Third uncle, what's going on? Why are we being woken up? Li Taiju asked the older man who had come out before him. The old man looked toward the mountain and said that the nobles reported a swarm of mice and snakes coming down, urging everyone to take precautions and stay indoors. However, the forest was eerily quiet, and the usual sounds of insects that filled the night were absent. Suddenly, the old man seemed to remember something and shouted, Quick, go home. The snake and mouse swarms are coming down. Everyone, hurry back and hide. A loud gong rang out. The snake and mouse swarms are coming down. Everyone, hurry home and close your doors and windows. The village chief kept ringing the gong and shouting. Lu Shaoqing knew the villagers wouldn't easily believe them, so he went directly to find the village chief. If they still didn't believe him, he wouldn't save them again. Lu Shaoqing returned to the small courtyard where they were staying, and a small firework exploded in the sky. The dark guards scattered throughout the village quickly gathered. After Mo Huai and Mo Yin knocked on the last house's door, they used their lightness skills and were suddenly several meters away. Master, young master. Seeing everyone return, Lu Shaoqing ordered, Go inside, check the doors and windows, and do not go outside without orders. Yes. Everyone respectfully acknowledged the command. Mo Huai and Mo Yun followed Lu Shaoqing back to the main house. They needed to stay close to their master at this moment. Shaoqing, you're back, Su Wanqing said, having been paying attention to the sounds outside. She opened the door to greet them. Lu Shaoqing smiled and stepped forward. Ah Qing, it's fine. Let's go inside. It felt good to have someone waiting for him. Just as they closed the door, screams erupted from the village. Mice. Snakes. Get away. It felt like an army was attacking. Rustling. Crashing. Various sounds echoed in the night, like the laughter of demons, reaching into everyone's hearts. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing sat quietly inside, with the windows and doors sealed shut by wooden boards, unable to see outside. but their hearing became sharper. Outside, countless mice scurried by, and the sounds of snakes slithering, gnawing, and fighting filled the air. It was enough to send chills down one's spine in the dark night, making their hearts tremble. Su Wanqing momentarily lost herself in thought, recalling the outbreak of zombies in her past life when she had gone out alone to gather supplies and encountered a similar swarm of mice. The mice had mutated, some as big as kittens, swarming in a disgusting and terrifying mass. She had almost been caught by that group of mutated mice. In a critical moment, it was Song Hung, her first comrade in her past life, who opened a glass door ahead, allowing her to escape inside. A few days later, they met again in another building, and from then on, they became partners, able to trust each other's backs. Later, they built a base together, but due to political differences, they drifted apart. Ah Qing, don't be afraid. Su Wanqing snapped back to reality and saw the concern in the man's eyes as he tightly held her hand. I'm fine, she said, her lips curving into a smile. The night finally passed. As dawn broke, there was no more noise outside. Young master, I'll go check outside, Mo Huai said. Mo Yun also tightened his grip on his sword. Be careful, Lu Shaoqing replied. The two nodded seriously and stepped outside with their swords. Moments later, Mo Huai returned to report, Young master, madam, the snake and mouse swarms have retreated. It's safe outside. Is anyone hurt? No, the house was sealed tightly and no snakes or mice got in. Good. Have everyone wait inside. Mo Huai immediately understood Lu Shaoqing's intention and bowed in response. Yes. After witnessing the princess's abilities, they felt even more respect. Being able to follow such a master was a life without regrets. After Mo Huai left, Lu Shaoqing asked Uncle Fu to wait inside while they went out to take a look. In reality, it was a chance for Su Wanqing to release their horses and carts from her space. Once everything was ready, Lu Shaoqing instructed the still-dazed Mo Huai and Mo Yun, have Uncle Qin prepare more breakfast. After everyone eats well, we'll set off immediately. Mo Huai and Mo Yun, having just witnessed Su Wanqing release 3 carts, over 50 horses along with food, vegetables, pots, and tents, were momentarily stunned. Hearing Lu Shaoqing's command, they instinctively responded and walked back to the house in a daze. Inside the house, Dark 5 and Dark 7 noticed something odd about Mo Huai and Mo Yun. Dark 5, being a bit impulsive, asked, What's wrong with you two? Did the mice scare you, silly? They had seemed fine just a moment ago. An hour later, the group of over 60 people was ready to go. Last night, the village received timely warnings, so only a few slow movers suffered minor injuries. There was a doctor in the village, so Su Wanqing didn't need to help. At this moment, most of the villagers had come to see them off. The village chief bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you for saving us last night. This is a small token of gratitude from the villagers. We hope you will accept it. Behind him, a few people carried 3 large baskets filled with various cured meats, vegetables, and fruits to their cart. Though it wasn't much, it was their heartfelt gesture. Su Wanqing smiled at the man beside her, who always appeared cold in public. There's no need to be formal, village chief. Last night's animal disturbances surely indicate something unusual is happening. The villagers should stay alert and pay attention to any unusual sounds in the coming days. We appreciate your kindness, but please take the gifts back. In these uncertain times, it's wise to stock up on food at home. The village chief, who had led the villagers in planting fruit trees and relied on selling fruit to support his family, understood the warning in her words. A sense of urgency filled him, and he quickly thanked her, saying, Thank you, noble one. I understand what to do now. The villagers will never forget your kindness. Su Wanqing shook her head and smiled as she said goodbye. After they left, the village chief immediately called a meeting with the village elders. He recounted the strange events from last night and mentioned Su Wanqing's warning, which reminded many of the old saying, When snakes and rats come down from the mountains, a great disaster is sure to follow. Before long, everyone agreed to head to the county town to buy grain and prepare as much food and supplies as they could. Soon after, The entire village faced the direction where Su Wanqing and her group had departed, kneeling and bowing in gratitude for their rescue. If they ever met again, the villagers of Li Family Village would repay their kindness, but that was a matter for another time. The convoy traveled quickly, not stopping for lunch, which was eaten on horseback. Each person had 3 buns, 2 steamed buns, pickled vegetables, jerky, and 2 pieces of dessert. In the third cart was Lin Taohua's family. Dad, brother, this dessert is made from the finest glutinous rice. You must try it. Lin Taohua, having filled up on 2 buns, couldn't resist tasting the beautifully shaped pastries wrapped in oil paper. They were delicious, making her squint with delight. Lin's father smiled. Go ahead and eat, my dear. I have buns and jerky. Lin Hongyuan said, little sister, eat. Brother has enough. Watching his little sister happily munching on the pastries eased Lin Hongyuan's worries that had lingered until today. The 3 of them had prepared to serve as servants ever since they decided to follow their masters. However, their masters treated them kindly, not making them sign any contracts, and they were treated like family. Except when the masters were out, Fu Bo never avoided them. He also introduced them to others in the household, and they shared meals without any harsh treatment. Lin's father and Lin Hongyuan felt fortunate about their choice. Initially, it was just to repay a favor, but now it felt genuine. Only Lin Taohua, from the moment Su Wanqing saved her, was determined to repay that kindness for a lifetime. Among the 3, she adapted to her new identity the fastest. At the hour of Shin, the group finally left the borders of Sifang City and found a flat, open area to set up camp for the night. Lu Shaoqing ordered that they would stay there for the night. Fu Bo directed the servants to unload the cooking utensils from the cart to prepare a meal. A few guards planned to hunt nearby for extra food that evening. They were stopped by Mo Huai, who said, the master has ordered that no one should stray too far from here. Dinner can be simple. Understood, the guards replied in unison. Although they were called guards, since leaving, only a few remained hidden to observe their surroundings, while the others had become visible guards, no longer needing to hide. Mo Yun reported that the guards left in the capital had sent news that Lu Shaoqing had gone ahead to inquire about the situation. Su Wanqing was lying on a lounge chair beside the cart, feeling exhausted. She had wanted to be lazy, but since arriving here, she hadn't had a moment of true relaxation. It seemed she would be busy for a long time to come, and she felt a bit cheated as she glanced at the tall figure of the man in the distance. How lucky he was. Madam, Old Qin asked if you have any cravings for food so he can prepare something for you. Fu Bo interrupted Su Wanqing's thoughts, smiling at her. How about grilled lamb chops? Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fu Bo replied, Madam, Old Qin can make lamb chops, but we don't have any fresh ones right now, and the young master has forbidden the guards from hunting. We have some in our cart. Just wait a moment. I'll go get it. Su Wanqing quickly got up, smiling as she headed to the cart. Suddenly, she realized that being with this man wasn't so bad after all. They had a chef who could make various delicious dishes and loyal family members. She could gather her things. Maybe she could accept this. Fu Bo was taken aback when he saw the 2 large lamb chops Su Wanqing handed him. When did the young master and madam's cart have such large pieces of lamb? He had no idea. Fu Bo, is this enough? Make sure everyone gets some. If it's not enough, we have more, Su Wanqing said cheerfully. Yes, it's plenty. Thank you, madam. Fu Bo accepted the heavy lamb chops, feeling touched. The princess always thought of everyone, never treating them as mere servants. Talking to them felt like conversing with friends of equal status. Their princess was truly gentle, kind, and pure-hearted. Fu Bo happily took the lamb chops to show everyone that the princess had provided them with extra food. Su Wanqing smiled and lay back down on the lounge chair. Everyone was busy with their tasks, while Lin's father and Lin Hongyuan chatted sincerely with those around them. Lu Shaoqing, seeing the little woman lying in the sun, felt the tension and seriousness on his face fade, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The guards who had come to report were stunned, looking at Mo Huai and then at Mo Yun. Everything seemed normal. Why were they not shocked? Their master smiled. They had followed him for over a decade and had never seen him smile before. In the next moment, this harmonious scene was shattered. A loud rumble came from behind them. The ground shook violently. Ah Qing! Lu Shaoqing reacted instantly, channeling his energy into his feet and rushing towards Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing felt the earth shaking violently beneath her. In the next moment, she found herself in a wide and secure embrace. In the distance, rocks rolled down, birds scattered, and the trees rustled. Everyone struggled to keep their balance. They were over 100 miles from Liang City, separated by a state and 4 towns, yet they felt such intense shaking. One could only imagine the devastation occurring in Liang City. A disaster had come. Everything was about to begin. The shaking lasted for a full quarter of an hour, but to everyone, it felt like a lifetime. "Are you okay?" As the ground finally began to settle, they released each other, both expressing concern. Su Wanqing shook her head to indicate she was fine. At that moment, everyone had gathered around, looking at their masters with worried expressions. "Young master, madam, are you hurt?" Fu Bo, Mo Huai, and Mo Yun all asked anxiously. Lu Shaoqing replied, "We're fine. Is everyone else okay?" "No injuries. All safe." The crowd responded, feeling relieved. If they hadn't hurried, such a violent quake could have buried them. Among the crowd, the Lin family felt a wave of fear. If their masters hadn't saved them, or if they had been rescued but hadn't followed their masters, continuing to the capital, could they have survived? After confirming that everyone was safe, they began to gather the scattered items on the ground. Uncle Qin saw that the newly fixed lamb rack had fallen, and the freshly cleaned lamb was covered in dirt. He lamented, "Oh no, what a pity. We can't make the ladies grilled lamb now." Just then, Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing walked over. Su Wanqing smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, it's okay. Just wash it and we can make hand-pulled lamb." Uncle Qin turned around. After spending so many days together, he knew the princess was kind and would never make things difficult for them. He smiled and respectfully said, "All right, my lady. I'll get started right away, and you and the young master will be able to eat soon." "Thank you, Uncle Qin. Please make sure everyone gets some. We can't finish all that ourselves," Su Wanqing added. Uncle Qin nodded repeatedly. "Of course, my lady." Steward Chen said everyone will get to eat. They didn't say much more, and let Uncle Qin get busy. They took a stroll nearby to ensure that no rocks or dirt had fallen here, then decided to spend the night. Lu Shaoqing remembered that in his past life, he was awakened by a violent earthquake. Everyone was in a panic trying to protect him, and when the shaking stopped, they saw the devastating scene in Liang City. They ultimately decided to take a detour through the mountains. The earthquake not only caused Liang City to sink and buildings to collapse, but also opened a wide pit on their path north, making it impossible for them to cross. They had to take a longer route. That night, another violent tremor occurred, and several guards died protecting him under the falling rocks. This time, he didn't want to think about loyalty to his country. He just wanted to ensure a safe life for those who had always followed him. Lost in thought, he looked at the woman beside him, his gaze softening. In his past life, if someone had told him he would fall for a woman, he wouldn't have even given her a glance. But when he woke up again, filled with rage and wanting the entire royal family to pay for the Lu family, suddenly, he found himself drawn into a pair of bright, star-like eyes. She was like a light, illuminating the darkest parts of his heart. He wanted to escape, but she pulled him back to reality. After just 2 days together, he couldn't help but be attracted to her, wanting to be close and keep her by his side. Every time he thought about it, he was grateful to himself for not caring about his pride and stubbornly clinging to her. Now, she had finally agreed to be with him. So, he would never let go in this life. A sudden sound of galloping hooves brought Lu Shaoqing back to reality. Everyone instantly became alert. Mo Huai and Mo Yun led dozens of guards, surrounding Lu Shaoqing and the others. They didn't know that Su Wanqing had already cured their master of poison. They had been cautious along the way, keeping the antidote close to Manhwa just in case. Fortunately, the prince's poison had not acted up. They speculated that the prince was in good spirits because he had the princess, which was why the poison hadn't flared up. Lu Shaoqing. They were right. In the distance, a young man in white rode swiftly on horseback. Behind him was a snow-white steed, carrying a beautiful woman in a green dress, her hair held up with a simple jade hairpin, looking charming and bright. "Young master, it's Dr. Xia and Miss Bai," Mo Huai said, relaxing as excitement and joy filled their eyes. With Dr. Xia here, could their master's poison be cured? The two riders clearly saw them and slowed their horses down. "Ah Qing, let me introduce you to an old friend," Lu Shaoqing said, feeling a sense of nostalgia upon seeing Xia Yanche. No one knew that he and Dr. Xia were close friends, as he had few friends due to the suspicions of the Dog Emperor in his past life. Xia Yanche was his only friend. To find medicine for him, Xia had gone alone to the southern jungles and was poisoned by 5 different toxins. Yet he still managed to bring back a century-old 7-star vine. Unfortunately, he had already died by then. Later, as disaster struck, he was discovered by the Dog Emperor's men and taken to the palace. To seek revenge, he secretly added a deadly poison to the Emperor's medicine. At that time, he also suffered from the poison he had contracted in the southern jungles and died alongside the Dog Emperor in that royal city. "Haha, I knew you had a strong life. You must still be alive." Xia Yanche dismounted, dressed in white, his hair held up by a fine jade crown, his handsome face beaming with a bright smile. If he hadn't spoken, Su Wanqing would have praised him as a remarkable young man. But once he opened his mouth, it was clear he was no ordinary person. "I'm dead, but I came back to life," Lu Shaoqing replied sincerely, his words carrying deep meaning. However, Xia Yanche didn't think too deeply, assuming Lu Shaoqing meant he had recovered from his poisoning. On his way to the southern jungles, Xia had received a message from the guards of the Duke of Dingbei, saying their prince had been poisoned and asking him to come to the capital. He immediately changed direction and headed for the capital. After a few days, he heard that the emperor had sent Lu Shaoqing to the northern front, making him even more anxious as he hurried day and night. He never expected to meet him here. In his past life, Lu Shaoqing had been slow due to his poisoning and had encountered obstacles from the earthquake, causing him to miss Xia Yanche. After much effort, Xia Yanche reached the capital only to learn that they had set off days earlier, making it impossible to catch up. He then went back to the southern jungles to find the antidote for Lu Shaoqing. Unfortunately, they ultimately missed each other. Both had their thoughts, but nothing could compare to the joy of reuniting with a friend. Xia Yanche said happily, "You look good. I guess you were able to wait for me to go to the southern jungles." Lu Shaoqing nodded with a smile, not explaining much. He introduced, "Yanche, this is my princess, Su Wanqing." Xia Yanche raised an eyebrow, curiously sizing up Su Wanqing, and smiled as he slightly bowed. "Thank you, Miss Su, for accepting my brother and restoring his honor." What honor?" Su Wanqing asked, genuinely puzzled. Lu Shaoqing cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward as he suddenly remembered their wedding night when the curious woman asked if he was impotent or liked men. Xia Yanche didn't want to dwell on it, waving his hand with a smile. "Let's not talk about it. It's all nonsense." The girl in green suddenly spoke. "My master stayed in the capital for a while to cure Brother Lu's poison, and then some people spread rumors that he and Brother Lu were lovers. Those people are truly wicked, sister-in-law. Please don't believe them." Xia Yanche. "His junior sister really says anything." Lu Shaoqing. "Although it's a clarification, it's still so embarrassing." Su Wanqing liked her straightforwardness. "What's her name, girl? Let's sit over there and chat. I don't believe those rumors. My name is Bai Jinxia, and I'm his junior sister. We've known Brother Lu for many years and are good friends. Now that you and Brother Lu are married, you are my sister-in-law, and you can call me Sierra like my master does," the girl said, her voice bright and cheerful, her beautiful almond eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Wanqing, thinking that Brother Lu's wife was truly beautiful. As the four talked, They reached an open area where Manhwa had set up tables for their meal and brought over 4 stools for them to sit and chat. Uncle Fu cheerfully brought over freshly brewed tea. Dr. Xie, Miss Bai, long time no see. You've had a long journey. Please have some tea and rest. Dinner will be ready soon. Thank you, Uncle Fu. We're not tired, Bai Jinxie replied with a smile, clearly familiar with him. Xie Yanche also said, Thank you, Uncle Fu.
How are you?
I'll check your pulse later. I'm fine. My old bones have no problems. But please check on our young master. He was poisoned recently. Although he woke up earlier this time, I'm still a bit worried. Uncle Fu, I've already been cured. I just didn't have a chance to tell everyone, so you don't need to worry, Lu Shaoqing interjected. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanche immediately took Lu Shaoqing's hand to check his pulse. Uncle Fu looked at Xie Yanche with anticipation, hoping the young master was telling the truth. Mo Huai and Mo Yin thought, when did this happen? How come they didn't know? But seeing the smiling princess beside them, they felt relieved. With the princess around, it wasn't surprising that the small table was filled with fragrant dishes. Su Wanqing called to the two, You should have tasted Uncle Qin's cooking. Hurry up and eat before it gets cold. She picked up a piece of lamb chop for herself. Xie Yanche hesitated, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of cured meat, still wanting to speak. Bai Jinxie, seeing her senior brother's expression, knew what he wanted to ask. Sister-in-law, how did you detoxify Brother Lu? My senior brother and I studied this poison for 3 years, and we only recently developed the herbs needed for the antidote. You managed to detoxify Brother Lu in just a few days. That's amazing. Although Bai Jinxie was asking for her senior brother, she was also very curious about how someone could have better medical skills than her senior brother. But she was really beautiful. Not only was she pretty, but her medical skills were also impressive. So enviable. Su Wanqing smiled. I only have a basic understanding of medicine. I was able to detoxify him because I know a unique technique, but I don't truly possess medical skills. In her past life, due to her special abilities, she had sought out medical books to study, but unfortunately, she wasn't cut out for it. In the end, she only learned about acupuncture points and basic anatomy. Her healing ability couldn't be explained by science at all. What technique? As soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, Xie Yanche asked eagerly, then felt it was a bit rude since she had said it was a unique technique that she couldn't share. Lu Shaoqing didn't want Su Wanqing to reveal too much, and was about to speak when Su Wanqing cut in. Sorry, it's something I was born with, so I can't explain it. However, I do have some medical books I can give to Dr. Xie as a thank you for helping my husband find the antidote. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wait for me to show up. My husband, Lu Shaoqing, was greatly pleased by those 3 words, and his gaze towards Su Wanqing was almost affectionate. Xie Yanche felt his emotions rising and falling at Su Wanqing's words, but when he suddenly saw his friend looking like that, he inexplicably wanted to punch him. He and his junior sister were still here. Showing off their love was not good for the kids. Bai Jinxie's eyes sparkled with excitement. She thought, Brother Lu and sister-in-law really love each other. I'm so envious. Su Wanqing shot a glare at her man. What was he doing getting all emotional at this moment? Xie Yanche nodded in thanks. Although his master had left him and his junior sister many medical books, perhaps the ones given by the princess contained information he didn't know. He had studied a rare poison for 3 years, while she had solved it in just a few days. He really wanted to know how she did it. Su Wanqing turned and got into the carriage, quickly searching through her space. In her past life, to better use her abilities, she had cleared out several large bookstores, which contained a wide variety of books. The Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, Shenong's Classic of Materia Medica, the Yellow Emperor's Acupuncture Classic, Pulse Classic. Su Wanqing first took out these books. Although Lu Shaoqing hadn't mentioned Xie Yanche to her, Mo Huai and Uncle Fu had often talked about this Dr. Xie. Now that the man was hers, it was only right to give him something in return. This fake slacker was quite understanding and considerate. Outside the carriage, Lu Shaoqing stood waiting to help her down, his eyes full of tenderness. Xie Yanche suddenly felt a toothache. This guy was really hard to look at. Where had the serious Lu Xiaoqing gone? Bai Jinxia cheerfully approached. Sister-in-law, are these books all for us? Then she added, will your master be upset if he finds out? Su Wanqing smiled and handed her the books. No, these books will only fulfill their true value if given to you. Thank you, sister-in-law, Bai Jinxia said sincerely. Xia Yanche curiously picked up the top book, the Yellow Emperor's Acupuncture Classic, flipped through a few pages, and excitedly grabbed the other books, looking through them one by one, overjoyed. These books were definitely written by a medical master even more skilled than his own master, and each one could become a classic. They would be extremely beneficial to him. Xia Yanche bowed deeply. Thank you, princess, for your generous gift. If you ever need anything, please feel free to ask. He knew how rare these medical books were and should have declined, but the temptation was too great. He decided not to be polite. Dr. Xia's skills are exceptional. These books are just a bonus, so there's no need to be polite. Su Wanqing thought mischievously about how he would react if she revealed her knowledge of anatomy and modern medicine. At night, Lu Xiaoqing instructed everyone to pack up their things in case another earthquake occurred. Uncle Fu led the team to load all the cooking utensils into the carriage, securing them with mats and ropes. There wasn't much else that could easily break, as long as they stayed away from the forest. Lu Xiaoqing, Su Wanqing, Xia Yanche, and Bai Jinxia sat together in an open space. They seemed to be chatting casually, but they were genuinely just chatting. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoqing asked, are you two willing to go with us to the north? Xia Yanche was taken aback and slowly replied, after my master's passing, my junior sister and I have been wandering, without a destination. We haven't thought about where to go next. I didn't expect you to ask this now. I thought it would be years before you would bring it up. Let us consider it and get back to you. Lu Xiaoqing paused for a moment and then said, Yanche, you felt the earthquake today. This is just the beginning. Soon there will be various disasters and conflicts. If you trust me, come with me to the north. My people have already infiltrated in batches. It will be the safest place. Xia Yanche was stunned by this statement and quietly said, are you planning a rebellion? But you don't have any military power left. Taking a city would be difficult. Bai Jinxia leaned in. Does Brother Lu want us to be your military doctors? No problem, I agree. I've never liked that emperor. He always targets you. Su Wanqing had someone even fiercer than herself. Lu Xiaoqing helplessly rubbed his forehead.
Poor choice in friends.
He decided to be straightforward. I'm not planning a rebellion. Don't think about it, just come with me. I'll arrange everything you need, and once things settle down, you can go wherever you want. Xia Yanche straightened up and shook his head. What a pity. I thought you had figured things out. I can go to the north with you. It would be a good opportunity to study the medical books the princess gave me.
Yay.
I can be with beautiful sister-in-law, Bai Jinxia cheered, thinking that since Su Wanqing had given them such valuable medical books, they were already considered family. Su Wanqing felt a bit embarrassed being called beautiful. After her abilities repaired and transformed her body, she could indeed be called beautiful now, but apart from Lu Xiaoqing, the people around her were the servants in the house, and none dared to look at her more than once, let alone compliment her. Suddenly being called beautiful by a girl she had just met made her cheeks slightly flush. Su Wanqing was over 30 in her past life, but she forgot that this body was only 18 and Bai Jinxia was 16. They were both like blooming flowers. As the four of them talked, the ground suddenly shook violently. The tea on the table spilled, and the teacups and teapot fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered with low weeds, so the cups and teapot were not broken. Except for the 3 members of the Lin family, everyone else could fight. Although the shaking was intense, they managed to stay on their feet. Everyone lost the panic of the day, helping each other as they waited for the shaking to pass. A night has passed. Everyone experienced 5 shakes, big and small. Dawn broke. Today's sun was especially bright, already eager to chase away the night's chill as it peeked over the horizon. Do you feel like today's dawn came a bit early? Xia Yanche looked at the rising glow, sensing something was different, but unable to pinpoint what it was. Senior brother, I don't feel anything different. Isn't it normal for summer days to get bright early? by Jinxia, who had barely slept, looked a bit weary. Lu Shaoqing tried to recall his memories from this time in his past life, but he had been weak and mostly asleep, only feeling the heat. Yes, he often woke up from the heat back then. It was only mid-May, and the weather was abnormal. It seemed the drought had begun after the earthquake, but he hadn't had the energy to pay attention to it at the time. There were still 3 provinces and over a dozen towns between here and the northern border. They needed to speed up and reach in city as soon as possible. They also needed to increase their supplies, doubling the amount to prepare for any unforeseen changes. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing immediately entered the carriage to adjust their plans. "Princess, what's wrong with your husband?" Xie Yanqi asked Su Wanqing, puzzled. Su Wanqing glanced at the carriage and smiled. He probably just remembered something. "Don't mind him. Also, since we left the royal city, we are no longer a prince and princess. You can call me Miss Su or Mrs. Lu to avoid any trouble. Brother Lu is the oldest among us. My senior brother is just stubborn. He should call you sister-in-law like I do," Bai Jinxia said without hesitation, throwing her senior brother under the bus. Xie Yanqi felt a bit embarrassed, but still bowed slightly and sincerely said, "Sister-in-law, you're too polite, young Master Xie." Su Wanqing replied gracefully, exuding a carefree charm that was unlike the shy demeanor of city girls. As the 3 talked, Lu Shaoqing stepped out of the carriage holding a wooden box. Su Wanqing knew what was inside and said nothing. "Aching, I'm going to find Mo Huai and Mo Yun to arrange some things," Lu Shaoqing said to Su Wanqing. "Okay, go ahead." Lu Shaoqing nodded and walked away. "Hey, he's still as cold as ever. Can't he see me standing right in front of him?" Xie Yanqi complained as he followed. He had been by Lu Shaoqing's side for years, and many things had happened without them hiding it from him, like the secret passages in the royal residence, or the 5,000 Lu family soldiers Lu Shaoqing commanded. Since they would be together in the future, he naturally wanted to contribute. Fortunately, he was quite clever and could come up with plans easily. Mo Huai and Mo Yun. "Dr. Xie, you should focus on your medical research. We trust you in that area." Su Wanqing pulled over a lounge chair and settled into it, saying, "Xie, come lie down for a bit. Breakfast will take a while." Bai Jinxia, smiling sweetly, sat on a nearby stool. "Sister-in-law, I'm not sleepy now. If you're tired, you can take a nap. I can't sleep now. I'll rest at noon." "How long have you known Shaoqing?" "Almost 10 years. My father had just passed away, and my senior brother took care of me during a tough time. I was almost sold because someone tricked me into wanting a sweet rice cake, but Brother Lu saved me and helped me find my senior brother. When we learned that we were all orphans, we became sworn siblings, relying on each other. We lived in the royal residence for 2 years. My senior brother's medical skills improved, and he wanted to travel, so he decided to leave. Brother Lu also needed to go to the northern border to take on his responsibilities. 3 years ago, we met again in the northern border, where Brother Lu was poisoned. My senior brother and I spent 6 months helping him manage the poison, which only acted up every 6 months. We originally planned to go to the southern frontier to find an antidote for Brother Lu, but we received news from the royal residence's secret guards, which brought us here." Bai Jinxia's voice was clear and pleasant, her face always adorned with a sweet smile, her eyes bright, making it hard to hear the hardships in her words. Su Wanqing smiled gently, understanding the pain and confusion of losing parents at a young age. At 8, she had been fostered by her uncle. Although she wasn't mistreated, there was no real care. The family dynamics were something she could never fit into as an outsider. So, in middle school, she chose to board and take care of herself, working part-time online in high school to earn her living and tuition fees. By the time she graduated from university, she was already a small business owner with 2 online companies. With her earnings, she bought a villa for her uncle's family as a way to repay their kindness in raising her, and she never returned to the village after that. She knew people in the village whispered about her being cold-hearted and ungrateful, thinking a house could repay her uncle's kindness. But she simply didn't want any ties to that family anymore. She could never forget hiding in a corner, watching her aunt throw her clothes on the ground and step on them, only to act sweetly towards her when she returned, asking if she was cold and reminding her to wear more clothes if it got chilly. Su Wanqing blinked her slightly dry eyes. She wanted those who disapproved of her to feel helpless against her. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Bai Jinxia asked cautiously when she noticed Su Wanqing was silent. Su Wanqing widened her smile and changed the subject. "Sierra, I'm fine. Are you hungry? There are red bean rolls and milk pudding made by Uncle Chin in the carriage. Would you like some? I can get it." "Sure, thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful and kind, knowing I love pastries and sharing her food with me. He he he." Su Wanqing took a food box from the carriage and placed it on the small table in front of them. Together with the young girl, they each took a bite, their cheeks puffed up with food. They closed their eyes in delight at the sweet taste. From a distance, Lu Shaoqing and Xie Yanche watched, their gazes softening. After breakfast, everyone got ready to set off. The secret guards and the residence's guards left first, waiting in various provinces and towns to meet up with Lu Shaoqing and the others. The group of over 60 people was now down to 15, consisting of Lu Shaoqing and his wife, Xie Yanche, Bai Jinxia, Mo Huai, Mo Yun, 3 members of the Lin family, Uncle Fu, Uncle Chin, and 4 servants from the royal residence who did odd jobs. The 3 carriages in the group were one for Su Wanqing and Bai Jinxia, one for the Lin family, and one for Uncle Fu and Uncle Chin. Everyone else rode horses. Lu Shaoqing looked displeased. He had just confirmed his relationship with his wife and was forced to part ways before he could hold her enough. He suddenly regretted leaving the siblings behind. But this didn't dampen Bai Jinxia's spirits. As the carriage curtain fell, she couldn't see her brother's dark face. She chattered away with Su Wanqing about the many interesting things they encountered while practicing medicine. She was trying hard to bond with her beautiful sister-in-law. Su Wanqing found it amusing, but also felt a bit sorry for seeing him unhappy. She thought that if it came to it, she could find an excuse to bring out another carriage from her space. That way, the sad man wouldn't always look at her with those pitiful eyes. "Sierra, what do you like to play? Sitting in the carriage all day is boring. Let's think of something fun, and we can invite Shaoqing and your senior brother to join us," Su Wanqing said, pulling her gaze from the outside.
I
don't know how," Bai Jinxia replied nervously, feeling unqualified compared to the noble ladies. "What should I do? Will beautiful sister-in-law not like me anymore?"
Boo hoo hoo.
"I can teach you. I don't know the games the young masters and ladies in the capital play either, but I know a new game that 4 people can play together." 3 days later. Izhou. This place is filled with rolling mountains, hidden within the forests, and serves as a state capital. "Young master, we're still several dozen miles away from the nearest town. We may not arrive before evening," Mo Huai reported. Lu Shaoqing looked up at the sky after hearing the report and said, "Let's walk for another half an hour and find an open area to set up camp and rest." "Yes," Mo Huai replied respectfully. Inside the carriage, Bai Jinxia curiously leaned out of the window. The cool breeze made her squint her eyes comfortably. She turned to Su Wanqing and said, "Sister-in-law, it's so cool outside. It was so hot at noon today, I sweated a lot." Su Wanqing glanced at the sky outside, feeling uneasy. It shouldn't be this hot in May. She had few chances to talk to Lu Shaoqing alone these days and hadn't asked him if the drought had started early. If the drought had begun, the journey ahead might be even harder. Water. They must stock up on more water. When they reached the resting place, everyone got to work setting up tents and gathering firewood to cook. Rarely, Su Wanqing showed interest and said she wanted to cook dinner herself, allowing Uncle Chin to take a break. Uncle Chin was so startled that he nearly dropped the pot, which fell to the ground and hit his foot. How could a master work while letting the servants rest? But with Su Wanqing, it was different. Bai Jinxia and Lin Taohua were in charge of starting the fire. As the knife hit the cutting board with a thud, their eyes uncontrollably widened and then closed tightly, opening and closing again. Their bright, black eyes were wide open. They exchanged a glance. At the same time, they shrank their necks, feeling as if sister-in-law, the master, was about to chop the chicken right above their delicate necks. No, it must be an illusion. What are you two staring at? Start the fire. I'm ready. It can go in now, Su Wanqing called out as she noticed the fire was almost out. Oh, okay. We'll start now. Is this really their gentle and quiet sister-in-law, the master? A sizzle. The chicken pieces went into the pot, followed by cooking wine, pepper, chili, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, then water to simmer. In the second pot, the oil was hot. A pinch of salt was sprinkled around, and the whole fish was added, frying until golden brown on both sides. Water and a fish seasoning packet were added, then covered to simmer. After estimating the time, she added potatoes, mushrooms, vermicelli, and dried vegetables. Finally, she added salt and chicken essence for seasoning. This stew was made in the style of her hometown from her past life. The method was simple, but the taste was quite good. She often cooked for herself when she grew up, although she had many more ingredients back then. Now, it wasn't convenient to bring out those extras. After finishing the last step, Su Wanqing looked up to see everyone watching her with mixed expressions. In their minds, a lady from the capital was delicate and unable to take care of herself. How could she do such rough work? The princess they knew was gentle and pure. Just sitting there, she could be as beautiful as a colorful painting. Yet here she was, casually stirring the food in the pot, as if it were an ordinary task. Strangely, everyone felt a sense of reverence. Lu Shaoqing cleared his throat softly, bringing everyone back from their shock. "Qing, is there anything I don't know about you?" Lu Shaoqing asked gently. Su Wanqing smiled generously. "Oh, there's plenty. You'll find out slowly in the future." Then she added, "Everyone stop staring and try my cooking." Uncle Fu and Uncle Qin smiled and responded, distributing bowls and chopsticks, surprised that they could eat a meal made by their master. No matter the taste, their lives felt complete. The four young servants were in disbelief, but the reality before them felt like walking on clouds, unsure where to stand. Bai Jinxia and Lin Taohua gazed at Su Wanqing with starry eyes, their admiration almost overflowing. "Sister-in-law, the master, is amazing." They wanted to scream with excitement. Although Xia Yanche watched the food go into the pot, he still had doubts. He gently nudged Lu Shaoqing beside him and whispered, "Have you tried it? Is it edible?" Lu Shaoqing seemed not to hear and walked straight to Su Wanqing's side. Wiping sweat and brushing back his hair, he asked if she was tired and suggested she sit down and rest. The food smelled really good. Xia Yanche was shocked again, his mouth agape. He grabbed Mo Huai's arm and squeezed out a few words. "Is that your master?" Mo Huai replied with 2 words. "Yes," rarely seen, surprising. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted into the air. Xia Yanche turned to see the lids of both pots had been lifted, and the food was bubbling, releasing a fragrant smell. Lu Shaoqing was the first to eat. He thought to himself that even if the taste was lacking, this was the first meal his wife made for him, and he wouldn't let her down. As for the others, they completely faded from Lu Shaoqing's view. Bai Jinxia was the second to pick up her chopsticks. The chicken was tender, and her watery eyes sparkled like stars. Others quickly followed suit, silently enjoying the food, moving quickly as if competing for more. Xia Yanche waited for everyone to give their opinions, but no one spoke. He anxiously asked, "How does it taste?" "Speak up." No one paid him any mind. But seeing everyone eagerly grabbing food, he gritted his teeth and picked up a piece of potato to try. In the next moment, his eyes lit up and he quickly joined the fray, thinking these people were so inconsiderate for not telling him how delicious it was. This was a flavor he had never tasted before, completely different from Uncle Qin's cooking. How to describe it? Uncle Qin's dishes were banquet level, exquisite and full of flavor. Su Wanqing's stew had tender chicken, fresh fish, and vegetables soaked in broth. Every bite was a delight. Though it couldn't compare to Uncle Qin's skills, it made everyone feel at home. They couldn't stop eating. Suddenly, several arrows shot toward them. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Lu Shaoqing quickly pulled Su Wanqing back, and with a flick of his chopsticks, he knocked away the arrows aimed at them. Xia Yanche protected by Jinxia. Mo Huai and Mo Yin swiftly drew their swords to shield Uncle Fu and the others from the arrows. The young servants reacted quickly, finding cover to protect themselves.
Bang, bang.
The two pots were shattered by the arrows, and half of the food spilled onto the ground. I'm still hungry, Xie Yanche shouted angrily, swinging his sword. Who dared to ruin his meal?
They must die.
Lu Shaoqing firmly shielded Su Wanqing behind him, his sword flashing like a shield against the incoming arrows. With his back straight and tall, Su Wanqing felt safe behind him, her powers dissipating. It seemed she wouldn't need to intervene. After a while, the rain of arrows stopped. From the forests on both sides, a group of men in black rushed out. In an instant, they were in close combat, swords clashing. The black-clad men were clearly well-trained assassins, their moves sharp and aimed at vital points. But Lu Shaoqing and his companions were all highly skilled, and once Lu Shaoqing regained his inner strength, he was like a sharp blade, unstoppable. Despite being outnumbered, the smaller group gradually gained the upper hand. The black-clad assassins kept falling. Some could have severely injured their opponents, but tripped over something and were swiftly dispatched. In their final moments, their only thought was, how could they be so unlucky? On a hillside in the dense forest, Prime Minister Su watched the battle below with a dark expression. The body of the Northern King had surprisingly recovered, which would surely impact the prince's future plans.
They must die.
Half a month ago, in the capital, at the residence of the third prince, Prime Minister Su quietly passed through intricately carved archways with a servant, making his way from the most remote part of the estate to the third prince's study. Your Highness, Prime Minister Su bowed respectfully. The nobleman in splendid robes, seated behind the desk, was writing something. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. Prime Minister, do you know that the Crown Prince was attacked a few days ago? Father suspects it was the work of us brothers. Prime Minister Su replied cautiously, I am aware, but I have important matters to report, which is why I had to seek your highness at this time. What is it? The third prince, Xiao Shirley, said calmly. Prime Minister Su's trembling legs shook even more, but he forced himself to speak. Your highness, there have been some issues at the mine. Xiao Shirley paused his writing and looked up at Prime Minister Su. His expression was unreadable, but Su felt a chill run down his neck, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He quickly bowed again and said, Your Highness, the secret guard reported today that the county magistrate of Liang has suddenly become a fool. The location of the mine may be exposed. I have already sent someone to investigate, and we should know the exact news in a couple of days. You go personally. Not just the mine, but all our interests must not have any more problems. I will send 100 secret guards with you. If anything goes wrong again, Prime Minister Su knows the consequences, Xiao Shirley said coldly, like a bloodthirsty demon eyeing its prey, ready to strike at any moment. Yes, I will set off today. Prime Minister Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed to leave. Once outside the third prince's residence, Prime Minister Su let out a slow breath and quickly returned to the Prime Minister's residence. On the surface, he was loyal to the Crown Prince, but secretly, he was working for the third prince. They had been planning for years, hoping to pull the Crown Prince down from his position after the Emperor's death. At that time, with a single command from the third prince, the troops hidden in Izhou could storm the capital and help the third prince succeed. But who would have thought that their hard work would be ruined by a group of bandits? Prime Minister Su was puzzled. They had concealed everything from everyone, secretly preparing food and weapons. How could they have been discovered by bandits?
Could it be
that there was a spy among them? Prime Minister Su mentally reviewed everyone around him and the third prince. In the end, he still couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Now, both the food in his residence and in Liang City had vanished without a trace, and there were no clues. Prime Minister Su felt a tightness in his chest, unable to breathe, and it hurt. If it weren't for his image, he would have cursed the Imperial Guards for being useless. After so long, they hadn't even caught a glimpse of the bandits. Back to the present. Seeing that the people the third prince sent were about to be killed, Prime Minister Su turned to run. Today's assassination plan was too hasty. Although they hadn't killed the king of Dingbei, They had learned that his health had recovered, which could be explained to the third prince. But just as he took a few steps, something suddenly tripped him, causing him to stumble forward. Thud, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Just hearing it made him feel pain all over. Ouch! Prime Minister Su grimaced in pain but dared not cry out loudly. He cursed his bad luck, spat out the grass that had gotten in his mouth, and got up to run again. Why is Prime Minister Su lying on the ground? Where are you going? Came the voice of Lu Shaoqing from behind. Prime Minister Su froze and turned to see Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing standing not far away, with a faint smile on Su Wanqing's face. Seeing his daughter, he suddenly felt a bit more confident. After all, he was the father-in-law of the king of Dingbei, so he asked, "Why are the king of Dingbei and my daughter here?" As soon as he asked, he realized how foolish the question was. Lu Shaoqing's face showed no change, and he replied casually, "Does Prime Minister Su not know? It seems the emperor did not inform you, which is his fault. You can mention it to him when you return to the capital. By the way, why is Prime Minister Su here? Were you also ordered to leave the capital?" Prime Minister Su was nearly speechless at this remark. How could he say the emperor hadn't notified him? Such disrespectful words should not be spoken lightly. You don't talk nonsense. The emperor is wise and benevolent. How can you speak recklessly? Then why is Prime Minister Su here? Let's hear it. Su Wanqing chimed in, looking innocently curious. How dare you question your father? Prime Minister Su scolded, wanting to change the subject. But Su Wanqing was determined not to let it go. Isn't it obvious? Should I ask again? Her bright eyes were filled with sincerity.
You.
I am your father. How can you speak to me like this? Prime Minister Su looked furious. Do I have a father? I don't remember. I only recall being mistreated as a child, going 3 days without food, and sneaking to the front yard to find my father. What did he say? Oh, I remember now. My father said, "Where did this little beggar come from? Throw him out of the house. He's dirtying the yard." Before Prime Minister Su could respond, Lu Shaoqing frowned, looking at Su Wanqing with concern, gripping his hands tighter. Su Wanqing smiled and shook her head at him, signaling that she was fine. Those were just the memories of the original owner, not her true experiences. Although she felt sorry for the original owner's suffering, she was not the original owner and couldn't feel the same familial affection. Even if Prime Minister Su died in front of her, she wouldn't feel a shred of sympathy. Prime Minister Su was left speechless by her words. He wanted to argue but recalled the events of the past. Back then, he genuinely thought she was just a little beggar who had accidentally wandered into the estate, which is why he had her sent away. The next day, the steward reminded him that she was the young lady of the house, and only then did he remember he had a daughter. He sent someone to bring her clean clothes and food, and even called a doctor. But she was just someone like her mother, unworthy of standing in the spotlight. What more could she want? Just that once, and you treated your father this way. It's simply unfilial, Prime Minister Su insisted. Just once? Perhaps Prime Minister Su is getting old and has a poor memory. I won't remind you of everything. As for me being unfilial, that is truly unfair. Did you not ask me to replace my sister and marry your husband? If being obedient is unfilial, then my sister's defiance and disrespect, putting the entire Su family in jeopardy, is filial? I truly cannot learn that. And besides, you are still alive. I fear wearing mourning clothes would upset you. You ungrateful daughter. I should have suffocated you back then, letting you die with your lowly mother. Prime Minister Su was genuinely furious this time. This rebellious daughter not only spoke disrespectfully, but also wished for his early death. He regretted not having suffocated her back then. 21 years ago, Prime Minister Su was just an ordinary 7th-rank official. By marrying Xue Wanyang, the daughter of the richest merchant in Jiangnan, he became a true, golden son-in-law. After 3 years of marriage, he used the wealth brought by his wife to advance in the official ranks, successfully rising to a 3rd-rank position. But then he began to despise his wife for her humble background, feeling she was unworthy of him. When Xue Wanyang was 8 months pregnant, she learned of his affair with the current prime minister's wife, Wang, and in a moment of despair, she lost the baby, giving birth to the frail Su Wanqing before passing away. Prime Minister Su deeply loved his late wife and was heartbroken, and it wasn't until 3 years later that he married a girl from the Wang family as a second wife, becoming the subject of much discussion in the capital. Looking back now, it seemed so ridiculous. Su Wanqing didn't care how angry he was. After a few moments of thought, she said seriously, "I haven't lived enough yet, so I'm not dying. If you want to die, Prime Minister Su, I can help you find a place. How about this forest? It will surely be lively at night, and you won't feel lonely." After saying that, she carefully looked at the distant rolling mountains. The scenery was beautiful, and the woods were dense. She nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself how filial she was. The Prime Minister Su was carried down the mountain by others. He had fainted from anger at Su Wanqing. When he woke up, he saw a bonfire and a group of people laughing around it. For a moment, he imagined himself successfully helping the third prince rise to power, with everyone congratulating him. "Lord Prime Minister, oh no, I misspoke, I should call you Duke. Congratulations, Duke. Congratulations, Duke. Ha." Prime Minister Su, Mo Huai's big face suddenly appeared in his view, shattering the joyful scene. "What are you doing?" "Unruly." He almost added the rest of his title but managed to hold back. Mo Huai was not offended. He just returned to his spot and continued roasting the meat in his hands. The others also turned their attention away, as if he didn't exist, and continued to roast meat, chatting and laughing. Dinner had been interrupted before everyone was full, so it wasn't too late for Su Wanqing to suggest roasting meat, and everyone eagerly agreed. Mo Huai and Mo Yin quickly hunted a wild goat, and everyone joined in to roast it. Su Wanqing took out 2 packets of barbecue seasoning from her space, adding cumin and chili powder, and the aroma filled the air. Uncle Qin thought to himself. He learned something new and wondered if he could study this special seasoning made by the lady. Lu Shaoqing thought, "My wife treats me so well, I will not let her down." Others. "Delicious. The roasted meat is so tasty. Sister-in-law, madam, is amazing." Under the firelight, everyone's faces were bright with smiles, and the roasted meat sizzled, releasing a wonderful smell. Sitting on the ground, Prime Minister Su got up, his stomach protesting. He had gone to Liang to investigate the iron mine, but upon arrival, he found the empty armory and iron mine, leaving him shocked and speechless. Only one thought filled his mind. It was over. He was finished. Just as he was anxious, he suddenly felt dizzy, as if the whole mountain was shaking violently. He had truly escaped a near-death experience, losing nearly 30 shadow guards before getting out of the mountain. Down the mountain, the entire Liang city had turned into ruins, and there was no point in going back. After the shaking stopped, they headed to a horse farm on another mountain. All the way, Prime Minister Su prayed that nothing would happen at the horse farm. The horse farm was located on an open mountaintop, far from other peaks, so it should be safe. He kept reassuring himself. What happened? Where are my horses? Where are the people? Wang Xuan, Prime Minister Su called out loudly, running around the horse farm like a headless chicken, trying to find his horses. "My lord, this place is empty. From the traces, they must have left not long ago," a shadow guard reported. Prime Minister Su completely lost his strength and collapsed to the ground, feeling a heaviness in his chest, and a metallic taste surged in his throat. In the next moment, blood spurted out, and he fainted. When he woke up again, he was already carried down the mountain by the shadow guards. Regaining consciousness, he knew he couldn't go back like this. If he returned now, he couldn't withstand the third prince's anger. He had to grit his teeth and order them to go to Izhou to ensure the troops and supplies there were secure before he dared to return. Once he recovered, he had the shadow guards hurry along, and unexpectedly, the scouts found traces of Lu Shaoqing and the others. His mind immediately became active. The king of Dingbei had always remained neutral, but he was loyal to the emperor. If they raised an army, the king of Dingbei would surely become a future threat. He had tried to kill the third prince countless times but failed. Now, wasn't this a chance given to him by heaven? Their scouts discovered that the king of Dingbei had fallen ill when leaving the capital, making him weak. If they attacked and killed him now, the third prince's anger would lessen. As a result, Prime Minister Su stared at the fire, momentarily lost in thought, but the aroma of the roasted meat brought him back. He had only eaten a piece of bread for lunch to fill his stomach, and now he was very hungry. He suppressed his chaotic emotions and spoke softly. "Chinger, father is a bit hungry. May I have some of the roasted meat you have?" Before he could finish, Su Wanqing interrupted. "No, this is mine. And please don't discuss me while I'm eating. It will ruin my appetite. Thank you." What? Prime Minister Su couldn't believe it. He had lowered himself so much, yet this rebellious daughter dared to insult him like this. In the next moment, he couldn't hold back. Don't you fear that the king of Dingbei and his servants will look down on you for acting like this? Do you know how miserable a woman can be without her family? Lu Shaoqing replied, "No need to worry, Prime Minister. My princess is wonderful. I appreciate her just the way she is." Prime Minister Su scoffed, "Can't last long. Once the king of Dingbei grows tired of you, you'll understand that what your father said was for your own good. His concubine, Aunt Luo, was beautiful, and he had liked her a lot 2 years ago, but now he felt indifferent. I am not like the Prime Minister, who is heartless and ungrateful. I will never love anyone else. In this life, only you will do," Lu Shaoqing said earnestly, looking at Su Wanqing with sincere eyes. Su Wanqing smiled. She believed in the man she liked. If one day love faded, they could part ways. There was no need to live in fear of what might happen in the future. In this life, 1 wish, not to live so hard. 2 wishes, to have the ability to love and never retreat when love is possible. 3 wishes, to no longer drift. Forget it. She still wanted to be a lazy fish. Well, at most, just flip over. But seeing Prime Minister Su's angry, dissatisfied face with a hint of murderous intent, she smiled again. "Prime Minister, you don't need to sow discord. I won't listen anyway, so save your energy." Prime Minister Su felt a dull pain in his chest and shouted angrily, "As your father, I am left on the ground by you, and not a single drop of water has been given to me. You are truly ungrateful. I am not human, so what are you?" Su Wanqing smiled again. "So you weren't asking for food, but for water? You should have said so. But I still won't give you any." She took a bite of the meat roasted by Lu Shaoqing, nodding for another bite.
Prime Minister Su.
"Everyone, Madam, sister-in-law, is impressive." The admiration level rose again. After the lively scene, the roasted meat was almost finished. Su Wanqing got up to wash her hands, preparing to rest early, since they had to travel tomorrow. Prime Minister Su, furious, shouted, "Wretched child, rebellious daughter, come back. King of Dingbei, this girl has such a temperament. If she treats her own father like this, do you really believe she follows you with no ulterior motives? Mo Huai, make him quiet. Don't disturb the lady's rest. Yes, young master." Mo Huai had long wanted to take action, but this man was still the lady's father and the current prime minister. However, seeing the lady and young master's attitude, Mo Huai felt assured and would not hold back. What are you doing? Don't come over. I am the prime minister." With one slap, the world went silent. Bai Jinxin stepped forward and kicked him a few more times. "Let you slander my sister-in-law. Let you mistreat her. You are not human, and your whole family is not human." Feeling something was off, she added, "Except for my sister-in-law. She will no longer be part of your family." The next day at noon, just before everyone started panting from the heat, the cart entered the city gate of Izhou. And Wu had been waiting inside the gate to greet them. The group pretended to be a traveling merchant caravan, led by Wu to a very inconspicuous courtyard. The cart drove straight into the courtyard. After everyone got off, Mo Huai opened a partition in one of the carts, revealing the sleeping Prime Minister Su inside. "Young master, should we interrogate him now?" Mo Huai asked, pulling him out like a dead dog.
Keep him locked up for now.
"We'll deal with it after my wife and I finish our business," Lu Shaoqing replied, then turned to Wu and asked, "Are the supplies ready?" "Yes, young master. Everything is prepared." There are 20 warehouses in the city, and various mountain goods collected outside are stored in an abandoned farmhouse, where an 11 is keeping watch, and Wu reported respectfully.
Good.
Tomorrow, you will disguise yourselves as a merchant caravan and head out to the next location, Lu Shaoqing instructed. Understood, young master, and Wu replied. Sister-in-law, it's so hot today. I wonder if there are any places in the city selling ice cream. Can we go out for a stroll this afternoon? Bai Jinxin said while fanning herself, unable to contain her restless desire to play. Before Su Wanqing could respond, Lu Shaoqing stepped into the room and said, We have things to do this afternoon. You can take Yan Che with you. Buy whatever you like with this silver note. He handed Bai Jinxin a silver note. Bai Jinxin's eyes widened when she saw the amount on the note. Lu Gij, are you not going to be a prince anymore and instead become a bandit? 10,000 taels, just like that for me. She had never seen a silver note of that amount before and was momentarily stunned. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. The little girl had guessed correctly. They were indeed like bandits. Just take it and buy what you like. If it's not enough, sister-in-law will give you more. Bai Jinxin's eyes sparkled. Wow, sister-in-law, you are so good to me. Oh, my senior brother has never given me this much money. I need to ask him for more silver. Why does he only give me 5 taels as pocket money? With that, she dashed out like the wind, and Su Wanqing worried that the breeze might blow the silver note away. Finally, only the two of them were left. Lu Shaoqing pulled the little woman he had been thinking about for days into his arms. Before she could react, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. After a long time, Su Wanqing was breathless from the kiss and lightly hit his chest. Only then did Lu Shaoqing reluctantly let her go. As if not satisfied, he kissed her lips again. Su Wanqing's face turned slightly red. She shot him a glare, her brows furrowed in a mix of shyness and annoyance. In Lu Shaoqing's eyes, she looked completely adorable, filling his heart with warmth. After days of traveling, he had not had the chance to be close to her, and it was hard to hold back. He knew she wasn't really angry, just dissatisfied with his wolf-like behavior, but he truly couldn't help himself. Holding her tightly in his arms, his heart bloomed like a flower, vibrant and beautiful. Fu Bo came to call them for dinner, but as he reached the door, he vaguely heard the commotion inside, his old face beaming with joy, almost humming a little tune. Dinner could wait. The young master and his wife were not hungry yet. Old Chen, what is you so happy? Where are the young master and his wife? Didn't I ask you to bring them for dinner? Uncle Qin asked curiously. The young master and his wife aren't hungry yet. They'll eat later. We can eat first. It's no problem, Fu Bo replied cheerfully. Not hungry? Didn't the young master just ask? Uncle Qin said. I told you, old man, just eat first. Hurry up. I'm hungry. I only had 3 buns for breakfast, Fu Bo urged. All right. I see it's the wife who spoils you. How can a master eat before his servants? Fu Bo ignored him and said, Are you eating or not? If not, I'm going to eat. Why are you angry? I was just joking. I'll get the dishes out right now, Uncle Qin quickly replied.
Fu Bo asked.
If he disturbed the master's good moment for dinner, he'd see how he dealt with it. Young master, madam, this is the last warehouse. My men are waiting outside, Mo Huai said as he opened the door and then stepped out. Mo Yun had taken people into the city to buy saltpeter, so only Mo Huai brought the 2 masters to collect supplies. Su Wanqing stepped forward to check. The warehouse was filled to the brim with grain. Out of the 20 warehouses she had collected today, 13 were filled with grain. Ijo produced a lot of wheat, so most of what they had was wheat and flour. The remaining 7 warehouses contained other supplies: vegetables, meat, seasonings, salt, cloth, cotton, herbs, and more, all packed into 7 large warehouses of 1,000 square feet each. Su Wanqing calculated that these, combined with what they had stored earlier, would be enough for nearly 10 years of food for 10,000 people. Moreover, she still had the supplies from her space. Once they settled down, she would take some out to improve the lives of those around her. After storing everything in her space, The three of them strolled around the city again, buying plenty of snacks and practical items like the local baskets, drying trays, bamboo mats, and more. Finally, when they could carry no more, they returned to the courtyard where they were staying with the delivery person. After unloading the items, Liu Shaoqing called for Manhwa and said, "Bring Prime Minister Su over." "Yes," Manhwa replied. At this moment, Prime Minister Su looked disheveled, pale, and his clothes were wrinkled, appearing weak and lacking the dignity he once had in the capital. He had gone 2 days without food and was a bit unsteady on his feet, but when he saw Liu Shaoqing and his wife, the anger and hatred in his eyes were no longer hidden. "Why, didn't you take care of Prime Minister Su? How did he end up like this?" Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Why was startled. Was the madam blaming him for not feeding Prime Minister Su for 2 days? After all, he was the madam's father, and it was natural for her to feel soft-hearted. But given how he treated the madam, never mind, he would listen to her. There would be other opportunities to secretly take revenge for her later. Prime Minister Su thought Su Wanqing had softened her heart. Treating her father this way would only solidify her reputation for being unfilial, and soon, everyone in the capital would know. At that time, he would definitely hold her accountable for her unfilial behavior. But before they could speak, Su Wanqing continued, "Why does he still have the strength to glare at me? Did you give him food?" This. Why and Prime Minister Su spoke almost simultaneously. "Madam, absolutely not. I only gave him some water. Bao creature, I am your father. How can you forget? Do you remember why you came to Izhou? And why did you send assassins after us?" Su Wanqing felt that since coming here, her temper had improved a lot. She was no longer the ruthless woman who resorted to killing at the slightest provocation. Prime Minister Su glared at her fiercely, then turned his head away, silent. "Hubby, he has become mute. He needs medicine." Liu Shaoqing struggled to suppress a smile, maintaining his cool demeanor, thinking that his wife was becoming more and more adorable.
And
She actually called him, "Hubby, you all." Prime Minister Su felt that he had never faced so much anger in his life as he had in these past 2 days. "Don't worry, catch your breath first," Su Wanqing kindly reminded him, her face sincere. "You shameless people, do you want to rebel? I am the Prime Minister, and you dare to imprison me? Let me go back immediately." Prime Minister Su could no longer stay calm and shouted in anger. Su Wanqing's beautiful face showed displeasure. "Prime Minister Su, you are slandering us. When have we ever rebelled? Sending my lord to the northern border was the emperor's order, wasn't it? When did you start representing the emperor? We are just kindly offering you a ride and didn't even ask for travel expenses. How can you repay kindness with malice and accuse us of rebellion? Is it that you, Prime Minister Su, want to rebel? So you see everyone as a rebel. You. Cough, cough, stop talking nonsense. I have no such intentions. If you don't have such intentions, then the third prince must have them," Liu Shaoqing suddenly said. No. What does this have to do with the third prince? I am honored by the emperor's trust and appointed as prime minister, so I naturally only serve the emperor. Prime Minister Su hurriedly denied, but he felt he was denying too quickly and tried to make up for it, only to lose confidence with every word. Su Wanqing and Liu Shaoqing exchanged glances, confirming their suspicion that the third prince was plotting rebellion. In his previous life, Liu Shaoqing had died early and had been oblivious to court affairs and the power struggles among the princes, so he was unaware of these matters. Prime Minister Su had a close relationship with the third prince, and the news had only come from the secret guards a few days ago. They were indeed hiding it well, perhaps even deceiving the higher-ups. However, this had nothing to do with them. If it was a rebellion, they would definitely prepare enough food and military supplies. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve them? They could collect these supplies for the third prince. Su Wanqing continued, "Is the army secretly raised by the third prince in Izhou?" "No," Prime Minister Su replied, then realized something was wrong and thought, "Am I going to be able to go back?" Su Wanqing smiled and walked over to him, casually placing her hand on his shoulder. Her pleasant voice rang out again. "Then it must be in Izhou. Where is the food stored? Inside the city? In the countryside? In the mountains?" Before Prime Minister Su could answer, Su Wanqing continued, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so it must be everywhere. TSK, how rich he is to prepare so much food." Prime Minister Su's eyes widened in terror, unable to believe that Su Wanqing knew this. Suddenly, a deep fear arose in his heart, causing him to tremble slightly. Is this really my daughter? Unfortunately, I have never paid attention to her, not even looking at her properly. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. If he hadn't ignored her back then, and she had grown up peacefully in the manor, would this daughter now be on his side? Still lost in his complicated thoughts, Lu Shaoqing's voice suddenly interrupted. "Prime Minister Su, will you speak voluntarily, or will you be forced to speak?" Prime Minister Su didn't understand how things had turned out this way. He slowly shook his head, feeling utterly powerless. "No, you are the ones who want to rebel. I have nothing to say, nothing. If you won't talk, I have ways to make you speak. By the way, before you become a fool, there's something I need to tell you." Su Wanqing didn't want to use the kind of drug meant for the county magistrate of Liang, as keeping him awake in misery was the greatest torment for him. However, if he really refused to speak, compared to countless supplies, it might be better to turn him into a fool. Prime Minister Su seemed still lost in thought and instinctively asked, "What is it?" Su Wanqing, not caring, said sincerely, "A few days ago when we encountered you, someone had already placed a letter on the 3rd prince's desk." Only then did Prime Minister Su raise his head and glare at her fiercely, squeezing out a few words. "What did it say?" "Nothing much. Just that you were heartbroken about me marrying the prince and having to travel so far. You can only betray the 3rd prince's trust and go with us to the northern border. Also, thank the 3rd prince for preparing those supplies for us. And then, shut up. You dare to slander me like this? I will kill you." Prime Minister Su interrupted Su Wanqing, his eyes reddening as he tried to rush over to grab her.
Bang.
Manhwa acted swiftly, kicking Prime Minister Su into the corner, watching him slowly slide down. Lu Shaoqing immediately protected Su Wanqing in his arms and said, "Manhwa, take him away and find out the exact location of the supplies. No need to go through so much trouble. If he won't talk, I can find it myself. It will just take a few more days." "Just kill him," Su Wanqing said indifferently. Manhwa had used 70% of his strength in that kick, and Prime Minister Su was bent over in pain, gasping for breath. But hearing Su Wanqing's words, he realized that this daughter truly did not care about any father-daughter feelings. If he died here, he would lose everything. Hastily, he said through gritted teeth, I'll talk. Just don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." As for the 3rd prince, he had followed him for many years and knew how suspicious he was. But as long as he was alive, everything was still possible. "I didn't expect the 3rd prince to be so wealthy. The largest floating cloud pavilion and Wanjia commercial house in the city are his properties. The most food is actually stored in a house under the name of the commercial house." Looking at the list in her hand, Su Wanqing began to believe that the 3rd prince could indeed achieve great things in the future. However, it might take some effort to prepare the supplies again.
Nighttime.
The two went out to look at the stars and the moon. Forget it. Su Wei, the lazy fish, was forced to work again. The largest floating cloud pavilion in the city was filled with countless treasures, mountains of gold and silver. Su Wanqing moved things around, feeling her anger rising. It was already hard enough to be out at night, and the 3rd prince was so inconsiderate, preparing enough supplies for 30,000 people to eat and drink for 3 years, along with various weapons. They also found a newly developed type of crossbow, which was exquisitely designed, powerful, and easy to carry. Even Lu Shaoqing was impressed. "Do you like it? I have even more exquisite blueprints and weapons. I'll bring them to you when we return. Remember to find more craftsmen who can make these weapons. The ones they produce will definitely be more powerful than this. Even in the later stages of a natural disaster, when food is scarce, no one will dare to lay a hand on us," Su Wanqing said. Lu Shaoqing felt a surge of joy. He had been planning the city's defenses recently, determined to ensure that nothing could get through, allowing her to live comfortably within the city. But no matter how he planned, he couldn't do without excellent weapons. Seeing this crossbow today felt like heaven had specially prepared it for him. Now that he heard Su Wanqing mention even better weapon blueprints, how could he not be excited? Yes, the Liu family army has craftsmen skilled in making weapons. In the future, a Qing can just do what she likes, and I'll handle everything else. Liu Shaoqing didn't realize that he was becoming less able to hide his emotions in front of Su Wanqing, increasingly resembling a clingy puppy. All right, but if you can't do it, you'll get a beating, Su Wanqing laughed. My wife can hit me freely, but it will never be, because I didn't keep my promise, Liu Shaoqing replied with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with deep affection. Su Wanqing felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. This man is really getting better at charming her. What should she do? She was truly immersed in his gentle affection, unable to extricate herself. The two worked all night to completely empty the third prince's properties and stored food throughout the city. As dawn approached, Mo Yun heard the sound of his master returning. In the next moment, Mo Huai also opened his eyes. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Mo Huai said, "You sleep a bit. I'll keep watch. The master should call us around noon." "Okay, call me if anything happens," Mo Yun replied before falling back asleep. The two had always taken turns resting like this, and had grown accustomed to it over the years. Uncle Fu and the others knew that their masters would usually sleep in when they arrived at the state capital, so everyone moved quietly in the morning, afraid of waking them. As soon as Bai Jinxiu entered the courtyard, she saw everyone busy with their tasks in silence. She couldn't help but lower her voice. "Uncle Fu, what happened?" Why, as the small courtyard was very clean, with a tall, lush old poplar tree in the middle. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the ground, creating a peaceful atmosphere. "Sister-in-law, are you back?" A weak female voice came from the main house. The woman replied, I brought guests to see the cloth." "You just rest." "Okay," the voice inside responded and then fell silent. The woman smiled and turned to Su Wanqing, saying, "Our home is simple. Please don't mind it. The dyed cloth is in that room." "Please, madam." Su Wanqing smiled gently and said, "Aunt, is someone in your family ill?" "I know a bit about medicine and can help." "Oh, I wouldn't want to trouble you, madam. My sister-in-law has been unwell since giving birth, and she has been taking medicine for years. She has had difficulty getting out of bed for the last 2 years," the woman said calmly, though sadness was evident in her eyes. "That's all right. It won't take much effort. I just want to check her pulse, no need for medicine," Su Wanqing replied. "Then please wait a moment. I'll go talk to her." The woman nodded slightly and went inside. After a moment, she returned, saying, "Thank you, madam. Please come in." Su Wanqing nodded and stepped forward, followed closely by Jinxie and Mo Yun. As they entered the room, a strong smell of medicine filled the air, but it wasn't unpleasant. The room was tidy, and the woman on the bed looked very unwell, with dark circles under her eyes, lifeless eyes, and pale lips. Seeing them enter, she managed a faint smile and said, "I am already at death's door. I truly can't trouble you, esteemed guests." Bai Jinxie could tell just by looking at her that she was severely lacking in energy and had been for a long time. Su Wanqing sat by the bed and smiled. "It's no trouble at all, just a small effort." As she spoke, she placed her hand on the woman's wrist. A hint of energy flowed into her body. Su Wanqing didn't understand medicine, but she could clearly feel how bad her condition was, stagnant energy and severe deficiencies. No amount of tonic would help, but she could heal her. In at most half a month, she would fully recover. Su Wanqing withdrew her hand and said, "Aunt, I can cure your illness." "Really? Can you really cure my sister-in-law?" The woman who brought them quickly asked, then knelt down, saying, "Please, madam, save my sister-in-law. She has suffered so much in her life. Just tell me how much silver you need." "Sister-in-law, please get up. I'm fine," Louis urged, not showing any happiness at the news of her illness being treatable. The woman shook her head. "No, please, I beg you, save her." Su Wanqing reached out to help her up and said, "Aunt, don't worry. I can save her, but At that moment, two voices were heard from the courtyard, one of them calling out loudly, I and your brother are back. Why is the bundle from the stall here? Is your sister-in-law back too? The woman wiped her tears and replied, Head of the family, I'm back. Why are you home so early today? The two men entered the room and were momentarily stunned to see so many people. Then they saw Su Wanqing's face and froze in place. Little sister, who are you? The two voices echoed simultaneously, their shock almost identical. Su Wanqing smiled and said, I heard from my aunt that your surname is Xue. May I ask where your family is from? Seeing their expressions, she guessed they might be from her maternal family. But weren't they wealthy merchants from Jiangnan? How did they end up here? What had happened? Xue Baocheng, who was a bit impatient, didn't answer Su Wanqing's question but instead asked, What is your name? What is your mother's name? Su Wanqing confirmed, smiling. My name is Su Wanqing, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. My mother is Su Wanyang. Is it really you, Qing girl? I am your eldest uncle, Xue Baoping said, his voice choked with emotion, his eyes filled with complex feelings. I am your second uncle. This is your eldest aunt, and the woman on the bed is my wife, your second aunt, Xue Baoqing added, also choked up. Wang Yinglan and Lu Yi took a moment to realize that the noblewoman who came to buy cloth and to treat Lu Yi was actually the daughter of their little sister, and both couldn't help but shed tears. What a pitiful child. After Su Wanyang married Prime Minister Su, she rarely returned to her family. After Prime Minister Su spent all her dowry, he forced her to write home for money. Su Wanyang refused and secretly wrote a letter warning her family to be cautious of Prime Minister Su and to move their assets and leave Jiangnan if possible. But it was too late. When Su Fu received the letter, that very night, a group of bandits attacked their home, killing anyone they saw. Su Fu took the opportunity to let his two sons escape with their wives and children through the back door while he stayed behind to hold off the attackers. Xue Baoping and Xue Baoqing managed to escape with their wives and children, but they didn't expect the bandits' goal was to kill their entire family. They were chased until they finally escaped Jiangnan. At that time, Lu Yi was pregnant and had complications during childbirth, nearly losing her life and her babies. Xue Baocheng had to trade their last valuable jade pendant for 3 pieces of old ginseng and several doses of medicine to save Lu Yi. Later, they made their way to Yizhou, where they finally settled down, making a living by dyeing and selling cloth. Although life was manageable, Lu Yi's health had been severely affected, and the cost of medicine over the years was a significant burden. Days passed without hope. After hearing their story, Su Wanqing realized that all of this was caused by her worthless father. It seemed his punishment was still not enough. Her uncles and aunts likely suspected that it was her father who wanted to kill them, but their gazes held no blame, only compassion. Qing girl, it is our fault. After your mother left, we were too busy to care for ourselves. We heard you were not doing well in the Prime Minister's residence, but we didn't come to see you.
Please.
Don't blame your uncle, Xue Baoping said, choking up. His wife, Aunt Wang, looked at her with pity. Child, you have suffered. The second aunt on the bed had tears in her eyes, her emotions complex. The events of the past could not be blamed on this child. She was as innocent as her own and her uncle. Aunt, I am doing well now. You don't need to worry. But you have truly suffered, Su Wanqing said awkwardly, unsure how to comfort them further. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Lu Yi suddenly started coughing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Everyone panicked. The eldest aunt rushed to get medicine, but Su Wanqing stopped her, saying, Uncles and aunts, I can treat my second aunt's illness. Please wait outside. I will treat her right away. Qing girl, can you really cure your second aunt's illness? Second uncle Xue Baocheng asked excitedly. Su Wanqing nodded. Please hurry outside. The longer we wait, the more pain she will endure. Everyone quickly left, and Bai Jinxia, wanting to help, was also refused by Su Wanqing with a shake of her head. She was using healing powers that couldn't be explained, so to avoid complications, she had Mo Yun take Bai Jinxia outside as well. Once it was just her and Aunt Lu in the room, Su Wanqing used her powers to put her into a deep sleep before starting the treatment. After a moment, Su Wanqing withdrew her hand. Aunt Lu's condition was just a result of time dragging on. She was much better than Lu Shaoqing had been. This treatment should have healed her significantly, at least enough that she wouldn't need to stay in bed all the time anymore. What's wrong? Do you need any medicine? I'll go to the pharmacy right now, Xue Baoping quickly asked as Su Wanqing came out. Uncle, don't worry. Aunt is much better now. She's sleeping, and when she wakes up, she'll be able to get up and walk, Su Wanqing replied. Really? Bai Jinxie and Wang Shi said at the same time. Bai Jinxie didn't expect her sister-in-law to be so skilled in medicine. Even her senior brother would need a year and a half of treatment for such an illness, yet her sister-in-law said the patient would be able to get out of bed once she woke up. Wang Shi couldn't hold back her tears, both in disbelief and hope that it was true. Sierra, go inside and check Aunt's pulse, Su Wanqing said, wanting to see if her judgment matched the doctor's diagnosis. Bai Jinxie was eager to help, and as soon as Su Wanqing finished speaking, she rushed into the room. Bai Jinxie carefully checked Lu Shi's pulse, and the others followed in, watching her intently. Before long, she released Lu Shi's hand, looking shocked as she said to Su Wanqing, Sister-in-law, your medical skills are even better than my senior brother's. Aunt's body is mostly fine, just a bit weak. Really? Thank goodness. Thank heavens, she's really better. Before Su Wanqing could respond, everyone started talking excitedly. Dad, uncle, aunt, are there guests at home? A young boy suddenly pushed open the courtyard gate. The midday sun shone behind him, making him look like he was surrounded by a golden glow. Thank you for your hospitality, King Dingbei. We will take our leave now, Xue Baoping said with a bow. Uncle, there's no need to be so polite. I hope you will seriously consider our proposal. We will set off early tomorrow morning, Lu Shaoqing said. We will discuss it when we get back, Xue Baoping replied. Uncle, aunt, cousin, cousin-in-law, cousin-sister, cousin-brother, Xiaonan, goodbye, Su Wanqing said in one breath, feeling her lung capacity had increased a little. Everyone laughed kindly. Xiaonan, held in her cousin Xue Huining's arms, said in a sweet voice, Goodbye, aunt. Okay, Xiaonan, be good, Su Wanqing smiled. Xue Baoping bowed again. King Dingbei, please return. Regardless of whether we go or not, we will wait for you at the city gate tomorrow. The next morning, the Xue family had been waiting at the city gate early. They had discussed it for most of the night and finally decided to follow Su Wanqing. With Lu Yi's health improving, they could live, well, anywhere. But Xue Huayan said, if we follow cousin, our family's safety will only be guaranteed if we stay close to King Dingbei. He was the only child of the second branch, born after Lu Yi's desperate efforts. Huayan, why do you say that? His father, Xue Baocheng, asked in confusion. Others looked at the frail, yet wise boy with curiosity. Xue Huayan continued. Dad, uncle, there was a rare earthquake in Liang City, affecting over a dozen nearby towns, including the capital. The survivors will have to find a way to live. Also, the weather has been unusually hot, and it hasn't rained for many days. If something uncontrollable happens again, the court might not help us. Cousin clearly wants us to go with them, and I want to trust them. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Finally, Xue Baoping slammed the table and said, Then let's go. It can't be worse than before. The carriage slowly arrived at the city gate. Mo Huai and Mo Yun, riding ahead, saw the Xue family with their bags and 2 carts, realizing they were also leaving. The two thought, the young master and madam really are insightful. They prepared 3 extra carriages. Hearing the commotion, Su Wanqing cheerfully lifted the carriage curtain. Uncle and aunt, get in the carriage. It's ready for you. Xue Baoping and the others were momentarily surprised, but then gratefully thanked her as they boarded the carriage, loading their luggage inside. The city gate was heavily guarded today, and they faced various questions and searches when leaving. In the end, they had to pay some silver to finally exit the city. The convoy reached a fork in the road outside the city, where Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing separated from the group. The two rode quickly to several villages outside the city, collecting the food and supplies secretly stored by the third prince, as well as various mountain goods bought by Wu and the others. They didn't forget to gather those as well. Just before sunset, they successfully returned to the convoy. That night, they searched for water sources near where the convoy rested, frantically stockpiling water. 5 days later, the convoy reached the border between Izhou and Yuzhou. Bai Jinxie could no longer contain her impatience and rode with Xie Yanqi. The magnificent villa halfway up the mountain made her very unhappy. "Senior brother, that's Chen's villa ahead." After speaking, she pouted and glared at the villa. Xie Yanqi noticed it too and said, "Don't be impulsive. I'll go tell my brother to be careful. I want to go too. I'll find sister-in-law." The little girl clearly intended to complain, her face showing a hint of unspoken hatred. The two dismounted and handed the reins to Mo Huai and Mo Yun before joining Su Wanqing's carriage. When Lu Shaoqing saw them get on, he looked visibly displeased, but unfortunately, they couldn't see his obvious rejection. "Sister-in-law, I've been bullied." Bai Jinxie immediately began to complain as soon as she sat down. Su Wanqing straightened up and asked, "Who dares to bully our sister? I'll make sure to get revenge for you." Bai Jinxie lifted the carriage curtain and pointed at the villa halfway up the mountain, saying, "The owner of that villa, old dog Chen. I went with my senior brother to treat him, and he actually drugged the tea, trying to make me his 20th concubine. Thankfully, my senior brother was cautious and killed a few of the villa's guards, allowing me to escape. Not only that, but he also sent people to chase us, almost causing me to fall off a cliff. Any pretty girl in this area has been taken to his villa. If they don't die from torment, they are locked in the back courtyard. Anyone whose family causes a scene is beaten or thrown off the mountain by those guards. His evil deeds are countless. Such a villain exists? It seems the county magistrate here isn't any good either. Otherwise, why would he allow this?" Su Wanqing said, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Shaoqing. They understood each other. Bai Jinxie continued, "That's right. Although this is the border between two states, it actually falls under Yozhou's jurisdiction. The magistrate of Ning County, whom we are about to pass, has been bribed by old dog Chen, and they have done many shady dealings together. Unfortunately, my senior brother and I are too weak. At that time, we could barely protect ourselves and couldn't deal with them at all." Xie Yanqi added, "There are nearly 100 guards at old dog Chen's villa. Our group looks large, but aside from us, no one else can protect themselves. We should be careful. Don't worry, nothing will happen," Lu Shaoqing assured. Su Wanqing comforted the little girl a few more times until she cheered up again, and then they all enjoyed the pastries made by Uncle Qin. The carriage moved slowly, about to leave the area and turn onto the official road of Ning County. Suddenly, a group of strong men on horseback appeared at the corner, with a flashy carriage in the middle that stood out. Both groups were blocked on the road, unable to pass. The leading strong man immediately rode over and shouted, "Get out of the way! Can't you see our lord's carriage is coming?" Inside the carriage, Bai Jinxie's expression changed. "Sister-in-law, that's the Qin family village people. The carriage must belong to old dog Qin." Su Wanqing gave her a calming look, turned, and picked up a brocade box beside her. She opened it to reveal various bottles and jars inside. "Sister-in-law, what is this?" "This bottle is so beautiful. Is it made of glass?" Bai Jinxie asked, her eyes sparkling. Xie Yanqi leaned in closer to see better. "Some of those people might recognize you too. I'll put on some makeup for you so they won't recognize you later," Su Wanqing said, quickly applying makeup on Bai Jinxie's face. In no time, Bai Jinxie's slightly round face transformed into a plain one. Her eyes lost their sparkle, her eyebrows became short and thick, and her lips looked heavy, making her look very ordinary. Upon closer inspection, she looked even worse. Xie Yanqi almost laughed out loud but quickly shut his mouth when Su Wanqing shot him a look. Bai Jinxie, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. He's just jealous that you look better than him," Su Wanqing replied. "Hee, I'm already pretty, and with sister-in-law using such good makeup on me, I'll look even better," Bai Jinxie said, tilting her head high. If it were her original face, she would seem cute and charming. Now, however, outside the carriage, Mo Huai and Mo Yun showed no intention of moving aside, and the strong man drew his knife, ready to charge. Is that old Master Chen's carriage ahead? We are passing merchants. We heard that old Master Chen raises many cattle and sheep on his farm, and we want to discuss business with him, Su Wanqing said, lifting the carriage curtain and speaking loudly. Seeing such a stunning beauty in the carriage, the strong man quickly turned his horse around to report back. In a short while, he returned and said, "Our lord invites you to the estate." Su Wanqing replied, "Mo Yun, Mo Huai, let them pass. Let old Master Chen go first." "Yes, ma'am." Mo Yun and Mo Huai cleared the way, and the carriages behind them moved aside as well. The strong man looked at them with satisfaction and said, "You know how to behave." After old Master Chen's carriage passed, Su Wanqing called Mo Huai and whispered a few words to him. He nodded and went to relay the message to the people in the carriage behind. In the end, only Su Wanqing's carriage and Mo Huai and Mo Yun followed behind old Master Chen's carriage. Xue Baoping looked back anxiously. Will Qing girl be safe following them like this? Those people don't look good. Xue Huang glanced at the carriage that had already gone far and said, "Uncle, don't worry. With the Prince of Dingbei around, my cousin will be fine. Qing girl is resourceful. Whatever she wants to do, don't stop her. If you can help, lend a hand, but don't hold her back," Wang said slowly. Everyone fell silent for a moment, nodding in agreement with Wang's words. Although the Chen family's villa was on a hillside, the road up was wide and smooth, even better than the official road. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. Old Master Chen, supported by his servants, got out of the carriage just as Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing also stepped down, followed by the disguised Bai Jinxie and Xia Yanche. Although Bai Jinxie looked unattractive due to Su Wanqing's makeup, Xia Yanche looked worse, resembling an abstract figure. Lu Shaoqing, who was both domineering and possessive, darkened his face when he saw Su Wanqing about to help Xia Yanche with makeup and said, "I'll do it." The sight of the two of them jumping down from the carriage made Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing appear even more beautiful and graceful. Old Master Chen's eyes were glued to Su Wanqing, but Lu Shaoqing blocked his view with a dark expression. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. May I ask how to address you?" Old Master Chen said with a smile. Su Wanqing couldn't find the words to describe his smile. If she didn't know he was a person, she would think a monster had appeared. He was simply ugly beyond belief. Yet he kept trying to get closer to her. Su Wanqing thought he must have prayed to the heavens, or else how could they have left a gap in his eyes to prevent him from being blind? Other features on his face seemed to have their own thoughts. Perhaps they were enemies in a past life, now forced to share the same face. What a sight! Su Wanqing regretted coming along. She should have done her work at night instead. She preferred working night shifts. They made her happy. "I am Lu, and this is my wife," Lu Shaoqing managed to say, forcing out a few words. Luckily, he maintained his usual demeanor, so others couldn't see his expression change. "Young Master Lu, please come in with me," Old Master Chen said, his face jiggling with laughter. Lu Shaoqing didn't respond, taking Su Wanqing's hand and striding forward, with the four others following closely behind. Finally, it was Old Master Chen and his guards who followed. The strong man wanted to scold them but was stopped by Old Master Chen, who followed along with a smile. With a beauty in front, one must not be rude. As they walked, Su Wanqing observed that the Chen residence was much larger than she had imagined. Inside, while it wasn't decorated with intricate carvings, it had walls made of jade and beams of sandalwood, creating a beautiful and scenic environment. What should I do? Su Wanqing regretted not bringing more people. It would take a lot of time to deal with this. Everyone settled in the flower hall, and the maid quickly served tea. Bai Jinxie stood behind Su Wanqing, quietly tugging at her clothes, signaling her not to drink. Su Wanqing smiled and reassured her. Ever since her powers awakened, she had become very sensitive to various scents and had already detected something unusual in the tea. "Where does young Master Lu do business? You look unfamiliar," Old Master Chen asked. "My wife and I have been traveling merchants for years." This is our first time here, so it's normal that old Master Chen hasn't seen us, Lu Shaoqing replied, his eyes fixed on Su Wanqing, thinking she looked beautiful. Old Master Chen continued to smile, showing no signs of impatience. Drink tea. You've traveled hard. I've arranged for the servants to prepare dinner. I wonder where old Master Chen's ranch is. Could you take us to see it? Lu Shaoqing asked. Haha, sure. The ranch is on the back mountain of the villa. Since it's getting late today, I'll take you directly to the ranch tomorrow to choose, old Master Chen replied, then added, Drink tea, drink tea. Lu Shaoqing got his answer and turned to Su Wanqing, saying, Wife, are we still playing? My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable, Su Wanqing smiled. This man was really. But old Master Chen was instantly captivated by her smile, standing up with his eyes wide. If only his eyes could be a bit bigger, perhaps people wouldn't always struggle to tell if he was awake or not. Feeling his gaze, Lu Shaoqing accidentally flung the teacup from his hand, smashing it onto old Master Chen's indescribable face. Bold. The atmosphere in the flower hall became tense instantly, with several strong men rushing to protect old Master Chen. Mo Huai and Mo Yun also stepped in front of Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing.
How dare you?
Capture them. Old Master Chen's face turned red from the hot water, looking at Lu Shaoqing with a twisted expression that was hard for others to understand, as if he wanted to skin him alive. The leading strong man received the order and charged forward, but his moves looked like mere show to the well-trained Mo Huai and Mo Yun. They were no match. The fighting in the flower hall quickly stopped. Mo Yun held his sword against old Master Chen's neck, and none of the guards who rushed in dared to approach. Hero, spare me. I have offended you, and it is my fault. I am willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver. Just please spare my life, old Master Chen pleaded, his small, frightened eyes fixed on the sword at his throat. Bai Jinxia found his pitiful appearance disgusting. She stepped forward and kicked him hard. Instantly, a scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed in everyone's ears. Bai Jinxia kicked him again, saying, Stop screaming. You scared my sister-in-law. Old Master Chen, sweating and in pain, dared not scream again. Su Wanqing sat nearby, calmly watching the scene unfold. Lu Shaoqing lovingly handed her a plate of peach blossom pastries, saying, My dear, try this. If you like it, I'll have Uncle Qin make some more. Xia Yanqi was too shocked to react, thinking this should tone it down a bit. They were in the middle of a fight, and their lovey-dovey behavior seemed inappropriate. Many guards in the yard were fiercely loyal to old Master Chen and glared at Bai Jinxia and Mo Yun, eager to rush in and kill these intruders. If Su Wanqing could hear their thoughts, she would surely confirm their loyalty. However, many were hired by old Master Chen, used to bullying the weak. Their bravado was impressive, but when it came to a real fight, they all shrank back. Old Master Chen, clutching his stomach on the ground, noticed the fearful expressions on his loyal guards and nearly fainted. He never expected that those who seemed loyal would only flatter him on the surface. When it came time to act, they all backed down. You all, kill these scoundrels, old Master Chen shouted through gritted teeth, pointing at those who were hesitating. Since his family name had gained a reputation in the area, no one had dared to insult him. He could bully others, but today he was not only insulted but also beaten. He was furious at the sight of his loyal guards retreating. Just then, the loyal guards, seeing old Master Chen kicked to the entrance of the flower hall, lost their hesitation and charged in with their swords. Mo Huai, Mo Yun, kill them all. Leave no one alive. After giving the order, he turned to Su Wanqing, saying, Stay here. But before he could finish, Su Wanqing had already rushed forward. I'll join in too, she exclaimed. Lu Shaoqing quickly followed, knowing Su Wanqing was skilled but still worried about her safety. He looked at the guards with a gaze as if they were dead. But the next moment he was shocked. His delicate wife moved swiftly, her strikes fierce. He realized she had somehow drawn a dagger, aiming for the enemy's vital points. In a flash, she had cut one enemy's throat. Her movements were smooth, and her presence was commanding. It was truly breathtaking. The others had worried about Su Wanqing rushing in, fearing she might get hurt, thinking their master, older brother, would punish them. But was that really their gentle, smiling mistress? Had they misjudged her? Or was it an illusion? Red splatters crossed their vision, snapping them back to reality, and they focused on the fight. They couldn't let their mistress, sister-in-law, outshine them. The tide of battle quickly turned. Before long, only a few guards remained standing. The onlookers, seeing the situation was hopeless, exchanged glances and then looked at old Master Chen, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to stand. They slowly began to retreat, and soon a group turned to flee.
They no longer dared to stay.
If old Master Chen survived, he would not let them go. If he died, the others would gain power and would not use them again, possibly even kill them. Everyone's minds raced, quickly understanding the situation, and they fled even faster. Soon, only 6 of them remained standing in the courtyard. Old Master Chen looked at the 6 with terror, realizing he had kicked a metal plate today. His eyes were filled with fear as he spoke slowly. "Young master, madam, I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you." As he spoke, he felt a sense of grievance. Although he had drugged the tea, they hadn't drunk it, right? He had always treated them kindly, so why were they suddenly shouting for blood? He was crying inside but continued to plead, "Please spare me. Take whatever gold and silver you want from my house." He thought they were just a few people with a cart. They couldn't take much, right? Oh, my silver. The more he thought about it, the more pained he felt. Suddenly, he remembered the beautiful women locked in the back courtyard and exclaimed, "Heroes! I have beautiful women in my back courtyard, offered by my subordinates. Some I haven't even touched yet. You can have them." Bai Jinxia couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to punch and kick him again. Xia Yanche chimed in, "Count me in." Lu Shaoqing declared, "I only love my wife, but if she misunderstands, I can die." Su Wanqing asked, "Am I not beautiful? I want to see." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Mo Huai and Mo Yun silently turned their heads away, pretending not to see or hear anything. Bai Jinxia kicked with all her strength, and old Master Chen let out another pig-like scream before finally fainting. "Sister-in-law, my shoes are dirty," Bai Jinxia lamented, upset that her new embroidered shoes had been dirted by old Master Chen after just 3 days of wear. Su Wanqing smiled. "I have a new pair for you. You can have them after we leave this place." She found him disgusting. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I love you the most." Bai Jinxia joyfully hugged her arm, wanting to act cute. Lu Shaoqing pulled his wife close, feeling annoyed by his little sister's presence. What should he do? Should he find her a husband? He glanced at Xia Yanche, thinking, what's wrong with him? He keeps this young girl around without giving her a title, and now she's competing with me for my wife. It's simply irresponsible. If Lu Shaoqing had lived in modern times, he would know the term scumbag. Xia Yanche felt confused by the look he received, as if he had committed a terrible crime. He thought, do they dislike me for not being helpful? But I need a chance to prove myself. You and your wife are killing like it's a competition, each one more ruthless than the other. I just didn't have the opportunity. Next time, I will definitely try harder. Bai Jinxia's dissatisfied voice broke through. Big brother, what are you doing? Sister-in-law. The little girl pouted, looking wronged. Su Wanqing was pulled and momentarily dazed, falling into a familiar embrace. She knew his possessiveness had flared up again, even with his sister. She helplessly held Bai Jinxia's hand, saying, Sierra, don't mind him. Sister-in-law is here for you. Instantly, the little girl's expression brightened. She felt avenged and was happy to have her sister-in-law by her side. Lu Shaoqing cleared his throat, regaining everyone's attention. Mo Huai, Mo Yun, go clean up the servants in the house and those women locked in the back courtyard. Yes, young master. Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied and left. Lu Shaoqing continued. What do you plan to do with this man? He was clearly asking Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxia. Kill him. They replied in unison, exchanging determined glances. All right, he's yours. I'll go with the Qing to find the treasury. You can burn this place when you leave, Lu Shaoqing said, taking Su Wanqing and heading toward the inner courtyard. The two walked quickly along the carved corridor towards different courtyards. Mo Huai and Mo Yun moved swiftly, and everywhere they went was empty. Su Wanqing collected everything she saw into her space. Decorative rocks and flowers from both sides of the corridor, and various exotic plants in the courtyards, leaving nothing behind. As they moved through the courtyards, they entered rooms filled with luxurious decorations, ornaments, calligraphy, and beds, taking everything. They even jumped onto the roof to collect the tiles. They justified it by saying they couldn't waste anything. This way, they didn't have to search hard. They quickly found the location of the storeroom. The guard at the storeroom had likely gone to the front yard, so the entrance was unguarded, with only a large brass lock hanging on the door. The iron chain securing the door was as thick as Su Wanqing's arm, and opening it would require considerable effort. Su Wanqing smiled and said, "I have a way." With that, a small grenade appeared in her hand. Lu Shaoqing curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's so finely made. This is called a grenade where I come from. It has great power. This small one can blow the door open," Su Wanqing explained. "Is it really that powerful?" Lu Shaoqing thought of many possibilities as he silently examined the small object in his hand. Su Wanqing took it back and said, "We'll study it later. I have more. When I pull this pin and throw it, we need to retreat immediately." Lu Shaoqing nodded. "Okay." A loud explosion shocked everyone. Mo Huai and Mo Yun rushed at top speed toward the source of the noise. Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxia also came running. Lu Shaoqing stared in shock at the severely damaged door and slowly said, "Qing, is this the weapon from your place?" "Yes, and there are even more powerful ones, but those require complex processes and precise equipment to make. This grenade is something we can try to make a simpler version of," Su Wanqing replied. "Do we have materials among our supplies to make this? If not, we can prepare them when we go down the mountain," Lu Shaoqing asked. "We do. The saltpeter is for this purpose, and it can also make ice," Su Wanqing said. She had actually prepared the saltpeter for making ice because it had been hot in the carriage during their journey, but it also worked for making explosives. While they were talking, Mo Huai and Mo Yun arrived in front of them. Seeing their masters were fine, they felt relieved. Mo Huai asked, "Young master, what was that loud noise? Should Mo Yun and I check ahead?" They thought there might be hidden traps in the village that their masters accidentally triggered, causing the explosion. "Nothing. How did things go in the backyard?" Lu Shaoqing didn't plan to explain, and just brushed it off lightly. "The women have been given money and sent down the mountain," Mo Huai replied.
Good.
"After you finish checking the house, go to the pasture in the back mountain. The noise here was too loud. The guards there must have been alerted." "Understood. We will go now." Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied respectfully before turning to leave. At that moment, Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxia also arrived, and Lu Shaoqing instructed them to go to the back mountain with Mo Huai and Mo Yun. First, Su Wanqing needed to clear out the house, and it was better if they weren't present. Also, they shouldn't disturb the couple's time together. Once the four left, the two began collecting again. The treasures, jade, gold, and silver in the storeroom were impressive, but in the backyard, they discovered a separate courtyard filled with various grains and food. Beside it was another yard full of fodder and beans for livestock. They collected everything into the space. Su Wanqing used her abilities to carefully search the entire village, suspecting that old Chen might have a hidden chamber. Sure enough, when she checked under a rock formation in the backyard, she found a secret passage. The passage led to a large underground chamber, where luminous pearls on the walls emitted a soft glow, illuminating the treasures inside. Gold, silver, and jewels were piled together without any fine boxes or careful storage, just dumped on the ground like garbage. It formed a spectacular mountain of treasures. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled as she picked up a ruby necklace and a green agate bracelet, which looked even more beautiful in the light. She also spotted gold and silver ingots mixed in. Her keen eyes caught sight of a golden ruby. It felt nice. She decided to use it to hit people in the future. "Quick, let's collect this. We still need to go to the back mountain," Lu Shaoqing urged. Okay, I'm collecting it now. Haha, we're getting rich," In the next moment, her long, jade-like hand reached out to the pile of jewels, and in the blink of an eye, everything was stored in her space, kept separately for later when she could look for more treasures she liked. Confirming there was nothing else valuable in the village, the two quickly headed to the back mountain. By now, it was completely dark. The houses in the back mountain were brightly lit. When Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing arrived, Mo Huai and the others had already cleared out the people there, leaving only bloodstains on the ground to show how fierce the recent fight had been. "Are you all okay?" Su Wanqing asked with concern. "We're fine, sister-in-law. I was amazing just now. I killed someone trying to sneak attack my brother," Bai Jinxia said happily. "Sierra, your skills have indeed improved. When we go back, let Mo Yun teach you another sword technique," Lu Shaoqing said. "No, I want to learn from sister-in-law. Her skills are the best," Bai Jinxia said proudly, feeling honored to be associated with someone so capable.
Shubankin Chakel.
Her martial arts were learned from her past life in battles, which might be too aggressive for a young girl. So she said, "I can teach you some simple training moves. Mo Yun's sword technique is very suitable for you. You might as well learn that too." "Okay, I'll listen to sister-in-law." The little girl smiled innocently. "Are you sure there's no one nearby?" After the two finished talking, Lu Shaoqing turned to Mo Huai and asked. "Yes, young master. We've cleared everything, and we checked the area to confirm there are no other people," Mo Huai replied. "Good, take them down the mountain first," Lu Shaoqing instructed. Xie Yanqi, confused, spoke up. "What about the cattle and sheep here? We can't take them all. I just saw there are at least 2,000 sheep, about 1,000 goats, 500 oxen, and over 800 horses. It would be a shame to leave them here. You all go down first. Leave this to us," Lu Shaoqing said. Seeing Lu Shaoqing's expression, Xie Yanqi realized he had a plan and didn't say more, taking Bai Jinxia down the mountain. Although Bai Jinxia wanted to stay, she obediently let Xie Yanqi lead her away. Su Wanqing moved quickly, riding her little electric scooter, making a round through the pasture. She checked her space and saw that all the cattle and sheep she collected were peacefully resting with their eyes closed in a corner. Satisfied, she nodded and withdrew her consciousness. Next, she collected the fodder from a storeroom into her space. As they descended the mountain, they saw flames rising from the direction of the Qin family village, but they didn't stop and quickly took a detour down the mountain. The six of them changed their outfits and walked on the streets of Ning County, listening to the lively discussions among the townspeople about the Qin family village.
One person said, "That was satisfying.
I wonder which hero did such a good deed. I heard Old Chen's body was burned beyond recognition. Keep your voice down. Old Chen is gone, but there's still that other one. Still, I feel quite satisfied. It was a good kill," another person whispered. "What's there to fear? He's dead. The skies of Ning County are half clear now," another added. I wonder when these days will end. Who knows? Enough of that. Let's go have tea today, my treat." The group moved further away. Bai Jinxia couldn't help but say, "They must be talking about that corrupt county magistrate. He's not a good person either." "Sister-in-law, why don't we?" Before Su Wanqing could respond, Xie Yanqi interrupted. "No nonsense. I was just saying," Bai Jinxia pouted in dissatisfaction. Su Wanqing smiled and changed the subject. "Sir, that shop ahead looks like a clothing store. Let's go buy you some new clothes and shoes. Yes, sister-in-law is the best." After saying that, she shot a glare at Xie Yanqi and pulled Su Wanqing's arm, leading the way forward. As June arrived, the weather became strangely hot. The night breeze carried a hint of heat, but it was still better than during the day. At least she wouldn't sweat just by moving. Su Wanqing's skills were becoming more impressive. Once again, she stepped out under the moonlight to work late. "Lu Shaoqing, when I get back, I want to eat the durian you peel for me," Su Wanqing said with a smile, her voice gentle. Lu Shaoqing felt a slight shiver. She rarely called him by his full name, but every time she did, it stirred something deep within him. It felt like a tender call shared between lovers, filled with heat and passion, making his heart race. He restrained himself and replied, "I am willing to serve my lady." But then he thought of the smell of the durian she mentioned, and all his emotions scattered. She must be planning something again. Indeed, Su Wanqing was thinking just that. She was unhappy with the county magistrate and didn't want to work late. So I'm the one getting hurt here, she thought. After meeting with the secret guards who arrived early, they learned that purchasing supplies in Ning County was very difficult. When Lu Shaoqing asked why, he found out that many supplies were controlled by the county magistrate. Since Magistrate Zhao took office 2 years ago, the townspeople had to register and pay taxes at the county office before they could buy food. Only then would they receive a purchase certificate to buy grain at the shops. This process applied to essential supplies like grain, salt, and iron tools. For other items, people could ask the shopkeepers if they needed to register at the county office. As a result, the secret guards found it very hard to buy supplies, with strict limits on how much grain each person could purchase daily. Even if they wanted to spend more money, they couldn't. Su Wanqing was both angry and amused. Don't the townspeople resist? Or go to the capital to complain? The secret guard replied, "My lady, we specifically investigated. Last year, some people protested against the magistrate's actions, but the guards claimed they were following orders from above. They were arrested, and a few days later, they died in prison. Since then, no one dared to protest and just paid their taxes quietly." As they spoke, they reached the county office and found a low wall to jump over. They had no interest in the magistrate's affairs, but they would be happy to replace him for the sake of the townspeople. The night was deep and silent. After more than an hour, when they left the county office, they opened the big door, finding it empty inside. Why keep the door closed? The county was corrupt, with officials and merchants colluding, while only the common people suffered. It was hard to tell the good from the bad anymore. When Lu Shaoqing returned, he instructed the secret guards to give a silver ingot to the truly poor families in the west and north of the city, compensating them for the extra money they had to spend over the past 2 years. In this chaotic time, only by standing strong could they survive. The next day, chaos erupted in the streets. Some were cheering, some laughed until they cried, and others silently gritted their teeth in fear. Today, the city gate was unguarded, and around noon, the townspeople opened it themselves to celebrate their newfound freedom. One by one, horse-drawn carriages slowly rolled out of the city, heading north. In Taohua Town, the sky darkened as a group arrived. Mo Huai and Mo Yun didn't look for an inn. Instead, they rented a clean little courtyard. Everyone settled in. "Sir, madam, this heat is abnormal. Are you both okay? Should we rest for a day before moving on?" Uncle Fu's forehead was drenched with sweat, and his face was slightly flushed from the heat. Seeing him like this, Su Wanqing quickly said, "Uncle Fu, we can handle it. You're older, so please take care of yourself and don't worry about us. Just have Qin make some cold noodles for dinner. Don't make anything complicated. It's too hot, and we don't want anyone getting sick."
Uncle Fu nodded. "Don't worry, madam.
Both old Qin and I are fine. You and the sir should drink more water and not hold back."
Got it.
"You should rest now. We'll call you if we need anything." "Okay." After Uncle Fu left, Su Wanqing closed their door and took out some saltpeter and water to try making ice. Though it had been hot for a few days, today was unusually scorching. She had been hiding in the carriage, secretly enjoying ice cream to cool down, but the others were suffering. Lu Shaoqing didn't allow Bai Jinxie to cling to Su Wanqing. The little girl had been in the same carriage as Lin Taohua, while Lin's father and Lin Honyuan were with Uncle Fu, along with the Shui family. Everyone was hot and had lifted the carriage curtains, but even the wind from the moving carriage was hot, making it worse. Su Wanqing scolded herself for being too lazy and not making ice sooner, causing everyone to suffer. Haha, it worked. Recalling a video she had seen in her past life, she added the right amount of saltpeter and shook the bowl of water, and to her surprise, it worked on the second try. Lu Shaoqing didn't expect it to be so easy. His eyes brightened as he looked at Su Wanqing, as if he wanted to pull her in, making it hard to look directly at him. "Don't just stand there. Call Mo Huai and the others to learn how to make ice. It will help everyone on the journey," Su Wanqing nudged his arm. Lu Shaoqing nodded. Okay, my lady is right. Su Wanqing shot him a playful glare and took out 2 more bowls of spring water. Soon, she could make some ice treats to cool everyone down. Before long, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Su Wanqing stood in the middle, carefully explaining how to make ice and the amount of saltpeter to use, detailing what to do if the water didn't freeze completely. The Lin family and Uncle Shui's family were astonished that Su Wanqing shared such a valuable method so openly, fearing they might leak it. This made everyone feel a mix of emotions but also strengthened their resolve to follow her. Their gazes toward her held an indescribable feeling. She stood quietly, as if she could be their salvation. Did everyone learn? From now on, you'll be responsible for making the ice in your carriages. Su Wanqing's words brought everyone back to reality. Her idea was simple. By teaching them the method, she could relax. Everyone nodded, and Uncle Qin was the first to step forward, eager to try. After seeing the madam successfully make ice, he thought of several delicious snacks to make for her. Su Wanqing was indeed the person he had wanted to take away from the start. They were on the same wavelength. It worked. It really worked. This is amazing, Uncle Qin exclaimed, watching the water in the bowl slowly freeze, his voice rising with excitement. Bai Jinxie and Xia Yanqi also saw their water freeze, and Bai Jinxie excitedly shook Su Wanqing's arm. Sister-in-law, you're really amazing. Her sparkling eyes were filled with admiration. Xia Yanqi added, I can't believe saltpeter has such a wonderful use. Truly impressive. Su Wanqing suddenly felt a bit shy from all the praise and awkwardly said, I just read about this method in a book. It's not my own idea, haha. She forced a laugh. Qing, there's no need to be modest. You're truly remarkable, Lu Shaoqing said straightforwardly, his gaze soft enough to melt. Dinner consisted entirely of various cold dishes, including a simple fruit ice made by Su Wanqing, which had lychee, longan, peach, watermelon, and cantaloupe. Everyone wanted to shout with delight after tasting it. They had never had it before, and Su Wanqing hadn't eaten it in a long time. Everyone agreed it was incredibly delicious. There was also a refreshing drink made by Uncle Qin with cheese, ice, honey, and various fruit petals. The most attractive part was the flaky mountain in the middle. It was made of 3 different colors, shaped like layered peaks, and decorated with fruits and fresh flowers. It was both tasty and beautiful. Until everyone finished eating, they all tacitly avoided asking where all the fruit came from. Su Wanqing was very satisfied with this. In the future, there would be plenty of delicious food for them. The next day, everyone had placed ice basins in their rooms, slept comfortably, and woke up with smiles, no longer blushing as they had the day before. Xia Yanqi had prepared heat relief medicine early in the morning. After breakfast, everyone took a bowl each, ready for a long day of travel. They packed their things and prepared to set off again. As the carriage passed through the street, Su Wanqing saw someone selling chick and ducklings outside and asked the carriage to stop. Mo, you take everyone ahead. We'll catch up soon, Su Wanqing said. Before she finished speaking, she was helped down by Lu Shaoqing. After Mo agreed, he led the group onward. Old man, how much for these chicken ducklings? Su Wanqing squatted in front of the old man's stall, looking at the chickens and ducks in the baskets. The chicks and ducklings looked weak, likely due to the heat. They were all lethargic, especially the newly hatched animals. Seeing someone inquire about the price, Old Wang quickly replied, Madam, the price is the same for both, 8 won each. They have been carefully raised for over a month. Don't be fooled by their current state. It's just the heat. They'll perk up by afternoon. Su Wanqing couldn't tell their quality, but seeing the old man's loving gaze at the chickens and ducks, and noticing the baskets were clean, she said, Old man, how many do you have in total? I'll take them all. Really taking them all? Old Wang seemed incredulous and hurriedly asked. Yes, really? How much will that be? Let me count. Old Wang had brought 50 chicks and 30 ducklings in the morning, and since none had sold, he carefully counted them in front of Su Wanqing. Madam, there are 50 chicks and 30 ducklings. Given your carriage, I'll throw in the 3 baskets for free, Old Wang said.
Thank you, old man.
By the way, was it this hot here in previous years? Su Wanqing asked, feigning curiosity. Old Wang sighed and replied, it wasn't this hot in previous years. Last year it had just started to warm up around this time. When we passed the river outside the town yesterday, the water level had dropped a lot. Has it not rained for a long time? Su Wanqing continued. After a moment of hesitation, Old Wang's cloudy eyes seemed to flash with something. He slightly turned, patted his little grandson's head, and said, Madam, you're right. This year, we've had much less rain. It hasn't rained in the last 2 months. Here's the money, Su Wanqing said, handing him the counted silver. Madam, where are you headed? Old Wang asked, taking the silver without looking closely. North, to Anqing, Lu Shaoqing replied. Old Wang raised his eyes to see the stern-faced man exuding an air of nobility, realizing they were not ordinary people. He stood up and bowed, saying, Thank you, young master and madam. Su Wanqing smiled. No need to be polite. Along the way, whenever Su Wanqing bought snacks, she would casually drop a few comments, but Old Wang was the first to notice. Perhaps the unusual heat had made him feel a sense of crisis. Using the cover of the carriage, Su Wanqing stored the 3 baskets in her space. The young servant driving the carriage had followed the group, and once Su Wanqing was settled, Lu Shaoqing drove the carriage forward slowly. At noon, the convoy rested at the edge of a forest. Su Wanqing lay in the carriage and asked Lu Shaoqing to raise the curtain, wanting to lie there without moving since there was no breeze outside. Sister-in-law, aren't you coming down? Bai Jinxia jumped off the carriage and ran over, only to find Su Wanqing still nestled inside. Sierra, it's too hot. I don't want to move. Can you ask Uncle Qin if he has any cold drinks left? Bring me a bowl. Lu Shaoqing, who hadn't gone far, turned around and said, You can't have any more ice. You've already had 3 bowls at noon. Eating more will upset your stomach. Su Wanqing almost sat up straight, her watery eyes accusingly looking at him. I'll be fine, you know that, he understood without her needing to say more. But considering that women are generally cold-natured, too much ice isn't good for her. He wanted to refuse, but seeing her upset expression, he coaxed gently, Be good. I'll have Uncle Qin make you some scallion oil noodles, and you can have half a bowl of yogurt in the afternoon, okay? Bai Jinxia stood with Lu Shaoqing this time, saying, Sister-in-law, eating too much ice isn't good for your health. Big brother is right. Fine, both of them are being too strict. Feeling annoyed, she wondered why there were flying insects coming into the carriage. Smack. That's what you get for being inconsiderate and flying in when I'm in a bad mood. Sister-in-law, this bug is so big. It looks a bit like the locust described in books, Bai Jinxia said, looking at the insect Su Wanqing had just killed, curious about what it was. Hearing this, Su Wanqing immediately sat up to check, and Lu Shaoqing quickly walked over. Both of them grew serious and said in unison, The locusts are coming. Lu Shaoqing immediately called for Mo Huai, urging everyone to quickly return to the carriage and travel at full speed to find a place to hide. Sierra, get in the car quickly. We need to leave now, Su Wanqing urged Bai Jinxia, who was still dazed. Bai Jinxia came to her senses. Oh, okay. She mumbled, It really is locusts. I hope I didn't jinx it. Everyone hurriedly packed the things they had just unloaded back into the carriage and quickly jumped on. The group left in a rush. The carriage sped away for nearly 15 minutes before an abandoned courtyard appeared before them. With no time to think, Mo Huai and Mo Yun rode in first, followed by a line of carriages entering the yard. Shanshan Temple. This is an abandoned temple. Quick, everyone hide inside, Mo Huai shouted. As he turned, he saw a dark cloud behind him, covering half the sky. He realized it wasn't a cloud but a swarm of locusts, densely packed and quickly moving toward them. He immediately dismounted, gave his horse a hard slap to send it running inside, and hurried to help unload the saddles from the other horses to get them into the temple as well. Once everyone was inside the main hall of the Shanshan Temple, Mo Huai and Mo Yin shut the door tightly and braced it with a stick. A few young servants found some wooden boards in the back hall to block the windows. Su Wanqing actually wanted to go out and catch some locusts, not for people to eat, but for the chickens and ducks in her space. But seeing everyone on high alert, she hesitated to speak up. Plus, the locusts had just arrived and were likely aggressive, making it easy to get hurt. It would be better to wait until the swarm passed before going out to catch some. As she thought this, loud sounds of locusts hitting the door came from outside, followed by noises on the wooden boards, walls, and even the roof. Many locusts that fell to the ground quickly crawled in through the gaps under the windows and doors. Shue family's 2 aunts and cousin almost screamed, but seeing everyone calmly striking the locusts that crawled in with whatever they had, they joined in. Wang and Lu also gritted their teeth and joined the fight. What's there to be afraid of? Just bugs. Wang's daughter-in-law, Sue, tightly wrapped her daughter in her clothes, turned her back, grabbed some rags from the temple, and rushed forward without hesitation. Time passed without anyone noticing. Everyone's arms were sore from swinging, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of crushed locusts, making it easy to trip if one wasn't careful. It seems like the noise has gotten quieter, Mo Huai panted. He felt more exhausted than after a fight. He was holding a sword in one hand and a torn piece of cloth in the other, looking somewhat amusing. But the others were not much better off. They were all breathing heavily. Even Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing were slightly out of breath, with beads of sweat on their foreheads. After waiting a bit longer, the commotion outside indeed lessened, and the locusts crawling in were no longer coming in waves. Finally, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Once they caught their breath, Lu Shaoqing asked Mo Huai and Mo Yin to open the door so they could go out and take a look. The once lush mountains and nearly ripe wheat fields had been swept away by the locusts, leaving no sign of life in sight. On the ground, the remaining locusts were quickly devouring the leftover grains, with a few flying up only to land and continue eating. The sight was so devastating that everyone was momentarily speechless. In the distance, a few villagers were running over. Women were crying helplessly on the ground, while men rushed into the fields to search for any remaining food. But their hands were no match for the countless locusts still feasting. Locusts are edible. If you're really in trouble at home, you can catch some locusts. They taste pretty good when fried, Su Wanqing said loudly, having appeared behind the villagers. A few nearby women quieted their cries and turned to her. Is that true? Can we really eat locusts? Locusts eat grains and green plants from the mountains. Why can't we eat them? Not only can people eat them, but you can also catch some to feed your poultry, Su Wanqing continued. One woman seemed to seriously consider eating locusts. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted into the fields, "Husband, hurry home and get a bag. We can eat these locusts." After shouting, she rushed home. Her family was on the verge of running out of food, and with the mountains and fields ravaged by locusts, finding something to eat seemed impossible. It was better to believe this woman, even if it was hard to swallow, than to starve. The remaining women looked at each other, hoping to find reassurance in each other's eyes. After a moment, one seemed to make up her mind and ran home to get something, while others hesitated, unsure whether to trust Su Wanqing's words. Su Wanqing paid no more attention to them. After speaking, she pulled Lu Shaoqing away, wanting to see the damage caused by the locusts. In reality, she stopped wherever there were many locusts, collecting them into her space. Everyone's focus was on the locusts and the tragic scene, making it easier for her to cheat openly. As they walked, she managed to collect quite a few locusts. Of course, she didn't go into the villagers' fields. When the two returned to the mountain god's temple, Uncle Fu and a few young servants had already hitched up the cart. Fortunately, they had moved the food from the cart into the main hall, so the cart was still in good condition. They just needed to sweep off the locusts lingering on it before loading it up again. By this time, it was already past noon. After consulting everyone, they decided to leave first and stop for food later. At this moment, Su Wanqing couldn't take out the cooked food from her space, so she only brought out a pack of jerky for everyone to snack on. Once everyone was on the cart, Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing excused themselves to go ahead, while they returned to the main hall to collect the pile of locusts they had killed. They were determined not to miss any opportunity. Usually, they encountered very few people on the road, except when passing through towns. But now, villagers were continuously rushing to the fields, their faces showing a mix of anxiety, panic, sorrow, worry, and confusion. Some simply sat down on the ground, covering their faces and crying. The trees on both sides of the road were bare, with the sun shining down. Even with ice in the cart, it felt hot inside. The horses were also feeling the heat and refused to move. A few young servants skillfully got down to give the horses water and feed them some beans. Once the horses felt better, they continued on their way. After traveling a bit further and turning a corner, they found a shaded area at the foot of a towering mountain. Unfortunately, all they could see was devastation. Only a few green leaves clung to the branches. Everyone worked together to clear a small area in the shade at the foot of the mountain, and they decided to camp there for the night. The impact of the locusts weighed heavily on everyone. They silently busied themselves with setting up tents, gathering firewood, and cooking. Uncle Chin first prepared the dough, then made a simple vegetable and lean meat porridge. The weather was hot, and before the porridge was ready, the dough had already risen, resulting in a large pot of pork, scallion, and tofu vermicelli buns. The vermicelli was brought out by Su Wanqing, and the tofu was preserved by Uncle Chin after frying fresh tofu. Although it didn't have the same taste as fresh tofu, Uncle Chin's cooking skills were undeniable, and everyone felt a bit better as they ate. Gradually, conversations began to emerge in the group. Su Shi's little girl sighed like a small adult. "Mom, can we talk now?" Wang Shi lovingly pulled her granddaughter close, gently ruffling her messy hair. "Nan, are you scared?" "Don't worry, Grandpa, Grandma, and your parents are here. And Aunt and Uncle," Nanan said, her big round eyes wide with seriousness. "Yes, and Aunt and the others. They will protect us, and when Nanan grows up, she will protect them too." Nanan wants to be even stronger than Aunt and protect you all." Su Wanqing and her husband were sitting together, leisurely enjoying their icy bowls. Well, only Su Xinyu was truly relaxed. Lu Shaoqing wondered if locust plagues had ever happened in his past life. They had taken a detour from Liang and hadn't traveled on the official road, so they had no idea what had happened in other states. It was best to speed up their journey and reach in city as soon as possible. No matter what happened next, they needed a safe place. But then he suddenly thought of a place. In times of disasters and wars, very few things could survive. Even if they stocked up on food and supplies, there would eventually come a day when they ran out. However, going there would require a detour, delaying them by at least 3 to 5 days. He looked at the woman beside him, his gaze softening. "Aching, we are currently in the territory of Qinzhou. If we follow the official road, we can reach the border in 10 days, and at most 5 days to reach in city." Su Wanqing glanced at him and asked, "Do you have other plans?" Lu Shaoqing smiled warmly. "Aching understands me. Stop being coy and just say it. 300 miles from here is a town called Sang City. Most of the trees inside and outside the city are mulberry trees, and the people there mainly raise silkworms and weave silk. Are you interested? Do you want to buy silkworm cocoons?" Lu Shaoqing smiled gently and nodded. If this hot weather continues for 2 years, Sang City might not survive. "We should keep some silkworm cocoons and mulberry trees." The two exchanged smiles, reaching a mutual understanding. The stars in the sky flickered on and off. It seemed they were about to disappear. The two busy people were huffing and puffing as they walked down the mountain. Last night, they had gone up the mountain again to find a water source. The weather was getting hotter, and the rivers they had passed were all at lower water levels. So, whenever they had the chance, they would go into the mountains to look for clean water. Fortunately, they had a good harvest last night, and they estimated that the water in their space could support tens of thousands of people through 3 years of drought without any problem, and there would still be plenty left. If they combine this with Su Wanqing's abilities to grow some crops, it could work. But Su Wanqing still felt it wasn't enough. They needed to store a lot more water for the journey ahead to ease her inexplicable anxiety. After all, those who had experienced the apocalypse always felt uneasy if they didn't stock up on food and water for a lifetime. When the two returned to the group, it was almost dawn. Mo Huai and Mo Yun, with their eyes tightly shut, stirred slightly and then fell back asleep. Since the arrival of the female lead, their master had been taking them out less and less. Mo Huai once said to Mo Yun, Don't you think we've lost our favor in front of the master? Emoyan looked at Manhwa as if he were foolish and then sighed, gazing at the sky. But in front of the female lead, they had nothing to say. With such magical abilities, were they not some kind of fairy or monster? However, having some leisure time was also good, just like now. The two masters were out working. They were sleeping. If Su Wanqing knew what they were thinking, she would definitely wake them up and make them scout ahead. Not long after they fell asleep, Uncle Fu and Uncle Qin woke up. They quietly got up to prepare breakfast, and soon the Lin and Xue families also woke up to wash up and get ready. During this process, everyone was quiet, and when they needed to communicate, they played a guessing game. The atmosphere was very harmonious. When the sun fully rose, the fragrant mushroom chicken porridge in the pot began to smell delicious. Su Wanqing moved slightly in the arms of someone, her voice hoarse from just waking up. "It's hot. Loosen your grip a bit." Lu Shaoqing was also sweating, but he felt secure holding her and had gotten used to sleeping with her beside him, skillfully wrapping her in his arms. "My dear, if I don't hold you, I can't sleep. I'll go get water for you to wash up," Lu Shaoqing said as he sat up, looking like a devoted husband. A strand of hair at his forehead was slightly curled from sleeping too close to her, making him look playful and cute. As Su Wanqing opened her sleepy eyes and saw him like this, she felt enchanted. Without thinking, her disobedient hand reached out and grabbed him.
Quiche.
Lu Shaoqing was stunned, wondering what had just happened. Seeing him in a daze, Su Wanqing thought, isn't he usually more responsive? Could it be that she hadn't kissed him enough? Kiss, kiss, kiss. All right, go wash up. We're having breakfast now, but Lu Shaoqing suddenly felt he wasn't hungry at all. In the next moment, Su Wanqing felt the world spin as the familiar scent of the man enveloped her tightly. "Good morning, Uncle Fu. Uncle Qin, what are we having for breakfast?" "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Good morning, Uncle Lin. Mo Huai and Mo Yin, thank you for keeping watch last night." Seeing Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxia, they noticed they were sleeping soundly. Lu Shaoqing carried a basin of water for washing and walked to the carriage, saying gently, "My dear, you can get down to wash up now." Su Wanqing tidied herself up, lifted the curtain, and got down from the carriage. Just as she was about to wash up, she suddenly felt many eyes on them. Turning around, she saw everyone staring at them in shock. What kind of expression was that? Su Wanqing couldn't describe it. It was harder to explain than seeing a ghost. "What happened to them?" Su Wanqing asked in confusion. Lu Shaoqing smiled at her. "My dear, don't mind them. Come wash up first. We have your favorite mushroom chicken porridge for breakfast, so eat more later." "Oh." Su Wanqing looked at everyone again, responding absent-mindedly as she took the basin to wash up. 3 days later, in Sang City. These 3 days had been a rush, and everyone was discreetly rubbing their sore backsides. Only Su Wanqing was complaining about her sore bottom. Bai Jinxia saw Su Wanqing wailing and foolishly thought of giving her a massage. But Lu Shaoqing grabbed her arm and pushed her back to Xia Yanche, saying ominously, "Take care of your people." The carriage slowly entered Sang City. Although it was close to dusk, the lively scene inside the city amazed everyone. For the past 3 days, they had seen fields and forests ravaged by locusts, so seeing the city bustling like this lifted everyone's spirits. Wonton noodles, delicious wonton noodles. "Would you like to try some, sir?" Sesame cakes, meat soup, meat sauce noodles, tasty and cheap. Su Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer. She had the driver stop the carriage and jumped down. Seeing Su Wanqing get off, Bai Jinxia and Lin Taohua laughed and jumped down too. They couldn't let the delicious food be enjoyed by just the 3 of them, so Su Wanqing had all the carriages pull over, and everyone ate and drank their fill before looking for a place to stay. They could order whatever they wanted, and in the end, they would pay together. Xue Baoping and Xue Baocheng felt a bit embarrassed. Throughout the journey, they had eaten and drunk alongside Su Wanqing without contributing any food or money. Feeling uneasy, they were uncomfortable with the idea of having Su Wanqing pay for everything. Uncle Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. The master is kind, so there's no need to refuse these small matters. In the future, we will be together without any second thoughts." He actually wanted to say that they would be loyal to the master and do their best to repay the young master and lady. But the Xue family was related to the lady, and they were different. They would remember their place. What they experienced on this journey made them grateful for their initial choice, and any lingering regret or unwillingness they had as scholars had vanished. They believed that even under the master's command, the master would never let them lose their scholarly integrity. "Uncle and aunt, don't worry. We will take care of everything on the road," Lu Shaoqing said, blowing on the wontons in his bowl to cool them down before handing the bowl to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing held the bowl, her smile bright. "Uncle and aunt, since I'm bringing you out, I'll take care of all the expenses on this journey. You don't need to feel burdened. Besides, once we settle down, I hope to rely on your fabric dyeing skills to earn some money." Xue Baoping laughed heartily. "Qing girl, I was worried you would be too shy to ask us. You are also part of the Xue family. What's wrong with me teaching you the dyeing skills? Yes, Qing girl, you shared that precious ice-making recipe with us, without hesitation. What do we have to hold back? Don't worry, we will gladly teach you the dyeing skills, and the Xue family will have no objections," said Aunt Wang. Uncle Xue, Aunt Xue, and all the cousins nodded, looking at her kindly. Seeing this, Su Wanqing realized they misunderstood her. "Uncle and Aunt, what I meant was that we can open a shop together. You handle the dyeing and I'll provide the money and the shop, and we can split the profits. This, Qing girl, that won't do. We will only handle the dyeing. How can we shamelessly share the profits with you?" "No way, no way." Xue Baoping shook his head repeatedly. The years of hardship had worn away their former mercenary spirit, especially when facing their beloved niece. How could they think only of profit? Su Wanqing was truly satisfied with this group of people. They had no ulterior motives, wouldn't hold her back, and even handed her a knife when she needed it. No wonder she felt lucky. "Let's talk about this later. First, eat the wontons before they get cold," Su Wanqing said with a smile. "Young master and lady, this is the best and most spacious courtyard I have available. Are you satisfied?" the smiling man said. Su Wanqing thought it was quite nice. The courtyard was spacious and clean, with plenty of rooms to accommodate everyone. She nodded at Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing then slowly said, "Then this will do." "Thank you." The man quickly bowed and smiled. "I'm glad you are satisfied, young master and lady. I truly don't deserve your thanks. Here is the key to the courtyard. Please keep it safe." Mo Huai took the key and handed him 2 taels of silver for 3 days' rent. The man cheerfully said a few flattering words before leaving. The group began unloading their things from the cart. They had already eaten dinner on the street. This man was introduced by the wonton stall owner, who said he was trustworthy and wouldn't deceive his guests. After everyone settled in, they fetched water from the well in the courtyard to wash up and went to bed early. It was rare for Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing to stay in at night. They spread out their bedding together and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, as dawn broke, Su Wanqing woke up. She had been hot during the night and had added 2 ice basins to the room, which helped her sleep more soundly. "Dear, did you sleep well?" Lu Shaoqing sensed she was awake and opened his eyes. It felt great to see the person he cared about first thing in the morning. "Yes, quite well." Su Wanqing genuinely felt she had a good night's sleep, not having to work late, and felt relaxed. Lu Shaoqing looked at her with affection and asked, "Should we get up? Or sleep a little longer?" "Let's get up. There are no guards here yet, and we need to find a place to buy silkworm cocoons today." "That's fine. Mo Huai and Mo Yun will gather information for us. We won't be delayed if we leave a bit later." Su Wanqing smiled. "That's right. I'll give them a bonus this month. Shouldn't this prince thank the princess for caring for her subordinates? No need to be polite." As soon as she finished speaking, her soft lips were captured in a passionate kiss. After a moment, Lu Shaoqing reluctantly released her, saying, "This is my thank you gift." Su Wanqing was momentarily speechless by his boldness and hurriedly got up. She feared that if she lay down again, she might lose control. He kept teasing her all day, without taking it further. Su Wanqing thought to herself and suddenly remembered a rumor in the capital about the Northern King. She paused, turning to look at the man who had sat up. Even without washing his face, his handsome features were still striking. He had broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long limbs, though his middle section was somewhat unclear. Lu Shaoqing was preparing to get dressed when he felt her gaze. In an instant, his face turned a bit awkward.
What was she looking at?
His ears turned red, and he felt a rush of heat. It had been tough for him to hold back these days. But they had been traveling, and he didn't want to rush her. Once they reached their home in Anqing, he would make sure to give her an unforgettable wedding night. However, her intense gaze made it hard for him to keep his composure. Su Wanqing finally noticed his discomfort. She swallowed hard and sat at the edge of the bed.
Are you
Not capable? Don't worry, no matter how serious your issue is, I promise I can help you. I can help you with a strong poison in your body, so this little problem is definitely not a big deal. You can't hide it from me, Su Wanqing said seriously, as this was about her lifelong happiness, and she couldn't be careless. Lu Shaoqing's face changed colors like a palette, turning red and green. What was she saying? Does the princess want to verify whether this prince is capable or not? Hearing his gritted teeth, Su Wanqing suddenly felt a bit scared. But her carefree nature didn't let her take it to heart. If he wasn't incapable, then he simply didn't know how. She thought this and asked, "So, you don't know how?" The prince had no women in the palace, and he lost his parents and elders at a young age, so he probably had no one to teach him. He only knew how to fight and play hide-and-seek with the dog emperor. How pitiful! Dear, his gritted teeth interrupted Su Wanqing's chaotic thoughts. "I'm here. It's okay if you don't know, I don't either." Su Wanqing wanted to say that she had only dared to joke around with others before, and she really didn't know anything about this. But before she could finish, she was suddenly pulled back onto the bed. The already warm room became even hotter. The two on the bed were close, their lips almost touching, clothes half removed. After a long moment, the man breathed heavily, noticing the faint red marks on her skin, and temporarily let her go. After all, they were still outside. Su Wanqing hurriedly pulled her torn clothes together, her cheeks flushed and breathing quickened. She had almost thought she would lose her first time like this. That was careless of her. Fortunately, the man stopped. "Dear, do you now know if this prince is capable?" he asked, propping himself up with one arm and playing with a strand of Su Wanqing's hair, smiling wickedly. Su Wanqing's eyes widened slightly, feeling her blood rush again. On the main street of Sang City, at Yaxian Pavilion, young master, lady, the eldest son of the Jin family, is in the private room on the second floor. Mo Huai waited at the entrance of Yaxian Pavilion for the two. When he saw Mo Yun bringing them over, he quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Good, lead the way," Lu Shaoqing said. The four of them went up to the second floor. The servant outside the private room smiled when he saw Mo Huai and the others, saying, "I've met you, gentlemen. My master is waiting inside. Please come in." As the door opened, a young man with a handsome face, dressed in a sky-blue embroidered robe, sat inside. He was Jin Baiyu, the eldest son of the Jin family and the silkworm seller Mo Huai had found. Seeing them enter, Jin Baiyu immediately put on a friendly smile. "You must be young Master Liu and Lady Liu. What a beautiful couple. Please have a seat. You're too kind, young Master Jin." Lu Shaoqing felt inexplicably happier and smiled as he sat down with Su Wanqing. As it was their first meeting, they exchanged a few pleasantries. Jin Baiyu handled the conversation well, asking questions that were neither offensive nor difficult to answer, while also grasping the key points. Soon they got to the main topic. "I heard that young Master Liu wants to buy a large quantity of silkworm cocoons. Are you planning to settle in Sang City?" "We are just passing through and won't stay long, so don't worry, young Master Jin," Lu Shaoqing replied. "I meant no offense. I just feel a connection with young Master Liu. If you plan to develop in Sang City, we could collaborate," Jin Baiyu said. Although he appeared prosperous, the Jin family was large and complicated, and recently, his uncle and cousins had taken away a lot of his business. They were struggling, and when he heard that an outside merchant wanted to buy silkworm cocoons, he came personally. If he could establish a connection, he wouldn't mind lowering his status to do so. From the moment he saw young Master Lu and his wife, he felt they were not ordinary merchants, but rather from a powerful and well-established family. Making friends with them could only be beneficial. Seeing his sincerity, Lu Shaoqing smiled and said, "Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." Jin Baiyu's face lit up. "May I ask where young Master Lu's family is from? We must cooperate in the future. The northern border, Anqing." Jin Baiyu's excitement faded a bit. It was a long distance away. However, since it was a border city with limited resources, there might indeed be opportunities for cooperation. He then said, "Please remember me when the time comes." Of course. If young Master Jin is interested in expanding the fabric business to Anqing, feel free to come to me, Lu Shaoqing replied. Great. Young Master Lu is straightforward. Let me toast you, Jin Baiyu said. During the meal, Lu Shaoqing ordered 200,000 silkworm cocoons and agreed to deliver and pay tomorrow. He also bought 50,000 rolls of various grades of fabric and brocade from their family. This helped Jin Baiyu with his urgent needs. Such a large order not only made up for recent losses, but also turned a profit for their family. To thank Lu Shaoqing and his wife, Jin Baiyu sent many gifts and, upon learning they wanted to raise silkworms in the future, directly arranged for 10 carts of mulberry saplings. He joked that as long as they could keep these trees alive, they could start raising a batch of spring silkworms next year. The next day, Su Wanqing, Lu Shaoqing, Mo Huai, and Mo Yun took a horse-drawn carriage to the place they had agreed upon with Jin Baiyu. As the carriage reached an alley, Lu Shaoqing looked outside and asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Young master, just out of this alley and around the corner. We'll be there," Mo Huai replied. Just as he finished speaking, a carriage suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked the road. Mo Huai and Mo Yun quickly pulled the reins to stop the carriage, their eyes warily fixed on the carriage ahead. "What's going on up ahead?" Su Wanqing peeked through a small gap in the curtain. That luxurious carriage likely belonged to a prominent family in Sang City, and she began to speculate. "Is young Master Lu inside? My master has a business matter to discuss with you, and we kindly ask you to step down for a chat," shouted the driver from the front. Mo Huai and Mo Yun already had a bad impression of them for blocking their way. Although the driver wasn't arrogant, his tone wasn't respectful either, and their expressions turned unfriendly. Mo Huai asked, "Young master, should we meet them?" "No," Lu Shaoqing replied. "My master is busy and cannot meet," Mo Huai called out to the driver. Upon hearing this, the driver whispered something to the people inside the carriage, then lifted the curtain to reveal a man sitting inside. If one looked closely, he resembled Jin Baiyu to some extent. The man got out of the carriage and smiled. "I apologize for my servant's rudeness. I am Jin Wangquan from the Jin family's second branch. I heard that young Master Lu is also a businessman, so I would like to invite you for a drink to show my hospitality." Mo Huai, make him move aside. "We don't have time to waste," Lu Shaoqing said, realizing that they were trying to steal Jin Baiyu's business. Unfortunately, he had a good impression of Jin Baiyu and didn't want to disappoint Jin Wangquan. "Yes, young master," Mo Huai replied, then turned to Jin Wangquan and said, "Young Master Jin, I'm sorry, but our master has already finalized his business in Sang City yesterday. We must decline your kind offer. Please have your people move the carriage aside. Our master has other matters to attend to. My master is speaking nicely to you. I advise you not to be ungrateful." One of Jin Wanquan's servants suddenly interjected, speaking arrogantly and glaring at Lu Shaoqing, clearly more displeased than his master. Jin Wanquan's expression changed. No one dared to disrespect the Jin family's second branch when doing business in Sang City, and he was taken aback by this treatment. His eyes darkened, and without saying more, he turned and got back into his carriage, signaling for his servant to leave. Just as Jin Wangquan departed, Jin Baiyu hurried over with his people, clearly having run the whole way, panting heavily and sweating profusely. "Lu, is young Master Lu still here?" Jin Baiyu gasped. Lu Shaoqing pulled back the curtain. "Young Master Jin, please catch your breath before speaking." Seeing Lu Shaoqing, Jin Baiyu felt relieved and immediately sat down on the ground, disregarding his image. He was far from the refined demeanor he had the day before. He had received word that his cousin from his uncle's side was trying to intercept Lu Shaoqing, and he had forgotten to ride in the carriage, running straight here instead. Fortunately, Lu Shaoqing had a noble character and was not easily deceived by his cousin. Once he calmed down, he stood up and said, "Young Master Lu, the goods are ready. Let's head to the warehouse." At that moment, Jin Baiyu's servant arrived with the carriage. Jin Baiyu got in front to lead the way, while Mo Huai and Mo Yun followed behind. Jin Baiyu took this business very seriously. He had stayed up all night overseeing the preparations and had just finished getting everything ready for Lu Shaoqing. Inside, dozens of large jars were snow-white silkworm cocoons, covered with huge palm leaves to prevent moisture. Jin Baiyu explained that there was also a thick layer of leaves at the bottom of the jars to keep the cocoons from turning yellow. The fabrics were all placed in specially made wooden boxes, wrapped in coarse cotton cloth to prevent snagging. Due to weight, each box could hold a maximum of 10 pieces of fabric, and the 50,000 pieces nearly filled the warehouse. After inspecting the goods, Jin Baiyu handed over the warehouse key, saying they could return it after moving everything out. Before leaving, Jin Baiyu hesitated and said, "Young Master Lu, the one who intercepted your carriage today is my cousin. He can be a bit. Since you rejected him today, he might cause you trouble. Please be careful in the coming days." Lu Shaoqing smiled lightly. "Thank you, young Master Jin. I understand." Once Jin Baiyu and his people left, Mo Huai and Mo Yun closed the warehouse door. Su Wanqing quickly gathered everything inside, and in just a few blinks, the entire warehouse was emptied into her space. Mo Huai and Mo Yun were once again shocked, having only seen Su Wanqing take the carriage out before, but never witnessing her perform such a magical feat this time. They truly saw her wave her hand and make so many items disappear. The two stood frozen, wide-eyed and motionless. "Didn't you see this before? Why are you still so shocked?" "Snap out of it," Su Wanqing said, walking over and waving her hand. Mo Huai and Mo Yun were so scared they immediately stepped back, fearing that Su Wanqing might wave her hand again and make them disappear too. They couldn't even think about it. "Are you afraid of my hands? Want to see where all those goods went?" Su Wanqing said playfully, like a wolf trying to trick a child into opening the door. Mo Huai and Mo Yun shook their heads in unison. "Madam is amazing. Madam is powerful. Please spare us." Seeing that they were genuinely frightened, Su Wanqing stopped joking and asked, "How much monthly allowance does your master give you?" 10. 10 taels, the highest in the household," Mo Huai stammered. "Then from now on, your monthly allowance will be raised to 20 taels. Here, take this to calm your nerves so you don't have nightmares about monsters at night," Su Wanqing said, pulling out 2 5-tael gold ingots from her space and giving one to each of them. Thank you, madam." When Mo Huai and Mo Yun heard that their monthly allowance was doubled, their smiles widened. Then they heard about the reward of 5-tael gold ingots, and their faces lit up with joy. Lu Shaoqing, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch these two fools, and pulled Su Wanqing away. With the business concluded, they would set off again tomorrow. After Su Wanqing and the others left, a young servant hiding in a distant corner quietly slipped away. "Did you really see clearly? After they locked the storeroom door, they didn't send anyone to guard it?" The speaker was Jin Wangquan, who had intercepted Lu Shaoqing and his group earlier. The person bowing and flattering him was the hidden servant, who replied, "Young master, we waited a while after they left before coming out. There was indeed no one left to guard." "Good. Since they don't know what's good for them, don't blame me. You go. And when you return, collect your reward from the steward," Jin Wangquan said proudly, a sinister look in his eyes. "Thank you, young master. I will do it well and leave no traces," the servant grinned, showing his teeth. After Jin Wangquan had no further orders, he bowed and left. The plan went smoothly. Lu Shaoqing had instructed Fu Bo to pack their things for an early departure the next morning. After lunch, Su Wanqing took all the women in the group shopping. Little Nan Nan held a sweet, soft fried cake and said sweetly, "Thank you, Aunt." "Nonsense, Nan Nan. If you want to eat anything else, just tell me and I'll buy it for you, Su Wanqing replied with a smile. Okay, I will. Qing girl, don't buy her more. She already has enough, Wang Shi said, feeling a bit concerned about their expenses. Each of them had large bags filled with items, and just the fine cosmetics they bought cost over 100 taels of silver.
And these are just small things.
You'll enjoy them too when we get back, so don't hold back, Su Wanqing said with a smile. Oh, you girl. She was great in every way except for spending money so freely. Of course, Wang Shi didn't say this out loud. If they could really open a shop in the future, they would repay Su Wanqing for all her care along the way. Looking back, Wang Shi felt relieved that the head of the family and Huayan made the right decision. If they had insisted on staying, given the current hot weather, who knows how things would have turned out. Wang Shi felt grateful and didn't say much more, continuing to shop with everyone. Lu Shaoqing, accompanied by Mo Huai and Mo Yun, pawned many decorative items and paintings. Although the pawn shop offered less silver than selling elsewhere, they didn't have time to linger, making it the quickest way to get rid of those items. Su Wanqing's space was now filled with gold and silver, but every time Lu Shaoqing saw the greedy look on her face, he spent the journey dealing with those less useful items, turning them into enough silver not only for supplies, but also with some left over for Su Wanqing's space. This time was no exception. Most of the exchange silver was spent on grain and cotton. Mo Huai added more silver to the shopkeeper to ensure everything was delivered to the designated place before dark. Finally, Su Wanqing stored everything in her space. By the time they finished, it was almost the hour of the pig. Just as they were preparing to wash up and rest, there was a knock on the door from Mo Huai. Master, madam, just now, someone from young Master Jean reported that the storeroom where we stored the cloth caught fire, Mo Huai said from outside the door. Fire? The two exchanged glances and Lu Shaoqing had a guess. Go tell young Master Jean that our goods have all been moved. He doesn't need to worry, just focus on putting out the fire. Yes, Master, Mo Huai replied, and went to pass the message. Who do you think wants to destroy our goods? Su Wanqing asked with a sly smile, waiting for his answer. Lu Shaoqing kissed her cheek and asked in return, What do you think, my dear? Humph, you dog of a man. Lu Shaoqing was amused by her playful tone and couldn't help but hold her close for a moment. On a dark and windy night, the Jin family's second branch was indeed wealthy, comparable to 2 or 3 prime ministers' households. They had plenty of gold, silver, and jewels, and with the recent heat, grain prices in Sang City had risen significantly. Unexpectedly, the Jin family had stored up to 500,000 pounds of grain, along with various preserved meats, vegetables, and condiments. The main focus was the Jin family's silkworm cocoon storeroom and the cloth storage room, both filled to the brim with a variety of goods. This was also the main reason Su Wanqing and her group came to Sang City, and she couldn't let it go, so she stored everything in her space. Then she patted Lu Shaoqing's shoulder, saying, The work is done. Let's go back and sleep. So, she confidently climbed onto Lu Shaoqing's back and soon fell into a deep, sweet sleep. At dawn, Fu Bo diligently checked everything. Mo Huai and Mo Yun moved 2 large bundles from Lu Shaoqing's room, filled with buns, steamed bread, pastries, jerky, and Qin Shu's famous pickled meat. Next, they needed to speed up their journey, trying to minimize delays and arrive earlier to spare everyone some hardship. As they passed the Jin family's second branch, the gates were still closed, indicating the residents were likely still asleep. When they reached the city gate, the vendors and farmers were already entering the city one after another. Everything was orderly. Once they left the city and headed west for a while, they turned onto the northern official road. With a crack of the whip, the horses began to run. This time, the weather was getting hotter. The original plan had to be adjusted after just half a day. Su Wanqing checked the outdoor thermometer. The temperature was nearing 40 degrees at noon, making it unsuitable for travel. The group had to find a place to rest until the sun was less intense before setting off again. At that moment, they were in a place with no village in front and no one behind, so the cart could only stay near the roadside, trying to find shade. The horses were panting heavily and could barely move. At this rate, They wouldn't last much longer. Master, I'll go ahead and scout the road, Mo Huai said. Take water and be careful, Lu Shaoqing replied.
Yes.
Mo Huai urged the horse forward and quickly rode off. After about a quarter of an hour, Mo Huai returned with a relaxed expression. Master, if we go around this mountain, there's a large shaded area behind it where we can rest.
Good.
Let everyone hold on a bit longer and hurry over, Lu Shaoqing instructed.
Yes.
Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied simultaneously, and then Mo Yun went to inform the group, while Mo Huai led the way. The group quickly reached the place Mo Huai mentioned. It was a junction between two mountains, forming a shaded area large enough for everyone to camp and rest. Everyone got off the cart to catch their breath. Although there was an ice basin in the cart, it melted quickly in this heat, offering little relief. At noon, no one felt like eating. Su Wanqing took out a lot of fruits and clean water from the cart, planning to make some fruit ice bowls. Uncle Qin wouldn't let his master work. He took all the ingredients and went to prepare them himself. Su Wanqing and Bai Jinxiu wanted to help but were politely refused. However, Lin Taohua was welcomed by Uncle Qin. She had a talent for cooking, especially for making various snacks. Uncle Qin intended to train her, and although they hadn't made it official, it was almost a done deal. It seemed like fate was against them. The temperature only slightly dropped until the end of the afternoon. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing discussed whether to travel at night, resting in the early hours to avoid the hottest part of the day and not slow down their journey. Xia Yanchen and Bai Jinxiu nearby nodded in agreement. It was indeed too hot during the day, and traveling like this would surely lead to heatstroke. No one else objected, as they all wanted to reach in city sooner. All right, since everyone agrees, let's do it, Lu Shaoqing said. Everyone got up, gathered their scattered belongings, and Uncle Qin filled each person's water pouch with mung bean soup. The group set off again. After 4 or 5 days, the group finally left the Qinzhou area. When they passed through the largest city in Qinzhou, they entered to collect supplies prepared by the hidden guards. The guard stationed there then rejoined the group instead of leaving early. The group moved forward, and each time they stopped at a place, Su Wanqing collected supplies, and the hidden guards returned to the team. After many days and nights of travel, they finally reached the border area. This land did not belong to any state, and it was unclear whether the emperor had intended this or not. But since the Lu family began guarding this area, it had never been included in any state's jurisdiction. The land was barren, mostly consisting of sandy mountains, with low crop yields and long, cold winters. Therefore, in this vast border area, there was only one city. It was also the burial place of Lu Shaoqing in his past life. How long until we arrive? Su Wanqing asked, looking at the vast wasteland, with distant mountains showing a few hints of green. It reminded her of a place she had visited in her past life, though not entirely the same. At most 4 or 5 days, Lu Shaoqing replied. Have you thought about how to deal with this? In the past few days, Lu Shaoqing had not spoken about how he would handle the guards in city and the looming threat of the northern barbarians. Don't worry, my dear. Everything is arranged. I will surprise them, Lu Shaoqing said, looking ahead with a half-smile. This time, the outcome would be different. Not long after, they encountered a large number of people carrying their belongings, fleeing towards them. Mo Huai, go find out what's happening, Lu Shaoqing said as he lifted the curtain and saw the scene. Yes, young master. Mo Huai replied respectfully, then dismounted and walked towards the crowd. After a short while, Mo Huai returned with a serious expression. Young master, someone in the city is spreading news that you are about to go to war with the northern barbarians and that your old injuries have flared up. The people in the city are panicking and fleeing. This is the last group leaving in city. To conspire with the northern barbarians to kill me, Liang Chun has truly gone to great lengths, using this method to drive the people away. No matter how I die or who kills me, he will have the final say. Lu Shaoqing thought for a moment and added, Tell Mo Feng and Mo Yu not to act rashly or reveal any weaknesses. We will arrive soon. Yes, young master. Mo Huai replied respectfully, instructing Mo Yun to lead the team while he delivered the message. Su Wanqing remained silent for a long time, then suddenly produced a small glass bottle containing a blue liquid that shimmered beautifully. After much thought, she decided to take it out. Since she believed in it, she would go all in. "What is this?" Lu Shaoqing asked casually, noticing the bottle in her hand. Su Wanqing smiled lightly and said, "This is something highly sought after in our world. Many people would go to great lengths to obtain it. I was fortunate to get a bottle after establishing my own power. Such a precious item. What exactly is it?" Lu Shaoqing asked, intrigued as he took the bottle from her. The liquid inside was a perfect shade of blue, sparkling like starlight as he moved it. Su Wanqing smiled. "You'll find out if you drink it." Is this something to drink?" "What kind of drink is it?" Lu Shaoqing thought it might be a beverage since she had given him cold drinks during the journey. "This isn't a drink. I've heard it has no taste, but drinking it will cause extreme pain. As long as you endure it, you'll be fine," Su Wanqing said, taking the bottle back. "Do you dare to drink it?" Lu Shaoqing smiled, took the bottle, and popped the cork with his thumb, tilting his head back to drink it. "If it's from you, what is there to fear?" But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain, worse than any poison he had experienced before. "Hang in there. If you get through this, you'll gain abilities," Su Wanqing said, worried as she saw the potion taking effect so quickly. She hadn't expected him to be so reckless. Lu Shaoqing wanted to ask if the ability would be like hers, but he couldn't utter a word. He collapsed into Su Wanqing's arms, writhing in pain as he rolled onto the floor of the carriage. He gritted his teeth, feeling as if he were reliving the pain from his past life, each time he was poisoned. No, this was far worse than the poison. Every vein, muscle, bone, and drop of blood ached. He felt like he was falling into an abyss, with scenes from his past life flashing before him, followed by images of what he saw after his death. The horrific deaths of his father, mother, and grandfather were vividly clear in his mind. The pain was unbearable. In the darkness, it felt like a pair of infinitely powerful hands were crushing his bones. Then, piece by piece, they began to reassemble. "Shaoqing, Lu Shaoqing. Who is calling me?" "Shaoqing, it's me, Qing. My dear, he couldn't die, his dear was waiting for him." This wasn't his past life. He had been reborn. Yes, he had been reborn, and he had his dear. His consciousness gradually returned, and his body began to regain feeling. The pain lessened bit by bit. He opened his eyes and saw Su Wanqing's worried face, tears rolling down her cheeks. He instinctively wanted to smile at her, but he managed only a smile that looked worse than crying. Su Wanqing broke into a smile through her tears. She didn't understand why Lu Shaoqing's reaction was so intense. In her past life, she had seen others take ability potions, and they only suffered for a few minutes before successfully activating their powers. She didn't know if it was because Lu Shaoqing's body had not endured the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, or if it was because he had been poisoned before and his body was still weak. At that moment, she almost thought he might die. She hated herself for taking out the potion and for not being cautious enough to ensure his body was in the best condition before he took it. In that moment, she realized how much she loved this man. She had only dared to like him, afraid to invest all her feelings in him, fearing that love would lead her to ruin. But in that moment, she understood that her feelings had grown into a towering tree, strong and unshakable. At that moment, she even thought that if he died, she would go with him, and it wouldn't be in vain to have loved. Love, without regret and without fear. Thankfully, he woke up. He lived.
She lived.
The two embraced tightly, Lu Shaoqing gently stroking her back. "It's okay, I'm fine now. I feel great, it's okay." The ability activation potion was the pinnacle of research from the Kyoto Institute in his past life, developed only in the 10th year of the apocalypse. Those who took it would experience pain for a while, but it would guarantee the activation of their abilities. However, the materials needed to create this potion were extremely rare, requiring a large number of high-level mutated plant cores as auxiliary materials to produce a very small amount of the ability potion. At that time, Only the high-ranking officials of the base knew about this potion, but human nature is selfish. It quickly became known when one high-ranking official gave it to his son. Later, Su Wanqing transferred a batch of important supplies for the Kyoto base, and since she was the leader of the Yun province base, the high-ranking officials of the Kyoto base gave her a bottle of the ability potion as a reward to win her over. At that time, she had always claimed to be a dual ability user. If she activated another ability after taking the potion, it would attract too much attention, so she kept the bottle in her space. This time, she took it out considering Lu Shaoqing's situation and the chaos that was about to unfold. Having survived in a chaotic world, she knew how important strength was. Her own power was too small. Having one more person meant one more layer of protection. She never expected it would almost harm him. After a while, the two calmed down. Su Wanqing lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes red. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect such a strong reaction after you took the ability potion. I was too careless. Fool, we never need to apologize to each other. I drank it myself. You don't need to blame yourself," Lu Shaoqing said with a smile, his eyes filled with sincerity and love. She had given him something so precious. She truly loved him. He vowed never to let such a wonderful person down in his life. Su Wanqing, unaware of his thoughts, sat up and asked the most important question. "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Do you feel any power inside you?" Lu Shaoqing showed a rare look of excitement. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, a small bolt of lightning appeared in his palm. "Wow, it's a rare lightning ability. No wonder your reaction was so intense." Su Wanqing felt a twinge of envy. Her mutated wood ability had healing powers, but her attack was always her weakness, especially against high-level ability users or mutated plants. Lightning abilities were among the strongest attack abilities. In her past life, the strongest person in the capital base was a rare lightning ability user. He had once hunted a 7th-level mutated wolf alone when his ability was only at level 5, and when the news spread, all the major bases were in an uproar. Su Wanqing had admired him back then. Just as she was about to shout in excitement, she saw a dark mist forming in Lu Shaoqing's other hand. This was a dark ability.
Su Wanqing blinked in disbelief.
If lightning abilities were rare, dark abilities were legendary. At least in her past life, she had only heard of them but never seen one. It was said that dark abilities could completely conceal a person in darkness and had powerful attack capabilities. If a dark ability user injured someone, aside from her healing ability and light abilities, no other medicine could heal them. Now, these two extremely rare abilities appeared in one person. Su Wanqing didn't know how to react. "Ah Qing, what's wrong?" Lu Shaoqing asked, noticing her silence, thinking something was wrong with the power inside him. Su Wanqing snapped back to reality, jealousy making her feelings surge. She scolded in her heart. "You dog of a man. If I had known this potion was so powerful, I would have used it myself." She wore a fierce expression. Let's not rush to explain this. First, let the people outside know you're safe." When Lu Shaoqing was struggling in pain, Mo Huai and Mo Yun thought his poison had acted up again. They immediately stopped all the carriages and called Xie Yanche to check his pulse. Su Wanqing knew that Lu Shaoqing hated being disturbed and interfered with, so she repeatedly assured everyone that he would be fine and would recover soon. Although they were still worried, they trusted Su Wanqing and quietly waited outside the carriage. Lu Shaoqing nodded at her words, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the carriage. Everyone rushed forward, anxious to ask how he was. Xie Yanche immediately grabbed his wrist and checked his pulse carefully. "Sorry to worry everyone, I'm fine," Lu Shaoqing said with a faint smile. Although his face was still pale, his body had already been transformed and improved during the ability activation, much better than before. Xie Yanche released his hand, feeling a strong pulse with no signs of poisoning. He was clearly in excellent health. "Do you really feel no discomfort?" he asked, still unconvinced. "What did you find when you checked my pulse?" Lu Shaoqing replied. Xie Yanche shook his head and then nodded. "You're too healthy. In all these years, This is the first time I've felt such a strong pulse. It's all thanks to my wife. Her medical skills are unmatched. Xia Yanche. Uncle Fu chimed in with a smile. It's good that the young master is fine. The others also relaxed, expressing their concern in a flurry of words. The group continued on their journey. Su Wanqing explained the characteristics of lightning and dark abilities to Lu Shaoqing in detail. She also took out the cultivation methods summarized by the capital base in her past life and told him to look them over first, asking him to come to her with any questions. Su Wanqing searched her space for ability crystals. Lightning and dark crystals were extremely rare. Among her many crystals, she only found 5 lightning crystals and none for dark abilities. She handed him the lightning crystals. I only have these 5 lightning crystals. This darkest one is a 7th level lightning crystal. These 3 are 4th level, and this one is 3rd level. These should at least raise your lightning ability to level 5. Dark crystals are too rare. I don't have any. You'll have to figure out how to improve on your own. Perhaps you can find your own path to cultivation. Lu Shaoqing felt the powerful energy within the crystals, gazing intensely at her. How could he not love her? His emotions surged, and he felt a strong desire for the powerful abilities Su Wanqing spoke of. Su Wanqing also introduced the levels of abilities, attack techniques, and other related topics. Once he understood, they sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Since her ability had reached level 3, Su Wanqing's progress had slowed. It wasn't that she wasn't diligent, it was just that advancing beyond level 3 was exceptionally difficult. After days of cultivation and drawing on her past experiences, she finally touched the barrier for advancement. Before long, a small pile of dull ability crystals had gathered at her feet. These were only low-level crystals, and although they looked like a lot, the energy contained within was less than half of a 4th-level crystal. However, if she didn't use these now and only picked high-level crystals, she might fail to advance later due to insufficient energy from the low-level crystals. Suddenly, Su Wanqing felt her internal barriers break through, and she successfully advanced to a level 4 ability user. At that moment, a faint halo surrounded her, giving her an ethereal, dreamy quality. Following Su Wanqing's guidance, Lu Shaoqing tried repeatedly and soon managed to draw the energy from the crystals into his body, guiding it to flow throughout. Just as he absorbed half of it, a surge of powerful energy jolted him out of his meditation. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Wanqing's stunning face, which made him feel an urgent need to grow stronger, to truly protect her and allow her to live freely. Not like now, where he had to think of himself at every turn. Madam, what is this? Mo Huai and Mo Yun curiously looked at the strange large black box in front of them, which was embedded with so much glass that it reflected their faces clearly. Lu Shaoqing also looked curious, waiting for Su Wanqing to explain. This is called a car. It's a means of transportation, similar to the horse-drawn carriages we use for travel. The difference is that this one is powered by an engine. Once you learn how to drive it, you can travel 1,000 miles in a day, and it's much more comfortable than a carriage. 1,000 miles in a day? Isn't that like a legendary horse? What does it eat? Emoyan asked, surprisingly speaking up. It's not a living thing, so it doesn't need to eat, Su Wanqing replied, but then realized that cars need fuel to run. How could she explain gasoline and four-wheel drive to them? The more she thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. Never mind. She decided to let them experience it first. Get in the car, I'll let you try it out. We can explain everything else later, Su Wanqing said as she demonstrated opening and closing the car door. Emoyan reached out and pulled the door open with a strong tug. Mo Huai wanted to try too, but was a moment too late. Once all four were in the car, Su Wanqing started the engine and smoothly drove off. In just a few breaths, the scenery outside rushed by. The air conditioning inside was set to a comfortable level. The two in the back were stunned, unable to speak for a while. After a moment of surprise, Lu Shaoqing recalled what Su Wanqing had said about this kind of vehicle. It was indeed comfortable and fast. Last night, they had settled Uncle Fu and the others in a relatively safe place, with hidden guards left to protect them. The hidden guards had noticed that since they entered the border, someone had been watching their movements. The group remained calm and used Lu Xiaoqing's old illness as an excuse to find a place to rest. That night, Lu Xiaoqing, Su Wanqing, Mo Huai, and Mo Yun avoided the watchers and quietly left the group. After traveling a distance, Su Wanqing took out a black SUV. As they headed north, the trees became sparser, and the weather grew hotter. If they continued at the slow pace of a horse-drawn carriage, it would take at least 3 days to reach in city. Now with the SUV, they would likely arrive before anyone sent to report back reached their destination. As for how people would react to seeing the car, Su Wanqing didn't care. She figured they would find their own explanations. Moreover, most of the citizens of Incity had already left, so they really didn't encounter many people on the way. While driving, Su Wanqing explained the basics of driving to the three of them. Once Mo Huai and Mo Yun learned, they would be able to operate large machinery when it was needed for city construction. She had various machines and fuel in her space, enough to build a city. As for any unreasonable aspects of those items, she would leave that to Lu Xiaoqing to handle. Hearing that they could drive in the future, Mo Huai and Mo Yun's faces lit up with joy and excitement. Since Su Wanqing's arrival, their previously strong self-control seemed to have weakened, and they were showing more smiles in front of their masters. Lu Xiaoqing cleared his throat and shot a stern look at Mo Huai and Mo Yun. Seeing their master's gaze, the two immediately sat up straight, their expressions serious, not daring to smile again. Then Lu Xiaoqing looked at Su Wanqing with a hint of longing in his eyes. "Wife." His voice was low and filled with temptation. Su Wanqing immediately recalled how he called her that when he was on top of her, feeling a bit flustered. Mo Huai and Mo Yun pretended not to hear, their expressions unchanged, their eyes looking away as if frozen. At that moment, they didn't dare to look at their master, and only they knew what they were thinking. Su Wanqing's cheeks warmed slightly. She wanted to glare at him but saw the playful look in his eyes, which made her feel shy and charming. They exchanged glances for a moment, and Su Wanqing finally relented, saying, "I'll teach you when I have time." Lu Xiaoqing was satisfied, his smile softening, and his posture relaxing a bit. Before dark, they stopped the car at the foot of a mountain less than 10 miles from Incity. Seeing that no one was around, Su Wanqing quickly stored the SUV in her space, and Mo Huai and Mo Yun launched a special signal flare. In less than 15 minutes, footsteps were heard coming from the mountain. A man dressed similarly to Mo Huai and Mo Yun appeared in their sight, followed by 2 black-clad guards. The man was Mo Feng, another guard of Lu Xiaoqing. Mo Feng greets the prince. "Is everything well on your journey?" "Mo Feng, this is my princess. From now on, treat her as you would treat me," Lu Xiaoqing said sternly. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng became even more respectful and bowed again, saying, "I greet the princess. No need for formalities," Su Wanqing replied. It wasn't the time for pleasantries. They needed to understand the situation first. The 4 of them followed Mo Feng up the mountain. Along the way, Mo Feng reported on the recent situation in the city and the current commander, Liang Qin, who had secretly met with the northern barbarian general, Wu Dao. The contents of their discussion were unknown. After crossing the mountain, they reached a well-lit valley where thousands of soldiers were lined up. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoqing and the others, they knelt on one knee and spoke in unison. "We greet the prince and the princess," welcoming the prince back. The next morning, a horse-drawn carriage wobbled to the gates of Incity, and the guarding soldiers immediately stepped forward to shout, "Who are you, foolish child? A battle is about to begin here. Hurry and leave." Mo Huai adjusted his large straw hat and raised the token in his hand for the soldiers to see. "The king of the north has arrived. Let us through." The soldiers were clearly startled. After carefully examining the token, they immediately bowed and said, "Please wait, Your Highness. I will report to General Liang." At that moment, a man in deputy general armor stepped out from the city and called out loudly, "The King of the North is the highest commander sent by the Emperor to lead the battle. How can we make him wait outside the city? I will take the prince inside. General Liang has been waiting for him." This man was actually Mo Yu, who had already infiltrated the city. He had been waiting near the city gate, and upon seeing Mo Huai and Mo Yun arrive in the carriage, he followed the plan to welcome them. The soldiers wanted to say something, but as a mere gate guard, he had no reason to stop the King of the North from entering the city. Just as he hesitated, the carriage was already led inside by Mo. The guard didn't know Liang Chen's plan, but they were all Liang Chen's men. They had been instructed to stop the King of the North outside the city and to report immediately.
But now,
Seeing that they couldn't stop him, the guard rushed to report back. The young soldier rushed to the general's residence, shouting, "General, the King of Dingbei has entered the city." The two guards at the door looked worried and quickly asked for details. One of them turned and went inside to report. The young soldier sighed in relief and sat down on the ground, feeling anxious about whether this would affect the general's plans and if he would be blamed. Liang Chen had secretly agreed with Wu Dao yesterday that once Lu Shaoqing arrived in Anqing, they would work together to kill him and the Lu family army outside the city, solving a major problem for the emperor and the crown prince. He was sitting at his desk, reading reports from various places, but his mind was occupied with thoughts of Lu Shaoqing possibly arriving at the border soon. Once the hidden guards stationed there sent back news, he would immediately adjust the city gate defenses, ensuring Lu Shaoqing's death. Suddenly, he heard a guard outside asking to report something, and he guessed it was news that Lu Shaoqing had crossed into the border. He felt a rush of excitement and said, "Come in." The guard entered respectfully and reported, "General, the soldiers guarding the city say the King of Dingbei has entered." Liang Chen's hand paused while writing, and a drop of thick black ink fell onto the report he was about to finish. In disbelief, he asked, "What? The King of Dingbei has entered? Who let him in? Why wasn't he stopped?" The Deputy General Wang went to greet him. "He said it wouldn't be too late to report after the king entered," the guard replied. "Wang Da." Liang Chen gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the fine desk. He had treated Wang Da well in the past. Why would he betray him now? Suddenly realizing something, he said urgently, "Quickly prepare the horses. I must see the King of Dingbei immediately. I can't let Wang Da slander me in front of him." Liang Chen had no idea that Wang Da had already been replaced by Mo, who knew all about his recent plans. When he arrived at the King of Dingbei's residence in Anqing, Lu Shaoqing and his group had already entered. Since Lu Shaoqing returned to the capital 3 years ago, the residence had been empty, with only a few elderly servants responsible for cleaning. When Lu Shaoqing entered, the steward Xiao Bo nearly cried tears of joy. He repeatedly said, "The prince has returned. It's good that the prince is safe." They had heard rumors that their prince's old illness had relapsed and were unsure if he would make it to Anqing. Despite the townspeople leaving, they stayed behind, waiting for the prince's return. "Xiao Bo, thank you for your hard work these years. How are you and Uncle Li doing?" Lu Shaoqing asked, feeling complex emotions for the elderly servants who had come to guard the city with his grandfather, spending most of their lives here. Xiao Bo wiped his tears and smiled. "We're all well. The old folks are fine. Don't worry about us." Seeing the prince and princess return safely brought them peace. The residents would no longer feel lifeless. Then they formally greeted Su Wanqing. Just as they stood up, soldiers who had come with Mo reported that General Liang was outside asking to see them. "That was quick. Let him in," Lu Shaoqing said, his expression serious. The memory of Liang Chen standing on the city wall watching him flashed in his mind, and suddenly, he felt a surge of anger and killing intent. Su Wanqing noticed his change and placed a hand on his, smiling gently at him. Lu Shaoqing turned to look at her. Her soft smile calmed his raging heart without a word. He felt like a deflated balloon, his bloodthirsty aura slowly fading, and he unconsciously wanted to smile. He had her now. This time was different. Those people weren't worth his anger or hatred. In the hall, Mo Huai and Mo Yun quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The prince had been gentle and smiling lately, and they knew it was thanks to the princess. They were genuinely happy for the prince. He could finally live like a normal person. But the prince's earlier bloodthirsty intent worried and frightened them. Thankfully, the princess was there. Mo, Xiao Bo, and the others were also secretly shocked that the princess could so easily restore the prince's reason, earning them even more respect for Su Wanqing. As everyone pondered, Liang Chen entered with a smile, cupping his hands and saying, "I see the prince. You must have had a tiring journey. Did General Liang not see my princess?" Lu Shaoqing replied, returning to his cold demeanor. Liang Chen was taken aback by the question but quickly recovered, awkwardly saying, "Your Highness and Princess, forgive me. I was so excited to see you that I didn't notice the princess. I hope the princess can forgive me." However, he felt intense hatred inside for Lu Shaoqing's public humiliation of him. Su Wanqing casually glanced at him. He was a sturdy man with healthy, tan skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, looking honest and simple. If she hadn't known his plans in advance, she wouldn't have guessed he was so scheming. She smiled lightly and said, "No problem, General Liang. Please take a seat." Liang Chen sat down, still smiling, and said, "I heard the prince was unwell when leaving the capital. I was worried for days, but seeing you healthy today puts my mind at ease. Recently, the northern enemies have frequently sent troops to test us. We have already engaged a few times outside the city, and it seems they truly want to fight us this time. Now that the prince is here, if they dare to attack again, we won't hold back." After Liang Chen's passionate words, Lu Shaoqing seemed to ignore him, calmly sitting there drinking tea. Mo Huai stepped forward, smiling and cupping his hands. "General Liang, our prince has just recovered from an old illness and has just entered the city. He needs to rest. If you have military matters to report, please come back tomorrow." Liang Chen's expression darkened. He looked at the two seated above him, who showed no signs of fatigue. He wanted to explode but thought of the Lu family army behind him and held back, saying, "I was too hasty. The prince has just arrived and indeed needs to rest. I will take my leave for today." After saying that, he strode out, and when his eyes caught Mo standing nearby, a flash of killing intent crossed his gaze. Upon returning to his residence, Liang Chen immediately summoned his trusted aide Ding Chong. They discussed for half a day in the study, and Ding Chong quietly left the city with a letter. At the king of Dingbei's residence, Mo Huai reported respectfully, "Your Highness, the hidden guards report that Ding Chong has disguised himself and left the city." "Good. Have Mo Yun prepare to bring people into the city," Lu Shaoqing said, continuing to write without pause. Several miles outside the city, Mo Yun and 3,000 Lu family soldiers were already waiting. Upon receiving the signal from the hidden guards, he mounted his horse and shouted, "Enter the city." An hour later, Mo Yun and his 3,000 troops appeared not far from the city gate. Today, the city was being guarded by Liang Chen's other deputy general, Chong Rong. He saw a large group of soldiers approaching Anqing from a distance and quickly called over a soldier, saying, "Hurry and report to the general. A large group is coming towards us. I suspect they are from the Lu family army." "Yes," the soldier replied, immediately running down the city wall. At the city gate, soldiers who were originally stationed inside suddenly drew their swords and attacked the guards at the gate. Many were caught off guard and killed instantly. Many soldiers on the city walls also turned on each other and began to fight. Chong Rong realized what was happening and immediately drew his sword, shouting, "There are spies. Quickly report to the general." He then charged at those around him. From all corners of the city, thousands of people rushed out, joining the chaos at the gate. The scene was chaotic, with many unable to tell who was friend and who was foe. Before long, the city gate was completely opened by Mo Yu and his men. Mo Yun and the 3,000 Lu family soldiers successfully entered the city. The sounds of battle erupted again. This war did not last long. Soon, all the defending soldiers were defeated by the Lu family army. Mo Yu and Mo Feng began to take control of the city's defenses, executing anyone who resisted. In the general's residence, Liang Chun had just received news of the Lu family army arriving outside the city. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Ding Chong was on his way to contact Wudare with a secret letter, but it would take at least 2 hours to arrive. By the time Wudare brought his troops, it would be tomorrow morning. How could the Lu family army arrive so quickly? Calculating the time, It had only been a little over 20 days since Liu Shaoqing left the capital. Even if they rode hard, they would still take 2 or 3 more days to arrive. Liang Chen couldn't figure out where the problem lay. The situation had already occurred. The only option now was to buy time. As long as he could delay the Liu family army from entering the city, their plan could still be carried out. He turned and hurried outside, planning to intercept the Liu family army himself. But as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw Liu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing walking in leisurely. How did you get in? Liang Chen's face twisted for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. It was not the right time to confront them. He softened his tone and said, "How could the Duke of Dingbei and the Duchess come to my residence? My servants were careless and did not announce your arrival. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. This house is quite nice. You must have spent a lot of money on it over the years," Su Wanqing said. Having seen many pavilions and mansions on her way from the capital, she thought the general's residence was quite impressive, at least better than the Duke of Dingbei's residence in the city. Liang Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing they were not here for a friendly visit. They likely aimed to delay him so the Liu family army could enter the city smoothly. Or were they implying he was embezzling military funds? Su Wanqing was simply making an observation. What does the Duchess mean by that? Regardless of your intentions, I have military matters to attend to and cannot accompany you both. I apologize for not being a good host, Liang Chen said, waiting for Liu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing to leave, but they seemed not to understand his hint. Su Wanqing smiled lightly and said, "Oh, what military matters does General Liang have? My husband is the highest-ranking officer in Anqing. Do you have a report for him? Liang Chen was at a loss for words. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, Mo Huai and Mo Yun entered, holding bloodied swords. Liang Chen was shocked and tightened his grip on his sword. "Duke of Dingbei, what do you mean? Why are your guards? Capture him." Before Liang Chen could finish, Liu Shaoqing interrupted, and Mo Huai and Mo Yun immediately charged at him. Liang Chen shouted, "Liu Shaoqing, you really intend to rebel. But Anqing is no longer under your control." He was a seasoned general with remarkable martial skills, but Mo Huai and Mo Yun were not ordinary guards. In a fierce exchange, Liang Chen was no match for them. He narrowly dodged a few strikes, but in the next moment, his sword was broken by Mo Yun, and at the same time, Mo Huai's sword was at his throat. "Do you dare kill me? If anything happens to me, the news will reach the capital, and the emperor will send troops. You, Liu Shaoqing, will become a despised traitor. You need not worry about that, General Liang." Liu Shaoqing then turned to Mo Huai and Mo Yun, saying, "Take him away, but don't kill him yet." "Yes, Your Highness." Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied respectfully, escorting Liang Chen back to the royal residence. In the general's residence, apart from some innocent servants who were dismissed, everyone else had been cleared out by the Liu family army. The gold and silver valuables in the residence were left for them to take, and the two headed straight to the city gate. At this point, the city gate had been completely taken over by Mo Feng and Mo Yu. The bodies on the ground had been cleared, but large patches of blood had not yet been cleaned up. When they saw Liu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing approaching, they respectfully greeted. "We greet the Duke and Duchess. You have worked hard. Have you finished patrolling the city?" Liu Shaoqing asked. Replying to Your Highness, "We have just completed the patrol. All 5,000 defending soldiers have been eliminated, and there are fewer than 200 civilians left in the city, mostly the elderly and weak," Mo Yu reported. He had already thoroughly checked the situation in the city and confirmed it again.
Good.
Mo Yu, select 10 clever individuals to follow the Duchess's orders. Mo Feng, you will assist me in arranging the city's defenses, Liu Shaoqing said seriously. "Yes, Your Highness," the two replied respectfully. Before long, Mo Yu brought 10 spirited soldiers to find Su Wanqing. "We greet the Duchess," they all said in unison. "Stand up. You are trusted by the Duke, so you are also trusted by me. Today, I will teach you something important for the safety of Anqing. I hope you will learn carefully and feel free to ask any questions," Su Wanqing said. "Yes, Duchess," they all replied together. Su Wanqing led them back to the royal residence, to a courtyard that Lu Shaoqing had specially prepared. She entered the room and took out various materials for making gunpowder from her space. That's right, she was going to develop gunpowder. Although she still had many explosives and grenades in her space, she did not plan to use them unless absolutely necessary. The simple version of gunpowder would be enough to deal with the northern barbarians. In the future, she could also develop higher purity and more sophisticated weapons. After laying everything out, she called Mou and the others to come in. "What are we going to do, Duchess?" Mou asked, looking at the items on the table. Apart from charcoal and saltpeter, he recognized none of them. "Just do as I say, and you'll understand once we make it," Su Wanqing said, pointing to an electronic scale and first teaching them how to use the tools. As night fell, when Lu Shaoqing returned to the residence, he did not see Su Wanqing and walked straight to the inner courtyard. "Your Highness, you have returned. Shall I prepare a meal?" Xiaobo asked, hurrying to greet Lu Shaoqing. "Xiaobo, send the meal to the inner courtyard. I will dine with the Duchess," Lu Shaoqing said as he walked. "Yes, I will arrange it right away," Xiaobo replied, and then left. In Wudong Courtyard, where Su Wanqing was developing gunpowder, everyone in the yard, except Su Wanqing, who was relatively clean, looked quite miserable. Their faces were blackened from the explosions, their hair was messy, and their clothes were tattered. A few even had smoke rising from their heads, making them look quite comical. When Lu Shaoqing entered, he saw this scene and quickly stepped forward, checking Su Wanqing from head to toe. Seeing she was unharmed, he felt a bit relieved. "My dear, it's okay if you failed. I have set traps. Wuder will definitely come back empty-handed. I have succeeded with what I have. They just didn't measure the quantities correctly, but I will definitely produce a batch by tomorrow," Su Wanqing said. She had been reviewing books on this topic during her journey, and while she wasn't an expert, she was quite knowledgeable, making the process not difficult. As for Mou and the others, it was already impressive that they managed to achieve this on their first attempt. Su Wanqing suppressed a smile that was about to break out. She wasn't laughing at them on purpose. She just couldn't help it. If only Mou and the others had not been so loud when they laughed, they might have believed her. In front of the gates of An City, a massive army of Northern Qi cavalry halted not far from the entrance. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to brighten, with rays of light peeking through the clouds. Udal watched the figures on the city wall and saw someone waving at him. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Attack the city and take An City." Udal raised his long knife high and swung it down. The 10,000 soldiers behind him shouted loudly, "Take An City." The sound of galloping horses mixed with heroic shouts surged toward the city gates. The soldiers at the front knew this was just a show. The gates would be opened from the inside. However, as they approached the gates, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing sharp wooden spikes. Horses fell into the pit, impaled by the spikes, blood splattering everywhere. The horses behind couldn't stop in time and fell into the pit, crushing some who tried to get up. Instantly, the cries of the wounded horses mixed with the moans of the fallen soldiers, creating chaos. Before the soldiers could react, countless arrows rained down. The city wall was filled with elite troops from the Lu family army, and their aim was deadly accurate. Many didn't even have time to scream before being struck by arrows and falling from their horses. "There's an ambush! Retreat!" Udal, hidden in the ranks, realized something was wrong and immediately ordered a retreat. He quickly understood that the figures on the wall were Lu Shaoqing and the Lu family army, not Liang Chen. Yesterday, he received a letter from Liang Chen instructing him to pretend to attack the city. Liang Chen would let him in, and they would work together to kill Lu Shaoqing. He searched the crowd for Ding Chong, who had sent him the message, and was mingling among the soldiers. Soon, he spotted someone in their soldiers' armor quickly running away. Udal, furious, grabbed his bow and shot an arrow that struck Ding Chong in the back. Watching him fall, Udal still felt unsatisfied. He regretted trusting Liang Chen, but Lu Shaoqing seemed like a mountain pressing down on the northern Qi soldiers. He was desperate to kill him, Even if there were flaws in his plan, he wanted to try. Fortunately, he hadn't fully trusted Liang Chen and only brought 10,000 troops, hiding the rest nearby. This seemed like a well-thought-out plan, but it happened in an instant. Udal rode fast, thinking that as long as he got out of the arrow range, he could signal the troops outside for support. The outcome was still uncertain. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, leaving a buzzing in their ears and a momentary blankness in their minds. Blood splattered, debris flew, and cries of despair filled the air. Udal's horse was startled and threw him off. The horse galloped away, and a bomb landed nearby. The horse let out a final cry before being blown away, crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Udal was furious and shouted, "Retreat!" but they were too close to the wall, and the fire and arrows were overwhelming. In moments, half of his 10,000 troops were dead or wounded. Another bomb fell, drowning out all other sounds. With no cover and no time to retreat, they were blown away, smoke filling the air, blood flowing. Udal covered his head and fled. He knew he couldn't go back. Even if his 30,000 soldiers arrived, with such powerful weapons, they would likely face the same fate. The Lu family army on the wall was also stunned. These dark spheres had such destructive power. They knew this bomb was made by the princess, and their eyes turned to two figures on the wall. At that moment, Su Wanqing appeared to them as a towering figure, and many felt a sense of admiration. Seeing that the casualties below had already exceeded half, Lu Shaoqing raised his hand to stop any more bombs from being thrown. He drew his sword and led his men down the wall, opening the city gates and charging out. He and Udal had to settle this. Seeing Lu Shaoqing emerge, Udal hesitated for a moment but quickly steeled himself. Though slightly injured, his fighting strength was still formidable. They exchanged a glance and charged at each other without hesitation. The fierce battle they imagined didn't happen. They merely brushed past each other, and Lu Shaoqing's sword smoothly sliced across Udal's neck, blood gushing out. Udal, in disbelief, raised his hand to cover his neck and turned to look at Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing seemed even stronger than 3 years ago. Udal felt unwilling. His lifelong wish was to kill Lu Shaoqing and eliminate this strong enemy for Northern Qi. If he succeeded this time, he could truly take in city and even advance further to conquer half of the rich lands of Qinzhou. Unfortunately, he had trusted Liang Chen and the Prince of Tianqi. Weren't they saying that Lu Shaoqing was poisoned? They deceived him. He tried to speak, but blood poured from his mouth. Udal felt darkness closing in. The sounds of battle and cries of pain grew distant. A chill washed over him as blood flowed from his neck wound, soaking his armor. Lu Shaoqing looked up. On the wall, a woman in a light pink dress smiled at him, sunlight casting a golden glow around her. Lu Shaoqing smiled back, turned and swung his sword, cutting off the arm of someone trying to ambush him, then drove his sword into that person's abdomen. As the last northern barbarian fell, Lu Shaoqing surveyed the smoke-filled battlefield and shouted, "Clear the battlefield." Yes, the 1,000 Lu family soldiers responded in unison. Xie Yanche, Bai Jinxie, and others arrived with a group of dark guards, shocked by the charred and smoky battlefield outside the city. "Who goes there?" a soldier clearing the battlefield shouted. Dark 5 quickly stepped forward. "Lu family, 5th Division, please relay the message." Hearing this was a dark guard by the prince's side, the soldier bowed and said, "Please wait a moment." Soon, Mo Feng hurried over. Upon seeing Dark 5 and Xie Yanche, he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Dr. Xie, Miss Bai. The prince is inside the city. Please follow me." Xie Yanche waved his hand. "Where are the injured soldiers?" "Take me and my junior sister there directly." In such a brutal battlefield, the wounded needed him more. Mo Feng hesitated for a moment, but thought that the princess was likely with the injured soldiers, so he nodded, "This way, Dr. Xie." He then nodded to Fu Bo and the others, signaling Dark 5 to take them back to the prince's residence first. The Lu family army had its own medics. Su Wanqing only treated the severely injured, and her treatment area was separated by a curtain, preventing outsiders from peeking. Though the two medics were curious about the princess's methods, they knew their place and wouldn't intrude without permission. In this battle, the Liu family army had 4 severely injured and 28 lightly injured. Others with minor wounds treated themselves and didn't need to go to the infirmary. When Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxia arrived, the tent was peaceful, with no sounds of pain or the old medic running around in a sweat. Xia Yanche almost thought he had gone to the wrong place. Given the brutal scenes outside, he was prepared for 3 days and nights of non-stop treatment. But what was happening here? Just as he was puzzled, Liu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing emerged from the partition. Upon seeing them, their faces lit up. Su Wanqing said, "Xia, you're here? Was the journey smooth? Sister-in-law, we're all good. Are you treating the injured too?" "I can help," Bai Jinxia said with a smile, running over to hug Su Wanqing's arm. Su Wanqing smiled. "No need. We've finished here. Let's go home. You all must be tired from the journey. Rest well." With such a brutal battlefield, are these the only injuries? Xia Yanche knew it sounded bad, but he couldn't believe there were only these wounded. Liu Shaoqing patted his shoulder, his smile brightening. "Really? These are the only injured soldiers, and they've all been taken care of. We can talk more on the way back." "Great. I haven't seen sister-in-law for days. I miss you," Bai Jinxia said cheerfully. "I miss you too, Xia. I'll make you something delicious when we get back," Su Wanqing replied with a radiant smile. Liu Shaoqing had already arranged everything in the city. Mo Huai, Mo Yun, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu went to handle various matters. Yudal's body was thrown by a team of dark guards not far from where the Northern Qi soldiers were hiding, along with 5 powerful bombs. One of Yudal's deputies, Baromu, was killed instantly, along with hundreds of soldiers. Without their leader, the soldiers scattered like headless flies, and chaos ensued. Someone led the way back, and soon tens of thousands were fleeing in all directions. The hidden dark guards relaxed, thinking that the princess 3 days later, in the study of the Wang residence. After 2 days of drawing, Liu Shaoqing finally finished the plans. He looked up at the young woman on the soft couch and said, "Qing, come take a look. Is there anything that needs changing?" Su Wanqing put down the sketchbook, stood up, and walked over. After a fierce battle with Beiki, she had slept for 2 days and had just come out of the house today when Liu Shaoqing called her to discuss the renovation of the Wang residence. Liu Shaoqing spent a day redeploying the garrison in Anqing. Most of the citizens had already left, and with not much work to do, he began planning the renovation of the residence. The main focus was on heating the rooms during the upcoming cold weather. Su Wanqing provided several methods for underfloor heating from her time, and combining them with the commonly used firewalls here, Liu Shaoqing revised the plans repeatedly until he finally came up with a decent solution. He connected the firewalls to a large furnace, where a lot of wood and charcoal could be added at once. After lighting it, he would cover it with thick leaves and sawdust, sealing the opening so it could last for about 20 days, keeping the rooms warm as spring. If this heating method proved successful, the houses for the more than 5,000 soldiers could be built similarly. Since they would be stationed here long-term, they couldn't keep living in tents. They could endure the hot weather now, but when the rain and cold came, living in tents would be life-threatening. Although there were many vacant houses in the city, news of their victory over Beiki had spread, and it was believed that citizens would soon return. Therefore, they couldn't use the citizens' homes. They would have to build new houses. There was a large empty space near the west of the city that could be used for construction. They had also collected plenty of building materials along the way, whether bricks or wood, which were sufficient for building in Anqing. Suddenly, Su Wanqing thought of 2 things: glass and cement. However, making cement was quite complex and difficult to do by hand. Glass, on the other hand, could be tried. Its main ingredient was sand, mixed with limestone, and by melting, shaping, and cooling it at high temperatures, a complete piece of glass could be obtained. Though it sounded simple, actually making it would require careful study. "Qing, what are you thinking about?" Liu Shaoqing asked when he noticed Su Wanqing lost in thought. Su Wanqing snapped back to reality and smiled. "I want to show you something." She took out a piece of uncut glass from her space. This is glass? Lu Shaoqing asked in surprise, seeing his reflection clearer than in a bronze mirror. Su Wanqing replied, this is glass, also known as lioli. It's very common where I come from. I thought we could use this for windows in our houses. It would keep the warmth in much better and make the rooms brighter. Moreover, once we master glassmaking, we can create cups, ornaments, and other glass products to sell, which would definitely boost Anqing's economy. Lu Shaoqing felt excited by her words, but suddenly realized that such a precious material would likely be expensive. He asked, Anqing, if we use glass to make windows in large quantities, won't the cost be too high? Lu Shaoqing was currently without any wealth. All his money was with Su Wanqing. If she decided to leave, he would be left with nothing but a few thousand mouths to feed. He also felt that everything in Su Wanqing's space belonged to her. Without her, even if he found treasures, he couldn't take anything with him. Everything else would just be empty talk. Su Wanqing smiled, don't worry. The cost of making glass is low. Its main material is sand, and there's plenty of sand in the northern border. Lu Shaoqing didn't know whether to feel happy or to smile wryly. He pulled her waist closer, holding her tightly. Anqing, now that you're in this sandy northern land, do you regret it? Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow. What if I say I do? Lu Shaoqing felt a mix of emotions, looking into her bright eyes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid of her leaving. Yet he still selfishly wanted to keep her by his side. He suddenly leaned down and kissed her warm lips. Su Wanqing looked at the handsome face, so close to hers, feeling the warmth of his lips. Realizing what was happening, she responded with a kiss of her own. Feeling her passion, Lu Shaoqing's heart swelled with joy. Everything about her was so beautiful and sweet, making him fall deeper in love. From that day on, they went to Wudong Courtyard. Before entering, Lu Shaoqing instructed Mo Huai and Mo Yun to gather a large amount of wood and sand, reminding them not to throw away any branches or leaves, as they could be used as firewood. Of course, Mo Huai and Mo Yun understood what to do without needing further explanation. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were in charge of patrolling the city and guarding the gates. All soldiers not on duty that day followed Mo Huai and Mo Yun's orders, chopping trees and transporting wood and sand, with no one left idle. To facilitate their transportation, Su Wanqing took out 2 heavy trucks. Mo Huai and Mo Yun each took one, confirming they could drive on their own. Ignoring the curious and envious gazes around them, they returned to Wudong Courtyard to start researching glassmaking. Wudong Courtyard was now divided into east and west sections. The east was for making explosives, while the west was dedicated to glass production. Lu Shaoqing personally selected 8 trusted individuals to work with them on glassmaking. If they succeeded, they would later expand the workshop and increase the workforce. However, before they could start, Uncle Fu came to report, Your Highness, 2 uncles have come to visit, saying they need to see you both. Uncle Fu, please have them wait in the front hall. We will be there shortly, Su Wanqing replied. She was dressed in practical narrow-sleeved trousers, and Lu Shaoqing was in neat short attire. They needed to change before meeting guests. Xue Baoping and Xue Baocheng were settled in Ping'an Alley, just a street away from the Wang residence, each in a spacious 2-entry courtyard. They had even knocked down the wall between their yards to build a moon gate for easier access. As for the Lin family, they lived on South Street, just a 15-minute walk from the Wang residence. Lin Fu and Lin Hongyuan had already been assigned by Lu Shaoqing to handle paperwork, registering various matters in the city. Both were skilled writers and would be trained for a while before further arrangements were made. Lin Taohua was learning cooking from Uncle Qin, and recently, most of the snacks Su Wanqing had eaten were made by her. Lin Taohua also took care of various chores in Su Wanqing's courtyard and had her own room in the backyard, living in the Wang residence. Elder uncle, second uncle, how have you settled in since we last met? Su Wanqing smiled as she entered the front hall, with Lu Shaoqing closely following her. Seeing them enter, Xue Baoping and Xue Baocheng immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. You two don't need to be so formal, we're all family here. Just relax, Lu Shaoqing said. Xue Baoping smiled brightly, no longer being polite. Qing girl, your second uncle and I came today to invite you and the prince to drink our warming wine. Your two aunts have picked a date for the day after tomorrow. I hope you both are free. Of course, we have time. We will definitely come, Su Wanqing replied, feeling a bit guilty. Could she admit she had forgotten about it? Since arriving in the city, she had stayed up late making explosives, and after the battle, she had only focused on sleeping, neglecting everything else. If her uncles hadn't come, she would have forgotten to visit their new home. It was her oversight, and she would pick out some suitable gifts for them as a way to make up for it. After some small talk, Xue Baoping and Xue Baoqing took their leave. Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing saw them to the door before returning to Wudong Courtyard to continue their work. Making glass is much harder than expected. At first, the flame wasn't hot enough, so the sand couldn't fully melt. When they switched from wood to charcoal, the temperature slowly increased, but the ratio of the materials was still wrong. The glass produced was very mixed in color, not transparent enough, and lacked hardness. However, the 8 helpers looked pleased. They realized that this is how glass was made. Even the things that the princess looked down upon could sell for a good price. Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing worked together to find out what the problem was. They reviewed many books and materials from Su Wanqing's space, testing repeatedly. The method was correct. They just needed to experiment slowly with the ratios and flame temperature. 2 days quietly passed. Su Wanqing remembered she needed to attend her uncle's warm house feast. During these 2 days, she taught the 8 helpers step by step. They were now familiar with the process and just needed to adjust the ratios and keep trying. Today, she wore a water blue wide-sleeve dress, her hair styled high with a jade hairpin and a small jade flower as decoration. With a light touch of makeup, she looked bright and elegant. Lu Shaoqing, rarely seeing Su Wanqing so dressed up, was taken aback and took her hand, saying, "Ah Qing, you look beautiful today." Su Wanqing rolled her eyes with a smile. When was she not beautiful? They held hands and walked to the front yard, where Xie Yanqi and Bai Jinxie were already waiting in the hall. They were all familiar with each other now, and the Xue family's warm house feast naturally invited the Lin family and Xie Yanqi. "Sister-in-law, you look really beautiful today," Bai Jinxie said with a smile as soon as she saw Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing thought it was because she usually didn't pay much attention to her appearance. Just changing her clothes made everyone say such things. As they chatted and walked outside, the Xue family was just around the corner from the Wang residence, so there was no need to take a carriage. However, Su Wanqing had prepared quite a few gifts, and Uncle Fu had someone load them onto the carriage early in the morning. So, they walked ahead while the servant drove the carriage slowly behind them. Turning the corner, they saw Xue Baoping and Xue Baoqing standing at the door. When they saw them coming, they both smiled and stepped forward to greet them. "Greetings, Your Highness. Qing girl, Xue Shini, Bai girl, Uncle Fu, Lin girl, please come in." The two exchanged greetings, and while everyone was chatting, Lin Fu and Lin Hongyuan also arrived. They all entered together. The feast was set up in Xue Baoping's courtyard. Since they had just arrived in Anqing and didn't know many people, they only set up 3 tables for family. Su Wanqing gave the gifts from both families to Wang and Lu families, knowing they lacked everything since they had just arrived. She prepared a lot of jewelry, fabrics, clothes, shoes, stationery, rice, meat, and vegetables, as well as a complete set of cups, plates, and chopsticks made from the official kiln in the capital for each family. Since this wasn't the capital, she didn't need to send impractical gifts just for show. Seeing Uncle Fu and the servant bring in so many items, Wang and Lu families immediately recognized that these were exactly what they needed and were things they had never even dared to dream of. Both were deeply moved. Wang said sincerely, "Qing girl, your aunt knows your kind intentions, but these things are really too precious. We can keep the rice, meat, and vegetables, but we really can't accept the rest." Lu nodded in agreement. "Yes, your aunt is right. We can't accept so many valuable things from you, and these are just my heartfelt gifts. How can you refuse? Besides, they're not that valuable. Please accept them without worrying too much," Su Wanqing said with a smile. "Well, We can't do this again in the future. Otherwise, not just us, but your two uncles won't agree either, Wang said, seeing that they couldn't refuse, so she accepted and thought of a way to return the favor later. Su Wanqing smiled in agreement, but Wang and Lu noticed she didn't take their words to heart. They wanted to say more, but they had only recently recognized each other as family, so it felt inappropriate to say too much. Although the prince had driven back the northern Qi cavalry, there were still no common people in the city, and they didn't know what life would be like in the future. Su Wanqing was always so generous. What if the prince didn't like it? Both women had the same thoughts but knew that today wasn't the right time to discuss such matters. They planned to find an opportunity to talk to her properly in a few days. At the feast, everyone enjoyed themselves. Although Lu Shaoqing came from a noble family and was always proper, he had also been on the battlefield and shared meals with soldiers, so he adapted well to this kind of occasion. When he raised his wine bowl and drank, he didn't seem cold at all, perhaps not even realizing that he wasn't naturally aloof. His upbringing had shaped him that way. Now, with a beloved by his side and friends who treated him sincerely, he wanted to try to let go and return to his true self. In a place where others couldn't see, Xue Baoping quietly sighed with relief. He had been worried that Lu Shaoqing might not appreciate the way ordinary families hosted guests. Seeing the current scene, he finally felt at ease.
Qing girl married the right man.
Even if Lu Shaoqing takes a concubine in the future, he would still give his niece a respectable life, unlike her mother, who lived in sadness. At this moment, Su Wanqing felt a bit dizzy and thought to herself, it shouldn't be. She had only drunk 2 cups of fruit wine.
How could she feel this way?
It must be the excitement of the day causing this illusion. Qing girl, sister-in-law. Su Wanqing wanted to stand up to prove she was fine, but as soon as she got up, her legs gave way and she fell sideways. Bai Jinxia hurried to help, and Wang was startled, standing up to see what was wrong. I'm fine, I'm not drunk. Su Wanqing tried to stand straight again, but she swayed and couldn't keep her balance. Lu Shaoqing had already heard the commotion and quickly stepped in front of Su Wanqing, wrapping her in his arms. Please excuse us, aunt and uncle. Qing can't hold her liquor. I'll take her home now, you all enjoy your meal. That's fine, we're all family. We've eaten enough. Have someone make a hangover soup for her when you get back. Otherwise, she might have a headache tomorrow, Wang said, worried. She never expected her usually capable niece to be so weak with alcohol. Lu Shaoqing picked her up and strode out, while Su Wanqing kept struggling. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. I don't want to go back. Put me down, everyone. Back at the Wang residence, Lu Shaoqing carried her straight to the main courtyard. Considering the Wang residence was about to be rebuilt, they were temporarily staying in the main courtyard and hadn't set up a separate yard for Su Wanqing. On the way, Lu Shaoqing was quite troubled by the woman in his arms. She kept insisting on getting down, touching him, and smiling at him dreamily. Fortunately, there were no common people in the city now, so no one saw their flushed faces. Oh, it moves. Once Su Wanqing was placed on the big bed, before Lu Shaoqing could get up, her delicate hands pulled him down, and she flipped over to lie on top of him, her fingers resting on his throat. Wife, don't move. Lu Shaoqing struggled to hold back, gripping her wandering hands, reminding himself that she was drunk and not in her right mind, so he shouldn't take advantage of her. But it moves. It's so fun. Su Wanqing didn't care that her hands were held down. She seemed to see a new toy, her eyes sparkling as she focused on Lu Shaoqing's moving throat. In the next moment, her lips lightly brushed against him. Just a fleeting touch. Lu Shaoqing felt a rush of fireworks in his mind, an indescribable tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. He flipped her over, pressing her down, urgently seeking her kiss until she couldn't breathe and pushed against him. Only then did he let her go. Feeling the person beneath him struggling to breathe, he finally gasped and let her go. Are you awake? Lu Shaoqing asked in a hoarse voice. Su Wanqing pouted her red lips, looking wronged. You're bad. I can't breathe. Lu Shaoqing sighed. She wasn't even fully awake yet. He helplessly got up, placed her comfortably, and covered her with a blanket. Be good. I'll check if the hangover soup is ready. Don't go. I want a kiss. Su Wanqing said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she pulled his hand to her face. Feeling the pleasant coolness, she couldn't help but hum softly. Hearing her unconscious moan, Lu Shaoqing almost lost control again, gritting his teeth to calm himself. At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. Lin Taohua's voice called out, "Your Highness, the hangover soup is ready." "Is the princess feeling better?" Lu Shaoqing pulled his hand away, got out of bed, opened the door, and took the hangover soup from Lin Taohua. "I can handle it. You can go now." After closing the door again, he coaxed the very uncooperative little woman to drink the soup and sighed in relief once she was settled back to sleep. He got up to take a cold shower. In the middle of the night, both were awakened by a cautious yet urgent knock from Mo Huai. "What happened?" Lu Shaoqing asked, adjusting the blanket around Su Wanqing. "Your Highness, the city guards reported that a sandstorm is approaching with strong winds," Mo Huai said urgently. He wouldn't have dared to wake the prince otherwise. They had all spent time in city, and many in the Lu family army had experienced the northern sandstorms. The wind inside the city was already picking up, so they had to be cautious. Lu Shaoqing immediately got dressed. Hearing the report, Su Wanqing shook off her sleepiness and quickly searched for her clothes. He wanted to tell her to stay inside, but the words came out differently. "Just stay in the house and don't go out. I'll arrange the soldiers and come back." He knew she wouldn't just stay indoors, so he wanted her to watch over the house to keep her from taking risks. Su Wanqing thought for a moment and nodded. She pulled out a bunch of goggles and masks from her space and handed them to Lu Shaoqing. "You and Mo Huai, Mo Yun, wear these to protect your eyes and nose. I have plenty, but not enough for all 5,000 soldiers. Take these, and if anyone needs them, remind them to find a place to hide and cover their mouths and noses to avoid inhaling too much sand." As she demonstrated how to use the goggles and masks, she waited until they were properly equipped before letting them leave. Stepping outside, she could only hear the sound of the wind blowing sand. Aside from the faint lights in the courtyard, everything else was pitch black. When Su Wanqing reached the flower hall, Fu Bo hurried over, saying, "Princess, you shouldn't be out. It's dangerous." "I'll keep everyone safe." "Fu Bo, where is everyone?" "Gather them together. Remember how we dealt with the locusts? Just like last time, we need to board up all the windows and doors. If the wind and sand get too strong, they could break the windows. Inhaling too much fine sand can be fatal. We mustn't be careless," Su Wanqing said urgently. A few days ago, the servants from the Dingbei Wangfu had arrived, and after meeting them, she had Fu Bo assign them their duties. Now, there were over 50 servants in the residence, and she needed to ensure everyone's safety. "Yes, I'll gather everyone right away." "Please don't go outside, Princess," Fu Bo said before turning to leave. At that moment, Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxia also entered, fully dressed. "Sister-in-law," Bai Jinxia called softly, walking over to take Su Wanqing's hand. Xia Yanche's eyes flickered. It seemed that in times like this, Jinxia used to grab his sleeve. He quietly sat down in a nearby chair, lost in thought. "Jinxia and Dr. Xie stay here. I need to inform my uncle and Lin Shu," Su Wanqing said as she started to head outside. "Princess, there's no need. The secret guards have already gone to notify them. They should be arriving soon," Mo Yun said as he walked in respectfully. "Mo Yun, why aren't you with your prince?" "I'm here. You should go," Su Wanqing said, feeling a bit relieved knowing someone was waking Xue Baoping and the others, but worried that Lu Shaoqing might not have enough help. "Princess, the prince is worried about your safety and the safety of everyone in the house, so he sent me back to protect you all," Mo Yun replied. "Shuanqing. Never mind, she wouldn't be able to catch up with Lu Shaoqing now anyway." The howling wind outside made things crash and bang, and occasionally, branches snapped. A thin layer of sand had already accumulated at the door, and the darkness seemed to hide a monstrous beast, ready to pounce. "Quick, nail all the windows shut." Under Fu Bo's direction, everyone quickly boarded up the windows. By the time they closed the door, the wind was raging outside, and sand was flying everywhere. Though the night obscured their vision, the sounds of crashing outside were deafening. Even with everything sealed tightly, Sand still blew in through the cracks, and soon the room was filled with dust. Seeing this, Su Wanqing quickly went to the flower hall's partition, took out 2 packs of medical masks from her space, and distributed them to everyone, instructing them on how to wear them properly. She thought to herself that she would ensure more masks were prepared in the future, giving each soldier in the Lu family one to carry with them. The Shui and Lin families also needed to be prepared. This sandstorm had come too quickly, and it was the middle of the night, leaving her no time to send supplies. Inside the city, the buildings provided some shelter, so the wind and sand were much less severe than outside. Most of the Lu family soldiers had already taken refuge in empty houses, and everyone on the city wall had retreated, leaving only a team of soldiers at the city gate. This sandstorm was more violent than any they had experienced before, and the city gate was rattling from the wind and sand. Everyone inside the gate was doing their best to hold up the shaking gate. Lu Shaoqing was among them. When he arrived at the city gate, Mo Feng and Mo Yu had already gathered the troops, waiting for his command. The situation was dire. The wind and sand made it impossible to open their eyes. Lu Shaoqing immediately ordered the city guards to return to the city. He stayed behind with a team of soldiers at the gate. Quickly distributing the goggles and masks he had to those who remained, he demonstrated how to wear them. Thankfully, Su Wanqing had provided enough. After handing them out, he still had 2 sets left. "Your Highness, please go back. We can guard the gate," Mo Hui urged loudly, clearly disapproving. "Stop talking and save your strength to withstand the wind," Lu Shaoqing replied, tearing a strip from his sleeve to cover half his face. In such strong winds and sand, the masks were barely effective. After demonstrating, he signaled for the others to do the same and cover their masks with another layer. Seeing that the others had returned, Mo Feng and Mo Yu also came back. With the prince here, they couldn't just hide inside. The soldiers running behind noticed their deputy had returned to the gate and instinctively followed suit. Lu Shaoqing saw so many returning, but he had run out of goggles. Looking at the rising sandstorm behind him, he realized sending them back was impossible. They could only wrap their mouths and noses and huddle behind him. The sandstorm continued until dawn, when the winds finally began to die down. Su Wanqing wrapped herself tightly, put on her goggles, and despite everyone's objections, opened the door and rushed out. She used her abilities to enhance her speed, and even the agile Mo Yun quickly lost sight of her in the storm. When Su Wanqing arrived at the city gate, she saw a group of people nearly buried in sand. Shaoqing, Lu Shaoqing felt the wind die down and was about to relax when he heard a familiar voice behind him. He quickly turned around, and as he did, sand fell from his head and body. Seeing that familiar figure in the swirling yellow sand, Lu Shaoqing's chest tightened, and he felt a constriction in his throat, unsure if it was from inhaling dust. His mind raced with thoughts, torn between scolding her for being reckless and feeling happy that she came to find him. He wanted to rush over and hug her, but realized that half of his body was already buried in the sand. Su Wanqing stepped forward and began to dig them out. Lu Shaoqing and the others quickly reacted and helped to free themselves from the sand. Before long, everyone was freed. After bowing and thanking Su Wanqing, Mo Hui, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu led their team back. Only Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing remained. He walked over. They embraced tightly, feeling each other's heartbeat. Mo Yun, who had hurried over, quietly stepped back upon seeing this. The wind gradually calmed, and the sky filled with yellow sand began to brighten. Inside the city, there was a thick layer of sand, and the two made their way to the military camp, stepping carefully. Su Wanqing had already used her powers to treat Lu Shaoqing's body. Fortunately, he had worn a mask at first and later covered half his face with his clothing, so he hadn't inhaled much dust. After Su Wanqing's treatment, Lu Shaoqing felt refreshed, and his fatigue from the previous night vanished. They didn't bother to clean up and went straight to the military camp. Given the severity of the disaster, they needed to check if anyone was injured last night and if the soldiers guarding the gate with Lu Shaoqing were feeling unwell. Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxie also arrived upon hearing the news. When they entered the tent, they saw Su Wanqing taking the pulse of the injured soldiers. In reality, she was using her powers to heal their severe injuries. Last night, all the tents in the camp were blown down by the wind and buried under sand. Some soldiers who couldn't evacuate in time were injured, but thankfully, someone rescued them and took them to safety. Now, these injured soldiers were all placed in Liang Chen's former residence. Su Wanqing treated several who were severely injured and unconscious, confirming they were out of danger and wouldn't have lingering issues before letting the military doctor take their pulses and prescribe medicine. The military doctor was used to Su Wanqing's methods and didn't ask many questions, just carefully took their pulses and prescribed medication. A few others had inhaled too much dust while rescuing people and protecting supplies, and were now coughing and feeling breathless, with 2 of them even turning red in the face from coughing. The military doctor had no good solutions and could only prescribe some cough medicine. Seeing this, Su Wanqing had those few enter a separate room. Once inside, she used a tranquilizer to put them to sleep and then used her powers to clear their lungs. After this round of treatment, she was exhausted and sweating. Although she had been training her powers recently, her progress was slow despite her past experiences, and with so many tasks to handle, her power level remained at level 4. Having nearly exhausted her powers, she quickly took out 2 energy crystals from her space to recover. As soon as Xia Yanche and Bai Jinxi entered, they took half of the injured soldiers. Xia Yanche's medical skills were clearly much better than the military doctors. For those with less severe breathlessness, he used acupuncture and prescribed 2 herbal remedies to ensure their recovery. When Su Wanqing stepped out of the partition, Xia Yanche still had a few patients. Bai Jinxi noticed her pale face and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you okay? Are you tired?" Su Wanqing smiled slightly. "I'm fine. After resting for a bit, I feel much better. You keep busy, I'll go check outside. By the way, the people inside will wake up soon. After they do, please check their pulses again." She genuinely felt better. After exhausting her powers and absorbing the crystals, she felt her abilities had improved slightly. "Got it, sister-in-law. It's quite chaotic outside, so please be careful," Bai Jinxia said seriously. Su Wanqing nodded and left the room. In the courtyard, people were already cleaning up, as this place would serve as a resting area for the soldiers for a while. When the workers saw Su Wanqing come out, they all respectfully bowed. "Greetings, princess." They knew that even though the sandstorm hadn't completely stopped, the princess had risked her safety to rescue the prince at the city gate. Moreover, she possessed remarkable medical skills and had just treated the injured, so their respect for her was heartfelt. Su Wanqing was unaware that they were discussing her great achievements among themselves. Seeing them bow, she said, "No need for formalities. You all keep busy. Remember not to take off the cloth masks on your faces. If anyone feels unwell, come to me or find Dr. Xue." With that, she walked out. The group was deeply moved. They were orphans raised by the Liu family and rarely experienced such thoughtful care. For Su Wanqing's simple words of concern, their strength seemed to increase significantly. "Your Highness, this is the situation," Mo Huai reported. Liu Shaoqing frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that the sandstorm last night would mainly affect their water source. Just then, Su Wanqing approached and asked, "What happened?" "Greetings, princess. Qing, you're done with your work." Both Mo Huai and Liu Shaoqing spoke at the same time. "What's the situation in the city? Even with collapsed buildings, there shouldn't be any civilians left inside. Why do you all look so serious?" Su Wanqing asked. Mo Huai glanced at Liu Shaoqing but remained silent. Liu Shaoqing slowly replied, "It's a water source issue. Many wells in the city have had their coverings blown away by the strong winds, causing mud and debris to settle in the water, making it undrinkable for now." Su Wanqing fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The sandstorm had come too suddenly, and many houses and huts in the city had been buried, but she hadn't anticipated a water source problem. She said, "I'll go back to the palace and release some water." Mo Huai, "Just if people transport it every day, it will be a bit of a hassle." "Not a hassle at all. It's no trouble. When we were at war, we also had to fetch water from the river outside the city, Mo Huai said excitedly. He knew the princess's abilities and that it was just a matter of transporting the water, which they were very willing to do. Then let's clear a path quickly. I'll give you 2 electric tricycles to transport the water. Su Wanqing thought of the solar-powered generator and high-capacity solar batteries in her space, so she wasn't worried about the electric vehicles running out of power. Although Mo Huai didn't know what an electric vehicle was, it sounded impressive, and he assumed it was similar to the vehicles the princess had previously shown, the kind that could run on their own. He happily replied, "Thank you, princess. I'll take people to clear the roads around the palace right away." He laughed broadly, looking like a child who had just received candy. "Really getting more and more unruly," Lu Shaoqing remarked, though his tone showed no trace of blame. "Isn't it good that they are like this? And you, stop always having a cold expression. Smile at them more. They are just a bunch of kids. If you keep frowning, they will respect you but also be scared of you." The Lu family army was trained from Lu Shaoqing's grandfather's time, selecting children around Lu Shaoqing's age, including Mo Huai and the other 3, who grew up with him. None of them were over 21. At that age, most people in modern times would still be in college. Weren't they just a bunch of kids? Lu Shaoqing was taken aback. What did she mean by saying they were still kids? They are not kids. They are all past the age of maturity and are at the age to marry and have children. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him without hesitation, realizing he only heard that one part. Forget it, she thought. It was better to take it slow. If he really tried to smile at those people now, he might scare them half to death. The 2 returned to the Wang residence and went straight to the backyard. Su Wanqing first took out many white plastic buckets from her space and filled them with water. Then, she brought out 2 brand-new electric tricycles for Mo Huai and the others to use for transportation. She had stocked up on large water tanks used in this world, but those tanks were very heavy even when empty. Once filled with water, they became even harder to move and could easily break if not handled carefully. This method of transporting water was only temporary. They needed to find a way to ensure a steady water supply in the city. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough time to keep doing this every day. Clearly, Lu Shaoqing had thought of this too. He said, "Once the main roads in the city are cleared, we can send a team to clean the wells and remove the debris inside. After the water settles, we can use it again. But if this weather continues, the wells will eventually run dry," Su Wanqing replied. Lu Shaoqing thought for a moment and suggested, "How about digging a larger pond in the city? We can fill it with water at once, and people can draw water whenever they need it." Su Wanqing pondered. Releasing so much water at once won't ensure its safety. "Let's first use the cement from my space to build a large water reservoir. This way, we can store several days' worth of water. With a cover, we can also prevent leaves and dust from falling in." As she spoke, she took out a bag of cement from her space and carefully explained its uses and benefits to Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing's eyes lit up, and he said, "Ah Qing, how many more amazing things do you have that I can't even imagine?" "Quite a few, but I can't explain them all at once." "You'll find out gradually," she replied. "Have the glass production team speed up their work when you return. Select a group of people and I'll provide the method for making cement so they can start researching it. If they can really make it, it will greatly benefit the city's construction," Su Wanqing said. "All right, you can freely call upon the 5,000 Lu family soldiers. We've already selected a group of nimble workers who were originally meant for glass production. If you need them, we can transfer them over," Lu Shaoqing replied. "Yes, Wudong Courtyard doesn't have much space left. Find a suitable place to start developing cement. I have some small grinding equipment available. Crushing stones by hand would be too difficult," Su Wanqing said. "This is easy. The house next door is currently empty, and the residence will soon be under construction. We can move the glass and explosives workshops there as well. Let's have someone tidy up the yard first. The glass and explosives should be kept at a distance from each other. They can't be in the same place anymore." While they were talking, Mo Huai, Mo Yun, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu all arrived. Mo Huai and Mo Yun had obvious smiles on their faces, while Mo Feng and Mo Yu looked curious, probably having heard that Su Wanqing was giving Mo Huai and Mo Yun new vehicles. Mo Feng and Mo Yu felt frustrated. They were also the prince's personal guards, so why did Mo Huai and Mo Yun get all the good things? Just because they hadn't accompanied the prince and princess to An City. But weren't they sent by the prince to train the Lu family soldiers? Your Highness, the four of them greeted in unison. Is it just the four of you? That's fine. I'll teach you how to drive this electric vehicle, Su Wanqing said with a smile, expecting them to bring some soldiers to help move water. Your Highness, can we learn too? Mo Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course. You're all Shaoqing's guards, so you deserve the same treatment. I didn't teach you before, because there wasn't an opportunity. Come and learn together, Su Wanqing replied. Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged glances, grinning widely. Thank you, Your Highness. Electric vehicles are the easiest type of vehicle to drive. Mo Huai and Mo Yun quickly got the hang of it due to their experience with larger vehicles, and Mo Feng and Mo Yu adapted just as quickly. Once Mo Feng and Mo Yu learned how to drive, they wanted to use the vehicles to fetch water, but Mo Huai and Mo Yun disagreed. They also wanted to drive. It was impressive. In their conversation, they ended up competing for the vehicles. Seeing this, Lu Shaoqing cleared his throat, and the four of them immediately got off the vehicles and stood properly, realizing they had been competing in front of the prince and princess, feeling embarrassed. All right, each of you gets one. In the future, you can use these not only for transporting water, but for other things as well. However, for very heavy items, you'll still need trucks. While these are convenient, the batteries can break easily, Su Wanqing said, waving her hand to bring out 2 more electric tricycles, along with solar panels and batteries. Seeing the sudden appearance of these items, Lu Shaoqing and Mo Huai and Mo Yun remained calm, but Mo Feng and Mo Yu looked shocked. What was happening? Were they seeing things? Did the princess conjure these items? Mo Huai and Mo Yun almost laughed at the stunned expressions of Mo Feng and Mo Yu, but managed to hold it in for a while before bursting out. Ha. Mo Feng and Mo Yu exchanged looks, then turned to Su Wanqing, utterly astonished, unable to focus on the laughter. No wonder Mo Huai and Mo Yun always seemed mysterious. No wonder there were so many things they had never seen before, including food. How could there be so much all at once? Was everything conjured by the princess? The two were so shocked they didn't know what to do. Su Wanqing thought to herself that these two were much calmer than Mo Huai and Mo Yun had been at first. However, she didn't plan to explain and simply smiled. All right, come and see how to use these 2 items. Before the 4 could move, Lu Shaoqing said sternly, I'm telling you this for your convenience in the future, so don't let a word slip. The 4 immediately responded respectfully and seriously. Yes, we swear we won't leak a word. Su Wanqing didn't say much in response. She knew Lu Shaoqing was looking out for her, so it was better to remain silent at such times. Then, she explained the function of the solar panels and batteries, teaching them how to charge them, successfully earning 5 pairs of bright, shining eyes. This thing only needs to be placed in the sun, and then connected to the tricycle to make it move? That's amazing, Mo Huai exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. Seeing this, Su Wanqing took out a solar lamp and showed it off. This can be placed in the sun during the day, and when turned on at night, it can light up a room like it's daytime. They all gasped in awe, staring at the solar lamp without blinking. How valuable is this compared to a luminous pearl? The 4 thought simultaneously. Lu Shaoqing, however, was thinking that Qing's world must be like a fairyland, and she must be a fairy herself. Otherwise, how could there be so many amazing things? Su Wanqing felt very proud. There were still many things in her space that they hadn't seen. Don't ask her why she hadn't taken them out before. She had been traveling, and it wouldn't have helped. Actually, she just forgot. When the 4 of them each rode an electric tricycle filled with water back to the military camp, their proud demeanor left the Lu family soldiers speechless. The reason was the same as when everyone had seen the truck for the first time. The prince had bought it at a high price from a merchant overseas. After Mo Huai and the others left, Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing visited Wudong Courtyard again. They saw that the glass pieces made by the 8 men led by Wang who had improved significantly. Su Wanqing generously praised their efforts. She instructed Uncle Fu to prepare extra dishes for them that night, encouraging them to keep trying, and promised to double their pay at the end of the month. Once the glass was successfully produced, they would definitely benefit from it. The 8 men were already thrilled just to hear about the extra dishes. With food becoming scarce outside, they felt lucky to enjoy good meals every day. It was much better than their daily training in the military camp, even if it was a bit hot. In this weather, where was it not hot? Plus, the princess was going to double their pay. The 8 men were as excited as the weather was hot, grinning foolishly. Su Wanqing was also very happy. This was ancient times, and successfully making glass gave her a sense of achievement. The 10 men working on the explosives had become quite skilled. Lu Shaoqing suspected that the northern Qi would not give up easily and might return at any time, so they had already made a batch of explosives and stored them safely. After inspecting everything, they returned to their residence. Since being woken up in the middle of the night, they had been busy, and now it was almost dark. Su Wanqing was so tired she didn't want to move. "Honey, you've worked hard. How about I give you a back rub tonight?" Lu Shaoqing said with a smile, his eyes sparkling. "Go away, I'm exhausted," Su Wanqing replied, grabbing her clothes from the cabinet and heading to the bathroom, ignoring the annoying man. Lu Shaoqing felt a bit unsatisfied but didn't want to upset her. She was indeed tired, so he decided to be patient. After they both finished washing up, Uncle Fu brought in delicious food, all of Su Wanqing's favorites: oil-braised shrimp, red braised lamb chops, mouth-watering chicken, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and 2 desserts, totaling 12 dishes. No matter how tired she was, Su Wanqing felt energized and satisfied after the meal. After dinner, feeling even sleepier, Su Wanqing wandered back to the bedroom, climbed onto the soft, comfortable bed, and quickly fell asleep. Lu Shaoqing tucked her in, kissed her forehead, and wrapped his arms around her waist before falling asleep himself. In the following days, Lu Shaoqing was busy from morning till night. The strong sandstorm buried many houses and roads in the city, leaving the outside desolate. Besides the distant mountains, the official roads and fields were covered in thick yellow sand. When everyone finally managed to open the city gate, a wall of sand buried some people. The others quickly worked together to rescue them. It took 6 days just to clear the sand from the roads inside and outside the city. Lu Shaoqing made plans for the areas that needed rebuilding. Once the roads were cleared, Mo Huai and Mo Yun led people to chop wood in the nearby mountains, and construction of the Wangfu officially began. Su Wanqing had already moved some bricks and materials needed for the houses from her space. At this point, Su Wanqing had to admire General Lu's foresight. The Lu family army was not just a fighting force. It had gathered and trained various talents, from farming and herbal medicine to carpentry and accounting. If there were women in the army, they might even learn embroidery and sewing. So building houses was no problem for them. The team responsible for construction cleared the original houses in the Wangfu's backyard in just 3 days. During these days, Su Wanqing was also busy, moving back and forth between the glass and cement workshops, and finally succeeded in making glass. "Princess, we did it!" Wang Hu exclaimed, looking at the clear glass with excitement. Su Wanqing smiled confidently and said, "Wang Hu, you all worked hard. Remember this ratio, and make a batch. We'll replace all the windows in the new houses with glass." "Yes, Princess." The 8 men replied in unison, immediately getting to work on the next batch of glass. Su Wanqing took a small piece of glass to find Lu Shaoqing. They hadn't had a good conversation in days. Every night when Lu Shaoqing returned, she was already asleep, and by the time she woke up, he was already busy. Just as she reached the front yard, Lu Shaoqing walked toward her. "Why are you back so early today?" "I was just about to look for you," Su Wanqing said first. "I finished everything and came back early," Lu Shaoqing replied, but he was really thinking about how much he missed her after not seeing her for several days. Then he added, "Did you miss me since we haven't seen each other for a few days?" Su Wanqing wouldn't admit it. She held up the piece of glass for him to see. "Not at all, I just wanted to show you this." Only then did Lu Shaoqing notice the small piece of glass in her hand. His eyes lit up with excitement.
Glass.
You succeeded in making it? You really are amazing. He took the glass to examine it closely. It was clear and free of impurities, and its thickness and hardness were similar to the glass Su Wanqing had shown him before. He couldn't help but praise her again. Su Wanqing smiled, her proud expression showing just how pleased she was. Busy days always pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another week has gone by. Everything in the city has returned to normal. In the backyard of the royal residence, the courtyard where Su Wanqing and her husband live has been built up to a height of over a person. Following Su Wanqing's suggestion, the glass windows have been made into hinged windows and embedded into the walls. Although the cement is not yet ready, the supply in her space is sufficient, and their house is entirely made of cement. Once the wooden floors are laid down and the walls are painted white with putty and latex paint, along with some decorations and vintage soft sofas and furniture, it will be warm and comfortable. Su Wanqing has collected so much furniture and decor in her space. She can finally start selecting what to use. Construction has also begun at the military camp in the west of the city. The foundation is being dug with excavators, so the building speed is quick. The walls are made of large blue bricks, with straw and a small amount of cotton mixed in with the mud, which helps with insulation and makes the walls sturdier. At the same time, an old brick kiln left in the city has been cleaned up by Mou and his team. A few of them know some skills in making blue bricks, but they are not very skilled. Su Wanqing gave them a few books to study, and they started testing the kiln yesterday. Once the brick making is successful, the construction of an city will no longer lack building materials. In the capital, at the palace, Emperor Tianqi angrily swept everything off the imperial desk onto the floor, smashing the porcelain decorations in the study. Since the night of the full moon over 10 days ago, when the poison in his body flared up and the imperial doctors were helpless, his temper has become extremely irritable, and he vents his anger at the slightest inconvenience. Apart from the close eunuch who has always been by his side, the eunuchs and palace maids in the study have been replaced twice. Hearing the smashing sounds inside, the eunuchs and palace maids on duty trembled in fear, worried that they might be blamed and lose their lives. After a quarter of an hour, Emperor Tianqi finally grew tired of smashing things. Sitting on the dragon throne, he gasped for breath. Chief Eunuch Shun Wei cautiously presented a cup of hot tea, saying, "Your Majesty, please calm down and have some hot tea." Emperor Tianqi took a moment to sip the tea and then slammed the cup down on the desk, declaring, "Issue an edict. Prince Dingbei has killed the border general and intends to rebel. His crimes are severe. Immediately escort him back to the capital." Hearing this order, Chun Wei felt a chill down his spine and bowed even lower, respectfully replying, "Yes, Your Majesty." In the East Palace, the Crown Prince's dark eyes glinted with rage as he tore apart the secret letter in his hand, roaring, "Useless. A bunch of useless people. They can't even deal with someone who is poisoned and about to die." His legs were injured. Although he had used the best medicine, he had only partially recovered. The sudden pain he experienced on the night of the full moon had kept him awake all night, and only now had the excruciating pain eased. The injury to his legs had worsened again, and he still couldn't walk. What was even more infuriating was that the pain had been caused by poison. If he couldn't find an antidote within 3 years, he would die from the pain. This nearly made him faint, but no matter how much he investigated, he couldn't find out who had poisoned him. His current situation was very delicate. Although his father had not stripped him of his title as crown prince, the previous affection was long gone. The ministers in the court, who were always looking for opportunities, were already leaning towards other princes. It was said that the third prince had been frequently summoned by the emperor recently and was closely interacting with many ministers. The plan to assassinate Lu Shaoqing in the northern border had failed, allowing Lu Shaoqing to successfully take over in city. The emperor must have received this news and was likely extremely disappointed in him. In short, the crown prince was now just a decoration. As he thought about this, the crown prince couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had believed that the position of crown prince was firmly in his grasp and that he had a good relationship with his father. But now, everything was fading away like a dream. Suddenly, he straightened up, refusing to give in. After years of effort, how could he just give up? He called for the eunuch outside, saying, "Go summon Prime Minister Su to the palace. I want to see him." The eunuch, trembling, reported, "Your Highness, Prime Minister Su left the capital over a month ago and has not returned." "What? Why has no one informed me of such a significant matter?" the crown prince questioned angrily. The eunuch, frightened, knelt on the ground and cautiously said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. The emperor was worried about affecting your recovery and ordered that matters from the previous court should not be reported to you, so you could rest assured." "You worthless servant! Just because the emperor said not to report, you all keep silent? Are you loyal to the emperor or to me?
Get out.
All of you get out." "Yes, yes." The eunuch hurriedly got up and quickly retreated from the palace. In his anger, the crown prince unintentionally aggravated his leg injury, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The hidden guard lurking in the shadows stepped forward, asking, "My lord, are you all right? Do you want me to call a doctor?" After a moment, the crown prince replied, "No need. Go find out why the prime minister left the capital, and also bring Inspector Wang to see me." "Yes, my lord. Please take care of your health." "I will take my leave." The guard bowed and exited. Not far from the capital, on the official road, a beggar in tattered clothes and disheveled hair, with a slight limp, mingled among the refugees. He occasionally glanced towards the city gate, hoping to see someone he recognized or a carriage appear. However, after waiting for 2 days, he saw no familiar faces and was tormented by hunger, feeling weak all over. This person was none other than the missing Prime Minister Su. After he had finished assigning all the supplies, he was knocked out from behind by Manhwa and thrown into a pile of beggars. When he woke up, he found that his clothes had been stripped down to just his underwear. He never imagined he would end up in such a miserable state, fighting with dogs for food, snatching food from children, being beaten by others and bullied by a group of beggars, even having one of his legs broken. After enduring countless hardships, he finally crawled to the capital, but he looked no different from the refugees, and the city guards wouldn't let him in. He tried to force his way in, claiming to be the current prime minister, but no one believed him, and he was driven away. He had been waiting among this group for 2 days. As long as someone he recognized appeared, he no longer cared about face or dignity. He just wanted to enter the city and return to the prime minister's residence, regaining his status as the high-ranking prime minister. But no matter how anxious he was, no one of status appeared at the city gate. The longer he waited, the more his anger grew. He thought that once he entered the city and saw the emperor, he would definitely report the actions of the Shuntian prefect. Those who were also rejected at the city gate were the disaster victims from Licheng. After the earthquake, the capital was also affected, and the survivors from Licheng were not properly settled, flooding into the capital. Initially, Emperor Tianqi wanted to show his benevolence by allocating funds to settle a group of disaster victims. However, in the capital, both officials and commoners had a natural sense of superiority, leading to some conflicts with the disaster victims. The victims, having lost their homes, sought refuge from the court, but to their surprise, when they arrived at the emperor's feet, they faced insults and humiliation. Within a few days, several riots broke out. The Shuntian prefect reported that the disaster victims were rioting and looting food, betraying the emperor's kindness. Emperor Tianqi had only been pretending to care. With his treasury and most of the palace stolen, he was in urgent need of money. He immediately ordered that disaster victims be banned from entering the city and instructed the Shuntian prefect to settle them in nearby towns and villages. However, even after so much time, the disaster victims outside the capital still lingered and did not leave. When Prime Minister Su was first driven out by the soldiers, he learned from an old man that the Shuntian prefect's intention was clear: to obtain new household registrations and settlements, the victims needed to pay a corresponding amount of silver. However, this group of disaster victims was different from before. Surviving the earthquake was already a stroke of luck, and they certainly had no extra silver. Thus, the situation remained deadlocked. Even if someone reported to the emperor, the Shuntian prefect was not afraid. He was acting according to the law, claiming that the victims were just troublemakers. When the imperial decree reached in city, it was already August. During this past month, the weather had become increasingly hot, with midday temperatures reaching around 45 degrees Celsius. Construction in city was done early in the morning before the sun rose, and in the late afternoon, when the sun was about to set. During the day, everyone mostly rested in cool, air-conditioned rooms. Xie Yanche prepared herbal medicine to prevent heatstroke, and in the afternoon, everyone received a bowl of mung bean soup to help keep them cool. Daily meals included both vegetables and meat, with plenty of rice to fill them up. These conditions motivated every member of the Liu family army, making them enthusiastic about working even during the hottest hours. With this momentum, all the construction at the Wang residence was nearly complete. The courtyard where Su Wanqing lived was the first to be finished. The high temperatures had their advantages. Once the house was built, it didn't need much drying time and could be furnished within 2 to 3 days. The interior was simple, with the walls painted white as she desired. The reception area was divided into 2 rooms, and a small heated bed was built by the window, connected to a firewall. Once the firewall was lit, the bed would be warm without any smoke in the room. On ordinary days, the bed was covered with soft cushions made from high-quality shoe brocade. Su Wanqing selected several matching decorative pillows from her space, making it look both comfortable and beautiful. The outer room had a complete set of golden silk namu tables and chairs, intricately carved and elegant, with a few gemstones embedded in the armchairs. On the wall behind was a grand landscape painting, detailed and lifelike. The hall was adorned with various jade ornaments, either bright green or vivid red, all exquisite pieces. A few vases of fresh flowers added a touch of warmth and elegance. Su Wanqing's bedroom was much more casual, featuring a cream-colored sofa that looked very comfortable, paired with white coffee tables of varying heights. In winter, a thick mat would be laid on the floor, making it perfect for enjoying tea or watching dramas in comfort. There was a simple dressing table in a matching color scheme, filled with several jewelry boxes containing various accessories that Liu Shaoqing had prepared in the capital. The bed was a spacious light gray one she had brought from her space, with a mattress said to be a custom model from a famous foreign brand, designed to relieve fatigue and fit human ergonomics. Su Wanqing didn't remember the details. She only knew it was the most comfortable bed she had ever tried. She could sleep in any position without feeling numbness in her limbs, even after long hours. It was also expensive, a bed and mattress costing 450,000. At that time, she was so eager that she didn't think twice before buying it, but she never got to use it before her journey. Now that it was out, she felt it was perfect. Just thinking about waking up every day on that soft, comfortable bed made her want to shout with joy. This room also connected to a washroom and a dressing room, with underground drainage for convenience. There was also a door on the other side for servants to bring in hot water for bathing. Bai Jinxie, seeing the setup, was so excited that she insisted on staying the night, saying, "Sister-in-law, I want to sleep with you tonight." Su Wanqing smiled at Liu Shaoqing and nodded. But before she could say anything, he covered her mouth and said displeased, "No, your courtyard is ready. You should go back to your own room." "Sister-in-law," Bai Jinxie said, looking pitiful and pleading with her eyes. Unfortunately, Liu Shaoqing firmly refused, joking that their bed was not for anyone else. He wanted to give her an unforgettable night. He made an excuse. "Aching, this can be considered our new home. Once I find a good date, we can officially move in. How about that?" Su Wanqing had no objections. Since the furniture was all new and she was sensitive to smells, waiting a few days before moving in was fine. She nodded. "Okay, I have no objections." Su Wanqing and Bai Jinxia's courtyards were separated by just 2 walls for easy visits. Xia Yanche's courtyard was in the front yard and was also just completed, with people tidying up inside. Lu Shaoqing didn't have his own courtyard. He wanted to be close to Su Wanqing all the time. There was no way he would build a separate courtyard that would give her a reason to push him away. He only modified the study, front yard, and reception areas, making changes to the corridors, rockeries, and pavilions, blending the style with that of the capital while adding some unique touches. The walls and gates of the Wang residence were also renovated and painted anew. Anyone unaware would think the Wang residence was preparing for a celebration. Su Wanqing was very pleased with the newly refreshed Wang residence. It was grand and majestic, exuding luxury and comfort everywhere. Half of the buildings in the military camp in the west of the city had been completed. Su Wanqing drew up plans for bunk beds, which would be constructed accordingly. The hot weather had forced many to crowd into a single large sleeping area, making it hard to rest and increasing the risk of heat stroke. There were plenty of new buildings, so accommodating 8 to 10 people in a room was no problem, and construction was still ongoing. The imperial decree was delivered by the commander of the Imperial Guard, Xiao Yu, and another high-ranking eunuch, Wang Qi, leading 1,000 imperial guards out of the capital. They were far more imposing than when Lu Shaoqing and the others left the capital. However, neither of them expected the journey to be so difficult. First, the scorching heat allowed them less than 3 hours of travel during the day, making their progress painfully slow. They had no choice but to travel at night. Halfway through, they encountered a large group of refugees fleeing from disaster. Some recognized the royal flag they carried. They rushed forward, crying out about their hometown suffering from severe drought, with barren fields and dried-up rivers, pleading for the court to save them. Xiao Yu managed to offer a few comforting words, patiently explaining, "I understand your feelings, but we have a mission and cannot take you back to the capital. Please head to the nearest town and seek proper assistance from the local authorities." But the refugees were not easily persuaded by just a few words. Wang Qi raised his hand to summon a squad of imperial guards to drive them away, saying, "If they refuse to leave, just kill them." Only then did the group of refugees scatter in panic. After 2 more days of travel, they still couldn't find any drinkable water. The land was dry and cracked everywhere, and the scorching sun made it impossible to rest. Xiao Yu led his men into the deep mountains, where they found just enough water to last them 3 days. The journey kept dragging on. Everyone was hot and thirsty, and even Wang Qi, sitting in the carriage, had lost a lot of weight. The imperial guards had it even worse. In addition to the heat, they had to endure constant mosquito bites, not daring to expose any skin. But being completely covered made it hard to breathe. This past month had nearly driven them mad. They only had hard flatbreads to fill their stomachs each day. When they finally saw the heavy and tall city gates of City, they were so excited they nearly cried, thinking about getting inside to eat and drink their fill and finally get a good night's sleep. "The imperial decree has arrived. Prince Dingbei, hurry and receive it," Wang Qi's hoarse and somewhat sharp voice called out. Today, the guard at the city gate was Mo Feng. From a distance, he spotted the slowly approaching group and guessed that the person sent to report to the Wang residence had already arrived. Wang Qi thought that after his shout, the people inside would open the gates for them. But seeing the gates remain still and the soldiers on the wall unmoving, he shouted angrily, "Did you not hear my words? His Majesty has issued a decree. Why are you not opening the gates for us to enter?" Mo Feng then leaned over the wall to look down, finally recognizing the people below. "Oh, it's Commander Xiao. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Mo Guard, I am here on the Emperor's orders to deliver the decree. Please open the gates for Prince Dingbei to receive it," Xiao Yu said, as he was familiar with Mo Feng and the other 3 from his time in the capital. Xiao Yu felt a fleeting sense of regret as he realized that, besides bringing the decree, the Emperor had also issued a verbal order. Lu Shaoqing was to be taken back to the capital, but everyone else around him was to be left behind. The Emperor had sent Xiao Yu personally to deliver the decree because Lu Shaoqing was skilled in martial arts, and there was concern that his guards might resist, making it difficult to control them. In addition to him, there were also 50 shadow guards in the group who only took orders from the Emperor, each capable of taking on 10 opponents, so they were not worried about handling Lu Shaoqing and his 5 men. The Tianqi Emperor suspected that the poison he was suffering from was related to Lu Shaoqing, which is why he sent Xiaoyu on this long journey to bring him back. Otherwise, as Mo Feng was thinking of how to delay, a soldier rushed back and quietly whispered a few words in his ear. Mo Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Ever since the prince was secretly harmed 3 years ago, they suspected it was the emperor's doing, and they had long lost hope in the court. Now that the prince finally understood, he felt that the weather today was not so hot, and his body felt instantly relaxed. Captain Xiao, I'm really sorry. Our prince has fallen ill again, and cannot meet with you. Please go back, Mo Feng said loudly, his voice tinged with excitement.
You.
Are you trying to rebel? We carry the emperor's decree. Does the northern king dare to defy it? Wang Qi shouted angrily again. Captain Zhao's brows furrowed, and his expression darkened. Why don't you read the decree? I will report it truthfully to our prince, Mo Feng said again.
You.
Audacious. Wang Qi's hand trembled as he pointed at Mo Feng. Will you read it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Dinner is about to be served, Mo Huai said, glancing at the sky and nodding in agreement. It was indeed almost time for dinner, and both the military camp and the prince's residence had prepared meat dishes. He felt conflicted about where to eat. After thinking, he decided to return to the prince's residence, where the princess prepared cold drinks every day, and he could also get 2 bowls to share. Captain Xiao, with keen eyesight, noticed the changing expression on Mo Feng's face, and his own expression darkened further. What is this person thinking? They were in a hurry to enter the city, not just to announce the decree. Their water supply was nearly finished, and their food had run out due to delays on the road. They urgently needed supplies. Mo guard, this is no joke. Please quickly open the city gate. Defying the decree is a serious crime. Does your prince really want to defy it? He gestured for Wang Qi to take out the decree, but he dared not reveal a single word of its contents, or the city gate would never open. Mo Feng looked at the bright yellow decree in Wang Qi's hand and scoffed. I'm really sorry. Our prince may not have time to receive the decree right now. Please go back. At this moment, Lu Shaoqing was indeed quite busy, waiting for the cement on the ground to set. The two of them sat in a room filled with several ice basins, enjoying chilled watermelon and feeling quite happy. The watermelon was stored by Su Wanqing from her past life, with thousands of them. In her previous life, she was too busy fighting zombies to eat more than a few hundred. Now, the stock in her space was more than enough for them. An hour later, possibly due to the heat, the cement on the ground had gradually set, and the surface moisture had dried completely. Success! Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled with joy. After such a long time, they finally succeeded. Lu Shaoqing did not hide his happiness, smiling as he said, Everyone who participated in making the cement will be rewarded, Su Wanqing added. Each person should also receive a big bowl of fruit ice, and send 2 watermelons to each workshop, so they can taste it too. Old Fu smiled and bowed. Yes, my lord and lady, I will convey your generous rewards. After he left to spread the word, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of how the young workers would react to the watermelons and fruit ice. Su Wanqing looked at the cement floor and sighed with relief. With the cement ready, they could now plan for road construction in the city, reinforcing the city walls and renovating the military camp. Lu Shaoqing, however, kept watching her. The woman's bright eyes and radiant smile seemed to light up his heart. He couldn't help but wonder what his life would be like if he had never met her. Shaoqing, what are you thinking? Aren't you happy that the cement is ready? Su Wanqing asked when she noticed him staring at her in a daze. Lu Shaoqing smiled gently and pulled her into his arms. Qing, will you marry me? Su Wanqing was taken aback. Why did he suddenly say that? He had been so attentive to her these days, and many of his thoughts aligned perfectly with hers. He trusted her completely, without any secrets. His gaze was always filled with deep love, and her words made his heart race. Su Wanqing knew her heart had already given the answer. She smiled at him and gently nodded. Lu Shaoqing felt a surge of joy wash over him, his heart racing wildly. He held her tightly, his face beaming with happiness and satisfaction. The servants outside the hall were surprised by their lord's hearty laughter, their eyes wide in disbelief. Was this really their usually calm and composed lord? An hour later, Su Wanqing emerged in a beautifully embroidered bridal gown, wearing a phoenix crown and exquisite makeup. She held a delicate fan, embroidered on both sides and adorned with pearls and gems. She suspected he had been planning this for a long time. Otherwise, why would he propose today, on such an auspicious day, with all the wedding attire prepared in advance? At that moment, her heart raced, and her palms were slightly sweaty. Her previous marriage was just a memory of the original owner. This time, it was her own genuine feelings, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. This was her first time getting married in 2 lifetimes. Lu Shaoqing wore a matching red groom's outfit, his jade crown accentuating his handsome features. Under Old Fu's guidance, they performed the wedding ceremony again. Although Old Fu and the others didn't understand why the prince and princess wanted to redo the ceremony, it didn't stop him from happily preparing everything. Perhaps next year, they would have an additional little master in their household. The residence was already decorated with red silk, and red wedding characters were posted everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere. In the courtyard outside the front hall, people lined up neatly all the way to the prince's gate. Out of 5,000 soldiers from the Lu family army, 4,009 had come, while the remaining 1,000 had to guard the city gates. They knew today was a joyous occasion for the prince and princess, but they couldn't attend the ceremony. They glared at the imperial guards outside the city, wishing they could throw them back to the capital. The guards were bewildered, thinking, "You defy the emperor's decree, and you still have the nerve to complain." Everyone cheered as the couple completed their vows, shouting, "Congratulations to the prince and princess on their wedding." Someone added from the back, "May you have a son soon." The scene erupted into laughter and blessings, echoing far and wide. Lu Shaoqing ignored the commotion and carried Su Wanqing toward the backyard. His steps were light. Ever since he awakened his powers, his strength had increased significantly as he passed through the intricately carved corridors, the flower gate, and the stone bridge. Su Wanqing felt her face burning. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, this man had become increasingly infatuated, always wanting to be close to her whenever he had time. Even when he was busy in the study, he would pull her along, even if she was just resting nearby. He never seemed to tire of it. She had gotten used to showing affection in front of others, but she didn't expect him to prepare everything so quickly today, gathering the entire Lu family army to witness their union. Who would believe he hadn't planned this in advance? When they reached their courtyard, Fengwu Courtyard, the beautifully crafted flower gate displayed 3 large characters that Lu Shaoqing had carved and hung himself. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a sea of red. Red silk hung high, and lanterns were lit, making it even more festive than their wedding in the capital. Lin Taohua saw Lu Shaoqing carrying Su Wanqing inside and, along with the maids and servants behind her, bowed. "Congratulations to the prince and princess. Yes, everyone can go and receive their rewards. No need to serve in the courtyard tonight," Lu Shaoqing said with a smile, clearly in a good mood. "Yes," the group replied with smiles as they exited. Su Wanqing felt her cheeks flush to her ears upon hearing this. Lu Shaoqing stepped steadily into the room and placed the person on the bed covered with a bright red dragon and phoenix quilt. He gently took the fan from her hand, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. This face had long been etched in his heart, and seeing it always made his heart race. He got up to pour 2 glasses of wine and brought them to Su Wanqing, his eyes filled with deep affection. "My dear, tonight we drink the wedding wine, and I promise we will never part in this life." His deep voice had a captivating tone that made Su Wanqing shiver, instantly recalling the charm he had when he promised to dedicate himself to her. Their arms entwined as they tilted their heads back to drink the wine. Su Wanqing suddenly felt a surge of heat in her chest, making her already hazy mind even more dizzy. It wasn't until the man removed the phoenix crown from her head, letting her long hair cascade down her shoulders, that she began to regain her senses. Panic suddenly filled her heart. Was the wedding night about to begin? Her lively eyes showed her nervousness as she looked around in confusion. Eventually, her gaze landed on his deep black eyes, drawing her in. Lu Shaoqing took off her loose outer robe and tossed it aside, his gaze burning as he looked at the flustered woman. He then went to the washroom. Moments later, he returned with a soft white cloth, carefully wiping Su Wanqing's face and hands as if she were a rare treasure, his movements gentle and cautious. After he finished, her face looked even more delicate and rosy, like a ripe peach, so cute that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Su Wanqing remained silent, even more so than usual, her heart racing uncontrollably, and her body became sensitive from his intentional and unintentional touches. Lu Shaoqing's eyes darkened further as he casually tossed the cloth aside and sat down next to her. This startled Su Wanqing, and before she could react, he kissed her lips. He then gently laid her back onto the bed. His hands, accustomed to wielding swords and bows, were covered with a thin layer of calluses. They slid down her waist, causing her senses to heighten, sending waves of shivers through her, making her involuntarily let out a soft moan like a cat. The red candles flickered, crackling softly, and the air grew heated, despite several ice basins in the room. Su Wanqing's tear-filled eyes looked pitiful as she hoarsely said, "Husband, stop." But the man seemed enchanted, losing control. The bright red wedding clothes and nightgown were strewn across the floor, showing how little regard they had received from their owner. The next day, around noon, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. She was furious at the thought that the man had kept her in the room for 2 days. If she hadn't gotten truly angry last night, he would have continued his antics. As she moved to sit up, she thought that without her special ability to relieve discomfort, her back would surely be broken. Just then, the door opened gently, and someone walked in quietly, then pushed open the inner door. Lu Shaoqing entered with a breakfast tray prepared by Qin Shu. Upon seeing her awake, he smiled and asked, "Dear, are you hungry?" Su Wanqing didn't want to respond. The man had also been busy for 2 days and had stayed up late last night, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. She didn't want to talk to him, but her stomach was growling. I haven't washed up yet. I'll go get you some water," he said, placing the tray on the table and leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Su Wanqing smiled slightly and got dressed. After breakfast, she lay back on the chair outside and casually asked, "Have the people from outside the city left?" While feeding herself a grape. "This morning I went to the city gate. The imperial edict said I plotted rebellion and ordered the imperial guard to escort me back to the capital." Su Wanqing was not surprised by this and fed herself another grape. "So you didn't obey the edict, and they let you return to the city so easily?" Lu Shaoqing chuckled. "I killed a few people. Xiaoyu was no match for me. What could they do if they didn't want me to return?" His tone was calm, but Su Wanqing sensed a hint of displeasure. "Did they want to force you back?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Lu Shaoqing recalled the scene, and his expression became hard to read. "Dingbei Wang, do you really intend to defy the edict? Although the Lu family has no one else, your actions will bring shame to the loyal reputation of the Lu family," Xiaoyu shouted. "According to what you say, if I go back to the capital with you, the Lu family's loyal reputation will be preserved," Lu Shaoqing scoffed. Xiaoyu was left speechless. The edict stated that Dingbei Wang plotted rebellion. How could the Lu family still be considered loyal? But he had his duties, and he said sternly, "Dingbei Wang, I am only following orders. Please disarm and return to the capital with me. The emperor will decide your fate. I know you are following orders. Otherwise, why would I waste my breath with you? Go back and tell the emperor that I, Lu Shaoqing, will only be Lu Shaoqing from now on, no longer the Dingbei Wang of the court. If he accepts, we can live in peace. If not, let him come to battle." As Lu Shaoqing finished speaking, thousands of Lu family soldiers behind him shouted loudly, "Let him come to battle." Xiaoyu's expression darkened. What should he do now? Lu Shaoqing was unwilling to return to the capital and even refused to pledge loyalty to the court. He had anticipated that this mission would not go smoothly, thinking that those around Lu Shaoqing would intervene, but He never expected Lu Shaoqing to defy the edict. Wang Qi, seeing the strong presence of the Lu family soldiers, was frightened and wanted to retreat, losing the arrogance he had when reading the edict. He would definitely report Lu Shaoqing's misdeeds to the emperor. He clearly wanted to rebel. The two sides were at a standstill, filled with anger and anxiety. Xiaoyu found himself in a dilemma. If he returned now, the emperor's wrath would surely cost him dearly. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences in the future. But he also couldn't engage Lu Shaoqing in battle. The Lu family soldiers were elite and outnumbered them by more than double. There was no chance of victory. Just as he was about to order a retreat, shadows leaped from behind him, charging directly at Lu Shaoqing. With Lu Shaoqing's current awareness, he could easily guess the identity of the group behind Xiaoyu and had been on guard against them. Seeing this, he quickly drew the sword at his waist and charged forward. "Your Highness, protect the prince!" Mo Huai, Mo Yun, and the Lu family soldiers shouted urgently, ready to rush in. Lu Shaoqing wanted to test his current skills and shouted to everyone behind him, "Everyone stay put." Even though Mo Huai and the others were anxious, they could only grit their teeth and remain in place. On the battlefield, the command of the leader outweighed everything. But if it truly came to a life-and-death situation for Lu Shaoqing, they would rush out without hesitation. In the meantime, Lu Shaoqing had already engaged in battle with a group of shadow guards. Out of 50 shadow guards, only 25 appeared, but in just a few moments, half of the once invincible shadow guards fell. Some felt intense pain and numbness as Lu Shaoqing attacked, losing consciousness and ultimately being dispatched by his sword. Such changes occurred in an instant during the confrontation, and no one noticed anything unusual. The remaining shadow guards saw their comrades falling too quickly, while Lu Shaoqing remained calm and collected. "Xiao Commander, if we can't bring back Lu Shaoqing, the Emperor will definitely hold you accountable. I hope you can remain as ineffective as you are now," the shadow guard leader said before charging out with the remaining shadow guards. Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. His expression was dark and terrifying. For a moment, he truly wished that Lu Shaoqing would kill all the shadow guards. That way, he could return with a good excuse. Mo Huai and Mo Yun, along with the Lu family army, were furious as they saw more people charging forward, cursing Xiaoyu for being shameless and bullying them. Xiaoyu remained silent, sitting steadily on his horse, focused on the battlefield as if the insults were not directed at him. Lu Shaoqing's sword moved so quickly that it left afterimages. Despite the number of attackers, they couldn't do anything to him, especially since he had his special abilities as a backup. Just as he was about to slay all 50 shadow guards, an arrow shot towards him from behind. "Your Highness, be careful," Mo Huai shouted anxiously, rushing towards Lu Shaoqing as fast as he could. Feeling the danger approaching from behind, Lu Shaoqing moved, appearing a meter away in what seemed like slow motion but was actually an incredible speed. The arrow that was meant for him struck the shadow guard he was fighting instead. In an instant, blood splattered as the shadow guard fell, overwhelmed by the force of the arrow and the pain in his body. In the blink of an eye, the blood flowing from his mouth and body turned dark. Using underhanded tricks again, Mo Huai reached Lu Shaoqing's side, his heart still racing with worry. Seeing that his lord was unharmed, he was furious to find the fallen man had died from poison, wanting to immediately take the head of the dog emperor. Lu Shaoqing's gaze was cold as he leaped into the Imperial Forest Army's ranks. The arrow had come from that direction, so the shooter must still be hiding among them. Seeing this, Mo Huai shouted, "Kill!" The Lu family army charged forward. Those who dared to assassinate their lord had no intention of returning alive. The scene turned chaotic, filled with the sounds of fighting, curses, and clashing weapons. Lu Shaoqing quickly maneuvered into the middle of the Imperial Forest Army and spotted a pair of familiar eyes. It was him, the archer from 3 years ago, the one whose eagle-like gaze he had seen just before he fell. Back then, he had hidden among the crowd, and Mo Huai and the others had been thrown into disarray by his injury, allowing him to escape easily. This time, he would not let him get away. The Shadow Eagle did not expect Lu Shaoqing's reaction to be so fast. Wasn't he poisoned? How could he still evade? And now he was chasing him. In that moment, the Shadow Eagle felt frozen, sluggish for a few seconds. By the time he reacted, Lu Shaoqing was already in front of him. He quickly raised his hand to block, but it was too late. A powerful blow to his chest made him spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his chest had caved in. Before he could rise, another heavy kick came down. He didn't even have the strength to fend off the Imperial Forest Army attacking him. The Shadow Eagle was shocked at how completely he was losing. With just one encounter, he was already unable to fight back. Lu Shaoqing seemed dissatisfied that he hadn't killed him with his kicks. He waved his hand, sending a bolt of lightning that made the Shadow Eagle convulse twice before falling silent. Lu Shaoqing quietly confirmed the Shadow Eagle was dead, then cut through the surrounding Imperial Forest Army, stepping on their shoulders to return to the city gate. "Stop," Xiaoyu shouted, feeling extremely frustrated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of the Imperial Forest Army beside him had been killed or injured. If they continued fighting, he feared he wouldn't be able to return. He had seen Lu Shaoqing's actions. To be honest, he had no idea such a skilled archer was hidden in their ranks. Perhaps he had been there since they set out, or maybe he had blended in along the way without anyone noticing. The man had already been killed by Lu Shaoqing, and pursuing it further would be pointless. Stopping the battle now would minimize casualties among the Imperial Forest Army. Moreover, they had not eaten well for several days, and their water supply was completely gone. They were just waiting to return to the city for supplies. He didn't know whom to blame. The Shadow Guards? The one who tried to assassinate Lu Shaoqing? Or their emperor? With a helpless sigh, he thought he shouldn't have come. If he had come, he should have left on the first day before the city gate opened. Seeing that he truly had no intention of continuing the fight, Lu Shaoqing also did not want to push for a complete massacre. He spoke, "The Lu family army will cease fighting." Hearing the order, the Lu family army withdrew, stopping their attack and returning to Lu Shaoqing's side. "Prince Dingbei, I hope you won't regret your actions today. If we meet again on the battlefield, I will not show mercy," Xiaoyu said, turning his horse around and commanding, "Return to the capital." Su Wanqing, having heard the events unfold, said nothing. The capital was thousands of miles away, and by the time Xiaoyu and the others returned, the emperor would likely be troubled by drought and food shortages in various regions. Would he send troops to attack them? If there were no natural disasters, they might need to hurry to recruit soldiers and train them. Now, there was no need to rush. Even if they did come, she could still win with fewer troops, especially with the former war god by her side. The two enjoyed a few leisurely days, treating it as a post-wedding vacation. Only Mo Huai and the others occasionally came to ask Lu Shaoqing about matters, and everyone was very discreet not to disturb them. Even Bai Jinxia went to play with Lin Taohua or followed Xia Yanche to make medicine and learn medical skills. Su Wanqing finally grew bored lying around and wanted to go out for some activity. Since she didn't need to worry about the city, she decided to explore outside and familiarize herself with the terrain near in city. Lu Shaoqing had no objections and was more than happy to lead the way. That day, the two left the city before dawn. The weather was still cool, and they rode swiftly on horseback. Lu Shaoqing knew of a beautiful scenic spot, but he was unsure how it had fared under the current heat. It was a good opportunity to take Su Wanqing to see. After a quarter of an hour, they stopped at the foot of a mountain, finding it deserted. Su Wanqing stored the horses away, and they began to walk up the mountain. In the early morning, the forest was filled with the sounds of birds, but the leaves on the trees drooped, lacking vitality. The grass underfoot had turned yellow, with unknown insects jumping and flying among them. Su Wanqing took out 2 mosquito-repellent sachets, handing one to Lu Shaoqing while tying the other to her waist. As they chatted and walked deeper into the woods, their figures appeared harmonious. After climbing over the outermost mountain, they followed a narrow cliff that could only accommodate one person, arriving at a valley. The stream flowed gently, with tall grass and trees on both sides, vibrant and green, mixed with unknown flowers in red, yellow, and purple. They bloomed freely, beautifully, and carelessly. In the distance was a green grassy slope, where they could see animals grazing and resting. Further away was a dark green forest, which Su Wanqing thought looked like a pine forest. She wondered if there were any pine trees that produced pine nuts. She wouldn't mind competing with squirrels for food. Everything blended perfectly together. Moreover, each element stood out uniquely. "This place is so beautiful," Su Wanqing said, her eyes sparkling like stars, bright and dazzling. Lu Shaoqing's deep voice replied slowly, "The water level here has dropped significantly, exposing the riverbed. It used to be wide and shaded by green grass, with animals resting on both sides, like a paradise." He had discovered this place by chance while pursuing someone. Later, whenever he felt troubled, he would come here alone to sit. Now that he had a wife, the one he loved deeply, returning here felt entirely different. He saw the unique beauty of this place. "It still feels like a paradise. Perhaps we could consider building a house on that hillside and come here to stay for a few days when we have time," Su Wanqing suggested as she walked towards the river. Thinking of the upcoming natural disasters, she added, "But maybe not. We don't know how much the temperature will drop later. Let's wait until everything passes before deciding." Lu Shaoqing took her words to heart, watching her with gentle eyes as he followed her. By now, the sun was already high in the sky, but many areas by the river were shaded by tall trees, and since this was a deep mountain area, the temperature was very comfortable. The sunlight danced on the river surface, creating a colorful display. For a moment, the brightness made it hard for Su Wanqing to open her eyes. Curious, she took a few steps forward. The river was shallow, and the stones beneath the water were smooth and shiny from being washed by the current. Su Wanqing picked up a stone and noticed that it had a hint of green showing through. She was instantly thrilled. "Shaoqing, come here. This is jade." Lu Shaoqing stepped forward, took the stone from her, and examined it. "Indeed, it's jade. The color looks quite good." Su Wanqing smiled like a cat that got the cream, feeling a bit proud. It was no surprise that she found such fine jade. "Let's keep looking and see if we can find more." As she spoke, she lifted her skirt, squatted down, and picked up another stone to inspect. Her eyes widened in surprise. This one was jade, too. The side touching the water was a pure red color. Then she found a third one, and it was jade as well. "Could this be a jade mine?" Su Wanqing asked, looking at Lu Shaoqing with confusion. How had he not noticed this after coming here so many times? Lu Shaoqing felt a bit embarrassed. He always sat on the big stone above, who would come to the river just to pick up stones. Besides, the river used to be fast-flowing and deep, with only ordinary stones visible on the banks. "Let's go upstream. It might really be a jade mine." Su Wanqing stored the stones she had collected in her space and stood up. The two of them continued upstream. As they walked, they picked up stones, all of which were high-quality jade. By the time they reached the halfway point, they realized that 80% of the stones they found were undoubtedly jade. Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled. There were countless stones in this river. Even if only half of them were jade, she would be happy and sleep well at night. They kept collecting until their hands were sore, and only then did she use her spatial power to start gathering the stones from the river. Suddenly, she saw a pile of stones with a hint of white, specifically a milky white. It was slightly noticeable among the gray and green stones, but she spotted it. She stopped collecting and bent down to pick it up. Lu Shaoqing was quicker, clearing the surrounding stones and grabbing the palm-sized milky white stone. He rinsed it in the water to wash off the dirt. "Wife, here. This stone looks special, but I've never seen anything like it. I don't know if it's jade," Lu Shaoqing said. Su Wanqing took it. The stone was entirely milky white, without any impurities, and it had a soft glow. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on it seemed to move slowly, and it felt warm to the touch. Although she didn't know what it was, she felt it was definitely more precious than jade. After playing with it for a while without figuring it out, she decided to store it in her space. Maybe she would learn what it was later, or it could simply serve as a decorative piece. However, as soon as the milky white stone entered her space, a loud noise erupted, causing Su Wanqing to feel dizzy. Seeing her sway, Lu Shaoqing quickly supported her, worried. "Ah-Ching, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" When she didn't respond, he immediately picked her up. "I'll take you back to find Xie Yanche. I'm fine. Just let me down for a moment to recover." After Lu Shaoqing took a few steps, Su Wanqing spoke up, indicating for him to set her down. The dizziness had been intense, nearly making her faint, but she felt a little better now. Lu Shaoqing carefully placed her under a large tree for shade and let her lean against him. "How are you? Do you feel better?" Once she felt stable, she sat up straight. "I'm okay now. I don't feel unwell at all." "Then what happened just now? You looked very pale," Lu Shaoqing said, still worried. Su Wanqing focused on the changes in her space, utterly shocked. Her space had upgraded. The previously still space was now divided by a river running through it. One half was her original space, with everything in its place. The other half was an endless expanse of black soil, clearly very fertile. As her awareness lingered above the river, a line of information appeared in her mind. Endless river, ordinary water quality, drinkable. Su Wanqing's eyes widened. Did this mean what she thought? Drinkable water that was endless. That's great. Now I don't have to worry about running out of water. No matter how dry it gets outside, Anshin will never lack water again. She was overjoyed. She focused her awareness on the black soil, and more information appeared in her mind. 100 acres of black soil can speed up crop maturity. Crops taste great. In the apocalypse, she had imagined countless times how wonderful it would be if she could plant in her space, and now it was finally happening. Plus, it could speed up crop growth. How amazing! As for the specific growth times, she guessed it would depend on the crops themselves. For example, vegetables and wheat have very different growth times, so it would likely be the same in her space. One might mature in just a day, while the other could take half a month or a month. The crops grown in her space would taste great. Although they might not have special effects, good taste was what mattered most. In the outside world, even a bowl of coarse rice porridge was considered a delicacy. Su Wanqing was eager to find out how delicious the food grown in her space would be. She planned to start planting as soon as she got back. Her awareness shifted again, this time to the distant rolling hills. Big Green Mountain can make plants and animals grow quickly. Su Wanqing was momentarily confused. Big Green Mountain? This bare mountain? It only looked slightly better because of the soil on top. How could it be called Big Green Mountain? Was it asking her to turn the mountain into a big green mountain? She felt a moment of panic, but then her mood brightened. She could plant and raise animals. She would cherish her space. Wasn't it just about farming and planting trees? She could do it, no problem. "Ah-Ching, how are you? Do you still feel unwell?" Lu Shaoqing's voice pulled her back from her thoughts about her space. He looked at her with concern. She smiled brightly. "Shaoqing, my space has upgraded. I can plant and raise animals now." Lu Shaoqing felt relieved and happy for her. As long as she was fine, that was all that mattered. They didn't rush back. They spent 3 days in the valley, nearly turning over every stone in the river, but they never found another milky white stone. With so many jade stones in the river, it must be because of the energy from that one stone. "The farther away we go, the fewer jade stones there are," Su Wanqing said, exhausted as she sat on the riverbank. Lu Shaoqing nodded in agreement. "I'll make sure the people I send out keep an eye out for another one." Su Wanqing shook her head. "No need. I'm very satisfied with my space as it is. I have the land I've always wanted and the ability to raise animals. I feel like I shouldn't ask for more. Maybe one day we'll stumble upon another stone like that again, just like this time." Lu Shaoqing gently stroked her head, his smile reflecting his satisfaction. He felt incredibly lucky to have met someone as wonderful as her. So wonderful that he never wanted to let her go, wishing to keep her by his side forever. "Prince and Princess, you have returned," Mo Huai said happily as he looked at them. The prince and princess had been away for 3 days and were finally back. Was there anything unusual in the city these past 3 days? Lu Xiaoqing asked. Reporting to the prince, a group of over 200 people arrived from outside the city yesterday. They claimed to be citizens of Anqing. After verifying their household registrations, we confirmed their identities and, following your orders, allowed them to enter the city, Manhwa replied respectfully.
Good.
Next, we will proceed according to plan. Be sure to carefully check the identities of those entering the city at the gate, and do not let any spies slip through, the prince instructed. Yes, my prince. Mo Huai and Mo Yun reported a few more trivial matters before Lu Xiaoqing and his wife returned to the prince's residence. The military camp in the west of the city had enough housing for everyone, but construction was still ongoing. In the future, the Lu family army would surely have more than 5,000 men. Since there was no war at the moment, they decided to build the houses in advance. Although many houses in the city had been blown down by the wind and sand last time, most of them were thatched huts, while the adobe houses remained intact. Chun Dainiu sat silently in his yard. At just 33 years old, he already had a lot of gray hair and deep lines on his face, looking like a man in his 40s or 50s. He was the one who led over 200 people back to Anqing. Before they fled, there were rumors in the city that the northern barbarians were about to attack, and the battle was unavoidable. His father heard the news and hurried back to tell the family to pack their things, and they left that night. The people in their alley and the 2 alleys behind them all set off together, forming a group of nearly 500 people, which gave them some comfort. The journey started off smoothly, but as they reached the borders of Qinzhou, the weather grew hotter. After 2 days, some people fainted from the heat. The group quickly found a place to rest and no longer dared to travel during the hottest part of the day. As they shortened their travel time each day, the journey stretched longer. They watched as their food supplies began to dwindle and water became increasingly hard to find. Each time, a group of men had to venture deep into the mountains to find enough water. The rivers outside had dropped significantly, and nearby villagers were guarding them, making it impossible for them to approach. Some rivers had completely dried up, leaving only mud. They finally managed to reach the city of Qinzhou, but the price of grain there was shockingly high, 35 coins for a pound of rough rice and 20 coins for a bucket of water. Prices for other goods had also risen sharply. Exhausted from their journey, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and spend their money on some food. After buying supplies, they quickly left the city and continued south, hoping to find a suitable town to settle in. Perhaps their purchase of grain in the city had drawn attention, as they were soon surrounded by a group of refugees rushing down from the mountains. Without a word, they attacked and, in the struggle, many in their group died, including his father, who fell victim to the chaos. Before his father died, he told him not to flee. They had heard news in the city that the northern king had won a great victory, pushing back the northern barbarians, and Anqing was safe. His father urged him to take his wife and children back to Anqing, where the northern king and their home awaited them. So he returned, bringing back those in his group who were willing to come. But what would happen next? Chun Dania looked at his dilapidated yard, covered in a thick layer of yellow sand. In the city, besides the returning people, only the elderly who had refused to leave remained. Then there was the Lu family army. All the shops in the city were closed, and the well had only a shallow layer of water left. If more people came, there would not be enough. Without jobs, food, or water, how would they survive? At that moment, Chandania's wife, Li, came out of the house. She felt completely different from him. Returning to Anqing gave her a sense of security. No more sleeping outdoors, worrying about theft, or fearing that they might starve or die of thirst. Now that they were finally back, despite the hardships she had endured, she had slept well last night and felt very good today. As for the future, she hadn't had time to think about it, but it couldn't be worse than the journey they had just experienced. "Dear, you've been squatting there for quite a while. I've cleaned up the house. Let's tidy up the yard together," Li said cheerfully. But seeing her husband's furrowed brow, her joy diminished slightly. Chun Dania looked up and saw the difference in his wife's demeanor today compared to their journey. He felt a little relieved. With her and the children with him, He, as the man of the family, couldn't give up. He stood up and said, "I'll take care of the yard. You rest for a bit." Just then, their 3 children returned from the woods, each carrying a small bundle of firewood, their faces bright with smiles. Mom and Dad were back. "Dad, we passed by East Street on our way back, and they just posted a notice saying the prince's residence will start hiring tomorrow. The pay is 30 coins a day, and workers can also get an extra bucket of water each day. Plus, the money can be exchanged for food." Their eldest son, Chun-Hu, said excitedly. He had just turned 15, the minimum age for work. "Really, Huzi? Are you sure?" Chundania's voice trembled with excitement, even more than his son's. "Dad, I heard the guards read it out loud and many people were listening. That's great, Shuyun. We have a way to make a living now. It was right for us to come back." Chun-Hu excitedly grabbed Li's arm. If the children weren't there, he would have wanted to lift his wife and spin her around, releasing all the tension and insecurity of the past days. "I heard it too. The Northern King has always cared for the people. Returning was the right choice. Dad and Mom, I want to work too, so we can earn 60 coins a day or 4 pounds of food. That will be enough to feed our family." "Good. Huzi has grown up and knows how to help the family," Li said, wiping away her tears of joy. "Mom, I want to go with Dad and my brother too, but I'm not old enough. But when they go, I'll be the man of the house and do all the heavy work," their second son, Chen Wang, said with determination in his eyes. "Mom, I can help you cook and wash clothes," their little daughter added. "Good. You are all good children," Li said. This scene played out in their alley, with smiles and tears on everyone's faces, but they all felt the same. They had a way to survive. The Northern King had given them hope. Meanwhile, the Northern King, praised by the newly arrived citizens, was in Su Wanqing's space, wielding a hoe and planting trees on the mountain. Everything in the space can be controlled by thought. Normally, taking things and organizing the space is easy, but now that there are suddenly fields and mountains, Su Wanqing finds it a bit challenging to manage everything with her mind. She tried several times, but she could only plant half an acre at most each time. After 10 attempts, she needed to rest and use her abilities to relax her nerves before continuing. At this rate, it would be faster for her to use a large planting machine directly, and she also needed to plant trees and grass on the mountains. How long would she be busy alone to manage everything in the space? Su Wanqing glanced at Lu Shaoqing, who was not very busy, and thought that he would also benefit from the space's output in the future, so why shouldn't he help? She took his hand and pulled him into the space. Her space had always allowed others to enter, but since she was used to living outside, she often forgot to go in. So when the space upgraded, she didn't even consider whether it could accommodate others. The moment she pulled Lu Shaoqing in, she remembered that she had never brought anyone inside before and didn't know if there were any restrictions. But her actions were quicker than her thoughts, and in less than a second, they were already standing in the space.
"Shubanking."
"Well, that's fine." Lu Shaoqing felt a brief dizziness, and when he steadied himself, he saw a completely different scene before him. "Wife, where is this?" Lu Shaoqing asked, surprised by the unfamiliar surroundings. "This is my space, just as I told you. It has water, mountains, and a large area of fertile land waiting for us to plant." Su Wanqing smiled, thinking it was great to have free labor. Even though Lu Shaoqing knew about the space and had heard her describe it, he was still a bit shocked to see it in person. But he quickly reacted. "Wife, I can actually come in here." "Yes, it has always been possible. It used to be cold and unwelcoming, so I didn't come in often. Now that we have land and mountains, we need to work here. I want to plant everything, including various fruit trees, flowers, and other plants on the mountains. Then I'll help you. I'll do all the digging. My abilities have reached level 2, and my strength is several times what it used to be." Su Wanqing had already experienced this herself and didn't want to comment. She cleared her throat, dismissing her distracting thoughts, and said, "How long will it take you to dig all this land? I have large planting and harvesting machines, so we don't need to worry too much about the fields. The main issue is the mountains. We need to dig holes one by one for the trees. I'm too slow on my own, so you need to help." Okay, no problem. I'll take care of the digging. He didn't expect that in the future, if he bullied someone too much, she would throw him into the space to dig holes and plant trees to wear him out. But that was a matter for later. The two of them worked in the space for nearly 2 hours and then realized that less than an hour had passed outside. Comparing the two, Su Wanqing discovered that time in the space flowed 3 times faster than outside. Su Wanqing was happy. Her space truly favored her, even in terms of time. The next day, a few refugees began to trickle back into the city, mostly former residents of An City. At this time, many places outside were just starting to face famine, and they were primarily considering heading south or to the capital. Very few thought about fleeing north, except for the original residents of An City. They were used to living there and had heard that the king of Dingbei had achieved great victories and that the northern barbarians had stopped sending troops. Remembering that the king cared for his people, most were willing to return, including some merchants who had been doing business in the city. Recently, both Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing had been very busy. They needed to update the household registrations of all the citizens, including property deeds and housing contracts, and record details about each person's skills and previous occupations. Unclaimed empty houses, shops, and land were to be registered first. If no one came to claim them with the old contracts within 3 months, they would be sold and distributed by the royal residents. These tasks were complicated and tedious, and Lu Shaoqing had to oversee everything personally, abolishing unreasonable practices and establishing new rules. Lin's father and son, along with Xue Huayan, were busy to the point of sweating, and just registering these items left their wrists sore. There was also the matter of hiring workers in the city, mainly for building houses, repairing the city walls, and resurfacing roads. The materials used were all cement and gravel, allowing the citizens to see the benefits of cement construction. Once the roads were finished, Lu Shaoqing planned to have the citizens build their houses with cement as well. Daily, they registered workers, recorded food and money distribution, tool and material collection, and lunch arrangements, which were all very complex tasks. Fortunately, most of the Lu family soldiers could read, so they found a few who wrote well to handle the paperwork, which made things easier. Otherwise, Lin's father and son, along with Xue Huayan, would be exhausted and still wouldn't finish all the writing. Xue's 2 uncles also took charge at the work site, each responsible for a section, and they were busy every day. The 2 aunts were anxious and hesitated for a long time before asking Su Wanqing to arrange work for them. Su Wanqing smiled and said, "Don't worry, aunts. You'll have work soon, and it will be something you're good at." Hearing this, they happily went home to wait for news. With hope and income, the family's smiles grew brighter each day. Since the refugees returned to the city, 5 tall water towers were built in various directions, with soldiers stationed around them daily to prevent any ill intentions. Su Wanqing only needed to fill them with water every 2 days. She had been busy setting up shops, opening a grain store, a fabric shop, and a general goods store in the name of the royal residence. These 3 shops were currently the most needed in the city, and their supplies could quickly alleviate the shortage of goods for the citizens. As for other shops, they would decide later based on the situation. Reports indicated that many merchants were also returning to the city. As long as they kept the prices of grain and salt reasonable, the prices of other items would not be too outrageous. Lu Shaoqing chose the best locations in the city for the shops. Su Wanqing had custom shelves made, and after a little decoration, the first grain store in An City, Tianfu Grain Store, opened. Before the opening, Su Wanqing had a notice posted in the city to announce the opening of the first grain store. Early in the morning, the area outside the store was crowded with people. Xiao Bo had spent most of his life in An City and was very familiar with the people and customs, so he was the perfect choice to manage the grain store. Looking at the crowded crowd outside, he frowned, knowing that everyone had been through tough times. However, if they opened the doors and all rushed in at once, it could easily lead to spilled grain. Moreover, if the princess came and was bumped into, that would be unacceptable. Now, in everyone's eyes, Su Wanqing was the best princess in the world, and no one could harm her. He signaled to his assistant, Xiao Lu, to open the door a crack and stepped outside. As Xiaobo stepped outside, excited townsfolk shouted, "Shopkeeper, when will you open the door? How much is the brown rice per pound?" "Yes, shopkeeper, how many pounds can each person buy in a day?" "Do you have gray flour?" "Shopkeeper," Xiaobo raised his hand to calm them down. "Everyone, please be patient." Seeing the crowd quiet down a bit, he continued, "I understand you all want to buy grain urgently, but if we push and shove, no one will get any. Please line up properly so we can open the store." Some tried to ask more questions, but Xiaobo suddenly became serious, his demeanor shifting to one that only someone who has been to battle could possess. The ordinary people, who had initially thought he was friendly, now realized how fierce he could be. They remembered this was the shop opened by the Princess of Dingbei. Causing trouble here would be foolish. The crowd quickly began to line up, even though there were still some disagreements about who arrived first. As long as it didn't disturb the princess, Xiaobo chose not to intervene. Once everyone was in line, he had a sign with the grain prices brought out, the words written in colorful ink. Someone in the line, who could read, immediately announced, "Brown rice is 13 coins per pound, black flour is 12 coins, white flour is 20 coins, fine rice is 25 coins, and salt is 35 coins. There were more prices for beans and spices, but he ignored those. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. The prices were shockingly low. Is this real? Many had been to the towns and cities, where the cheapest grain was 35 coins per pound, and the most expensive reached 80, or even 100 coins. But now, they saw white flour and fine rice for just 20-something coins, and the salt was priced the same as before the drought. They also noticed various spices and pickled vegetables. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into noise again, with some even crying. They had just returned to the city, and the prince had sent the men and their families to earn money. Now, with the princess opening such a cheap grain store, even if they didn't have much silver, their families could eat well. The prince and princess were like saviors, bringing relief to their suffering. "Thank you, prince and princess, for your great kindness. I, Zhao Gui, will never forget it," a man shouted, his eyes red. The crowd echoed, "Thank you, prince and princess, for your great kindness. We will never forget it." Xiaobo was very pleased. This was how it should be. Their princess was so kind, and all the grain prices were set according to the original prices in Anqing. Although they were slightly higher than before the disaster in other states, this was a border area with poor land, so prices were naturally higher. Seeing that it was time, he had the store opened. 2 assistants carried long strings of firecrackers to the sides of the shop. He looked into the distance and saw the prince and princess nodding at him, and he quickly understood. He stepped forward and lit the firecrackers. With the sound of firecrackers popping, the townsfolk entered the shop in an orderly manner. Su Wanqing turned and smiled, saying, "Let's go. We don't need to go over there." Lu Shaoqing nodded, and the two walked towards the prince's residence together. On the 3rd day after the grain store opened, Su Wanqing's fabric shop also opened amidst the sound of firecrackers. The shopkeepers were her 2 aunts, one handling the accounts and the other managing the goods and sales. Neither of them expected Su Wanqing's earlier talk about opening a shop would come to fruition so quickly. They were determined to work hard and not let Su Wanqing down or give anyone a reason to gossip. The fabric shop mainly sold coarse cloth and cotton fabric that ordinary families could afford, with cotton and high-quality materials being in the minority. There were also some simple ready-made clothes and shoes, considering the current situation in Anqing. If more people came to the city in the future, they would think about opening a proper tailor shop. Su Wanqing had plenty of fabric in her space, so selling it was no pressure. Plus, she could now grow cotton seeds in her space, ensuring a steady supply of fabric in the future. Once some fabric was sold, she planned to set up a dyeing workshop and have her uncle's family return to their old trade. The grocery store opened the next day, the largest of the 3 shops, filled with needles, threads, bowls, chopsticks, baskets, various pottery, and bamboo products, totaling over 100 types of items. Currently, there were no blacksmith shops in the city, so small items like scissors and knives could also be bought at the grocery store. Speaking of blacksmiths, the The craftsmen who had been hired to forge weapons from the iron mine had recently arrived in Anqing, along with the embroiderers and carpenters that Lu Shaoqing had sent for, all coming into the city one after another. Su Wanqing also officially met all of Lu Shaoqing's secret guards, totaling 220 people. They had previously been spread out gathering information, but Lu Shaoqing had called them all back for redeployment. With a disaster looming, even if these people were sent out again, they would need to retreat before the heavy rain. Otherwise, they could lose their lives in the coming cold. As the secret guards returned, they brought back over 100 skilled workers from various trades. Su Wanqing couldn't help but admire Lu Shaoqing's thorough planning. With these people, Anqing could quickly recover after the disaster. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In previous years, October in Anqing had already entered winter, but this year the temperature only dropped slightly, with midday highs around 35 degrees and morning and evening temperatures around 25 degrees. According to reports from the secret guards, temperatures in the south were still above 40 degrees and had not dropped much. Every state was experiencing a large influx of refugees due to cracked land, dried rivers, food shortages, and rampant banditry, leaving the court in chaos. Last month, the crown prince was officially deposed by the Tianqi emperor. The decree stated that the crown prince had lost virtue and lacked love for the people, which brought down divine punishment, causing the people to suffer. Considering his past merits, the crown prince was deposed and confined for life in the royal tomb. When Su Wanqing saw the news from the secret guards, she laughed. This emperor really knows how to shift blame. I thought they had a deep father-son bond. Meanwhile, the third prince's influence in the court grew stronger as he personally left the city to comfort the people, using his own money to provide porridge for those gathered outside the capital and setting up shade tents. Soon, news spread that the Tianqi emperor was unwell and needed to rest in bed, with the third prince taking over court affairs. Although he had not officially been named crown prince, the third prince was already performing the duties of one. The Tianqi emperor, lying on the dragon bed, had lost weight, his cheeks sunken, cheekbones prominent, and dark circles under his eyes, filled only with unwillingness and anger. His body was showing signs of exhaustion. He had to hand over court matters and focus on recovering his health. But as an emperor, his dignity was trampled, and his power was slipping away. How could he accept this? He had just turned 50 this year. How had it come to this? He was unwilling. It must be Dingbei Wang. He must have poisoned him. He was sure he had discovered something unusual, which is why he poisoned himself. Moreover, he defied the emperor's orders. The Tianqi emperor was certain, needing no evidence, he could conclude that the poison was given to him by Dingbei Wang Lu Shaoqing. Come here. Is everyone dead? Get in here, he shouted angrily towards the door. Chen Wei, who had been waiting outside, hurried in. Your Majesty, do you have any orders? Send for the third prince. I want to see him. He wanted to issue a decree for General Zhou to take troops to kill Lu Shaoqing. No, to bring him back and force him to reveal what poison he had given him and to hand over the antidote. When the third prince, Shaoxing, arrived at the emperor's palace, the emperor was inside, furious, with eunuchs and palace maids kneeling on the floor. You useless dogs! Where is Xiaoyu? Let him in to take these useless servants out and execute them. The kneeling eunuchs and maids trembled even more at his words, and 2 of the more timid ones fainted from fear, shaking uncontrollably. Useless. How can you be so incompetent? Someone hurry. Even though the emperor felt weak, he still shouted with all his might. Shaoxing quickly entered the hall, anxious. Father, please calm down. I will have these servants dealt with. You mustn't let yourself get too upset, he signaled Chen Wei to take everyone away. Chen Wei felt a sense of despair, knowing these people wouldn't be able to stay, and waved for them to get up and leave with him. The emperor's chest heaved with anger, but seeing his dutiful son calmed him a bit. His voice was hoarse. Have there been any updates from the Imperial Medical Institute? Shaoxing hesitated, reluctant to deliver bad news, but had to say, Not yet, but please rest assured, father. I have sent people to find a skilled doctor, and we have also sent someone to the southern border. As soon as there is news, We will rush it back to the capital. The emperor still felt it wasn't enough. As the supreme ruler, he was suffering this indignity. He took a breath and said, "Those useless doctors. If they can't figure out what poison I have, just kill a few of them. It's been so long, and they still can't tell me what poison I've been afflicted with. What good are they? Father, I understand. Please rest for a while. No, I need to issue a decree. You go draft it. Have General Zhou lead the 100,000 troops from the east to surround the city, capture Liu Shaoqing, and force him to reveal the antidote. I want him executed slowly." The emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't stop coughing, and a sharp pain shot through his chest. Xiao Xing found it ridiculous. According to the information from Xiao Yu and the scouts, and city only had a few thousand troops from the Liu family. Was it worth sending 100,000 troops from the east? And would that not give the great Zhou kingdom an opportunity to invade? Moreover, with the current drought, the people were starving and the military was hoarding grain. They couldn't sustain a war for long. Xiao Xing, though cunning, knew the situation. He continued to show a respectful and dutiful demeanor. "Father, are you all right? I'll go call the doctor." The emperor grasped his hand tightly, not letting him leave. After a moment, he finally stopped coughing. "I am fine, much better. Go draft the decree and bring it to me for approval." He looked at Xiao Xing with concern, the aura of an emperor still terrifying even in his weakened state. "Yes, father. I will go now. Please lie down and rest. I will bring the decree for you to seal with the jade seal," Xiao Xing reassured him. Even if he drafted the decree, it didn't mean it would be issued. Looking at the emperor lying on the bed, breathing heavily, his expression was dark. "Father, since you will die sooner or later, it would be better to go quickly and avoid more suffering." He strode out of the palace and, passing Chenwei outside, whispered, "Increase the dosage tonight." Chenwei said nothing, only bowed lower, appearing to be paying respects to the third prince. Xiao Xing made his way to the study, feeling excited. For 20 years, he had dreamed of this position. Now it was finally within reach, but for some reason, after the excitement, he felt a hint of unease. With the drought, the people were starving, and he wondered how much tax revenue could be collected next year. Without tax revenue, the treasury would not be full. The northern king occupied the city and refused to return to the court. He suddenly felt that the position he had worked so hard to obtain was full of holes. But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Natural disasters are temporary. At most, next year's tax revenue would be lower, and some commoners might die. It was not a critical issue. What mattered now was stabilizing the situation in the court to ensure a smooth ascension after the emperor's death. As for the restless women in the emperor's harem, they could go with him. Su Wanqing returned to her courtyard, exhausted, and collapsed onto the swing. "Finally, the shop is open. There are still too few people I can rely on, so I need to continue training more staff." The grapevines overhead seemed to forget the season. The leaves were lush and green, though there were no grapes. Her space had an abundance of water, and after the upgrade, it was even more plentiful. The plants in the royal residence were thriving. She gazed at the greenery above, lost in thought. By Jinxia heard that Su Wanqing returned early and quickly set down her herbs to run over to her. "Sister-in-law, are you done with your work?" The young girl wore a bright smile. Su Wanqing smiled back. "Sire, come sit down. We've been too busy to talk properly. Sister-in-law is busy with important matters. I worked with my senior brother on the cold medicine recipe you gave us. We can now make the soup into pills, and they work much better than drinking the soup. Patients will recover in 3 days." Last month, Su Wanqing had seen Xie Yanche working on herbs and had the idea to write down the formulas from modern cold medicine boxes for him, letting him decide the dosages and briefly explaining how to make pills. She didn't expect it to actually work. "That's great. Now that you know how to make pills, you can try making other medicines into pills too," Su Wanqing suggested. If they could make anti-inflammatory and pain relief pills, it would greatly improve the survival rate of the people in Incity during extreme weather. Recently, over 10,000 people had returned to Incity, and 5,000 strong individuals were selected to join the Liu family army. The basic construction in the city was nearing completion, and every morning, 1,000 troops trained in the west, with Lu Shaoqing personally inspecting their progress. Though there was no war, and city needed a strong army to maintain independence. With the initial 5,000 elite troops, the Lu family army could expand later and would not be too weak. After chatting with Bai Jinxie for a while, she suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, my senior brother wants to plant medicinal herbs in the empty space in his yard. He wants to know if you have any seeds. You and my brother have been busy, so he didn't have a chance to ask until today. Now the temperature is suitable for planting, but is it the right season for the herbs to sprout and grow?" Su Wanqing's earlier thoughts resurfaced. Bai Jinxie shook her head. "I don't know. My senior brother wants to try. If it doesn't work, we can plant them next year. Some common herbs are in high demand, and he worries there won't be enough in the future. Okay, I'll find the seeds later. If they can be planted, let me know. There is plenty of land in the south, and we can plant more herbs then." She couldn't take the seeds out of her space immediately, so she would give them later. If the herbs could be planted, could they also grow food? With ample water, they could have the people in the city plant some food. And city wouldn't collect taxes for a while, allowing the people to have food and better survive the disaster. Su Wanqing felt the current temperature. It was a bit warm, but it wouldn't kill the crops. It was worth a try. When Lu Shaoqing returned home in the evening, Su Wanqing happily greeted him. "You're back." Lu Shaoqing smiled and hugged her. "Did you miss me, my dear?" He had never been welcomed like this before. "Of course not. You're getting more shameless," Su Wanqing laughed, giving him a sideways glance. What she didn't realize was how adorable her expression was to Lu Shaoqing. The man who hadn't eaten meat for several days had his thoughts wandering. "I can be even more shameless. Do you want to see?" Lu Shaoqing said as he picked her up and strode towards the bedroom.
What
are you doing? "Put me down, I have something to say." "My dear, you've been busy planting trees in the space at night. Don't you care about me? We can talk about it tomorrow." "What do you mean busy? Didn't you just—" Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she recalled their previous encounter. Ever since they got married, he seemed to want to tease her every day. Lu Shaoqing ignored her protests and carried her into the bathroom. He had been running around all day and was sweaty, and seeing that Su Wanqing hadn't changed or bathed, he decided they should wash together. In the bathroom, sounds that made one blush echoed intermittently. It wasn't until dawn that the sounds in the room ceased, and Su Wanqing fell asleep instantly. Lu Shaoqing looked at her sleeping form, kissed her forehead, tucked her in, and quietly got out of bed. After washing up, he left the room just in time for the morning exercises at the military camp. Before leaving, he asked Manhwa to tell Uncle Qin to prepare Su Wanqing's favorite honey-glazed roast duck and crystal cake, along with a clear stewed pigeon, letting Uncle Qin decide the rest. Last night, she mentioned having something to discuss, and he hadn't had the chance to hear it. He planned to ask her during lunch. When Su Wanqing woke up, the sun was shining brightly outside. She had slept until noon. She hurried out of bed, but as soon as she stood, her legs felt weak, and she fell back onto the bed, cursing the man for his incredible stamina. Maybe she should skip sleep tonight and just plant trees in the space. While grumbling, she used her powers to heal herself, finally feeling refreshed. Just as she finished washing up and changing clothes, Lu Shaoqing walked in. "Why are you back? Is there something wrong?" Su Wanqing asked, puzzled. Seeing her adorably dazed look, Lu Shaoqing smiled gently. "I came back to have lunch with you." "Perfect, I'm hungry." "Let's go. You mentioned having something to discuss last night. What is it?" As they walked to the front hall, she asked, "Did you come back just for this?" "Not entirely. I mainly wanted to have lunch with you. You've been busy with the shop, and we haven't had lunch together in 5 days," Lu Shaoqing said, looking a bit aggrieved. Su Wanqing found it amusing. He suddenly reminded her of a big dog seeking attention. She wanted to pat his head, but he was too tall, so she could only reach above his ears. Lu Shaoqing was surprised by her sudden action, but once he understood, he lowered his head and smiled. "Feel free to touch, and if it's not enough, we can go back to the room now." Su Wanqing laughed, playfully rubbing his face. "I'm hungry. Let's see what Uncle Qin made today. It will definitely be all your favorites. When they reached the front hall, Lin Taohua had just finished setting the table. Greetings, your highness and princess. Seeing them enter, Lin Taohua and a few servants bowed. No need for formalities. You all can go eat, Su Wanqing said. Yes, we take our leave, they replied before exiting. Su Wanqing looked at the table filled with her favorite dishes, including stir-fried, crispy lotus root, and asked, where did this lotus root come from? I don't remember taking any out. Lu Shaoqing replied, it was harvested from the pond in the backyard. Remember when we went to see the lotus flowers last month? The west backyard of the Wang residence had a large area. Su Wanqing recalled the lotus pond in the capital and had someone dig a pond, fill it with water, and plant some lotus roots. She had worried that such a rough planting method might not succeed, so she sprinkled some energy-absorbing crystal powder into the pond. Surprisingly, just a month later, the pond was full of blooming lotus flowers. She had even invited the Xue family to enjoy the lotus and have an outdoor barbecue together. Recently, Fu Bo noticed that some lotus leaves were turning yellow, so he wondered if there were lotus roots growing underneath. Yesterday, he sent someone to check, and they found not only lotus roots but quite a few. Su Wanqing was thrilled. It seems the high temperatures have made the plants forget the seasons. I wanted to tell you yesterday that we could try planting a batch of grains. The outside temperature is similar to last year's summer, so the seeds should sprout perfectly. Once the first batch of grains grows, we can have the Lu family army plant a large quantity. This way, we will have a significant source of grain, reducing a lot of trouble. And when the common people see it, they will surely follow suit and plant their own grains, making it easier to get through the upcoming disasters. You're right. I always feel that disasters won't pass so easily. Even if they do, the world will be in chaos, and it will take a long time to stabilize again. The more grain we have, the better. For the past 10 days, I've been busy with this. Uncle Lin and the others have already registered the land area for every household in the city, as well as the vacant land inside and outside the city. A portion of the Lu family army has already started clearing the land. I originally planned to ask you for some seeds once the land was halfway cleared so the Lu family army could plant some first. When the common people see the results, they will be motivated to plant their own fields. So you thought of this early on, not too long ago. Things have been chaotic lately, and I only thought of it half a month ago. Su Wanqing rewarded him with a kiss. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I could have brought out the tiller and seeder from the space. No way. Didn't you say you only have a few of those machines in your space? They need to stay in the space for use. What if they get damaged when taken out? The Lu family army has 1,000 men. They have enough strength and won't take too long. If they were damaged, he would have to work in the space every night, leaving no time for intimacy with his wife. That was absolutely not an option. Su Wanqing didn't know his thoughts. If he didn't want to take them out, fine. However, she could take out the sweet potatoes and potatoes from her space for cultivation. I have 2 types of crops in my space that are suitable for sandy soil, and with the crystal powder, the yield per acre could easily reach 4 to 5,000 pounds. 4 to 5,000 pounds per acre? Is that true? Such high-yielding crops? Then we won't need to take food from the space, and the people in Anqing will be well fed. My dear, you truly must have come from the fairy realm. Not just me, but everyone in Anqing should be grateful to you. Fairy realm? Su Wanqing thought of the scenes before the end of her previous life. To them, wasn't that just the fairy realm? She shook off the thoughts, saying, no need to thank me. If this disaster were to kill everyone in the country, leaving only me, I wouldn't like that kind of loneliness. At first, she didn't feel much sense of belonging here. She was just surviving by instinct. Now she had loved ones and friends, each of them sincere, without schemes or exploitation, their smiles genuine and kind, allowing her to relax around them. And those young soldiers in the camp, working and training every day, were tired and hot, yet still smiling, claiming they weren't tired. She suddenly felt that this was quite nice, so she began to pay attention to everything in the city, thinking of ways to improve it little by little. In the future, this would be her home, so it had to be built well. After lunch, Lu Shaoqing finished organizing things, and the 2 returned to their room. Su Wanqing took his hand, and they instantly disappeared from the spot. For the past 2 months, they had spent most of their time in the space, working on the mountain. The outermost mountain was now filled with various fruit trees. Peach, apple, plum, and pear trees were already covered in buds, looking like they would bloom at any moment. Tropical fruits like bananas, mangoes, lychees, longans, oranges, and jackfruits were among the first batch planted, and small fruits were hanging from the branches. Higher up, there were scattered trees of chestnuts, hawthorns, lemons, walnuts, and persimmons, which together took up a good portion of the mountain. On the mountain behind, mulberry trees had been planted halfway up, as they planned to cover the entire mountain with mulberry trees to prepare for silkworm farming in the future. Their strength was limited, and they had to go out during the day to handle various tasks, ensuring they got enough sleep, so they didn't have much time to work in the space. They had planted 10 acres of wheat and 10 acres of dry rice, which had only been planted half a month ago. Now, both the wheat and rice were in the flowering stage and would likely be ready for harvest in about half a month. According to the information from the space, the grains grown there would taste very good. Su Wanqing thought that once they were harvested, they should try some first. If it wasn't too exaggerated, these grains could be sold later if needed or used as military rations for the Liu family army. If the taste was surprisingly good, they would keep it for themselves. Any extra land would be planted with medicinal herbs to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Now, besides the land for wheat and dry rice, the other fields were idle, perfect for growing sweet potato seedlings, and they could also plant potatoes in the ground to sprout quickly. Su Wanqing carefully explained the seedling process for sweet potatoes to Liu Shaoqing. Then, with a thought, a pile of sweet potatoes and potatoes appeared at their feet. These items remained in the same state as when they were placed in the still space, looking very fresh. The black soil was soft and suitable for planting any crops. Su Wanqing used her mind to clear a thin layer of soil and neatly place the sweet potatoes inside, covering them with soil on both sides, leaving just the top half exposed. Finally, she directed water from the river to spray over them. After repeating this 13 times, they had planted over 6 acres of sweet potatoes before stopping. Rest for a bit, my dear. I've seen how to do it. I'll plant the rest. Just bring a lounge chair and watch from the side, Liu Shaoqing said, feeling sorry for her. But Su Wanqing noticed that using her mind in the space could slowly enhance her mental strength. At first, she could only use her mind 10 times at most, but after 2 months of practice, she could now use it 13 times. So, she would only stop when her head felt swollen. Okay, I'll rest for a while. You can plant 5 more acres of sweet potato seedlings. The first batch is almost done. No need to plant the potatoes. Just leave them in the ground to sprout faster. Later, we can cut them where they sprout and wrap them in ash for planting. Close your eyes and don't speak. Rest until you feel better, Liu Shaoqing said, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, not wanting her to worry. Seeing her resting with her eyes closed, Liu Shaoqing picked up a hoe and went to work. During this time, he had become skilled at using various farming tools, and planting sweet potato seedlings was much easier than digging holes for trees. When they finished working in the space, it was already getting dark outside. After dinner, Liu Shaoqing went to the study to slightly modify the original planting plan and asked Mo Huai to notify Mo Feng and Mo Yu that the Liu family army would start planting a new crop tomorrow. Time in the space was 3 times faster than outside. In the afternoon, they had placed the potatoes in the ground, and they were already visibly sprouting long shoots. Su Wanqing had moved the potatoes into the still space. The sweet potato seedlings would likely be ready to be pulled out and planted by tomorrow afternoon. After Liu Shaoqing finished his tasks, the two went out at night to fill the water towers around the city and also filled 1/3 of the water tanks in the space, adding a handful of crystal powder to each tank. After completing these tasks, they neatly arranged the filled water tanks at the edge of the field for easy watering the next day. The next day, Su Wanqing led Mo Huai and Mo Yun to transport the sprouted potatoes to the field, where Liu Shaoqing was already waiting with hundreds of leaders above the rank of 100-man commander. Your Highness, we meet again. Everyone behind Liu Shaoqing bowed in unison. No need for excessive formalities. Just help unload the things from the cart, Su Wanqing said with a smile, stepping beside Lu Shaoqing. After Mo Huai and Mo Yun got out of the car, they slightly bowed to Lu Shaoqing and began unloading the potatoes. Once all the potatoes were unloaded, Su Wanqing opened a bag and demonstrated for everyone, pay attention. Cut them like this, ensuring each piece has 2 to 3 sprouts. Then roll them in the ash before planting them in the ground. The crowd had never seen such a crop before. Hearing the princess describe it as a potato, a high-yield grain that was filling, they were curious but didn't interrupt, listening intently to Su Wanqing's explanation. Once they understood, they felt that planting these potatoes was not difficult at all. After cutting a few potatoes, Su Wanqing looked up and asked, "Did everyone see clearly? Is there anything you don't understand?" "I see clearly, no problems," the crowd responded in unison, clearly well-trained, standing tall with determined expressions. "Good. Mo Huai, Mo Yun, start distributing the potato seeds," Su Wanqing instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," Mo Huai and Mo Yun replied respectfully. With the 100-man commanders as leaders, they went to collect the potato seeds. Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing stepped back, watching as the crowd cut some potatoes, wrapped them in ash, and began planting. As expected, they were all well-trained, able to fight with swords and farm with hoes. Once they confirmed everything was fine, they returned to the palace, needing to move the sweet potato seedlings out of the space. After they left, some brave citizens approached and asked, "General, may I ask what you're planting? I've never seen this seed before. And planting at this time, what if the weather turns cold in a few days and the crops freeze? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort and seeds?" Mo Huai turned to see a middle-aged man in simple clothes and replied, "Brother, this seed was purchased by our princess from overseas merchants. It can yield at least 1 to 2,000 pounds per acre. As for the weather, who can predict that? But looking at the recent temperatures, it won't drop anytime soon. The fields are empty anyway, so why not plant some grains? At least there will be some harvest, and next year we'll have food at home. Don't you think?" Mo Huai didn't exaggerate the potato yield too much, knowing that if the soil or other factors affected the yield, the citizens' expectations might lead to disappointment. It was better to set lower expectations initially, and if the yield exceeded those, they would be even happier. This was also Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing's intention. In a few days, when the citizens knew that the Lu family army was farming, they would open a shop specifically to sell various seeds, including sweet potato and potato seedlings. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it reasonable but still doubted that such high yields could be achieved in their area, and they hurriedly asked, "This general, in previous years when the weather was good, we could only harvest a little over 300 pounds per acre. What you say about harvesting 1 or 2,000 pounds per acre, we've never even heard of it. Are you trying to fool us?" The speaker was Wang Shunan, who, as a child, came to Anqing with his mother and younger brother to reunite with his father, who had joined the army. Years have passed, and both his parents have passed away. He married and had children here, becoming a true Anqing local. After living in Anqing for nearly 40 years, he knew that the harvest was always a meager 2 or 300 pounds. During the slack farming season, he relied on working in the city to support his family. When the people around him heard his words, they nodded in agreement. Someone said, "Yes, our land has sand, and the crops don't grow well." Then a group of villagers nodded in agreement. Mo Huai, seeing this, still smiled. "Folks, there is plenty of land in and around the city. If you don't plant sweet potatoes or potatoes, you can grow other grains. This year has just started a drought. Life is already tough. If there's no harvest next year, it will be even harder." Seeing the crowd nodding, their worried expressions deepened. They knew the difficulties of farming, but they had never heard of anyone doing this before. Life was already hard. If they couldn't grow food, they would lose even the seeds they planted. Mo Huai seemed to understand their thoughts and continued, "If you're worried about the cold weather, then plant wheat. Wheat is frost-resistant, and with the recent warm weather, the seedlings will grow quickly, ensuring next year's harvest." Mo Huai wanted to suggest planting vegetables, but before he could say it, the hesitant crowd suddenly seemed to come to a realization. Wang Shunan was the first to speak up. This general is right. The weather is already unusual. What are we worried about? Even if next year's harvest is less, it's better than having nothing. I'll head back to plow the land and prepare the vegetable garden at home to plant some greens and radishes. Greens grow quickly and can supplement our food. Yes, with the prince and princess here and the Liu family army bringing us water every day, if we were outside, we wouldn't even have drinking water. Exactly, we're almost through this year, but if there's no harvest next year, we definitely won't survive. We must plant. It's still hot in October. Why are we worrying about the seasons? As long as there's water, we can grow anything, right? Let's all go back and plow the land. Everyone should remember the kindness of the prince and princess. Without them, Anqing wouldn't be stable, and we wouldn't have a way to survive. As they spoke, more and more villagers gathered, eventually turning into a collective expression of gratitude towards Liu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing. It took a while for everyone's emotions to settle before they returned home to get their hoes and start plowing. Those interested in potatoes were taken by Manhwa and others to the fields, where they explained the methods of planting potatoes, the expected yield, and some simple recipes Su Wanqing had mentioned. They also invited them to come back the next day to watch the planting methods for sweet potatoes. Upon learning that Su Wanqing's seed shop would open soon, selling potato and sweet potato seedlings, everyone immediately decided to plant several acres of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Those with insufficient land could go to the government office to arrange for rentals, paying only 10% of the harvest. The city's government was temporarily managed by Lin Hongyuan, who is well-read, upright, and not overly rigid. He always prioritized the interests of the people when making decisions and had a clear understanding of politics. He did not waver in his support for Liu Shaoqing, instead offering many suggestions to quickly expand the army, which he was the first to propose. Xue Huaiyan served as his assistant. Although he was exceptionally bright from a young age, he was still young and needed more experience in handling affairs. The two worked well together, gradually organizing the city's various matters and moving toward stability. Recently, they had been actively promoting the construction of cement houses at low prices, allowing the people to work in exchange for payment, slowly replacing the houses in the city with cement ones, ensuring that every family had at least 1 or 2 cement-built rooms. Though they didn't know why Liu Shaoqing was so eager to promote this, even allocating a large sum of silver for city construction, both were intelligent enough to sense something was amiss, especially with the unusually hot weather in October, which made them anxious. The sun blazed down like summer, and the sky was a clear blue, occasionally dotted with a few drifting clouds. In the fields, farmers were everywhere, wielding hoes and guiding oxen, and as the sun set, they showed no signs of heading home. On the third day of bustling farming in the city, Su Wanqing suddenly remembered that the tiller couldn't be used, but the oxen for plowing could be brought out. In the afternoon, she went out of the city with Liu Shaoqing, bringing along Mo Huai, Mo Yun, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu. When they returned to the city, they brought back 2 large trucks of strong, energetic plowing oxen, along with 2 trucks of fodder. This sight made the onlookers envious. These were plowing oxen, something most of them could never afford in a lifetime. The prince and princess had bought so many at once. Half of these oxen were sent to the Liu family army to work the fields, while the other half were given to Lin Hongyuan and Xue Huaiyan to rent out to families in need for 5 won a day, with the condition that the oxen must be well fed with fodder upon return. These days, the government office was the busiest place in Anqing, with people lining up daily to rent land and plowing oxen. Busy days always pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. The fields inside and outside the city were all sprouting green, and every day, the fields were bustling with people. They wished they could stay in the fields at night, watching the seeds sprout and grow. Each tender green seedling represented their hope for survival. Families that planted sweet potatoes and potatoes felt a sense of relief, watching the seedlings grow better than wheat and soybeans, and smiles never left their faces. In previous years, they had only planted wheat and soybeans, and the seedlings looked weak and yellow, resulting in very low yields. But this year, The wheat was lush and green, a sight they had never seen before, and just looking at it was uplifting. Every day, the villagers came to check on their fields, their faces beaming with joy. They began discussing why the crops were thriving this year. They concluded that the unusual weather, with temperatures not yet dropping, was likely why the grains were growing so well. In past years, even when they planted seeds early, the weather would turn cold before October, leading to poor growth. Next year, my family's harvest will definitely be good. My wheat is growing well too. It's not worse than yours. Look at my sweet potatoes. The seedlings say they'll be ready to eat in a few days. Which of your crops can compare to mine? A group of people laughed and argued cheerfully. For them, having food meant their children wouldn't go hungry, and life had hope. Su Wanqing secretly added crystal powder to the water, keeping her contributions hidden. At that moment, she was rummaging through the warehouse, which was filled with lamb, chicken, duck, pork, fish, various vegetables and fruits, seasonings, oil, salt, and alcohol, taking up more than half of the space. Su Wanqing and her husband were preparing for barbecue dinner at the military camp tonight. The Liu family army had been working hard lately, farming over 350 acres of land both inside and outside the city, all done by their own hands. Every soldier in the Liu family army looked visibly thinner and darker. Tonight, they would treat them well. After Su Wanqing finished taking things outside, she and Liu Shaoqing returned to the Wangfu, while Mo Huai and his team went to the warehouse to direct the unloading of supplies. Deputy Mo, is all this fresh meat and vegetables really for us to eat tonight? It seems like too much, one of the sergeants said, his eyes wide and swallowing hard, already laughing inside. The others were also excited, their mouths watering. When someone spotted the jars of wine stacked in the corner, their eyes lit up even more. Seeing this, Mo Huai smiled and said, "Today, there won't be any staple food. The princess ordered that everyone should eat their fill of meat, and we have prepared wine for you all. I bet you're all secretly delighted, so stop chatting and hurry up with the loading. There's still more to do over there. Yes, we'll get to it. You don't need to help, Deputy. We can handle it. Chu Dalin, I see you're just looking for a chance to sneak a bite. We're all watching you. If you dare to steal a taste, you won't get your share of the barbecue tonight. Nonsense. How could I steal a bite? Stop teasing me." Chu Dalin replied, lifting 2 pieces of pork and heading outside, the sunlight catching his red ears from behind. Everyone laughed and began to help with the loading. When they returned, they brought more people since there was too much to carry. With over 30 people, they finished moving everything from the warehouse just as the sun was setting, and the open space outside the camp was filled with laughter. Several cooks were busy marinating various meats, while soldiers helped cut the pieces. Nearby, a group was joking and quickly sharpening wooden skewers. The eggplants, green beans, chives, and various mushrooms that were brought over were left in a corner, ignored. Uncle Qin and Lin Taohua also came to help today. It was clear that this group didn't know vegetables could be grilled, so they quickly waved for someone to wash the vegetables and skewer them. Seeing Uncle Qin arrive, Cook Zhang happily approached him. "Brother Qin, you finally made it. If you hadn't come soon, there wouldn't be enough time to marinate the lamb." Uncle Qin laughed heartily. "You're too modest about your skills. Even if I didn't come, your marinated meat would still win over those kids. Don't joke with me. I know my own skills. Besides, today is special. The princess is having dinner with everyone for the first time. We can't let her be unhappy, so hurry up." Uncle Qin chuckled, quickening his pace. "Look at you getting anxious. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone is satisfied." Lin Taohua, dressed in fitted trousers and with her hair wrapped in a cloth, had a fresh and elegant beauty even without makeup. Her skills were second only to Uncle Qin's. To be honest, Cook Zhang's team would have to step aside. However, she had stayed in the Wangfu for a long time and rarely went out, so after this, it would be hard for others not to notice. The kitchen was bustling, and the soldiers rarely had a chance to relax, all wearing cheerful smiles as they built temporary cooking stations and tidied up the area. At the Wangfu, Liu Shaoqing looked at the sky and estimated the time, putting down his pen. "Wife, it's time for us to go. Su Wanqing had not looked at her painting book for a long time and was engrossed in it. Upon hearing him, she folded the corner of the page she was on and stood up. Let's go then. We won't return until we're drunk tonight. Lu Shaoqing smiled at her. If you're serious, we might have to come back early. You humph. Su Wanqing suddenly remembered how she got drunk after just 1 cup last time and teased Lu Shaoqing, leaving her at a loss for words. She hadn't expected to get drunk so easily. As they left the courtyard, they saw Bai Jinxie and Xia Yanche coming out of the pharmacy. Sister-in-law, my master and I were just about to call for you. Perfect timing, let's go together. The four chatted as they walked out of the Wangfu. When they arrived at the military camp, the sunset had not yet faded, casting a warm glow over the tall city walls. Your Highness, Your Highness. The soldiers greeted them respectfully as they arrived. Lu Shaoqing raised his hand for them to rise. You've all worked hard lately. Today, regardless of rank, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Yes, thank you, Your Highness and Princess. Once seated at the main table, Bai Jinxie and Xia Yanche took their places beside them, and everyone else returned to their spots. This grand feast was set up on a large scale, with over 100 barbecue racks. Uncle Qin and Cook Zhang had prepared the marinated meat and vegetables, and the sergeants or captains came to collect the ingredients to grill themselves. They were all seasoned soldiers, so while they might not cook well, grilling meat was definitely within their skills. Lu Shaoqing raised his cup first. To all the soldiers, this cup is for you. After this, let the feast begin. Enjoy yourselves. Everyone raised their cups and shouted, To Your Highness and the Princess. Su Wanqing smiled and drank her Sprite quickly, so fast that Lu Shaoqing didn't have time to stop her. Wife, are you okay? He asked cautiously, worried that if she got drunk now, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the festivities. Bai Jinxie also looked at Su Wanqing, remembering how she had been drunk last time. You don't need to worry.
I'm perfectly fine.
I won't get drunk no matter how much I drink. Let's see who falls first tonight. If drinking alcohol was a problem, then Sprite would work just fine. With space to spare, no one would notice the switch. Lu Shaoqing wanted to confirm she was truly okay when Lin Taohua brought over the freshly grilled lamb. Your Highness and Princess, thank you, Dr. Bai, for this freshly grilled lamb. I adjusted the marinade today. Please try it. Great, it smells delicious, Su Wanqing said, taking a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. This time, the spicy and cumin flavors are just right. It's delicious. Bai Jinxie also took a bite and nodded vigorously at Lin Taohua. Taohua, your skills are getting better. Next time I go out with my master, I must take you with me. Lin Taohua couldn't help but laugh. I'm glad you both like it. You enjoy your meal. I'll go grill some beef and vegetables to bring over. She didn't dare to take Bai Jinxie's words seriously, as Dr. Bai had been watching her closely lately, as if afraid someone would steal her away. Seeing Su Wanqing enjoying her food, Lu Shaoqing knew she was truly fine. He glanced at her cup, smiled, and took a piece of meat for himself. He needed to fill his stomach. Those young soldiers wouldn't let him off easily. Sure enough, after just a few bites, several people came over to toast them. One led to another, and soon 4 or 5 groups had come over. As more people approached with raised cups, Lu Shaoqing stood up. Wife, I'll go entertain those young men. You eat more. With that, he took a cup in one hand and a wine jug in the other, heading down.
Montag Huai, Montag Yun, Montag Feng, and Montag Juhuritli followed.
Laughter and cheers erupted below as they called for Lu Shaoqing to drink, some wanting to see him spar a bit. Their smiles, illuminated by the firelight, were dazzling. Su Wanqing watched from above, feeling envious. Seeing the crowd form a circle, Lu Shaoqing's deep and magnetic voice called out, What's the point of practicing swordsmanship alone? Who will come out to spar with me? This silenced the crowd, some pushing and shoving, as they hesitated. Since Lu Shaoqing had recovered, his martial skills had become even more formidable. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out, I'll do it. The crowd parted automatically, and Su Wanqing walked forward with a smile, her lips parting again. I'll spar with the prince. How about that? Lu Shaoqing was surprised to hear her voice, then smiled and said, Since the princess is interested, I will gladly accompany you. The crowd around them erupted in laughter and cheers. People in the distance, who had been drinking and eating, also gathered to see what was happening. Bai Jinxia pulled Xia Yanqi up to join her, saying, "Senior brother, let's go see the excitement." Xia Yanqi looked at the girl pulling his hand, smiled, and thought, how could someone he raised be taken away by others? Lu Shaoqing was just exaggerating. The two people in the center of the arena fought barehanded, without any weapons. Su Wanqing had not truly learned any martial arts. Her moves were honed from her past life experiences. Her actions were swift and precise, targeting vital points. Lu Shaoqing, having lived through 2 lifetimes, had a different mindset. His moves were broad and stable, allowing him to counter her fierce attacks effectively. For a moment, neither of them seemed to have the upper hand. The soldiers were surprised that their princess could match their prince. Although neither used their full strength, they believed they couldn't withstand such attacks, let alone last 10 moves. Only Mo Huai, Mo Yun, Xia Yanqi, Bai Jinxia, and Lin Taohua, who had been through a lot together, were excited to watch and had no doubts about Su Wanqing's fighting skills. Mo Feng and Mo Yu were shocked again. Their usually gentle and smiling princess was actually a master. As they watched, they silently swallowed hard, mourning for their prince for a moment. In the arena, Su Wanqing found a flaw in Lu Shaoqing's defense and kicked him away. Lu Shaoqing stepped back a few paces to steady himself, showing no embarrassment in front of so many people. He laughed heartily. "My wife is indeed better. I admit defeat. Thank you, my husband, haha." She knew he was being playful, but it made her happy that he let her kick him in front of everyone, showing he truly cared for her and didn't mind what others thought. Su Wanqing felt a bit emotional. At that moment, she realized she was not alone anymore. Someone loved her. Unknowingly, she had started to blend into this place. Not everyone approached her for personal gain. The laughter and cheers around her brought Su Wanqing back to reality. Her smile grew brighter, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Lu Shaoqing came over and took her hand. Seeing her radiant smile, his eyes were filled with affection. At that moment, everything around them seemed to disappear, leaving just the two of them, as if time stood still. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Chu Fan, I wouldn't dare challenge the prince and princess, but am I afraid of you? Let's have a match." Lu Shaoqing turned to see a group of captains competing. Chu Fan and another named Zhang Wang had moved to the center, each holding a battle knife. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, followed by cheers from the crowd. He looked back at Su Wanqing and said, "You've already impressed these young men. They will respect you even more from now on." Su Wanqing smiled. "I didn't do it to intimidate them. I just saw you had no opponent and felt like joining in." Lu Shaoqing took her hand and led her back to their seats, not responding to her comment, saying, "Uncle Qin prepared a lot of food today. We should eat some and not waste it." Then he suddenly remembered what Su Wanqing had been drinking and asked, "What were you drinking earlier? Was it water? Wanna know?" Su Wanqing smiled as she sat down, using her powers to pour him a large glass of Sprite. Seeing no one was watching, she discreetly brought it out. "Try this." Lu Shaoqing looked at the bubbling drink, took a big sip, and was glad he had tasted soda before. Otherwise, the strong flavor would have surprised him. After a moment, he said, "This drink is great. I'll go down and have another round with them later." He poured the remaining Sprite into an empty wine jug, a sly smile on his face. Su Wanqing thought he was becoming more childish, perhaps truly letting go of his past grudges. The people around him were loyal friends who wouldn't betray him, helping him regain some youthful spirit. After chatting for a bit, Bai Jinxia happily ran back. "Sister-in-law, you are so impressive. You actually beat Big Brother. That's amazing." Before Su Wanqing could respond, Xia Yanqi chimed in. "If you took your sword practice seriously, you wouldn't struggle against a few bandits." Su Wanqing sighed inwardly. He really didn't know how to speak. No wonder their relationship hadn't progressed. "Humph, you're one to talk. You only know flashy moves," Bai Jinxia retorted. "I focus all my energy on studying diseases and medicine, unlike you who just..." He was cut off by Su Wanqing. "All right, stop arguing. Our Jinxia is already very skilled and knows things others don't. Dr. Xia, stop criticizing her. She worried that if he kept talking, Jinxia might leave, and it would be too late to regret. Sister-in-law is the best to me. I don't want to get along with big brother anymore. Sister-in-law, I want to be with you for the next few days. Okay, I need to check on the shop tomorrow. Let's go together. The two chatted warmly while eating, and Su Wanqing poured by Jinxia a glass of Sprite. The girl's eyes lit up as she hugged Su Wanqing's arm and said, Sister-in-law, why did you only bring this out now? It's so delicious. Can you give me another cup? Su Wanqing couldn't resist her cute behavior, but since she was watching her closely, she couldn't produce more. She said, All right, there's none left here, but I'll bring you a can when we go back. Just come find me if you want more in the future. Hee hee, okay? Thank you, sister-in-law. Seeing the two enjoying their conversation, Lu Shaoqing picked up the wine jug and went to find the people who had poured him drinks earlier, determined to make them drink until they were down. Only Xie Yanqi looked a bit disappointed as he watched Bai Jinxia act cute with others, unconsciously tightening his grip on the wine cup. Why doesn't she act cute with him? Does she really not like him? Thinking this, he quickly shook his head to dismiss the troubling thought. He just didn't know how to make girls happy. Every time he wanted her to be close to him, his words seemed to convey the opposite meaning. Frustrated, he downed his drink in one go. Should he follow them when they go out tomorrow? After all, he had almost finished making the medicine for high fever. Yes, those two girls shouldn't go out without someone to protect them. Feeling a bit relieved, he thought the little girl was still too young and just hadn't realized her feelings yet. If he showed her more, he was sure she would warm up to him. If Su Wanqing heard his thoughts, she would surely roll her eyes at him. Did he have a misunderstanding about her fighting skills? If he kept trying to show off, he might just push her further away. Besides, if Anqing wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be a safe place in the Tianqi kingdom. At this moment, less than 50 miles from An City, a group of people was setting up camp to rest. This terrible weather. It should be winter by now, but it's still so hot this year, complained a handsome man dressed in fine clothes. Indeed, Your Highness. You've suffered on this journey. When we return, you must tell His Majesty about your hardships to let him know how much you've endured to get here. You foolish servant. The Emperor has just ascended the throne. Why bother him with such trivial matters? When we arrive in An City tomorrow, be clever and don't mess things up. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. You can rest easy. The two speakers were the current 7th prince and his personal eunuch. The 7th prince was the full-blooded brother of the 3rd prince, Shaoxing. Over a month ago, the old emperor passed away, and there was almost a palace coup, but Shaoxing had already seized most of the power in the court and commanded the imperial guard. Anyone who opposed him was ruthlessly suppressed, including the rebellious 2nd prince and the deposed former crown prince. The remaining 7th prince naturally stood by his side, while other princes had either died or were incapacitated for various reasons, leaving them with no chance to inherit the throne. Ultimately, Shaoxing successfully ascended the throne, becoming the new emperor, and renamed the country Qian, now known as the Qian dynasty. The 7th prince was sent to deliver the imperial edict regarding the new emperor's ascension, and local lords and generals had received the decree to return to the capital to pay their respects and congratulate the new emperor. Lu Shaoqing, having repelled the barbarians, was also mentioned in the edict, commanding him to return to the capital to receive his reward. This was essentially a test of Lu Shaoqing's attitude toward the court. If he accepted the edict and returned, Shaoxing would not harm him for now and would genuinely reward him, thus making the Lu family army part of the imperial forces. If he continued to refuse the edict, then for the time being, Shaoxing couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of this made Shaoxing's head ache. He secretly cursed his father and the former crown prince for offending so many people. Now that he had just ascended the throne, there were too many matters to worry about, and the drought was worsening day by day, causing riots in many places. It was a crucial time for recruitment. If Lu Shaoqing could return to the capital, Shaoxing would order him to lead troops to quell some of the riots. He could only think positively, hoping that Lu Shaoqing would still consider the Lu family's long-standing reputation and not oppose the court. After all, difficulties are only temporary. Once the natural disasters pass and the court stabilizes, even if he occupies An City, What could he do? With tens of thousands of troops, they could easily take him down. He believed Liu Shaoqing was not foolish enough to only see immediate gains and losses. The court was willing to overlook past grievances. He would surely assess the situation and return to the capital. The next day before dawn, the seventh prince was awakened by his personal eunuch. "Your Highness, it's time to set off. If we leave now, we can reach the city before noon." The seventh prince, still sleepy, forced himself to sit up, took the cloth from the eunuch to wipe his face, and finally felt awake. They had already wasted too much time on the journey, and when they arrived in city, he planned to sleep for 3 days before returning to the capital. As for whether he could enter the city, he hadn't even considered it. As the younger brother of the current emperor, coming personally to deliver the edict already gave the Duke of the North enough face. If he defied the edict again, it would be a serious crime of treason. He believed the Duke of the North knew how to choose wisely. Liu Shaoqing had already received news from his hidden guards in the capital. The new emperor had sent the seventh prince to summon him back to the capital to show his importance. He had received reports last night that the seventh prince's group would arrive at the city gate today, so he estimated the timing and waited on the city wall. Near noon, 1,000-strong entourage arrived at the city gate. The seventh prince looked at the closed gates with a frown, unable to believe that the guards had not seen their royal banner. "Go knock on the door and tell them I have arrived." His trusted guard immediately replied respectfully and shouted at the gate, "The Duke of An has arrived. Quickly open the gate to welcome him." Liu Shaoqing signaled to Mo Huai to respond. Mo Huai smiled and nodded, enjoying watching the court officials struggle. He quickly said, "We haven't heard of any Duke of An in the court. Could it be a trick?" The guard, hearing this, cautiously glanced at the seventh prince and continued, "The Duke of An is His Highness the seventh prince, personally appointed by the emperor after his ascension. You are in a remote area and the news hasn't reached you yet. The emperor ascended? Which emperor? What happened to the late emperor?" Mo Huai asked, looking surprised and confused, causing those beside him, Mo Yun, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu, to stifle their laughter. "You." The guard was shocked and angry at his bold words, but had to hold back and said, "The late emperor has passed away. The current emperor is the former third prince. Do not speak recklessly." "Oh, I see. We indeed haven't received the news," Mo Huai said nonchalantly, still standing there without any intention of opening the gates. The guard widened his eyes. "What now? Isn't he supposed to ask for the gate to be opened for our prince? Why is this the end?" Not only was the guard stunned, but the seventh prince in the carriage was also taken aback. Once he reacted, he angrily slammed the sandalwood bracelet in his hand onto the low table. "This is outrageous. A mere gate guard dares to insult the emperor and me. Liu Shaoqing, I want this man's head," the seventh prince said furiously, lifting the curtain and stepping out of the carriage. "I am Duke of An, Xiao Shiyu. Hurry and inform the Duke of the North that I have arrived, and demand he come to the gate to greet me personally." Mo Huai was about to pretend not to recognize the seventh prince and tease him further when Liu Shaoqing raised his hand to stop him. Standing in Mo Huai's position, he looked down at Xiao Shiyu and said, "Seventh prince, I am now considered a traitor in the eyes of the court. What brings you here today?" Seeing Liu Shaoqing above, the seventh prince grew even angrier and didn't pay attention to how Liu Shaoqing addressed him. He shouted, "Duke of the North, my royal brother has ascended the throne, and I have been sent to deliver the edict. Quickly let someone open the gate, so I can enter. Also, I want that soldier who just shouted to personally open the gate for me." The last sentence was nearly through gritted teeth. As a dignified seventh prince, how could he be so humiliated? "Seventh prince, this city can only enter, not exit. Are you sure you want to come in?" Liu Shaoqing remained unfazed by his threats, speaking in a calm tone. "You, Duke of the North, I advise you to recognize the situation. Our father has passed away, and my royal brother has ascended the throne, willing to overlook past grievances and summon you back for rewards. This opportunity is only once. If you miss it, you may regret it. The new emperor wishes to overlook past grievances, but unfortunately, I do not wish to serve the court any longer." I advise the seventh prince to turn back now. If the court's troops come again, it will be a day of conflict. As Lu Shaoqing finished speaking, he picked up a bow and shot an arrow, which grazed the seventh prince's temple and embedded itself deeply into the carriage's canopy. The people below immediately panicked. Some drew their swords and shouted, "Protect His Highness the Duke of N." The seventh prince was so frightened that he fell back against the edge of the carriage, a thin layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He almost died. This thought kept echoing in his mind. His good days had just begun. How could he die? The eunuch beside him was also drenched in cold sweat, stammering, "Your Highness, are you all right? Return to the capital. Quickly change direction. We are going back. I will never come out again. Yes, quickly change direction and return to the capital." The eunuch's voice was high-pitched and trembling. He was also greatly frightened. If the Duke of N died here, as his personal eunuch, he would be the first to die. The guards, witnessing the scene, were also alarmed. They hadn't expected the Duke of the North to truly rebel. They had not accepted the late emperor's decree last time, and they were doing the same now. Everyone fled quickly, not daring to look back at the city gate. They only had 1,000 men. How could they possibly stand against the Lu family army? The seventh prince and his group ran far before their pace finally slowed down. It was noon, and the sun made their exposed skin feel slightly hot, but they dared not stop. If they rested, the Lu family army might think they had other intentions and chase them out of the city. The guards took turns drinking water to ease the heat, but the water they had was only enough for one day, and they finished it in half a day. When the seventh prince learned that they had run out of water, he calmed down from his fear and shouted angrily, "We're out of water, so speed up. Go find some water ahead and hunt for food. I need to calm down." He didn't consider whether the others could handle the increased pace in such hot weather. The captain of the guards respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness. We will increase our speed. Please hold on tight." Under the blazing sun, they quickened their pace again. However, they didn't expect the return journey to be even harder than coming out. The drought worsened, and even with money, it was difficult to buy food. In the end, the seventh prince had to use his status to pressure some wealthy merchants in the city to get a little food. Unexpectedly, as they passed through a valley, they were stopped by a group of bandits rushing down from the mountain. The bandits were numerous and strong, and soon they killed nearly half of the guards and ran off with their food. The seventh prince was so scared that he hid in the carriage, trembling. When the bandits were far away, he dared to lift the curtain to see what was happening outside. He seemed to ignore the dead guards on the ground and only noticed that the bandits not only took their food but also led away their horses. He was so angry that he trembled all over and could hardly breathe, but there was nothing he could do. Without horses, the carriage was useless. The eunuch beside him urged, "Your Highness, we should leave here quickly. If those bandits come back, we won't be able to keep what little we have left." The seventh prince silently allowed the eunuch to help him walk, unable to suppress his anger and hatred. Especially after walking for less than an hour, he could no longer move and felt even more resentful. He thought to himself, as the dignified seventh prince, or rather, His Highness Princeton, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The greatest grievance he had ever faced was being punished by the old scholar for copying books. Now he had to endure the scorching sun, having his food and water stolen, and rely on his own legs to walk. The seventh prince cursed everyone he disliked in his heart, ultimately hating Lu Shaoqing the most. If he hadn't been so ungrateful and dared to defy the order, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. "You all wait for me. When I return to the capital, I will make everyone who has bullied me wish they were dead." "Lu Shaoqing, you think you can oppose the court and my royal brother with just a few thousand Lu family soldiers? Just wait to be surrounded by the army. I want to see how arrogant you will be then. I will follow the army and watch you be torn apart. And those arrogant bandits, I will have my brother send troops to eliminate them first when I return. Bring me water, I'm thirsty." After cursing for a long time, he felt dry and dissatisfied with the eunuch beside him for not bringing him water. The eunuch cautiously replied, "Your Highness, The water was also taken by those bandits. The only water you had, you already drank.
What?
Are you all useless? You didn't try to get the water back? You're all a bunch of worthless fools. The seventh prince shouted angrily at the remaining people. The guards didn't dare to speak, let alone argue back. Some still had injuries that hadn't been treated, and facing the seventh prince's fury, they couldn't help but feel unhappy, so they didn't put their all into the journey back. When they finally returned to the capital, it was already 2 months later. The city gate guard couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a group of ragged, dirty beggars holding the prince and's badge. He asked uncertainly, "Are you really from the prince and's residence?" The seventh prince had endured so much humiliation and disdain on the way, and now he had to face the guards' questioning and distrust upon finally arriving in the capital. Why did he have to suffer like this? His emotions were in turmoil, and he couldn't take it anymore. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Of course, that was a story for later. When Lu Shaoqing returned to the royal residence, he happened to run into Su Wanqing and Bai Jinxia, who were coming back from the shop, along with Xie Yanche carrying snacks behind them. Recently, 3 new shops opened in the city, a noodle shop, a restaurant, and a snack shop called Sweetheart Workshop. There were also some scattered stalls selling snacks, handmade goods, and homegrown vegetables, as well as clothes and shoes. There was also a blacksmith shop, and the owner, who was already a blacksmith in the city, was almost ready to reopen in a few days. In short, the city had regained some lively atmosphere, and everything was developing positively. The crispy cakes from Sweetheart Workshop had a unique flavor, and both Su Wanqing and Bai Jinxia liked them, so they bought several packs to share with everyone. Xie Yanche, who was following them, naturally became the one carrying things. When Lu Shaoqing saw Su Wanqing, he only had eyes for her. "My dear, are you tired? Have you had lunch?"
Eva eaten.
"The new restaurant has good food. We should go together another day," Su Wanqing replied with a smile. "Great, let's go tomorrow. It's not busy right now, and we can let Uncle Qin take a break." "Okay, let's go out for lunch tomorrow. How about I make cold noodles with shredded meat for dinner? I haven't cooked in a while and suddenly want to eat my own cooking." "Of course, it's great to eat what you make, but just make enough for us too. No need to prepare for others. That would be too hard for you. They won't starve." The dignified prince is getting more childish. The two chatted as they walked away, leaving Bai Jinxia behind, feeling a bit helpless. How could her brother always take her sister-in-law away? She still had things to say to her sister-in-law. Xie Yanche caught Lu Shaoqing's glance, knowing he was creating an opportunity for him. He smiled and said, "Xie, my senior brother needs your help. Let's go back to the pharmacy together." Bai Jinxia turned around, glaring at him angrily. Her delicate face flushed slightly from anger. She thought, why can her brother and sister-in-law be so loving while she has to go work in the pharmacy? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a huff, she snatched the snacks from Xie Yanche's hands and went straight back to her courtyard.
Xie
Yanche was left alone, feeling hurt. Did his junior sister really not want to spend time alone with him anymore? She used to love sticking to him. Bai Jinxia ran back to her courtyard, still feeling upset. Why didn't her senior brother understand her feelings? She didn't want to just be his junior sister. She wanted to be someone closer to him. Thinking of this made her already flushed face even redder. Since her father passed away, she and her senior brother had relied on each other, traveling to many places and experiencing a lot together. She didn't know when her feelings for him changed. Maybe it was when he first bought her a beautiful dress, or when he fiercely protected her while escaping from a bully's house. She realized she liked him when her feelings had already grown into a towering tree, hard to uproot. But every time her senior brother looked at her, his gaze was less warm than when he looked at a rare herb. She knew her mindset had changed, making her want more, yet she couldn't help but try to get closer. "Senior brother, look at that sister ahead. She's really pretty." Xie Yanche glanced up, then looked back at Bai Jinxia. "She's just okay, not as cute as you, Xie." Then he went back to selecting herbs. His response made her secretly happy, but she didn't dare let him see it and pretended to help him choose herbs. She had always been careful, worried that if he found out, he wouldn't want to be close to her anymore. When they found her elder brother and sister-in-law, she saw the way her brother looked at his wife. It turned out that lovers looked at each other like that. When they were together, it felt like no one else mattered. On their way to City, she couldn't help but tell her sister-in-law that she liked her senior brother, only to find out that her sister-in-law already knew. "I noticed it a long time ago, silly girl." "Ah, how did you see it?" "Senior brother doesn't even know. His eyes have already betrayed you. Your brother and I both noticed. Only your slow senior brother wouldn't." Bai Jinxia's mouth opened in surprise. Then she felt embarrassed and whispered, "So, my brother noticed too. Do you think senior brother likes me?"
Shobankin smiled slyly.
"I think your senior brother does have feelings for you. He's just too focused on studying medicine to notice. Why don't we test him to see if he has feelings for you?" After thinking it over, Bai Jinxia shook her head. "Sister-in-law, I can't. What if senior brother only sees me as a sister? I might lose the courage to be around him. I want to stay by his side. If he doesn't like me, then I'll just be his junior sister." Su Wanqing tried to persuade her a bit more, but seeing Bai Jinxia was still firm, she stopped. She believed Xia Yanqi liked her too, but just hadn't realized it yet. Matters of the heart shouldn't be forced. They should happen naturally. However, Xia Yanqi was surprisingly slow in matters of love. Every day, he either studied herbal medicine or made pills in the pharmacy, or went to the military camp for consultations. No matter how hard they tried to create opportunities, he would drag people along to study herbs. Finally, Lu Shaoqing couldn't take it anymore. He called Xia Yanqi aside and directly asked if he had feelings for Bai Jinxia. Xia Yanqi's expression was strange and shy, his neck and ears turning red. He stammered, "Master entrusted Xia to me to take care of her for a lifetime, and we have a marriage agreement." At that time, Xia was too young to know about it. Lu Shaoqing realized that Xia Yanqi had always seen her as his wife. Honestly, if he hadn't said it, they wouldn't have noticed. "You really know how to hide things. Why didn't you say this earlier? Xia is almost 15. Your behavior shows only brotherly concern, not romantic feelings. If you keep your feelings hidden, what if she likes someone else? That's impossible. We grew up together and went through so much. How could she like someone else? People even said she might like you, but it turns out she only sees you as an older brother." Xia Yanqi hurriedly denied it, but he couldn't shake off the panic in his heart. The girl was almost 15, the right age for marriage. If she fell for someone else, he wouldn't allow it. With that thought, he decided not to go to the military camp with Lu Shaoqing. Instead, he turned back to the Wang residence to connect with Bai Jinxia. It was a pity that while he excelled in medicine, his emotional intelligence was lacking. Even now, everyone could see he liked Bai Jinxia, yet he hadn't formally expressed his feelings to her. Bai Jinxia wasn't even sure if he liked her. They were both awkward, and others couldn't break the tension, only feeling anxious. For dinner, Su Wanqing cooked herself. The noodles were fresh from the space, and she only needed to make a sauce. Since they both loved meat, she added plenty of shredded meat. She first blanched the cleaned meat, the faint smell lingering in her nose. Su Wanqing didn't mind. Her sense of smell was very sensitive, so noticing the smell was normal. Next, she added ginger, scallions, and cooking wine, bringing it to a boil and skimming off the foam before adding the seasoning packet. Then she caramelized some sugar and poured it into the pot, feeling that the meat smelled particularly strong today. She added a bit of white wine, hoping that would help. Lu Shaoqing set up the stove and noticed her pale face. "Wife, are you feeling unwell? Your face looks a bit pale." Su Wanqing shook her head. "I'm fine. Maybe I just haven't cooked in a while. The meat smells a bit strong, but I added some white wine, and it's better now. Maybe you shouldn't cook. We can just have the kitchen send over food." Lu Shaoqing said, still worried. "No need, you know my body. I'm fine as long as I don't smell the pot." After saying that, Su Wanqing went to prepare the ingredients for the sauce, washing and chopping the mushrooms and scallions, cracking 3 eggs, and taking out some soybean paste for later. Once the meat was cooked and shredded, she would stir-fry it all together. After half an hour, they enjoyed delicious meat sauce noodles. Su Wanqing quickly ate 2 bowls, finding it more and more delicious. Suddenly, she thought of the pickled vegetable buns from her hometown in her past life. She really wanted to eat them, but her stomach was already full. She decided to wait until tomorrow. Putting down her bowl without saying a word to Lu Shaoqing, she went out to find Lin Taohua. She wanted to eat them first thing in the morning, and wondered if Taohua and Uncle Qin could make them. By the time Lu Shaoqing noticed she was gone, Su Wanqing was already explaining to Uncle Qin how to make the pickled vegetable buns. Uncle Qin, Taohua, please prepare the dough and soak the vegetables overnight. I'll make them. It's very simple. Once you do it once, you'll definitely know how. Su Wanqing said with a smile. Uncle Qin wanted to say he could try making them himself, so the princess wouldn't have to wake up early, but he worried he might not do it right and delay their meal time, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll prepare everything. When the princess comes, you can show us how. Just then, Lu Shaoqing walked over from the garden. Seeing them there, he sighed internally. Without servants to help, she had to find people for everything, which was quite inconvenient. He thought Lu Mama and Yu Lu would arrive soon, and then she would have someone to assist her, so she wouldn't have to do everything herself. A long time ago, Lu Shaoqing was looking for suitable servants for Su Wanqing, but the city was filled with ordinary people, and training them would take a long time. The Wang residents had no maids. The few older women there were doing rough work in the kitchen, and were not suitable for close service. After thinking for a long time, he considered buying a group of maids from elsewhere. Before he could act, news from the capital arrived, reminding Lu Shaoqing of the secret connection his father had established in the palace. Lu Mama. Lu Mama had been wrongfully sent to the Ministry of Justice, but General Lu saved her by chance. He initially planned to give her some money to return to her family, but she had been sold by her family to a trafficker when she was young and had long forgotten where her home was. Kneeling at General Lu's feet, she said firmly, "General, I am grateful to have my life back and do not dare to ask for more. I am willing to return to the palace and be the eyes of the Lu family there. If you trust me, I will dedicate my life to serving the Lu family." At that time, General Lu had already sensed the emperor's wariness of the Lu family. To protect his son, he agreed to Lu Mama's proposal. In the palace, Lu Mama did not need to do much. She just had to pay attention to the palace's movements and use special signals to contact the secret guards when important matters arose. Years ago, it was thanks to a piece of information Lu Mama gathered that General Lu was able to catch a spy in the military camp. Otherwise, the Lu family would have been accused of treason by the emperor long ago, and Lu Shaoqing would not have had the chance to grow up. Yuliu and Yuhua were trained by Lu Mama in the palace over the years. Both were orphans, raised almost entirely by Lu Mama. Since Lu Shaoqing returned to the capital 3 years ago, he had kept them hidden, only passing on life-or-death messages to avoid exposing their identities. The last message they sent was when Lu Mama discovered that the Emperor Tianqi could no longer get out of bed, indicating that a major change was about to happen in the palace. She took the risk to use the contact signal. She was also worried about her master's safety. After being rescued from the Ministry of Justice, she had spent a few days in the Wang residence with the young master, whom she loved dearly. After so many years apart, hearing that her master was in trouble made her anxious, causing her to break out in hives, while she pretended that nothing had happened and continued her duties. When Lu Mama received the news that her master wanted to take the 3 of them out of the palace, she felt as if the world had brightened, and her heart felt light as if she had returned to her youth. Yuliu and Yuhua, whom she had raised since childhood, were absolutely trustworthy. She only hinted at a few words, and the 2 girls were so shocked they couldn't speak for a moment. After a while, they asked her eagerly, "Mama, is it true that our master has a way to take us out of the palace? Please take us with you. You raised us, and we would never betray our master. Mama, I want to go with you to find our master. I swear, if I ever have a second thought, I will have no place to be buried," Yuhua added eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Having been raised in the palace, they would never have another chance to leave, unlike others who could hope to ask for permission to leave after turning 25. When they first entered the palace, they were punished for being slow due to their young age, kneeling in the snow in the cold and under the sun in the heat. They often thought how wonderful it would be to escape this cruel palace. Later, Lu Mama saved them, took them under her wing, taught them carefully, protected them when needed, and saved good food for them. They vowed to treat Lu Mama well for the rest of their lives. Eventually, they learned that Lu Mama had a master, and without hesitation, they decided to follow her, even though they did not know who their master was. Now, hearing the news that they could leave the palace felt like a ray of light breaking through their dark lives, dispelling the gloom in their hearts. Lu Mama looked at the two girls with a loving smile. She had never married and had no children, so she regarded these two girls as her own daughters. How could she leave them behind when she had the chance to leave the palace? I know your biggest wish is to leave the palace. Since we have the opportunity now, how could I not take you with me? Besides, if I leave, our master would never let you stay in the palace. If we leave, we will leave together. The two girls were so excited they almost jumped up, then couldn't help but lean into Lu Mama's embrace and cry. Lu Mama patted their backs, her eyes also turning red. She never imagined she would have a chance to leave the palace in her lifetime. All right, no more crying. Be careful not to let anyone see, she comforted them, also reassuring herself. It was a month later that the three of them finally left the palace, just as the previous emperor had passed away and the new emperor had not yet ascended, creating a chaotic time. Lu Shaoqing's people spent some effort and money to successfully bring the three of them out. After they got out, they were arranged to stay in a secluded courtyard in the capital for over 2 months. Once the secret guards confirmed their character was acceptable, they escorted them to the border. Counting the days, they should arrive soon. My dear, so this is where you are. Didn't you go to the small kitchen to put away the bowls? Why did you come out? Lu Shaoqing said helplessly. I forgot to tell you. I suddenly wanted to eat baked cakes, so I came out to find Uncle Qin and the others, Su Wanqing said with an embarrassed smile. Then let Uncle Qin make them tomorrow morning. We just had dinner, and you probably won't be able to eat them now, Lu Shaoqing replied. Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, telling him that she wanted Uncle Qin to make them tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Uncle Qin and Lin Taohua, the two returned to Fengwu Courtyard. After washing up, Su Wanqing fell asleep as soon as she got into bed, giving Lu Shaoqing no chance at all. The man's dark eyes were filled with longing and helplessness. He thought about how she had been busy these past few days, running between the workshop and the shop, and he didn't want to disturb her anymore. He gently pulled her into his arms, kissed her forehead, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep himself. In the early morning light, the room was barely bright enough to see. Su Wanqing opened her eyes, and as she moved, the person beside her woke up too. Why are you awake so early? Go back to sleep, Lu Shaoqing said, his voice still hoarse from sleep. You sleep a bit more. I'll check the kitchen. Su Wanqing had missed the dried vegetable pancakes last night, and she dreamt of returning to the modern world, excited to take a taxi to buy pancakes, only to be attacked by a zombie that appeared out of nowhere. She woke up in fright. Now, she craved those pancakes even more. Seeing her up, Lu Shaoqing also got out of bed and followed her into the washroom. When they arrived at the kitchen in the front yard, Uncle Qin and Lin Taohua had already prepared everything. The stove for the pancakes was already lit, just waiting to start. Good morning, Uncle Qin, Taohua, everyone, Su Wanqing greeted with a bright smile. Everyone replied, We greet the prince and princess. Su Wanqing waved for them to rise and asked, Is everything ready? Yes, princess. Everything is prepared. Please check if you need anything else, Uncle Qin replied. Su Wanqing looked at the ingredients on the counter and nodded. No need, let's get started. She quickly mixed some oil dough with flour, spices, and salt, adding oil and a little water to make a paste. With her hands moving swiftly, she explained the process while Uncle Qin and Lin Taohua watched closely. Lu Shaoqing could only stand by as a silent supporter. The other kitchen staff, seeing their masters present, focused intently on their tasks without stealing glances. Look, roll the dough out like this, then spread the oil dough on top, Add the mixed dried vegetables, roll it thin, and cook until both sides are golden, Su Wanqing instructed as she placed the first pancake on the iron plate of the stove. Once the pancake set and turned color, it was ready to flip. Uncle Qin nodded continuously, realizing that the pancakes could be wrapped with vegetables and rolled thin, ensuring they would be crispy and savory. The princess truly had a knack for unique dishes. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, princess. We can take care of the rest. You should go rest." They had a bond from their journey together, and the prince and princess never treated their servants harshly, having long instructed them not to refer to themselves as servants anymore. Su Wanqing waved her hand with a smile. "No need to be polite. It's me who enjoys this. The rest is up to Uncle Qin. We are delighted that the princess is willing to teach us new dishes. It's our honor." Lin Tahua chimed in with a smile. With such kind masters, they felt genuinely happy. At breakfast, Su Wanqing finally got to eat the dried vegetable pancakes she had been thinking about all night, feeling comfortable inside and out, and her mood lifted significantly. Seeing her enjoy the food, Lu Shaoqing couldn't help but eat another pancake. After breakfast, Lu Shaoqing went to the study to handle some matters, and the two of them made an excuse to rest, hand in hand returning to their room. The wheat and rice in their space had matured. Su Wanqing looked at the golden wheat sprouts, smiling widely. These were the crops she had planted herself. In the next moment, with a wave of her delicate hand, Lu Shaoqing understood the cue, turned the key, and the large harvester roared to life, slowly beginning to harvest the first wave of crops from their space. In the northern Qi Palace, the Crown Prince Qi Yujing smiled slightly and said, "So, does the second prince intend to personally lead the troops this time?" After a pause, he added, "Last time, Yudal's failed attempt cost thousands of soldiers' lives, and we still haven't figured out what weapon Lu Shaoqing used. Is the second prince prepared for such a reckless move?" The second prince cursed Qi Yujing 100 times in his heart, thinking to himself that he was invincible and wouldn't stoop to arguing with a coward. Still smiling, he replied, "Brother, you heard Jizan's words. Lu Shaoqing has already turned against the court. This is the perfect time for us to strike, especially since the country is suffering from drought and the people of Tianqi are starving and fleeing. It's our chance to attack Tianqi's royal city. Once we capture Tianqi, we'll have food, resources, and women. Everything we need." Last time, Yudal was foolish and fell into Lu Shaoqing's trap. This time, I will lead an army of 200,000. Even if Lu Shaoqing has 3 heads and 6 arms, he cannot stop us. He then bowed to the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. "Father, please believe in me. I will capture an city. Even if I can't directly attack the capital of Tianqi, I will at least take 5 cities to expand our territory." The emperor straightened up, his expression unreadable. He had allowed his 2 sons to argue about this for days, and today it finally reached him. He looked at the still calm crown prince, who maintained his indifferent demeanor, and then turned his gaze to the second prince. "Shower, are you really willing to lead the troops personally? Commanding 200,000 soldiers is not as simple as it sounds. The country is suffering from drought, and Qi State is no exception. Although we are better off than Tianqi, our food supplies are still tight. If we go to war now and lose, do you know the consequences?" The second prince lowered his body slightly. "Father, I am willing to sign a military pledge to capture 5 cities of Tianqi within 3 months. If I fail, I will accept military punishment. Additionally, I am willing to take 50,000 taels from my private treasury to buy supplies." At this, both the emperor and Qi Yujing turned to look at the second prince. Qi Yujing quickly averted his gaze, taking a sip from his teacup. After a moment, the emperor suddenly burst into laughter. "Good. You are indeed my son, possessing such bravery and determination. I, along with the entire court, await your good news." "Thank you, father," the second prince said excitedly. "Brother, when I return, the position of crown prince will be unquestionable." The crown prince stood up, his smile not reaching his eyes. "I wish the second prince success." "Thank you, big brother." The two left the Qianlong Hall together. The second prince held the freshly issued imperial edict, a look of pride on his face. He was about to raise his hand to chat with Qi Yujing when he saw him striding out of the palace, seemingly unaware that the second prince was following him. A flash of malice crossed the second prince's eyes, but was quickly concealed. This was the palace, with eyes everywhere. He shook off his robes, pretending to be unconcerned, and headed to his mother's palace. Shower. How did it go? Did your father agree to let you lead the troops? Concubine Shu asked anxiously as her son approached. Mother, father has agreed to my request. Here is the imperial edict. I will set off for the military camp tomorrow, and I came to inform you so you wouldn't worry. Concubine Shu took the edict and glanced at its contents, her smile widening. Good, good. My son will surely return victorious this time, and the position of crown prince will be secure. Mother, please don't say such things in the future. If someone hears, even if I am confident in winning the war, it will raise suspicion in father. I understand. This is not in my palace. I won't mention it again. I will have someone keep an eye on Luana. You can rest assured, nothing will go wrong. The second prince pondered for a moment. Wanner is already 3 months pregnant. Mother, just send a nurse to take care of her. She won't cause any trouble in the residence. I believe she will be of great use in the future. Do you understand? Concubine Shu felt a twinge of displeasure at her son's defense of that woman, but recalling how many of her predictions had come true, she held back her irritation. All right, we'll do it your way this time. But don't let her charm you with her words. When you return victorious, you should also bring in new concubines to your residence. The second prince saw the opportunity and noted that the 2 side consorts his mother had chosen were from prominent families, which pleased him. Yes, I will listen to mother. Concubine Shu smiled with satisfaction. In the state of Qi, at the residence of the second prince, Luana took the ginseng blackbone chicken soup from the maid, sipped a few spoonfuls, but couldn't drink any more. After easing her stomach discomfort for a while, she picked up her chopsticks to eat some of the exquisite dishes on the table. Everyone can leave. Seeing that she ate so little, the maid cautiously advised, Your Highness, you really ate too little for lunch today. Please eat a bit more. The little prince in your belly needs nutrition. Luana looked a bit tired, waved her hand, and got up to sit on the soft couch. I can't eat anymore. Bring some snacks later. The maid exchanged glances with another maid beside her, and they both respectfully bowed. Yes, Your Highness. The other maids and servants quickly entered and cleared the table of food. The senior maid brought over the calming tea specially prepared for pregnant women and approached Luana, saying, Your Highness, please have some calming tea. I will give you a massage and you will surely sleep well, okay? Luana took the tea, drank a few sips, then lay back on the soft couch, allowing the maid to massage her head. She had been back for over 3 months and had successfully married the second prince. In her previous life, it was the second prince who eventually ascended to the throne, and half of the territory of the Tianqi kingdom belonged to the state of Qi. In her past life, she was promised to the youngest son of the Minister of Revenue by her biological mother. After marriage, that pervert locked her in the backyard and tortured her for 2 years. During those 2 years, there was a severe drought, and not a drop of rain fell across the empire. She begged that pervert for a sip of water, and in the end, to torment her, he even forced her to drink her own urine. Later, a heavy rain came, and she escaped when the maid was distracted. However, just after she fled the minister's residence, she was knocked out from behind. When she woke up, she was already in the largest brothel in the capital, Yihong Tower. To survive, she had to agree to entertain guests. That pervert, to satisfy his peculiar tastes, loved to see her humiliated by the servants around her. Her body was already tainted. Even after entertaining guests, life was still hard. The rain continued for 3 months, and food became increasingly scarce outside. The girls in the tower only had a bowl of thin porridge each day, just enough to survive without much strength. Whenever a guest came, everyone rushed to take them, as entertaining a guest meant a full meal that day. After 3 months, the rain finally stopped. But that night, heavy snow suddenly fell, and many people froze to death in the tower that night, including the madam, who did not wake up the next day. The few survivors sold the valuable items in the tower, and the food they got barely lasted half a month. Unexpectedly, the heavy snow continued for 6 months, with freezing temperatures everywhere, and beneath the snow, frozen corpses were often visible. She didn't know how she survived those 6 months. She ate whatever she could find. As long as she could live. She wanted to live. The biological mother and sister who harmed her were still alive. Her sister, Lu Furong, married the second prince, and it was said that the second prince had already been named the crown prince, making her sister the crown princess. Her father and biological mother were living well because of her sister's status as crown princess, even in such a year of disaster. Many times, when she felt she couldn't endure any longer, she would look from afar at the tall, heavy gates of their residence and find the strength to keep going. On the day the second prince ascended the throne, she saw her father and biological mother riding in a carriage to pay their respects at the palace. At that moment, she was exhausted and wanted to ask her father if he still remembered her. But the guard driving the carriage whipped her away, and as she fell to the ground in pain, her resentment surged. She used all her strength to shout, "Father, it's me, Wana." The carriage sped away. She clearly saw a large hand lift the curtain of the carriage for a moment. She spat out blood and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was back in her chamber, and her biological mother was discussing her marriage with the minister's residence. Her sister had not yet married into the second prince's residence. It all felt like a dream, but she knew it had all really happened. She had returned. She had been reborn. Getting close to the second prince, revealing some upcoming events, and gaining his trust. Soon, the Empress Dowager issued a decree, naming her the second prince's wife. Everything went smoothly. Her father and biological mother were no longer domineering when they saw her. Instead, they became polite. Her sister was, of course, given to that pervert, and this time she wanted to watch her suffer before sending them both to hell. After all, such a good marriage proposal was suggested by her sister, so she should enjoy it. Now, she was already 3 months pregnant. The second prince believed her predictions and had secretly stockpiled a large amount of food and supplies. The scouts sent to investigate the situation in the Tianqi kingdom returned with reports that matched her guesses closely. The only thing that needed caution was the commander of An City, King Liu Shaoqing of Dingbei. In her past life, she was trapped in the inner courtyard and didn't know what happened to Liu Shaoqing in the end, but the Tianqi kingdom eventually fell apart, so he probably wouldn't live long either. Since everything is as Wanner predicted, and we have enough food and supplies, why wait 2 years? By then, heavy rain and cold disasters will require even more food and supplies. Why not take half of the Tianqi territory now? This would expand their territory and increase their achievements while obtaining half of Tianqi's resources. With achievements, her mother and uncle could help her, and the position of crown prince would surely be his. There was no need to hold the coronation ceremony after such a severe disaster. By then, many things would surely not be as abundant as they were now. Since he was destined to be the supreme ruler, he should have the best in the world. As for the other princes, it depended on whether they knew their place, but the eldest brother, Lu Wanner, intended to advise the second prince against taking such risks. In her past life, half of the Tianqi territory was conquered by the eldest prince, while the other half was divided by 2 major forces in the south and west. They only needed to wait for the eldest prince to lead the army, and everything would eventually fall into the second prince's hands. But the second prince was blinded by the future Lu Wanner described, with only that position in his heart. Wanner, don't worry. Since everyone's fate is already determined, why not let it end early? Those people could suffer less. The remaining food and supplies would be more. Lu Wanner felt uneasy, but then thought about how her rebirth had already changed many things. The second prince was destined to be the true dragon of heaven, so what harm was there in advancing everything a bit? Moreover, the internal situation in the Tianqi kingdom was already chaotic, and An City was isolated and helpless, making it their best opportunity. If the second prince led the army, it wouldn't be difficult to capture the Tianqi territory with a bit of caution. With achievements to his name, ascending the throne would be even more justified. Thinking of this, Lu Wanner's words of persuasion turned into, "Your Highness is destined to be the true dragon in this chaotic world. I congratulate you in advance on your victory. Ha ha ha. Good. Wanner is wholeheartedly for me. Don't worry, I will never let you down in this life. Being able to be your wife is my fortune." Lu Wanner spoke shyly, her words soft and delicate, her face full of trust and admiration, which made the second prince's heart warm. He pulled her into his embrace and began to caress her. For some reason, ever since the second prince decided to lead his troops into battle, Lu Wanner has been unable to sleep well at night. Her dreams are filled with scenes of her tragic death in her past life, and her body alternates between feeling cold and hot, leaving her looking quite haggard. On top of that, her morning sickness is severe and she can't eat, so she spends her days lying around feeling unwell. The palace doctors have visited her several times, saying she is overly worried, which makes her symptoms stronger than those of other pregnant women. The medicine they prescribed has not shown much effect. Recently, her anxiety has been growing. She doesn't know if it's because she has changed the course of her past life or if it's just the worries that come with pregnancy. But now that the second prince is going to war, there is no way to change that. The only person she can rely on is the second prince, and she cannot find a reason to make him back out of this battle. Doing so would not only be seen as disobeying orders, but could also lead to missing out on many important things. She keeps thinking about the news she occasionally heard from the lower ranks in her past life, but aside from a few major events, she knows nothing else. In her past life, she was still trapped in the backyard of the minister's residence, suffering. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and gestured for the maid beside her to come closer. The maid, after listening, adjusted herself and left the room. Lu Wanner smiled slightly and closed her eyes again, pretending to sleep. "My dear sister, are you satisfied with the husband you chose?" In city, at the Wang residence, Lu Mama, Yu Lu, and Yu He were led into the main hall by Fu Bo. Once inside, they saw Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing sitting at the top. "Greetings, my lords." It was only upon arriving in city that Yu Lu and Yu He realized their master was actually the Duke of Dingbei. They felt a mix of emotions, astonished that their master was the brave and invincible young general, the Duke of Dingbei. They suddenly felt like they could hold their heads high while walking outside. As for the rumors in the capital about the Duke plotting rebellion, they did not believe it at all. They were just lowly palace maids back then and had dismissed those rumors. Now, having such a prominent figure as their master made them feel a bit excited. Their chaotic thoughts were interrupted by Su Wanqing's gentle voice. "Please rise. I assume you know our identities. The relationship between In-City and the court is currently tense. If you do not wish to stay, my husband and I will provide you with some silver to take you to a safe place. If you choose to stay, you must be loyal. No matter what happens in the future, my husband and I will do our best to protect everyone in the city, but we will not tolerate anyone with ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, the three maids did not hesitate and immediately bowed, saying, "We are willing to stay. This will be our home, and we will serve our masters wholeheartedly without any doubts. Since you all wish to stay, the Duke's residence will protect you. If there is any betrayal, I will not show mercy," Lu Shaoqing said, his tone firm yet calm, making their hearts tremble. "Yes, we understand," they replied, bowing again with serious expressions. Su Wanqing sensed no malice from them. Her wood-based ability makes her sensitive to people's intentions, and she knew they were not lying. She helped each of them up, saying, "Lu Mama, I've heard Lu Shaoqing mention you. Thank you for your hard work over the years." Turning to the others, she smiled and asked, "Which of you is Yu Lu, and which is Yu He?" The tall woman in a green dress spoke first. "I am Yu Lu." "Greetings, my lady. I am Yu He." "Greetings, my lady," said Yu He, who had a lively personality and a round, cute face. Lu Mama added, "My lady, you are too kind. I have had good food and lodging in the palace. It hasn't been too hard." Looking at Yu Lu and Yu He, she continued, "Yu Lu is skilled at hairstyling and sewing, while Yu He is meticulous and excellent at managing household affairs, especially in making pastries. I have served 2 noble consorts and cared for the young prince before moving to the clothing bureau, where I managed for a few years. We will follow your orders from now on. Su Wanqing smiled brightly. We don't have many rules in our residence. You don't need to be too formal while working in my courtyard. Lu Mama will manage things and you can come to me or Fubo if you have any questions. Yes, I understand. Thank you, my lady. Yes, we understand. Thank you, my lady. Su Wanqing smiled and did not stop them from bowing. They had just met, and they would become more familiar over time, adapting to her preferences. After chatting for a while, Su Wanqing asked Fubo to take the 3 of them to her courtyard, where there were several vacant rooms. Each of them would have their own room and could collect 2 sets of clothes and some toiletries. They would receive the same treatment as the head maid and housekeeper, with a monthly allowance of 1 or 2 silver coins. Once Lu Mama settled into her room and sat on the bed, she felt that everything was becoming real. Tears welled up in her eyes. After so many years, she never expected to escape that prison. Those who had served in the palace for years were the best at reading people's expressions. The lady seemed kind, treating them without looking down on them, her smile genuine and her words straightforward. It was truly wonderful. To be able to leave that place was truly wonderful. To serve the bloodline of the general was truly wonderful. In the future, she would feel that meeting a master like Su Wanqing was the greatest fortune of her life. Of course, that was a story for later. Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing took the opportunity to visit the storeroom, adding many items, including the rice and flour she had recently acquired. Fu Bo had just visited the storeroom, so he wouldn't come back for a couple of days. When he returned, he would think that Lu Shaoqing had instructed Mo Huai and the others to add supplies. For the past few months, whenever Su Wanqing added items to the storeroom, Lu Shaoqing would signal Mo Huai and Mo Yun to stroll around, pretending they were the ones putting things in. Fu Bo had gotten used to it and rarely asked questions. As long as there was more, he would just oversee the arrangements. After filling the storeroom, they went to the military camp, where Mo Huai, Mo Yun, Mo Feng, and Mo Yu were stationed around the storeroom. Once Su Wanqing entered, she quickly gathered grains, vegetables, meat, seasonings, and various food items. In just a few breaths, the large storeroom was filled. Then they went to the supplies storeroom. The previous day, Mo Feng reported that the military camp was running low on farming tools and that some weapons had minor damages, so it was a good opportunity to replenish them. The 2 returned to the Wang Fu just in time for dinner. Yulio and Yuhua set the table together with Lin Taohua, and then they were to serve Su Wanqing and Lu Shaoqing. Su Wanqing really couldn't get used to it. She had a table full of her favorite dishes, but she had to wait for others to serve her. That was fine, but the portions were so small. She preferred to serve herself. She might never learn the ways of a noble lady. Just as she was about to tell them to leave, Lu Shaoqing spoke first. You can all go now. You don't need to serve us during meals anymore. Yulio and Yuhua immediately bowed and said, Yes, Your Highness, before quickly leaving. The 2 felt a bit uneasy, wondering if it was because they hadn't served well that their master no longer needed their help. Seeing them head to the kitchen, Lin Taohua called out, Sisters, come here. The prince and princess usually don't need anyone to serve them. Let's sit down and eat together. After thanking her, they sat down. Yuhua couldn't help but ask, Taohua, since you're from the princess's courtyard, how do you usually serve her? Lin Taohua swallowed her food and replied, I just clean the rooms for the princess, collect some clothes for washing, and there are maids to clean the yard. Most of the time, I follow my master to prepare meals for the prince and princess. I really don't do much else. After thinking for a moment, Lin Taohua realized that was about it. She then picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. Yuhua and Yulio exchanged glances, clearly in disbelief. Noticing their confusion, Lin Taohua added, Really, I'm not lying. You'll see in a few days. The princess is very kind. When she goes out, she's either with the prince or accompanied by Mo Huai or Mo Yun. Most of the time, Bai Gunyang comes to find the princess to play. I just need to serve some tea and snacks, and when I can't see anyone, they're probably in the workshop next door. During the meal, the 3 had different thoughts. Lin Taohua noticed they were still tense, so she didn't push them. They would find out soon enough that everyone in the Wangfu was genuinely kind and easy to get along with. When she first came to Anqing, Lin's father worried she wouldn't adapt to living in the Wangfu and wanted to take her home during the day, but she refused. Yulio and Yuhua were initially skeptical of Lin Taohua's words, but didn't awkwardly go to Su Wanqing. They simply waited outside for instructions. After a few days, they finally realized Lin Taohua hadn't been lying. Old Madame Lu smiled kindly. Since the master doesn't like having someone follow him all the time, you don't need to serve him as you did before. We'll take care of the yard and ensure someone is always around to assist when needed, she continued. Today, I'll talk to Fu Bo. With only 2 masters in the house, there isn't much to do, so we should see if there's anything else we can help with. Yulio nodded. Okay, madam, I understand. Yuhua smiled. Having such a master makes me feel more real. We don't have to be so formal. I used to feel exhausted just watching the ladies in the palace always act so proper. The princess feels more like a real person, carefree and relaxed. She said this with a hint of envy. Old Madame Lu, seeing her silly expression, couldn't understand how this girl could be so meticulous while being so carefree. She playfully tapped her forehead. I think you just want to be lazy. With fewer tasks now, you must be secretly enjoying it. Yuhua felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor. What? Don't you like it? It's nice to have such a relaxed life, where we can laugh whenever we want. Old Madame Lu and Yulio were momentarily stunned, then both burst into laughter. Lu Shaoqing looked at Su Wanqing's beautiful sleeping face and felt something was off. She had been craving strange foods lately and sleeping a lot. Could it be that spies had infiltrated the city? Were they being led astray? Panic surged in his heart. Seeing she was still asleep, he quietly got off the soft couch and left the room, just in time to see Yulio coming on duty. He instructed, Go ask Dr. Xie to come over, and tell him to be gentle. Yes, Your Highness. Yulio quickly left. On their first day in the Wangfu, they learned about the people there and the layout of the place, including knowing about Xie Yanchen and Bai Jinxin's courtyard. When Xie Yanchen heard Lu Shaoqing was looking for him and asked him to be gentle, he thought something was wrong and immediately left his herbs to head to Fengwu courtyard. Bai Jinxin had been avoiding him these past few days and was still in her courtyard, not knowing what she was doing. As Su Wanqing felt a touch on her wrist, she opened her eyes to see Lu Shaoqing looking at her with worry, while Xie Yanchen was seriously checking her pulse, with Yulio and Yuhua standing behind, looking a bit anxious. What's going on? Is something wrong? Don't move yet, my lady. Let Yanchen check your pulse. I feel like something is off with you lately. Lu Shaoqing gently pressed her back down to lie down. After a moment, Xie Yanchen released her wrist and said with a relaxed expression, Congratulations, sister-in-law. You're pregnant. It's not even 2 months yet. Feeling sleepy is normal. You don't need to worry too much. He thought Su Wanqing's medical skills were better than his. How could she not realize she was poisoned? He was just being overly anxious. What did you say? I'm pregnant. Lu Shaoqing and Su Wanqing spoke almost simultaneously. Xie Yanchen sighed with a smile. He was only half a year younger than Lu Shaoqing, and now he had to take on the title of older brother, while his child would inevitably be the older sibling. Sigh, what a situation. Sister-in-law, you're a doctor. Your health is good. There's no need to panic. Just pay attention to your health. Su Wanqing wanted to say she wasn't a doctor. She just had healing abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unaware of her own pregnancy. Was she really pregnant? There was a little life connected to her by blood in her belly. She gently placed her hand on her abdomen. It felt truly magical. Lu Shaoqing seemed to just realize it, disregarding Xie Yanchen and the others, and tightly hugged Su Wanqing. At that moment, memories from his past life seemed to fade away, and scenes of this life with Su Wanqing kept flashing before his eyes. Xie Yanchen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had learned this from Su Wanqing. Surprisingly, it felt quite nice to use it at this moment. He grabbed his medicine box and called for Yulio and Yuhua to join him as he left. Inside, Lu Shaoqing took a while to speak. My lady, thank you. We're having a baby. Su Wanqing broke free from his embrace. knowing he was happy, and she was happy too. Yes, we're having a baby. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? A girl, no, maybe a boy. In troubled times, it's harder for girls to survive. A boy would be fine. A little hardship wouldn't hurt. Su Wanqing laughed, realizing this man was biased towards boys. She had heard that men who were infatuated often preferred girls. Regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, don't we have each other? With us around, we can protect them. Lu Shaoqing's eyes sparkled as he nodded repeatedly, like a cute, silly puppy. You're right, I was wrong. With us here, we can protect a girl too, so let's hope for a girl, he added, but I'd be happy with a boy too. Su Wanqing found it both amusing and endearing, choosing not to argue with him. Her heart felt warm, and an indescribable joy spread within her. It turned out that having a child connected by blood felt like this.